Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Detective Agency.
Listen, you phone down to the drugstore and tell them to send up 3 gallons of black coffee.
Who is this? Are you sure you have the right number?
I'm sure I've got the right number, but I'm not so sure who I am.
Oh, Sam, it's you. You must have had a frog in your throat. Did you oversleep?
Effie, don't say things like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Oh, you poor dear, you've been working. You're tired, that's it.
Tired? I've only just brought Lazarus back from the dead.
Well, then you better get some rest, Sam. You can dictate your report tomorrow.
That's what you think. Now stay where you are. If I'm asleep when I get there, wake me up. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Lazarus caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Next time you buy hair tonic, be sure you buy Wild Root Cream Oil. For you see, Wild Root Cream Oil gives you these advantages. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin, so much like the natural oil of your skin. Yes, friends, next time you buy hair tonic, look for that famous name, Wild Root. Get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie!
In here, Sam, in your private office.
Yeah, private, she says. I'd like to know what's private about it.
I have everything ready for you, Sam.
What's this?
Ovaltine, to relax.
I don't want to relax. I don't dare.
Oh, there you go again, Sam. Going on nerves. How long do you think you can keep it up?
With your help, I'll be in a coma inside 3 minutes.
Thank you, Sam. Now, you just lie down here on the couch, and I'll take your shoes off.
Now, look,
And I can take dictation while you're relaxing.
Nuts. Where's that black coffee?
Sam, you're angry with me. Your eyes. Please don't glare at me like that, Sam. I can't bear it when you...
I am not glaring. I'm trying to keep them open. Now, sit down. I got to keep moving around.
Oh, you
moving
shouldn't
around.
drive yourself like this, Sam.
Please, Effie, please. Date, fill it in.
Well, it's your life. Go on. Burn yourself at both ends.
Let's see. A.J. Tatspaw, claims manager, All Risk Insurance Company, Tide Building, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Dear Sir, the following is an accounting of my services to your company in connection with a claim of Emma R. Lazarus on the life of the assured Timothy R. Lazarus. The latter called at my office yesterday at approximately 11:30 a.m. He was tall, bald, gray-faced, and dusty. He looked as if he'd been buried and dug up several times.
This may sound like a poor sort of jest, Mr. Spade, but my name is Lazarus, and I want you to bring me back from the dead.
Well, sounds interesting. Why did you die? When did you die? And how did you die?
I was declared dead by the appellate court of the state of California, August 28th last year, by reason of 7 years' absence.
Who took it to court?
My wife, Emma.
Insurance?
Yes. My wife and I agreed between ourselves to insure my life in the amount of $100,000 that she would collect on legal presumption of death after my disappearance and continued absence for 7 years. That's the law, Mr. Spade.
Yeah, it's been tried a lot of times. What went wrong in your case? Wife double-cross you?
If that's your attitude, I'm afraid I've come to the wrong man.
Uh-huh. You're still in love with her. Well, that makes it tough. You know they'll nail her for perjury if you prove you're still alive?
But that's why I didn't go to the police. Even though we'd planned the deception together, she had reason to believe that I was actually dead.
Suppose you cover the whole thing from the beginning, Mr. Lazarus.
Yes. I married her back in 1940. And for a while we were happy. And Then she became restless.
You mean you were not able to support her in the manner to which she was accustomed? She was young, lovely, you wanted her to have nice things, but on your meager salary, it was impossible.
Oh, I know it's an old story, but life is like that.
Well, you said it.
Yeah, well, there you are. I was assistant cashier at the Golden Gate Bank.
Oh, no, not that.
I started taking small sums at first, meaning to repay them later on.
Look, let's not go through the whole script. How much did you embezzle?
$20,000.
Yeah, so you decided to take it on the lam before the auditors came in, and...
I was going to give myself up, but Emma wouldn't let me. We made our plans that night, and I left for Mexico the following day. In Mexico City, I had plastic surgery done on my face, and then I settled down to wait the 7 long years until I would be declared legally dead. I suppose you might call it poetic justice, but just before the end of the 7th year, I contracted malaria. Was confined to a hospital for more than 11 months.
You have had it.
Oh, the doctors gave me up for dead and asked me to notify my next of kin. I gave them Emma's address. I never notified her to the contrary because it seemed to fit in so well with our plan.
Too well, huh?
Yes. I'd been to see her, and she refuses to believe that I am her husband. Oh, of course, my appearance is very much altered, but there must be some way to prove my identity.
You worked in a bank. They must have taken your fingerprints.
I removed them from the files and destroyed them.
How are your teeth?
My teeth?
Teeth. Who was your dentist here in town?
Dr. Smith, the Drake Professional Building.
He'll still have your dental x-rays on file. They're as good as fingerprints. You go there this afternoon. Don't give your name. Tell them you're Mark Humboldt. Have a new set of x-rays taken, and I'll do the rest. What's your wife doing these days?
Why, Emma's married again.
Who's the sucker?
Pardon me?
The man.
Oh, he's a doctor. Dr. Ernst Wilhelm.
Wilhelm?
He's quite well known, I believe.
Yeah, and the cops would like to know more. Now, about my fee.
Mr. Spade, I have no money.
Oh, that's great. You have no money, and all you want is to hire a man to bring you back from the dead. And the more I succeed, the less chance I'll have of collecting.
If I might make a suggestion, Mr. Spade, I don't know the ethics, but perhaps the insurance company? You would be doing them a great service.
I think you're going to live, Mr. Lazarus. They can't keep a good man down. I'll collect from them. I knew there wasn't a chance in 100,000 of shaking a fee out of your company. After all, you have your own investigators in the payroll, and contract work isn't deductible under the new tax law, but something about Lazarus had gotten to me. Something else about him got to me at the Blue Bottle Bar and Grill, where I stopped for lunch.
Mr. Spade?
Yes, indeedy.
I'm Emma Wilhelm, Mr. Spade.
Emma Lazarus Wilhelm?
I see you do know who I am. May I sit down?
Slide in, Mrs. Wilhelm.
Thank you. I'm glad to know you have a sense of humor, Mr. Spade. It's about that man, of course. Surely you didn't believe a word of his story.
Which word?
Oh, I'll admit there are slight traces of the truth in his raving. My first husband, Timothy Lazarus, was an embezzler. He did disappear, and it's quite true that I have collected the insurance on his life. I might even believe that Tim is still alive. But that man is not he.
Then what are you so upset about?
Oh, it's perfectly obvious what he wants. He's an extortionist.
You're wrong. He doesn't want money, Mrs. Wilhelm. He wants you.
Oh, Mr. Spade, how much do you know about my husband?
Which one?
Don't be flippant.
Dr. Ernest Wilhelm. He made his first million panning lead nuggets out of gang war casualties and lost it on the stock market. He cut his second million out of Nob Hill and called it surgery. He lost that on horses, blinds, and malpractice suits. The last time he was mentioned in the paper, there was a big picture of him pumping sleeping pills out of the stomach of an aging burlesque queen. It may or may not have been coincidence that she did not recover and that she was the ex-girlfriend of one of our better-known racetrack haberdashers, and if he got $100 for the job, he was paid off in boodle.
Oh, please. Please don't say any more. That poor girl. And he'll do the same thing to me.
Well.
If you persist in helping that imposter, you'll be responsible for whatever happens to me or anyone else you involve.
Anything else I should know?
Yes. Both you and your client are being watched and followed. You can't escape him. He's not quite the has-been you'd like to think he is.
After she had gone, I scraped the tears off my butter, finished my lunch, washed my hands with a nationally advertised soap, and mushed over to the Drake Professional Building. I found my client's dentist in his lab polishing up a set of gold inlays.
Humboldt? Oh, yes. His x-rays have come through. Only set today. They're on the clamp there. Don't touch them. They're not dry yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's your interest? Police identification?
You guessed it.
Always happy to cooperate.
Thanks. How about digging in your files for the x-rays on a patient named Lazarus?
Oh, yes. Be glad to, of course. Well, let's see now. Larrabee, Lavelle, Lawrence, Lawson, Gluskin. That's G. What's that doing here? Ah, Lazarus. Timothy R. Is that your man?
That's the name.
Oh, Jimmy, April 1940. Should have been in for dental hygiene. Have to remind Miss Baker. That's my nurse.
These pictures, how do they compare with this new set?
Well, now, let's have a look. Switch on the light there, will you please? And let's see. Malocclusion, lower bicuspids, impacted third molar. Ah, erosion inlay. Yes, it's very interesting.
You mean they're the same in both sets of pictures?
Oh, dear, no.
A man's mouth could change a lot in 7 years, couldn't it?
Yes, especially with dental neglect, but that would never cause a man to grow new teeth.
Oh, well.
You see here, Humboldt has one more lower incisor and 2 more molars than Lazarus. And the whole character of the mouth is different. Now, these 2 men would not look even faintly alike.
Well, could there have been some mistake in filing?
Oh, dear, no. Miss Baker's been with me for 10 years. Never made a mistake yet.
Mm-hmm. Could I talk to her?
Not in today. Been out since Tuesday. Cold. Oh, say, by the way, you're a detective. How's this for a mystery? She phoned me this morning and thanked me for sending a doctor around to examine her. Now, this is the peculiar part. I have no recollection of having done so, and I'm not acquainted with the doctor she said I sent her.
That wouldn't be a Dr. Ernst Wilhelm.
Why, yes. Wilhelm. That was the name.
Do her another favor, will you? Call a doctor you do know and tell him to get over there as fast as he can. Come on, open up.
Get your shirt on. I'm going to come in as fast as I can. What you want, kiddo?
Which is Miss Baker's room?
She's sick. Ain't having no callers.
I'm her doctor.
Oh, you can't fool me. Where's your little black bag?
If I had one, it would be around your neck. Now, March, show me the way.
You can't force me. I know my rights.
Oh, you do you? Well, it might interest you to know that your vents are faulty, your wiring is illegal, your drains are unsanitary, and your apron is dirty.
Them's rust stains. I'm neat as a pin.
You're as neat as a mud pie. Now, get going before I have the Board of Health down on you.
All right, but you can't make me climb them stairs.
Come on.
Got sciatica, I have. Here's the keys.
Okay.
First door to the right. And whenever she's gone, I hope you catch it.
Thank you, Elsa Maxwell. She was stretched out on a bed, her left arm twisted under her and her right dangling over the edge. On the floor beneath it was an empty pill bottle. A few red capsules were scattered near it, and some more were spilled out among the bedclothes. It was a standard sleeping pill suicide scene, but I didn't believe it. The body was still warm, but no pulse. I didn't waste time giving her the mirror test. Instead, I looked around for a phone. It was on a table near a window. I meant to dial the police number, Sutter 12020, but SU was as far as I got. It felt like a bee sting or a quick jab with a needle. I spun around and swung out blindly. The face that I missed was suntanned under a shock of iron gray hair. It was wearing the same white-toothed grin that Dr. Ernst Wilhelm always wore for newspaper photographers. I started towards him, and he backed away, still grinning.
Come ahead, Spade. Come and get me, but hurry. You have only 20 seconds more. Shall I count them off? So far, you have 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
The floor kept dropping a foot at a time as I walked toward him. But every time I got to the bottom of the incline, it tilted up the other way, and I slipped back. He kept dropping out of sight, and every time I got him back into my line of vision, he was farther away. The walls of the room opened out and disappeared into some clouds. The ceiling spun around faster and faster until it whirled away like one of those flying discs. Then the floor turned into gelatin, and I sank into it.
The
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Lazarus Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
The dream lasted about 300 years. Around Christmas time in the year 2247, another bee stung me. I opened my eyes, but the lights on the tree were too bright, and Santa Claus was bending over me with a brandy breath.
Come on, man. Come on. Little willpower. You're conscious. That's it. Sensation returning. Here, try and sit up.
The girl. How about her?
Too late. Did everything I could. Suicide pact?
One of your brothers in Apollo was a little too handy with a needle. Here's the mark on my arm, and you'll find one on that stiff. Those sleeping capsules were a plant to make it look like suicide.
You'll be feeling better soon. Now, come along. Up on your feet. Must keep moving. Restore circulation. Hip. There.
Thanks. You the man Dr. Smith called?
Yes. So you're a private detective. How do you feel now?
I'm still dopey. You give me something to pick me up?
I've given you as much stimulant as it's safe to administer. For the rest, you'll have to sleep it off. And you will. I advise you to hurry home. Get into bed before this wears off.
How long have I got?
A couple of hours if you keep moving, maybe 3.
Yeah.
But if I were you, I wouldn't stay out. Don't want to fall asleep in the middle of Market Street, get run over by a bus.
Worst things can happen to you in your own bed. Look at her.
Murder? Think you can prove it?
I don't know.
I couldn't. Not on her. And I've been an autopsy surgeon for 20 years.
Well, cheer up, Doctor. If you miss on her, you may get a second chance.
Huh?
Yeah, me.
Well, those eyes are looking better. I think you'll live.
I wasn't so sure. Unless I could nail Wilhelm before my 3 hours was up, it was a safe bet he'd nail me again with that needle. He had done me one favor. He'd convinced me that my client was really the man he claimed to be and that Wilhelm and Emma knew it. My best hope of smoking him out was to dig out some solid proof. I spent 10 minutes of my 3 hours getting to the Hall of Records and 10 more finding out there was nothing there on Lazarus but his death certificate. I had a gander at the wanted file at police headquarters. They'd checked him out in August of 47 when the court had pronounced him dead. I looked at my watch. With 2 hours and 17 minutes of wakefulness left, I just didn't have time. I stopped by Lazarus' hotel, got a set of his fingerprints and several samples of his signature, took them to a penman I know down on the Mission, and between us we forged the most amazing set of documents ever assembled on one man. All dated, notarized, certified, witnessed, registered. One even bore the great seal of the state of California and the signature of the governor. I squeezed them all into a large briefcase, propped my eyes open with toothpicks while I drank half a gallon of black coffee, then phoned Dr. Wilhelm's night number. I told him I was one of Russian Leo's boys, and a cop had just winged me on the lam from a jewelry store job. He agreed to meet me at his office. Hello, Wilhelm.
Yes?
Is that all you got to say to the guy you knocked off an hour ago?
I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Who are you?
Look, I know that you know, and you know that I know. They even wrote a song about it, so let's get off the dime and don't reach for a needle. This gun is bigger and it shoots farther.
Well, I can see you mean business. What do you want?
First, I want to show you a few things. Here, take a look.
Hmm? Well, this is very impressive.
Yeah, I thought you'd be impressed. You, need any more proof that Lazarus is Lazarus?
What's the matter, Spade? Getting sleepy?
Don't get your hopes up. I can squeeze this trigger in my sleep.
Mm-hmm. Are these papers for sale?
Why do you think I brought them to you?
What's the price?
Half the take on Lazarus's insurance.
That's very high.
I haven't finished. This time, Lazarus has got to be really dead, and you're going to do the job. Come on, stop stalling.
I can't do that.
Why not?
Why, Emma, she'll make trouble. She said she would.
She's still in love with him?
Why do you say that?
I just wondered. What reason did she give you for not wanting him knocked off?
Well, the cops work harder at identifying a dead man than they do a live derelict that looks and talks like a crank. I had the same idea myself.
Then you're stupid. With him dead, she can tell any story she wants to. With him alive and all this proof of identity, he's in a position to nail both of you for fraud, conspiracy, perjury. Shall I go on?
One thing. Does Emma know about these papers?
Sure.
You're lying.
Sure, I'm lying. And those documents are forgeries if that's the way you want it. I haven't got time to argue. I can't stay awake much longer, and you can't bring it off without me. I'll have Lazarus at my apartment in 30 minutes. Bring your needle and the 50 grand.
All right, Spade. I'll be there.
I made 2 phone calls on my way to pick up Lazarus, one to Emma and one to Lieutenant Erlinger of Homicide. Dundee was asleep. The lieutenant and Sergeant Poolhouse were perched on the fire escape outside my window, and Emma was waiting in the living room when we got there.
Tim. Oh, my poor darling.
Emma, you recognize me.
Of course, darling, from the beginning. But I didn't dare speak out in front of Ernst.
I know. Mr. Spade's told me.
Now, listen to me, you two. You're sure you can go through with this?
Oh, are you sure there's no danger?
That's him now. Come on, Lazarus, get in the bedroom there. Now, do what I told you.
Don't worry, Emma.
Oh, I'm so frightened.
Quiet.
Hello, Spade. I got here just at... Emma, what are you doing here?
Mr. Spade phoned me. I agreed. It's the only thing to do. I wanted you to know that.
Well, I'm glad to see that you've come to your senses. For a while there. You see, you were wrong, Spade.
Did you bring the stuff?
Here's your money. I have the hypodermic in the case here, and it's already loaded. We won't need a sterile needle. Where is he?
In there on the bed. He was asleep a minute ago. The grogginess that had kept coming back over me in waves for the last 2 hours swirled over me again as Wilhelm leaned over the bed where Lazarus lay, stretched out with his eyes closed. For a split second, I blanked out, and I was afraid it had already happened. But then I saw Wilhelm's hand coming down at an oblique angle toward Lazarus's forearm. Then my vision blurred again, and my arms felt too heavy to lift. It was Emma's scream that jolted me back. I clawed out blindly. Drop it. You. Let go of it. You get it in your own arm. Let go.
Swine, you double-crossing...
Now, here's a little sleeping medicine for you. Okay, boys. Come and get him.
Good boy, Sam. Good boy. We won't forget this.
Yeah, a likely story.
All right, get that broken glass, Polehouse. Put it in the Dixie cup. Now, handle it careful. We want to analyze that medicine.
You okay?
Who are these people, Sam? Accomplices?
Yeah, but not for homicide.
What about Ernst? They won't let him go free, will they?
Don't worry. He's out of circulation for good.
Mr. Spade.
Yeah, Lazarus.
I don't know how to thank you.
Yes. You don't know what this means to us.
Yes, I do. It probably means another long separation. The state prisons aren't co-ed. But if you insist on being alive, you have to take life as it comes. Period. End of bedtime story.
Oh, Sam, it's so sad. That poor couple, so much in love. But you had to do your duty, didn't you, Sam? They had to pay their debt to society, of course. That's why you had to be so hard and unrelenting and not give in to your better nature.
That's right. That's right. Never give in to the ship. Don't tread on me. It was Hobson's... what was it that Hobson... you may fire when ready?
You know best, Sam. I'll just go type this up.
And now, listen to this. A good friend of the family. That's Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, folks. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Now, get Wild Root Cream Oil at your drug or toilet goods counter in a new 25-cent Get Acquainted bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam, wake up.
Well, there, go away. Your apron's dirty.
Sam, I'm not wearing an apron.
Then why don't you let me sleep?
Sam, you've got to wake up. Your coffee's here.
And tell them I'm in conference.
No, Sam, no. The black coffee. You said to order 3 gallons.
What?
I couldn't carry it all. I'll make another trip. 24 cardboard containers. You'll have to drink it up fast now. They're leaking already.
Abandon ship, all ye who enter here.
Oh, Sam, what am I going to do with it?
Open a restaurant. Good night.
Oh, good night, Sam.
Number 3 turret, open fire.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Spade Detective Agency.
Sam, sweetheart. Any calls?
Only one, Sam. Lieutenant Dundee of Homicide. He wants you to drop around so they can get your formal statement.
No hurry, not now.
He told me what happened, Sam. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so am I.
I guess he was one of your oldest friends, wasn't he?
You don't make any friends in this business, Evie. You can write that in your book now, and I'll give you the rest of it when I get there.
You sound tired, Sam. Wouldn't you rather just,
What, baby?
well, go home and, just put it off until tomorrow or...
Yeah, maybe I... No. No, I'll get it off my chest tonight. Stay there, Effie. I'll come on down and dictate my report on the Dick Foley caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. No two ways about it, folks. Hair that's well groomed can make all the difference in the world to a person's overall appearance. That's why so many men, women, boys, and girls are turning to the famous non-alcoholic hair tonic with lanolin, Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. If you haven't tried it before, you'll want to get Wild Root Cream Oil in a new 25-cent get-acquainted size. Yes, get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Nuts.
Oh, here, Sam, let me.
Am I that shaky?
Say when.
Just to the top of the glass.
That's enough. You'll spill it.
Yeah.
Sam, what you said over the phone about not making any friends in this business, you didn't really mean that, did you?
Forget it. You can label this, file on Dick Foley. Date, fill it in.
Yes, Sam.
To Dundee at Homicide, I guess, from Samuel Spade, license number 137-596. The facts are all here. If you can dig a formal statement out of it, you're welcome. I'd known Dick Foley ever since I took out my license. We'd worked several big capers together back in my days as a Continental Lot. He and Mickey Linehan and I. Then he and Mickey opened their own office, Foley and Linehan, Private Investigations. 5 years back, Mickey stopped the slug, and since then the sign on the door read Dick Foley, Detective Agency. I'd seen Dick maybe 4 or 5 times in the last half a dozen years just to have a drink and chew the fat about the good old days. He never talked about his private life. I assumed he didn't have any. So when I went to his office day before yesterday in response to his call, I was surprised to find him in a clinch with one of the most beautiful nails I've ever seen.
Oh, Sam. Well.
Shall I come back after lunch?
Sam, this is Maxine, my wife.
Well, you don't deserve it, but I'm happy for you.
I'll return the compliment, Sam. I've wanted to meet you for years, but Dick wouldn't introduce me.
Now you know why. Well, you run along, honey. Sam's here on business.
All right, Dick. You can bring Sam home to dinner if you like. There's plenty.
If he's not too busy, but don't count on that.
Well, try anyway, won't you, Sam?
I will indeed.
Bye now.
Draw up a chair, Sam. Sit down.
Oh, yeah. What's on your mind, Dick?
You remember Claude Spicer, that grifter I sent over for that jewelry store hike back in 43?
You never told me you were married, Dick.
I'm very happily married. Now, please pay attention.
Claude Spicer, yeah. Yeah, I remember the caper. Wasn't there a dame involved?
Well, Spicer had a girlfriend, but the cops gave her a good bill of health. Spicer went up for a 5-year stretch. They sprung him last month.
Whatever happened to that dame?
Now, look, about Spicer.
He gunning for you?
You hit it.
How scared of him are you?
Well, enough to ask you for help, Sam.
What's eating him? Just revenge?
Sam, I wouldn't tell this to anybody but you. But all the facts of that caper didn't come out at that time. I saw to that.
How come?
Well, I couldn't have stayed in business in San Francisco if it had been generally known that my partner was the inside man on that jewelry store heist.
Mickey?
Yeah, Mickey Linehan. You and I are both great at choosing partners, Sam. They both deserved what they got.
Only one difference. I sent up the killer that plugged my partner. Some people thought the way you gave evidence at Spicer's murder trial wasn't so hot.
Well, he was alibied, Sam. In fact, the robbery was his alibi for the murder. I don't know how he managed it. I've been trying for 5 years to figure it out. Spicer's afraid I might succeed someday. That's why he's out to get me.
What's he waiting for?
Oh, I don't know. He won't do it simple. He'll have a fancy plan like the other time. He's tricky.
Where's he staying?
At the Belvedere. Here's his mug. I kept a plant in the building for a couple of days, but he stayed holed up in his room. I think he spotted me.
Okay, Dick, I'll give it a buzz.
Now, wait a minute, Sam.
Yeah?
I'm not asking you to do this for love. Standard fee, 25 in whiskey money. Okay?
Forget it. This one's on me. In the elevator on my way out, I studied the picture of Claude Spicer on the old police circular Dick had given me. But a picture in the back of my mind kept getting in the way. It was Dick Foley's wife, Maxine. When I hit the street, I still saw her face before me, and it was no picture, only pretty as.
Sam, I waited for you. I've got to talk to you.
My pleasure. Shall we confer in an adjacent cafe?
Wherever you say. Only I don't want Dick to know.
Then you shouldn't have married a detective.
Please, Sam.
How's this? Black watch.
Yeah.
Looks dark enough.
Oh, that booth in the corner, it's secluded.
Why not? Slide in. Oh, no, over here, stupid, not facing the street.
Oh, sorry. I'm not much good at this sort of thing. Sam, I'm not asking you to tell me what it is, but if he's in really bad trouble, I think I have a right to know.
What makes you think he's in trouble?
Well, I'm not blind. You can't live with a man and not sense it when something goes wrong.
I never thought Dick was the type to show it.
Oh, he's tried to hide it from me, and I haven't said anything. I thought if he wanted me to know, he'd tell me.
It was a wise thought. Hold on to it.
Well, I meant to. But then a terrible possibility crossed my mind. Sam, it isn't me, is it?
In what way?
Well, you know what I mean. He's been away from home nights so much lately, and he questions me so closely about where I go and who I see and so on, and Well, I may as well ask you right out. Did he hire you to check up on me? Then that is it.
No.
You're not lying to me, Sam.
Why should I?
Dick says you're almost his oldest friend. He's talked so much about you.
Then he must have told you I don't do that type of work.
Why do you keep looking at me?
Sorry, trying to place you, Maxine. I keep thinking I've seen you someplace before.
Oh, it must have been my picture. I was an actress.
Yeah. Picture. Yeah, maybe that was it.
Why do you say it like that?
Like what?
Well, as if you were angry with me.
Because I just got the caption on the picture.
Well, Sam, wait. Come back.
Yes, I had. And the caption was from a newspaper circa 1943. And it read, Actress Lovely cleared in Lanahan slaying. I flashed my tin star at the room clerk at the Belvedere, learned that Claude Spicer was in, and stuck around to make sure the clerk didn't buzz the room to tip him off. Around 4 p.m., Spicer went out, very dressed up, umbrella, gloves and all. He walked down Geary to Grant and turned north. A cold San Francisco drizzle started blowing up from the bay. I wished I'd brought my overcoat. A half a block up from California, he entered Grayson's jewelry store. I peeked through the rain-streaked show window after him. Inside, pawing eagerly through a trayful of diamond clips while a long-suffering clerk eyed her hopelessly from his side of the counter, was the actress Lovely. Maxine shot Spicer a quick glance of recognition as he entered, but they didn't speak. He took up a pose of gentlemanly patience, shrugged his eyebrows sympathetically at the clerk, and leaned elegantly on his umbrella while Maxine found fault with every piece of jewelry that was shoved in front of her. The bored expression left his face only once. That was when the clerk opened the vault and brought out some unset stones. Their act may have been fooling the clerk, but it was as plain as the nose on Spicer's face, a very plain nose it was, that they were sizing up the joint for a pushover. Maxine left first. He stayed long enough to buy a cigarette lighter and then followed her out. As I took out after him, I stopped to read the sticker on the inside of the glass door. It said, "These premises protected by Dick Foley Detective Agency." Maxine was waiting for him at the corner. I grabbed up a Chinese newspaper and used it to listen behind, but I needn't have bothered. They didn't seem to care.
Well, are you happy? Ought to be about $1 million.
Why are you so disagreeable? You ought to be feeling good.
Feeling good? 5-year stretch, I come out to find my girl married to the joker that sent me up?
You didn't think it was such a bad idea at the time.
Well, I do now. Well, after tonight, we'll go east, you and me together, baby.
He'll catch up with us wherever we go.
Oh, you should live so long.
How do you mean that?
Just like it sounds, baby. Bye.
Oh, don't leave.
I'm going to get some sleep. I'll need a clear head.
Claude, I don't want to be alone.
Oh. Not even tonight?
I don't want to be alone.
See you later, honey. Bye-bye.
He went straight back to the Belvedere, no stops. Picked up his key at the desk, no messages, took the elevator to the 8th floor. Let himself into room 809, hung out the Do Not Disturb sign, closed and locked the door behind him. I kept a plan on it till around midnight. Then I lifted the Do Not Disturb card from the doorknob and wedged it into the crack of the door. It was a crafty move, and I had just finished doing it craftily when the door opened again in my face.
Huh? Who are you? What are you doing here?
Nothing, sir. I'm making a survey.
What?
I'm from the Trotter Pole. It's like the Gallup Poll, but we're not in so much of a hurry.
Yeah?
Just kindly answer this question. As a Democrat, do you believe... Do we, huh? I picked up the Do Not Disturb card and wedged it back into the crack of his door. As any house dick knows, except, of course, Tiny Stover, the night peeper at the Belvedere, if anybody opens a door like that, the card will fall out, and somebody will always hang it on the knob. Another thing Tiny doesn't know is never to draw to an inside straight. We played 9 different kinds of poker until 5 a.m. when I thought I'd go up and have another look. All was quiet on the 8th floor. From the elevator bank, I could see room 809. The morning paper was shoved under his door, and my Do Not Disturb sign was apparently where I had planted it. I tiptoed up to make sure.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
Me? The paper boy, sir. Your morning paper.
You get around. Well.
Good news in the paper, sir?
Interesting. Jewelry store heist up on Grant Avenue.
Oh, yes, sir. Our paper only covers... What? I grabbed the paper from under 805. It was the headline I could have expected if Spicer had left his room without my knowing it. Grayson's jewelry store, the shop he and Maxine had cased that afternoon, had been taken for an estimated $1 million in uncut gems. But Spicer's door hadn't been opened, and there was no other exit. I sat down and thought. And what I thought of was that sticker on the front door of Grayson's said, "These premises protected by Dick Foley Detective Agency." When the 6 a.m. Oakland ferry boat felt its way blindly out of the slip, Claude Spicer was aboard, and so was I. Should have been getting lighter, but it wasn't. The fog was thickening over the harbor, and most of the passengers were inside drinking coffee. Spicer didn't go in. He climbed up to the boat deck and stood at the rail under the pilot's house. I planted between 2 wet paint signs and waited. Not for long. I couldn't make out any features on the man who came up and joined him. They stood face to face, not more than a foot apart, and talked in voices that couldn't get to me through the racket of the foghorns in the harbor. What spoke loud enough for me to hear was a gun. They seemed to fall into each other's arms, then collapsed in a heap on the deck. But when I got to the spot, only the dead one was there. It was Spicer. The other man had disappeared around the corner of the deck house. A ray of light from the pilot's window swept over him, and I saw gunmetal shine in his hand and then spin out over the rail as he threw it.
What? Oh, it's you, Sam. Oh, I was afraid you'd lost him.
What did you do it for, Dick?
I had my reasons, Sam. Now, trust me, I'll keep you in the clear.
How long? As long as I go on playing sucker for you?
What do you think I hired you for?
Maybe I was supposed to say you killed him in self-defense. Maybe I was supposed to see him making passes at your wife if you needed that.
But, Sam, you've got to...
I've worked for killers before. I've even worked for thieves, but not for a detective that knocks over a place he's supposed to be protecting.
Sam, it's not as simple...
Save it for the cops, Dick. I'm turning you in when we get to Oakland.
No, you're not, Sam.
Dick, come back here.
Let go, me. I'm going over the side. If you try to stop me, you're going with me.
He fought away from me, got 1 foot over the rail, and kicked out at me with the other. It caught me on the point of the chin. I stumbled forward and grabbed out blind. I must have caught him by the belt just as he jumped. I remember something pulling me halfway over the rail and trying to get free of it. I did, but not soon enough. I was in midair, and the black water came rushing up to meet me.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Dick Foley caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I found myself mechanically keeping afloat somehow and trying to get out of my coat. I felt heavy and logged, as if I'd swallowed gallons of water. The murk hung low and thick. There was nothing else to be seen anywhere. I swallowed what felt like several more gallons before I got rid of the coat. From out of the misty fog blanket, from every direction, in a dozen different keys, from near and far, foghorns sounded. I stopped swimming and floated on my back, trying to determine my whereabouts. After a while, I picked out the moaning, evenly spaced blasts of the Alcatraz siren. But they came out of the fog without direction. Seemed to beat down on me from straight above. I was somewhere in San Francisco Bay, and that was all I knew. And I suspected the current was sweeping me out toward the Golden Gate. Then a light came up ahead of me suddenly. A boat passing a few yards away. I lifted my head and screamed. But the boat siren, crying its warning, drowned out my shouts. It went on past, and the fog closed in behind it. Then I heard a new sound. Seagulls. I swam towards it, and it seemed to get lighter. Part of it was the dawn light beginning to cut through the fog blanket. But there was also a strange-looking man standing on the water and waving a green lantern back and forth. I yelled at him to wait for me, and the seagull got off his hat and flew away. When I got closer, I saw that it was not a man, but only a buoy, channel type. I used all the strength I had left to drag myself up on the base of it and let it rock me to sleep.
Hey, mate.
Pour some more of the brandy into him, Gus.
Yeah. Here. Get some of this down.
Where are we?
Hey, it ain't heaven. You can tell that by the smell.
Oh, Fisherman's Wharf.
Yeah, take it easy. We got ambulance coming. You going to the hospital?
No, I'll be okay. Hey, give me a hand.
Yeah, okay. Hey, you do us a favor, will you? Don't fall down till you get out of sight this time. We're tired of picking you up.
I thanked the two kindly old fisherfolk for their interest in my welfare, totted up the pier, fell into a taxi, and went home. While I soaked out some of my aches and pains and chills, I did some stewing about the caper so far and stewed up enough anger to carry me through to the finish. I checked the Coast Guard for news of Dick Foley. They told me his body hadn't been recovered yet. I got dressed and went over to his office. The cops hadn't been there. I went through the file cabinet. And what I found under Foley Private had me so interested that I didn't hear Maxine come in until she closed the door.
What are you looking for?
You, baby. I'm for you.
Sam.
Come here.
Oh, Sam.
Nice, huh?
Oh, you dirty
Now, don't be mad, Maxine. A gun makes a woman bulge in the wrong place.
It's not my gun.
We'll see.
Sam,
Shut up. Now, starting with the rap Spicer went up for, the same pattern. The way you worked this one tells me how you worked it the first time. You get something on a private detective. The first time, 5 years ago, it was Dick's partner, Mickey Linehan.
Yeah.
I don't know what Spicer had on him, but I do know he forced Dick to knock over Grayson's jewelry store last night.
I won't listen to you.
Okay, I'll talk to myself. I'm not saying you killed Mickey Linehan, but Dick did frame an alibi for you, didn't he? Didn't he?
Oh, you're hurting me.
Good. Try spending a night swimming around in circles in the middle of the harbor sometime. See how you like that.
All right, it's true. Dick did help me out of that old jam. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm proud our love was that important to him.
No, Spicer. That same old double-cross. Only this time I'm standing where Dick did 5 years ago. Dick was set up as a patsy the same way Mickey Linehan was, but he got smart and pulled the trigger first.
Stop it. Stop it.
Where did that hurt?
You fool. I loved Dick.
Yeah.
I loved him. That's something you can't understand. But it happens that way, no matter what people are.
You sound as if you really mean that. But you're a little late, aren't you?
He's not dead. I'm sure he isn't.
If he's not, he's really in trouble.
What do you mean by that?
I found something here in the files that Dick left, just in case Spicer got to him first.
What is it?
A confession to Mickey Linehan's murder.
That's impossible.
Were you there?
What are you going to do with it?
Turn it over to the police.
But if he's still alive...
It still counts, unless he shows and revokes it, but I don't think he will.
Why?
Because I won't back up a self-defense plea on the Spicer shooting.
But you were Dick's friend. You were his friend.
I wouldn't ask him to do it for me.
Then what can I do for him? I'll do anything at all.
Well, if he stays away, he's as good as dead. If he comes back, you'll get a jury trial. And if there are more men than women in the panel, he'd probably be acquitted on your testimony alone.
Do you really think he might have a chance?
With a jury, there's always a chance.
But where is he? How can I get word to him?
Well, if he's not fish food by now, there's one sure way of smoking him out.
Something I can do.
Nobody else.
Oh, please, tell me anything.
Sign a confession of your own.
Confession?
Not Mickey Linehan's murder or anything they might nail you for. Swear that you shot Spicer.
What?
Well, you can always renege. Make both of you look good, sacrificing for each other. How about it?
All right. Tell me what to write.
I did. She signed it. I had Effie dispatch it to all the papers and news services, and then I brought it down to the hall. Naturally, you didn't believe a word of her confession, Dundee, but when I took you aside and explained my stratagem, you endorsed it heartily and had her booked. She pressed my hand and thanked me. The look of resignation on her face was so real it was hard to believe she was faking. When she turned her back to follow the matron down the corridor, I saw why. On the back of her coat, there was a smear of white paint. I remembered the wet paint signs on the Oakland ferry boat. Dick Foley gave himself up an hour after her confession hit the street. Screamed and yelled at everybody in homicide, trying to convince them that Maxine was innocent and he should take the full rap. But I'm afraid I queered that when we confronted him with the autopsy surgeon's report. He tried to bluff even then when he read it.
Pellet A ended right side between third and fourth ribs, penetrated left lung. Pellet B, pleural membrane, side wound punctured. Well, so what, Sam?
All three on the right side, angling up, you see?
No! I don't know why. You even saw me on that boat. You saw me throw the gun over
Oh,
it.
cut it out, Dick. What I saw was in the dark. But you two men were facing each other directly. If I were going to drop a man fast at close range, face to face like that, I would not put the gun in my left hand, twist it around, straining my wrist in the process, and pull the trigger with my thumb. Unless I were left-handed, double-jointed, and a trickier shot than you are. I'd blast him straight through the middle.
All right. All right, yes, it was Maxine.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Maybe you can get cured now. Why don't you open up some more? Let me put it down like it was business.
All right, sir.
Number one, Maxine killed your partner, Mickey Linehan, 5 years ago. Probable motive to eliminate him and send Spicer up for it.
Yeah, she didn't figure on Spicer being smart enough to confess to the robbery, and that alibied him for the murder.
2, you perjured yourself to clear Maxine of the murder. Motive? To prevent the truth about your partner from coming out, and Maxine. It was motive enough for anything.
Cut it out, will you?
Sorry. 3, Spicer forced you to team up with him in the jewelry heist. How?
Well, he threatened to make a full confession as accessory to Mickey's killing. That would have put the whole works on Maxine and leave him in the clear.
Yeah. Can't be tried twice for the same crime. 4, You decided to rub out Spicer whether you could beat the rap or not and clear the books once and for all. So you pretended to play along with him, told Maxine to do the same, and called me in as umpire.
Yeah. Sam, I'm sorry. Why couldn't you lay off Maxine? Why did you have to... Oh, I thought you were my friend.
And that's about it. Period. End of friendship.
Oh. You mean the confession that you tricked her into making turned out to...
That's it, Effie.
Oh. What'll happen to him?
What
about Dick Foley?
Dick? Well, they got him on a number of things, I suppose. May take some time out of him. But I think he'll be an okay guy again.
With her out of the way.
With her out of the way.
Sam?
Go and type it up, will you? It's late. I want to get out of here.
And now, listen to this. When it comes to hair tonics, the best friend of the family is Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Now, you can get America's leading hair tonic in the new 25-cent Get Acquainted size. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Well, here it is, Sam. I know how you must feel, so I won't...
What's your hurry?
Well, I thought, you know how you always feel.
Look, sweetheart, Dick Foley was a private dick. So what?
You mean you can bring yourself to talk about it?
Sure. Go ahead, try me.
Well, Sam, it seems terribly complicated. I suppose because Mr. Foley was in the profession and thinks like you do.
Up to a point, Effie. What's bothering you?
Well, why did he call you in? You, another private detective, and he knew how smart you are and all, and...
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he thought, well, if I turned up anything, I'd look the other way.
Do you think that could ever happen to you, Sam? That's a clever phrase you dictated. He called me in as umpire. That's baseball. But if he was so clever, why didn't he win, Sam?
His mistake, Effie, was trying a quadruple play, which has never been heard of in the history of baseball or crime. All he wanted was to bat Maxine home safe. But it usually figures when 3 men are out, the side retires.
Oh, well, I don't understand baseball, Sam.
Well, that's all right. Football will be here soon anyway.
Oh, but I don't...
Good night, Libby.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Detective Agency.
They offered me a cool $1.5 million, but I couldn't be bought.
Oh, Sam, all the time fooling.
Straight goods, Effie.
Oh, really, Sam? Why didn't you take it? Oh, but you couldn't, of course.
That's right, Angel. Taxes.
Oh, You mean it would put you in a bracket?
The girl's name, in case you were going to ask, was Sugar Cane.
Was she sweet?
Oh, Effie, you made a joke.
Oh, not much of one, though.
That is true. But even though you do seem to be, as you would say, in a jugular vein, I shall be right down, serious and frowning, to dictate a chronicle steeped in the bitter tea of general confusion, brewed in a witch's cauldron of murder, greed, and avarice. That's what gives it that nutty flavor.
What, Sam?
Silly girl, I refer to the sugar cane caper, on which I will forthwith my report be down to dictate on, goodbye.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Want to look better on the job? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Want to look better to that gal of yours? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic improves your entire appearance by grooming your hair neatly and naturally, relieving dryness, removing loose dandruff. If your family hasn't yet enjoyed the benefits of America's leading hair tonic, here's what to do about it. Ask at your drug or toilet goods counter for the new 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Hello, Sam. How are you, Sam? You were so lugubrious over the phone. Sometimes you're so bucolic, but tonight...
What am I? When?
Lugubrious tonight. Just bubbling over.
Do you possibly mean I'm being lush with my verbiage?
There, you see?
Well, that's because I've been at work in the environs of Snob Hill, where they never use one word if 12 will do. Are you ready for the dictation, I guess it is? I plan to be most amusing tonight. Already I am, yet. Look, I haven't even started.
Oh.
Really, I haven't. All right. Now, pencil. Date. Alan should have such an audience. Date. October 3rd, 1948, to Clifton Cavanaugh, Esquire. Down, Effie. From Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, the sugar cane caper. On Thursday last, at 11 a.m., as I waited for the traffic signal so that I might legally cross Powell Street in order to board a cable car, a cat rubbed up against my leg. I leaned over to stroke it and noticed that it had 6 toes. I wondered if that meant anything. It didn't. Most Snob Hill addresses don't mean much anymore, but yours still does. The house was big, hideous, and reassuring.
Oh. Are you from Peppersnell?
No, I'm in business for myself. Mr. Cavanaugh in?
Oh. Well, come on in. I can't understand what happened to that boy from Peppersnell. Oh, pardon me if I seem a little hungover.
Gladly, but can you ever forgive yourself?
I like you. You got a sense of humor. You'll need it.
You trying to tell me you don't approve of Mr. Cavanaugh?
That perfume pothead.
What did he do to you?
He married my mother.
Oh. Stepfather?
Yeah. No, I'm Fred Blair.
Spade's my name. Where do I find him?
Detective?
Check.
I'll give you a clue. Look behind you.
I did. I turned and found myself looking straight into your handsome face. You looked several years younger than your stepson, with regular aquiline features, dark, widely spaced eyes, and blue-black hair.
Well, so you're the notorious Sam Spade.
Well, I don't want to seem modest.
Come into the conservatory. There's just the barest chance that we'll not be overheard.
Good.
There. Sit down.
What's your problem, Mr. Cavanaugh?
Problem indeed. Problems, plural. Starting with that junior grade lush that collared you at the door.
He's very fond of you, too.
Well, you can't imagine what a trial that boy's been to me. Both the children. For some reason, neither Fred nor his sister Eunice ever quite accepted me as their father.
You don't say.
I suppose my youth counted against me. I think they misinterpreted my motives. When any man marries a wealthy widow twice his age...
Yeah. Why did you send for me, Mr. Cavanaugh?
Well, it all started several months back, before my wife, their mother, where was I? Oh, died. The scandal quite literally killed her.
You're sure that's what did the trick?
Fred, who, among other talents, was a positive genius for knowing the wrong sort of people, struck up an acquaintance with a hoodlum named Johnny Verona.
Nice, clean-cut gangster type, runs a joint on Pacific Street.
Precisely. With the positively hysterical name of the Subtropico.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was a sordid brawl of some sort. A man shot. Obviously, this Johnny Verona shot him. Fred had to give testimony before the grand jury. It was all we could do to keep it out of the paper.
But you did.
No, and old Eleanor, my wife, that is, dropped dead when the butler brought in the Chronicle. But the worst was yet to come, Sam.
Well, don't keep me hanging, Cliff.
Well, Fred continued to frequent this bistro, this dive of Verona's.
I understand.
I believe the bait is a toothsome little teaser with the unlikely name of Sugar Cane.
She likes Fred.
No woman in her right mind would look twice at that idiot, even if he were twice as rich and only half as sodden. Then, where was I? Oh, yes, this Verona person came here several times on the pretext of pouring Fred through the front door and thereby met my stepdaughter, Eunice.
Well, that's a very interesting story, Mr. Cavanaugh. Now, maybe you'll tell me what you want a detective for.
Because my stepdaughter has brazenly informed me that she intends to marry this gangster. I want you to help me prevent that marriage.
I don't see.
Don't see what?
I don't see how I can.
Well, perhaps I didn't make myself clear. When Verona was arrested for that shooting in his club, Fred didn't tell the grand jury all he knew. Now, if you could prove that Verona is guilty, then we'd be rid of him for good.
Is it Verona you want to get rid of or your stepson?
Good Lord, you don't think Fred did it?
Do you?
Why, no, of course not.
Okay, supposing Verona did it, then Fred goes up on a perjury rap, maybe accessory.
Oh. Well, I have no overwhelming desire to injure Fred.
Look, why don't you tell me what you have an overwhelming desire for?
Well, under the terms of her mother's will, Eunice will inherit $3 million as soon as she marries.
When?
When what?
When do I meet her?
Be serious, man. Now, I will pay Verona $50,000 in cash if he'll stay away from her.
Would you take $50,000 as the payoff in a $3 million caper?
In this instance, yes. Eunice is not very well, and you may quote me on that. Book, chapter, and verse.
To Johnny Verona?
To Johnny Verona.
Okay. Water's mighty cold this time of the year at the bottom of the bay, but if you don't care, I don't.
Thank you. Let me know how it comes out.
Don't give it a second thought. You'll know. Don't get up, Mr. Cavanaugh. I know the way out.
Hey, Spade, wait up.
Well, you look a little better.
Listen, there's something you ought to know. He was my sister's boyfriend before he married my mother. He did it out of revenge because Eunice threw him over. He still wants to marry her.
Any particular reason?
Oh, my mother put that crazy marriage clause in her will. He's been systematically getting rid of every man who's been interested in her. Bought him off, threatened him off any way he could. Why? He thinks Eunice will eventually marry him to get her inheritance. But she won't. She'll kill him first, and if she doesn't, I'll do it for her.
Fred.
Oh, yeah?
Fred, what on earth are you saying? Who is this man?
Well, he's the detective.
Sam Spade. You're Eunice Blair?
Yes, I want to talk to you. Fred, go and...
Yeah. See you later, Spade.
I know why my stepfather hired you, Mr. Spade. If you need the money, go ahead. But this time it won't work.
You look as if you'd like to be a nice girl. How did you happen to settle for a cheap grifter like Johnny Verona?
Because we understand each other, and he can't be scared off.
Any message I can take him from you?
Tell Johnny I'll meet him at the usual place. And tell him I still like my coffee black. No sugar.
I didn't ask her what kind of sugar she didn't want any of. I thought I knew. The only thing wrong with Sugar Cane's dance was her dancing, but the customers didn't seem to mind, and I didn't either. It was a pleasure to size her up carefully, as I would have felt obliged to do anyway in my professional capacity. She was a black-haired number with aquiline features and widely spaced dark eyes. It was a beautiful combination, and I wondered where I'd seen it before quite recently. I decided to find out.
What's the
idea of barging in here after me. Can't you see the sign on the door? No customers in the dressing rooms.
Then let's go someplace else. I want to talk to you.
Beat it.
Take it easy. This is on business.
Good. I'll fix it up with the boss. Johnny!
Yeah, sugar? What's the matter? Is Joe giving you trouble?
You trailed in here after me, the cheap masher, on the pretext of discussing business affairs.
Okay, out you go.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Come on, move.
And don't come back.
Well?
Sorry, I had to give that bum's rush routine. I don't want to get her excited. She's a nice kid, and she doesn't know why you're here.
I take it you do.
Yeah. Eunice called me and told me you'd be down.
Okay, Johnny, I'll give it to you fast and get out. Clifton Cavanaugh will pay you $50,000 to leave Eunice alone. He also made a few idle or not-so-idle threats about what might happen to her if you don't take his money.
For example?
He said she hasn't been feeling well, might not live long enough to get married. I don't have to tell you what I think about that kind of talk, and I wouldn't be peddling it if my office rent wasn't due. That's why when you started giving me that bum's rush, I made only, shall we say, a token resistance?
Yeah. About me marrying Eunice, you can tell Clifton to stop worrying.
Hmm?
Yeah, Eunice and I got married 3 weeks ago.
You what?
Married. You want to see the papers?
Why the secrecy?
I don't want her to get hurt.
You're scared of Clifton?
Nah, sugar. She's got a very low boiling point. Pardon me. Yeah. Yeah, Nick. What is? Go ahead. Yeah, I heard you. No, don't touch anything. Don't let anybody in. I'll be right over.
Bad news?
Yeah, Eunice. She's dead.
How?
One of my boys found her in my apartment. She was supposed to wait for me there.
How did it happen?
He's not sure. He thinks she took poison.
I had to give Johnny Verona one thing. He didn't make any pretense about being grief-stricken. But after all, he just inherited $3 million. Sugar Kane took it standing up, too, but she just lost a rival and got her man back $3 million richer. I wasn't with you when you got the news, Mr. Cavanaugh. But the one I really wondered about was Eunice's brother, Fred. What brought that on was something I picked up in Johnny Verona's apartment where we found Eunice's body sprawled out over a tray of coffee things. It was a medicine bottle with a doctor's prescription number on the label. The name of the druggist that had put it up was Pfefferschnau. I remembered what Fred had said to me when he admitted me to your house that afternoon. Quote, "Are you the man from Pfefferschnau's?" I wondered if I'd answered yes, would Eunice still be alive?
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Sugar Cane Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
The morning papers didn't carry anything new on Eunice's death. Cause was put down to an overdose of a toxic drug. The doctor who prescribed it said she'd requested it for migraine headaches, which he suggested might have driven her to suicide. He did not explain why she had taken 4 doses in capsule form and dissolved the rest of it in a decanter of coffee. I thought somebody else had dosed the coffee, and so did you, Mr. Cavanaugh.
Verona did it, of course. He knew she was taking those pills and dosed the coffee just enough to be fatal when added to what she took voluntarily.
You knew all that, too.
Well, so did Fred.
But you had more reasons, 3 million more.
But they were already married.
You know that when you hired me?
Yes.
Then how come?
I knew she was planning to do away with herself. I thought if we could pin it on Verona, after all, he's guilty of that old murder. Fred's a witness to that. Well, if he were convicted, the money would revert to me.
Nuts.
You don't believe me?
She wasn't planning suicide, and you know it.
Well, then?
I don't care who takes the fall, but I got less on Verona than I got on you.
Then I'll give you something. Here. Take a look. Verona's lawyer sent this around before her body was cold. A claim for $3 million, notarized yesterday while Eunice was still alive. Well, Mr. Spade?
Pardon me while I drop dead. You did and waited hopefully, but I managed to stay on my feet. I even managed to make it down the hall to the bar where I found your stepson ambushed behind a row of empty bottles.
Fine detective you turn out to be. I warned you. Stand up like a man. That's all right. I'll take on both of you.
Come on, sober up. Makes sense.
Where's my drink? Who took my glass?
Here it is.
Give me it.
Sure.
You spill it. Ooh, ice on my shirt.
Listen to me. This is very important.
Important?
You were expecting a delivery from a drugstore when I arrived there yesterday morning. Who ordered it?
She did. Eunice. She told me to watch for it and bring it to her.
Did you do that?
No. No, she wasn't here.
What did you do with that bottle of medicine?
I'm sleepy. I gotta get some rest.
Wake up!
No.
I said, wake up!
Leave me alone.
Now, listen. You took that bottle with you when you went out. Where did you take it?
I tell you when you let me go to sleep.
You took that bottle with you, didn't you?
You're guessing. I know you're third degree.
You went to Verona's apartment, didn't you?
Two gentlemen of Verona. Willie Shakespeare.
You doped that coffee, didn't you, with the poison that killed your sister?
I didn't mean it for her. I didn't know she was going there.
Go on talking.
I want a lawyer. I know my rights.
Listen, I'm not a cop. I'm not taking a statement. You're too drunk for it to hold anyway, so you can tell me.
Okay. Here's how it happened. She took her 4 pills and went to bed.
Yeah?
I sneaked a bottle out of the medicine chest, and I went over to his place. His boy Nick was there making coffee for the boss, he said, when he got home. I hung around talking for a while, and I slipped some of the stuff in the percolator while he was getting out the cups. And that's all.
Why did you want to kill Johnny Verona?
So Eunice wouldn't have to marry him.
What do you mean, have to?
She was doing it for me, so he'd keep quiet.
About that brawl in the club, that old killing they tried to nail Johnny for?
Yeah, that's it. The gun that did it. He got rid of it before the cops arrived. That was my gun.
Fred, straighten up. Look.
Yeah.
Johnny dictated the story you told the grand jury. How do I know he didn't dictate the one you're telling me now? Who are you covering for?
I didn't say anything. I didn't tell you anything. Get out of here!
What's the matter with you?
Get out the window!
The revolver barrel that crashed through the darkened window pane behind the bar spoke twice. I answered it. I looked out into the darkness, making myself a good enough target to draw some fire. I fired back at the flashes. I was depending more on luck than aim, and luck was what I wasn't having much of. I went back to the place where Fred had fallen. The shots that had dropped him were luckier. He'd been dead before he hit the floor.
What is it? What's happened here?
See for yourself.
Who?
Shot through the window. Couldn't see anything but the gun muzzle. Looked like a .45.
Johnny Verona, he packs a .45.
Who told you that?
It came out of that investigation. One of the reasons they couldn't indict for that old shooting.
There were a lot of reasons they couldn't get that indictment.
What are you driving at?
Neither one of the leading suspects was guilty.
I don't follow you.
Sugar Kane did that job.
Well, that's wild.
What if I told you Fred made a statement to that effect before he was shot?
You're lying. He confessed.
Did I tell you that?
Well, he must have. He always talked about it when he was drunk.
All right. I was bluffing.
Why?
Just a crazy hunch. I thought there might be something between you and Sugar. Now I'm sure there isn't.
Of course not.
Should have spotted it before. You're too much the same type. Even look alike.
I can't make you out.
Well, don't try. It's not worth it. You better call homicide about Fred here. Tell Lieutenant Dundee if he wants my statement, I'll be at my apartment. After I pretended to leave, I came back and did a little eavesdropping of my own. You didn't phone homicide, but you did spend an hour filing out the barrel of a .45 automatic. Then you went out. I tailed you to an address on Sloat Boulevard. A short time after you went in, Sugar Cane came out alone. I followed her to, you know the answer, my apartment. I went in the back way via the fire escape and arrived in time to answer her buzz.
Oh, Mr. Spade, thank heaven I found you at home.
So am I. Come in.
I know it's terribly late.
Forget it. Won't you take off your coat or something?
Can't stay very long. It's not safe. I may have been followed here.
Oh, surely not.
Sam, you don't mind if I call you Sam?
No.
I'm so frightened. It's about Johnny Verona. I don't know what he may do. He's convinced that Fred killed Eunice, and he's out gunning for him right now. We've got to stop him before he does anything rash.
You come to the wrong party, Sugar. I'm working for the enemy.
Enemy?
Kavanaugh.
Oh.
It's no skin off his nose if Johnny Verona drops Fred Blair or if you all drop. All he does is sit back and collect.
Oh, he can't be as cynical as that.
You ought to know.
Has he told you anything about me?
I'd rather hear it from you.
Maybe sit down. Well, there's not much to tell. I played along with Johnny for one reason and one reason alone. To save Fred from that old murderette.
Were you figuring on marrying into that family, too?
Oh,
Sam. A regular pincers movement, wasn't it? Johnny and Eunice, you and Fred.
All right. It's true I wasn't in love with Fred, but it wasn't all the money. I was sorry for him. Money's not what I really want. I know that now.
What do you want?
Someone. Someone I can trust.
Me too, Sugar.
Oh, Sam, you're what I want. Say you want me to. Please say it. Don't answer it, Sam.
Why not?
Johnny may have followed me here. He's insanely jealous.
Well, I gotta face it out with him sooner or later. Might as well be now.
Sam, be careful.
Stand out of the way, Sugar.
No, Sam. No, please.
Don't reach, Johnny.
I'm not gunning for you, Spade.
In that case, come on in.
Well, Sugar. I didn't believe him that you were coming here.
I had to, Johnny. He got some crazy confession out of Fred while he was drunk. I had to stall him till you and Cliff could talk to him. To save Fred, I mean.
Oh, stop horsing around. We all know that we all know Fred is dead, and we all know that we all know who killed him.
Then Cliff was leveling. You are trying to pin that on me.
I don't need it, but if you want it, you can have it.
There's $3 million in my part of it. I'll split down the middle with you. If you throw in with them, it's a three-way split.
There's no split at all if you take the rap for Eunice's killing, and you will if you throw in with me. It's their word against mine. 2 witnesses against 1, and all I've got is a confession by a drunk who is now dead.
Sam. Oh, Sam, I was sure for a moment you...
Get away from me.
Sam,
Go on. Go to work on him. I should have given you a little more time. That wasn't fair, was it, Sugar?
I hate you. I hate you both. I never want to see you again.
Get back in that room, Sugar.
Cliff.
What happened, Sugar? Why were you running away?
Johnny double-crossed us. Now Sam knows everything.
What does he know?
The whole caper. Part of it I wasn't quite sure of until I saw you and Sugar standing side by side. That blue-black hair, the same eyes, plus the fact that the bell on Sugar's apartment on Sloat Boulevard reads Kane, parenthesis, Kavanaugh. You took a crazy chance when you knocked off Fred with me right there in the room. The kind of a crazy chance a brother would take to keep his sister clear.
I could have told you that.
It would have helped a lot, Johnny, but you didn't. When a man lets his sister go on dancing in a joint like yours after he's in the chips and she goes on liking it, you can be sure they're both playing for big stakes and for nobody but themselves. Where do you think you were supposed to wind up, Johnny? I'll tell you. Drinking that poison coffee that Eunice got hold of by mistake.
That isn't true, Johnny. I never told Fred a thing. He thought you really loved Eunice. I don't know how he found out you were forcing her into that marriage.
Did you also neglect to tell him that he was innocent? That you pulled the trigger in that old killing and shoved a gun into his hand when he was too drunk to know what he was doing?
I've heard enough. Watch it, Johnny.
No!
I winged you a split second before you fired. Your aim went wild. All I saw at first was that it missed Johnny. Then I saw him move forward in her direction. She was leaning against the wall, a puzzled expression on her face. Her hand plucking nervously at a spot of red that was spreading against the white of her dress. He caught her as she pitched forward and carried her over to a couch. She didn't speak again. You and Johnny knelt beside her until the cops arrived. If you were aware of each other's presence, neither of you showed it. Period. End of report.
That was a sad ending, Sam.
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry it ended so sadly.
Well, it was bound to, one way or the other. There wasn't anybody in the whole gallery that thought about anybody but himself. Except poor Fred, I guess, and his only friends arrived in bottles and left in the ash can.
All those millions and millions. We'll get the money now, Sam.
I'm glad you asked that. It leaves me cold. Go type that up while I knit myself a sweater.
And now, listen to this. It's the smart mother who sees to it that Wild Root Cream Oil is always kept handy around the house. For she knows that Wild Root Cream Oil grooms her family's hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Get acquainted by asking for the new 25-cent bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Terrible group of unfortunates. As you say, it just had to end badly.
If you hope to get back in my good graces by quoting me to trick me into agreeing with you, you have succeeded.
There you go, Sam. So lugubrious.
Effie, what is this? What means lugubrious?
Oh, Sam, it's wonderful. It's my new habit.
Oh?
Every time I read a book now, and like you read a book and there's a word you don't know what it means or you're not sure.
Yeah.
Well, I make it a practice now to write down and learn 3 new words per day.
Well.
And learn the definitions to use them in conversation. Like desultory.
And lugubrious?
Yes, that's one of my 3 for today. You see? Lugubrious, right here it is. To talk a great deal. Bucolic, state of being sorrowful. And verbose, to be out in the country.
I see. Very praiseworthy. Enlarging your vocabulary.
Yes,
love it.
I am. But I don't expect to be really lugubrious for the nonce.
Look, Effie, why don't you go verbose for the weekend? It's the best cure for the bucolic.
Oh, Sam, look what I've done.
What have you done?
I've clipped the wrong definitions to the right words.
Well.
For instance, lugubrious, well, it isn't that at all. And bucolic, let me see. Oh, Sam, I've learned them wrong.
I wasn't going to tell you, Effie. It's better to find out for yourself. It's more, efficacious.
My new habit. Oh. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin with score composed by Renee Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now, once again, here we are in Dr. Watson's comfortable study. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Sit down, my boy, and make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. Warm tonight, isn't it?
It is indeed. Quite summery, in fact.
Let's see. Tonight you're going to tell us about the strange adventure of Mr. John Scott Eccles at Wisteria Lodge, aren't you?
Yes, and I think I can promise, sir, that you'll find it weird enough to make you shiver a bit, in spite of the weather.
Good. I can hardly wait. Men, if you want that prosperous, successful look which stands out in the crowd, remember, well-groomed hair means a lot to a man's appearance. And I'm sure you'll want to know why so many of America's most prosperous and successful men use Kreml Hair Tonic. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look. Why it keeps hair neatly in place longer. Yet Kreml never leaves hair looking or feeling greasy, sticky, or dirty. Kreml never leaves hair feeling cakey or stiff. Just make this test, men. After you apply Kreml, rub your hand over your hair. Notice how delightfully clean your hair feels. Notice how no greasy film comes off on your hand or your hatband. Kreml always gives your hair such a handsome, clean-cut appearance, as if your barber had just combed it. At the end of the day, your hair looks just as neatly groomed as when you combed it in the morning. Buy a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what about the strange experience of Mr. John Scott Eccles and Wisteria Lodge?
It was a bleak, wintry day. The year was 1892, I believe. We were in our rooms in Baker Street, and Holmes had received a telegram during lunch. He'd read it and sent off a reply. The lunch things were subsequently cleared away, and Holmes was standing in front of the fireplace, smoking his pipe, a thoughtful look on his face. Suddenly, he turned to me with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes.
Watson, you are supposed to be a man of letters. How would you define the word grotesque?
Grotesque? Why, something strange, remarkable.
No, there's more in it than that. Grotesque. There's an underlying suggestion of the tragic and the terrible.
Yes, but why all this introspection? Who's been using the word now?
This telegram. Read it.
Oh, let's have a look. I've just had most incredible and grotesque experience. May I consult you? Signed J.S. Eccles. And sent from the Charing Cross post office. Eccles. I wonder if it's a man or a woman.
Man, of course. No woman would have sent a reply-paid telegram.
No?
No. She would have come herself. And that, if I'm not mistaken, is Mr. Eccles himself. Let's take a peek at him before Mrs. Hudson lets him in. Watson, don't joggle the curtain like that. It's too obvious.
Respectable looking, eh, Holmes? Notice the grey whiskers? Pompous old bird.
Yes. Everything from his spats to the gold-rimmed spectacles and top hat pronounce him a conservative. A churchman, a good citizen, orthodox and conventional to the last degree.
Yes, but what is such a paragon coming here for?
Accidents, my dear Watson, sometimes happen even in the best regulated circles. Shh, here he is. Come in. Good day. Mr. Eccles, I presume?
Yes, Eccles. John Scott Eccles. I've just had a most upsetting and unpleasant experience, Mr. Holmes. Most improper, most outrageous.
Pray sit down, Mr. Eccles.
Oh, thank you.
This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
It's an outrage. That's what it is.
Oh, sorry.
May I ask, Mr. Eccles, why you didn't come to me at once?
What do you mean?
It's now 2:15. Your telegram was dispatched at 1:15. And yet one glance at the somewhat disheveled state of your attire shows that the disturbance dates from the moment of your waking.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I never gave a thought to my appearance. My one idea was to get out of that house. But I've been busy since then, running round to the house agents, you know. The fellow's rent was paid right enough.
Come, Mr. Eccles, I'm afraid you've acquired my friend Dr. Watson's deplorable habit.
Huh?
He is prone to tell his stories wrong end foremost.
Now, look here, Holmes, I really
don't
see why...
interrupt, Watson. Now, Mr. Eccles, will you please give us the facts of the case? Now what? Come in.
Aha!
Oh, so it's you, Lestrade, the watchdog of Scotland Yard. I might have known no one else would come thundering at the door in that fashion.
I thought I'd find him here. Are you not Mr. John Scott Eccles of Poppermouse Lee?
Naturally he is. You traced him through his telegram to me. It's all perfectly obvious, so why be so melodramatic?
Who is this gentleman?
Allow me to introduce Inspector Lestrade, mastermind of Scotland Yard.
You better blazes, Mr. Holmes. It's Mr. Eccles I'm after.
And what for, if I may be so impertinent?
The murder of Mr. Aloysius Garcia of Wisteria Lodge near Esher.
Dead? You say he's dead?
Now, none of that surprise stuff. This letter was found in his pocket. You wrote it, didn't you?
Of course.
You accepted his invitation to spend last night in his house, didn't you?
Yes.
You did stay the night there, eh?
Yes, but I can explain.
Explain, eh?
One moment, Lestrade. Mr. Eccles was on the verge of telling me what happened during his visit. I suggest we allow him to proceed. Draw up a chair, Lestrade. You might learn something.
Oh, very well, but I warn you, Mr. Eccles, anything you say may be used in evidence against you.
But I'm sure my story, but also... Oh, dear me.
Go on, please. Go on.
Oh, yes. Well, you see, Mr. Holmes, I'm a bachelor of a rather sociable turn of mind. I cultivate a large number of friends, among them Mr. Gerald Melville.
Gerald Melville, the retired brewer?
Oh, yes, that's the one.
Well, nothing like a glass of Melville's double brew to quench a thirst on a hot day, eh, Lestrade?
Oh, Watson, don't interrupt.
Oh, sorry.
Well, it was there some weeks ago that I met a fellow named Garcia. He was, I understood, of Spanish descent and connected with the embassy. we struck up quite a friendship. One thing led to another, ended by his inviting me to spend a few days at his house, Wisteria Lodge, between Isha and Oxford.
How many were there in his household?
He had a sort of valet butler, a countryman of his named Jose, and a half-breed cook called Grogo.
Queer household to find in the heart of Surrey, eh, Holmes?
Yes, Dr. Watson. So I thought at the time. It proved a good deal queerer than I expected.
Yeah, now let's get to the point. You went to the house?
Yes. I arrived last night, a few hours after dinner. Drove over from Isha. Storm was brewing. House was fair-sized, a crazy, tumble-down affair. I'll admit I had some doubts as to the wisdom of my visit as we went up the drive.
Delighted to see you, my dear friend. Delighted. I was afraid you might not reach this place before the storm arrived. Jose, you will take the Senor Eccles' things to his room. The one in front, across the hall from my own.
Si, senor.
Ah, that is he, my priceless Jose.
Forbidding-looking fellow, I must say, Garcia. Looks more like a brigand than a servant.
Yes, that is what makes him so truly remarkable. Ah, but come in here into my study. There is a fire and some good red wine and a sandwich for you which my good Groco has made especially. In here. Come.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you. Well, this is better. I'll admit I was chilled from that drive. And your hall is a trifle drafty, my dear Garza.
But here we are what you call cozy, eh? Here, come, sit by the fire.
Oh, I feel good.
A glass of wine, no?
Not a bad idea.
Good. I will have one, too. So, and here is your sandwich.
Thank you. Well, by Jove, I say, this sandwich is hot.
Yes, a Spanish specialty. It is full of onion.
So I noticed.
Dios, what was that?
Sounds like someone at the front door. There it is again. I say, Garcia, you look white as a sheet. Is anything the matter?
No, nothing at all. Only that it is so late for someone to be calling.
Look here, I'll go to the door if you're afraid.
No, senora, it is not necessary. Jose will go. Ah, listen, he is going now.
I wonder who it is on a night like this.
Come in. What is it, Jose? What has happened?
Message for you, senor. A letter.
Good. Give it to me. So, that is it.
It is what, senor?
Never mind, Jose. And close the door.
Look here, Garcia. What's the matter? Did the letter have bad news?
Bad news? The letter? Oh, but no, senor. Just an invitation. I do not even bother to answer. See, it goes into the fire.
Why are you trembling?
Trembling? Me? It is the cold. I am not accustomed to this climate. But it is late, and I am a bad host, no? You want to go to bed?
Not particularly. And look here. If you're afraid of something, I'm perfectly willing to sit up all night.
Afraid? Come on. Show you to your room. You will take this candle, please.
Oh, that's a bad draft you have in this hall, Garcia. I can hardly keep the candle from blowing out.
This way, please. This is your room, senor. I am in there, across the hall.
Good. Then you can call to me if you get the jumps again.
Or if I see a ghost, eh? Good night, senor.
Good night.
And pleasant dreams.
Pleasant dreams. I'm more apt to have nightmares in a place like this. Not even a fire in here. Looks like an iceberg. The storm's getting nearer. What a clock. Sounds like the knell of doom. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. After all, midnight. Had no idea it was so late. My watch must have stopped. Well, it says only 11:15. Suppose I forgot to wind it.
Senor Eccles. Senor Eccles, are you still awake?
Well, if I hadn't been, that clock would have wakened me.
So sorry. Never mind. Next time it strikes only once for 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's a revelation.
What I want to say, senor, is the bell by the bed. If you will ring it in the morning when you wake up, Jose will bring you your hot water.
Oh, thanks.
Good night again, senor. So far, I have seen no ghosts.
What does he mean by that? Ghosts. Oh, this would certainly be the place for them. That storm is going to break any minute now. Wish that candle wouldn't flicker so. Weird shadows. I don't like the way they move about. Get on my nerves. Better blow the candle out. That'll finish them. Now, if I can get a little sleep. Oh, what a bed. What's that?
So you think you heard a scream, Mr. Eccles?
Well, I wasn't sure. A storm broke at about that time. It may have been the wind.
What a curious evening.
The most curious thing about it was the clock. Do you often let your watch run down, Mr. Eccles?
No, I can't say that I do. Well, next morning the storm had cleared. I woke about dawn and tossed about half an hour. When I found that I couldn't go back to sleep, I rang for my hot water. Place. That bed should be in a museum. Oh, it's even colder than last night. Confound that, Jose. Where's my hot water? Never did like the country. That fellow's probably still asleep. Maybe if I shout. Jose! I say, Jose! I don't like it. This place is too quiet. Jose! Grogo, where are you? What the deuce? Why doesn't all this bellowing wake Garcia? Must be a sound sleeper. Garcia! Garcia, are you up? Confound the man. Oh, you don't suppose? Oh, nonsense. I'm getting as jumpy as he was last night. Garcia, wake up! I say, I better go in and see if the man's all right. I say, Garcia, are you... Garcia! What? Oh, look here. He's gone. The bed hasn't been slept in. Garcia! Jose! Garcia! I was thoroughly upset, Mr. Holmes. I ran from room to room shouting. They were empty. The men were gone. My host, the footman, the cook, all vanished in the night.
Quite a unique experience, eh, Watson?
Yes, one of the most...
I was furious. I packed my bag, set off to visit the chief land agent in the village. And I found everything in order. Garcia had rented the place right enough, but even paid 3 months in advance. My next step was to come into town, call at the Spanish embassy.
Yes?
They had never heard of Garcia. That is the end of my story.
Well, I admit it seems to fit in with what we discovered at Wisteria Lodge. We even found the note you spoke of.
But Garcia threw it into the fire. I saw him do it.
It was a dog grate. He overpitched it. I found this crumpled up at the back.
Yes, that's it. I recognize the paper.
May I see it?
What's it say?
Our own colors. Green and white. Green open, white shut. Main stair, first corridor, 7th right, green baize. Godspeed, sign D. Woman's writing. An assignation of some sort, I'd say.
Well, why should he turn pale if it was just an amorous intrigue?
It was more than that. She writes Godspeed. It was a serious and dangerous undertaking.
Who do you suppose she is? She signs us up D. He was Spanish, and she must have been too. D. Ah, that might stand for Dolores.
Very good, Watson.
Oh, thank you.
But unfortunately, she wasn't Spanish.
Wasn't Spanish? Why not?
She writes to our Spanish friend in English.
Oh,
and there were others in it, too. The envelope is addressed in a different hand, a man's writing. And the print of a man's cufflink has been pressed into the sealing wax. A remarkable note. There's something about it I don't quite like. Lestrade, where did you say Garcia was found?
Oxshot Common, about an eighth of a mile from his home. Head battered in.
Footprints?
Well, there weren't any we could see. The rain had washed them out.
Robbed?
No. His watch and money were left intact. Well, Mr. Eccles, if you don't mind stepping around the yard, I'd like your story in writing.
Certainly. I'll come at once. But I should like to retain your services, Mr. Holmes.
I shall be delighted to collaborate with Scotland Yard if Lestrade doesn't mind.
And what good would it do if I did?
Then it's settled. I suggest we take a run down to Isha, Watson. I find I have a longing for the country.
Yeah, I'm coming too.
Splendid. Suppose we meet tonight at Mr. Garcia's poetically named villa. What was it? Yes. Wisteria Lodge. I fancy it'll be a case of chercher la femme.
Chercher la... Oh, French. Look for the woman. Oh, what woman?
The woman who wrote that note. If I'm not mistaken, she's in a decidedly dangerous position.
In just a moment, we'll find out what Sherlock Holmes discovers on the visit to Wisteria Lodge. Every man who takes pride in his appearance should know that handsome, healthy-looking hair needs a hygienic scalp. That's why, when you buy a hair tonic, be sure to get your money's worth. Don't settle for just any hairdressing when you can enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml hair tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients, the like of which has never been duplicated in any other hair tonic. Kreml keeps dry, stubborn hair neatly in place all day and always gives hair such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never sticky or greasy. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Kreml leaves your scalp feeling so alive and tingling. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff. It's simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. And if your hair is so dry it breaks off and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable. So men, buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Let Kreml help keep your scalp hygienic. Your hair always looking handsome, always looking its very best. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, you and Sherlock Holmes went down to Wisteria Lodge.
Yes, Mr. Bell. That night found us walking in the neighborhood of Isha. It was pitch black, and there was a wind blowing. Look here, Holmes. Why go plodding about on a night like this? There's another storm brewing up. Why not wait until daylight? It's too dark to see anything now anyway. Even the road.
Oh, stop grumbling, Watson. We promised Lestrade we'd pick him up at the villa.
Yes, but
Besides, we've got to rescue that woman. That note was written under pressure. The writing was shaky. Someone else addressed the envelope, sent it off, and lured Garcia to his death. She's probably being kept prisoner at this moment, unless they've killed her, too.
How are we going to find her?
The note ran, main stair, first corridor, 7th right, green baize. That indicates a large house.
Yes, but there aren't many large houses in the neighborhood.
Quite. Moreover, it had to be a house Garcia could get to, do what he intended to do, and be back by 12 o'clock. Less than an hour's time.
What do you mean?
I mean that Garcia invited our friend Mr. Eccles to visit him with one purpose in mind.
Oh, what was that?
He wanted an alibi. That is why the clock struck 12 when Mr. Eccles' watch indicated it was only 11:15, which was the correct time, by the way. Garcia intended to be somewhere else at 12 o'clock.
Yes, but where?
Somewhere within the radius of a mile. There are only 2 large houses within this radius. One belongs to Lord Weaverly, a conservative old fellow. He's out of the question. The other, High Gables, was rented just last month by a man who calls himself Henderson, but who looks like a foreigner. The whole house is run by foreign servants, with the exception of an English governess for his little girl.
You think that she may be the woman in question?
I only know she has not been seen for the last 3 days.
It looks bad.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, that is a light from Wisteria Lodge shining through the trees.
Yes, the Lestrade's here ahead of us. Lugubrious-looking place. Eh, Holmes?
Yes. One across the driveway. That's Lestrade sitting in the middle of the study with a light beside him. What's the matter with the man? He's as stiff as a ramrod. Tap on the window, Watson.
Oh, it's you. Thank God for that.
What's up, Lestrade? Open the window.
I never expected to see the day when I'd be so glad to see your face, Mr. Holmes. It's been a bad evening.
Here, Watson. Step over the sill. That's it. You can close the window behind you. Now then, Lestrade, what's been giving you the jumps?
Well, it's a lonely, silent house, and what with that queer thing in the kitchen, when I heard you tapping at the window, I thought it had come again.
It? What is it?
The devil, for all I know. I got here a bit earlier. I was sitting here reading a book when all of a sudden something made me look up. And there was a face looking in at me through the lower pane.
Great Scott.
What was it like?
Well, it wasn't black, nor was it white. Sort of a clay color. Like it was dead and had earth on it. And the size of it, twice as big as yours.
Good gracious me.
But the look on the face was the worst of it. Great goggle eyes and a line of white teeth like a hungry beast. I tell you, I couldn't move a finger. I just shut my eyes and held my breath, and when I got the courage to look again, it was gone. Like that, into thin air.
Let's have a look round the house.
Wait till you see what's in the kitchen.
Oh, no time like the present. You know the place, Lestrade. You lead the way.
Not in your life. I'll go with you, but not ahead of you.
Oh, all right.
Here. Down this corridor to the right.
Watson, you had better hold the lamp. Lestrade's hand doesn't seem to be as steady as usual.
This is the kitchen.
Untidy-looking place. Look. What an extraordinary thing. Chicken feathers all over the room.
Yes. A white cock torn savagely to pieces.
And over in that corner is a goat with its throat slit and blood all over the place.
How perfectly beastly.
Yeah, but that's not the worst of it. Look here, by the sink. Here's something to make your flesh creep.
What a sinister, shriveled-up thing. Looks like a barbaric doll or a mummified monkey.
That is no doll, Watson. Nor yet a monkey. That was once a human being. A South American native, to be exact.
What?
Down there, some of the wilder tribes have a secret process by which they can dry and dwarf the bodies of their dead enemies until they look like this. It's a voodoo fetish. And all this mess of blood and slain animals indicates a South American voodoo sacrifice. South American? Green and white, of course.
What is it, Holmes?
Never mind, Watson. No time for discussion. Hurry. We must go to High Gables and find the governess. She must be made to talk while she's still able. That's the house. Governess's room is at the back. Hello. What's this? Closed carriage without lights drawn up at the front door and baggage piled on top.
They're trying to make a getaway.
We must stop them.
How can we? We've got no warrant.
Thank heavens I'm not a member of the official police. My revolver's warrant enough for me.
Look. The front door's opening. 2 men are coming out.
The one in the greatcoat is Henderson, as he calls himself. I think I can tell you his real name if I get a look at his face.
They're carrying something between them.
Why, it's a woman. The governess. Why can't she walk? What have they done to her?
They're putting her in the carriage.
Come on. We must stop them. Now then, hands up, both of you.
Carlo, drive on. Take no attention. Drive on.
No, you don't, Carlo. One move to pick up those reins and you'll get a bullet through you. Now then, what have you done to that woman?
She's sick. We are taking her to London. You must not stop us.
Lestrade, light the carriage lamp. Watson, take a look at that woman. What seems to be the matter with her?
Pulse? Pupils of eyes? Yes, she's been drugged. Opium. She's half conscious. You will kill her. She is sick. We must get her to a doctor. Every moment is vital.
No. Don't let him. He's a devil. He killed Garcia.
Don't listen to her. She's delirious. We must go to a doctor. I am a doctor, my good man.
Don't worry. She's in good hands. Dr. Watson will take care of her. Now, Lestrade, if you will remove the gentleman's hat so we can have a good look at his face. Aha. As I expected. Lestrade, arrest this man. He is the murderer of Garcia, and heaven knows how many other poor souls.
Yeah, but who is he?
Don Murillo, the tiger of San Pedro, the most bloodthirsty tyrant that ever ruled a helpless people.
Must say, Dr. Watson, I'm still a bit confused.
Yes, and so was I, Mr. Bell, until the English governess explained the whole thing to me. Don Murillo had been a dictator of the country of San Pedro in South America. Its colors are green and white.
Yes, I know.
He was a terrible man who had no scruples about butchering anyone who stood in his way politically. One of his victims had been the Spanish husband of the English lady who later became Murillo's governess.
Oh, I see.
His reign of terror ended in a revolution, but he managed to escape the country with all the government funds. The inhabitants of San Pedro plotted to bring him to justice, but failed until the Englishwoman managed to worm her way into his household.
So that's why she was there.
Yes, it is. She and a party headed by Garcia planned to kidnap Murillo and take him back to San Pedro where he could be tried for his crimes. Murillo, however, suspected the governess, intercepted her note, and killed Garcia.
Well, that's perfectly clear now. Oh, just one more thing. The hideous face at the window, what was that?
Oh, that was Grogo, Garcia's huge native cook, who was sneaking back to get his voodoo fetish, the shriveled mummy.
That was certainly a blood-curdling story. Dr. Watson will return in just a moment to give us a hint about next week's story. Here's something of real interest for our lady listeners. I'm sure we all know or have heard how beautiful Powers models are. But did you know that these famous beauties make up to $35,000 a year?
Which shows they have brains as well as beauty.
Yeah.
But seriously, Joe, what impresses me most is that Powers models can afford to spend a fortune on their hair. Yet when they wash it, they rely on inexpensive Kreml shampoo.
Which proves how wonderful Kreml shampoo really is. Powers models were among the first to discover that no other shampoo leaves hair more shining bright with natural gloss and luster.
And under no circumstances does Kreml shampoo ever dry the hair.
Kreml shampoo is not a soapless shampoo. It's not a cream shampoo. It's not a harsh soap or drying detergent. Kreml shampoo is entirely different.
I'll check with that, Joe. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair actually radiates natural, brilliant highlights. And Kreml shampoo even has a built-in oil base, which helps keep hair from becoming dry or brittle. It rinses out so easily and positively never leaves any dull, soapy film.
So, ladies, always wash your hair with Kreml shampoo. It leaves hair a vision of shining, sparkling beauty, yet in no way hurts its texture. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now let me think. Next week. No, I won't. Next week, I think I'll tell you about another one of our meetings with the infamous Professor Moriarty. Yes, I'll tell you. It's a strange story. A very strange story of violence and sudden death. Death that struck from the London shadows. I call it The Adventure of the Harley Street Murders.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes mystery was adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of Wisteria Lodge. Nigel Bruce appeared through the courtesy of California Pictures. Tom Conway by permission of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steiner. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Harley Street Murders. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. The official slogan of San Francisco goes like this: the city that knows how. The slogan of San Francisco's favorite detective might well be, the man who knows who done it. This evening, Mike Shayne and his assistant Phyllis Knight have put work behind them. They're about to leave their office in the Rust Building to meet their old friends, Inspector and Mrs. Faraday, for an evening at the movies.
Hey, hurry it up, Phil, honey, will you? Stop primping and fussing. They'll be waiting for us.
Just a second. Golly, you know, it'll be fun to see Mrs. Faraday again. It's weeks since I've heard any of her Irish stories.
Yeah, gosh, it's been weeks, months since Faraday and I managed the same evening off. Crime must be taking a holiday in our town.
Yeah. All set, Mike. How does my hat look?
Screwy as ever. And the face below it? Beautiful as ever.
Oh, Mike. Oh, pretend we didn't hear it. Come on, Mike.
Don't worry. It's not a client. It's after hours. Hello?
Mike, it's off. I can't go.
Oh, now, Faraday.
That's how I feel, too. But this is something special. Federal Judge Stanton has just been murdered.
Holy jumping.
Come down to headquarters, Mike. I'm afraid this is more than straight murder.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure myself. Just get down here.
Oh, hi, Sarge.
Evening, Mr. Shayne. Miss Knight.
Hello.
Hello, Quinn. The inspector in his office?
Yes, sir, but I think he's busy.
So he said. Inspector. Hey.
Mike, Phyllis, come in. Come in.
Well, you look all frazzled, Inspector.
I am, Phil. I'm worried. Plenty worried.
Well, come on. Give with the details. When was Judge Stanton murdered?
Less than an hour ago, near as we can tell. I just got back from his house. But first, Mike, take a look at these fingerprint cards on my desk.
Mm-hmm. Fingerprints found at robbery, Jackson Street, night of the 17th.
And this one.
Housebreaking, Van Ness Avenue, night of the 21st.
And two more.
But they're burglaries, Inspector. What's the tie-up with Judge Stanton?
The judge was shot, Phil, but his house was robbed, too. I got an ugly feeling that the fingerprints we found at his place are... Oh, that's it now. Yes?
We checked the fingerprints, Inspector. They belong to Victor Ratner.
You're sure of it?
Yes, sir. Positive.
Okay, that's all. I was afraid of that.
Huh?
These fingerprints you just looked at, Mike, they belong to Victor Ratner, too.
Well, what's the matter with that? Don't they identify the killer?
Yeah, they do. But these burglaries took place last month. Ratner was released from the penitentiary only 2 days ago.
What?
It's impossible.
That's what we said. 2 years ago, Victor Ratner was sent to the pen for embezzlement, a 15-year rap. The proof was his fingerprints found in a safe. Then the last couple of weeks came 4 robberies. Victor Ratner's fingerprints at every one of them.
While he's still in the state penitentiary?
Yeah, he was pardoned, Phil. Wrongful conviction. Now this murder and his fingerprints again.
Well, I thought no two people in the world had the same prints.
That's the point. If 2 men can have the same fingerprints, our whole criminal procedure sails right out of this window right now.
Well, Inspector, if Ratner was released 2 days ago and the judge was murdered tonight, he's still bound to be your suspect. Haul him in and make him prove his whereabouts at the time of the killing.
I've already ordered him to be picked up. Meanwhile, I got to go back to the judges and finish the examination. You kids like to come along?
Oh, of course. Where the bloodhounds go, we follow.
This is the judge's study. On the flare over there by the desk is the...
Uh-huh. Covered over with a sheet.
Yeah. Hey, the desk drawers are all pulled out, Mike. The killer must have been looking for something.
Yeah, the judge's wife said he didn't keep any valuables in here, and yet...
Where did you find Ratner's fingerprints?
On the broken glass from the terrace door. Here it is on my desk, Mike. Exhibit number 8.
Hey, this door must have been locked at the time. He broke a pane of the glass, reached inside, and turned the key, huh?
Yeah, but he was careful to wipe off the key afterwards. If he hadn't touched the glass, we wouldn't have a clue.
Well, this doesn't look like the work of a professional housebreaker to me, Inspector. All he had to do was use a little pressure, and the door would have come open anyway.
Yeah, he used the same system at each house. Smashed a window or a door, then in.
Say, wait a minute. I remember reading something in the paper about Ratner's conviction. Wasn't he an attorney?
Yeah, a lawyer for a loan company. He got a hold of the combination of their safe somehow and made off with almost $100,000.
Did they get the money back?
Not a nickel.
Then this doesn't make sense at all. He's got the dough stashed away somewhere. He wouldn't go in for penny ante robberies now.
Could all those burglaries be just a red herring, Mike? You know, a build-up, so we'd think tonight was just another theft with a killing on the side.
No, you're forgetting the main point, Angel. Ratner was safely put away in mothballs until the day before yesterday. How did his fingerprints turn up at robberies 3 weeks before he was released?
Yeah, that's a mystery good enough to bind in 3/4 Morocco.
Inspector.
Yes, Sergeant.
We just got a call from headquarters. The boys can't find Ratner anywhere.
Not at his house, huh?
No.
Better get a hold of his attorney.
Yeah, they've done that, sir. He says he hasn't seen Ratner since the day he got the pardon for him.
What do you say to that, Mike?
Well, he's probably hiding out. We'd better get on his trail fast while it's still warm.
Fine, if we only knew where to start.
We do.
Huh?
At the old homestead of Mr. Victor Ratner.
Find anything in the bedroom, Mike?
Oh, a couple of suitcases. I can't tell whether Ratner was packing or unpacking them.
No food in the kitchen. Guess he didn't plan to tarry long.
I searched his desk. All his papers date back 2 years or more. Looks like we're out of luck.
Yeah. Say, honey, do you mind turning off the kitchen light?
Oh, yeah, I'll get it.
Mike, maybe we'll have to play a waiting game. If Ratner tries to skip town, we can nab him at the depot or airport.
Oh, pretty slim chance, Inspector. He'll probably hit the highway.
Mike? Inspector,
Yeah?
come here.
Coming. Something?
Yeah, this door here. Just now I noticed dirt trailing away from it. And look.
Hey, a stairway. Must be a basement. Where's the light switch? Oh. Now, watch your step, Angel. Those high heels.
Yeah, I will.
It's a big basement. Brick floor, cupboards and shelves around the walls.
Half an inch of dust and dirt on everything.
Except the seat of this chair.
Yeah, and look. It's placed right below these cupboards. Ratner climbed up to get something out.
Well, let's have a look. Well, a couple of cameras, a tripod, glass plates, film packs, projector. The guy's a real shutterbug.
Oh, doggone it.
What happened, Phil?
Oh, I turned my ankle on a loose brick.
Just a minute. There's more than one brick loose. Mike.
Coming.
Look, there's no mortar between these bricks.
Yeah, an area of about 3 square feet. I think we know what this means. Below these bricks, Mr. Ratner banked his $100,000.
And came back to dig it up.
Shh. Listen. Upstairs.
Ratner, he's come back.
Sounds like he's heading for the kitchen.
What if he comes down here?
Quick, turn off the light.
Where? I don't see a switch.
Oh, great. It turns off from the head of the stairs.
Shh. Okay, then duck under the steps fast.
Yeah.
Now, not a sound.
Oh, good heavens, my purse. I left it hanging on that chair.
It's too late now.
Mike, that's a woman's footstep.
Hello? Who's down there? Oh.
She sees Phil's purse.
Hey, stop!
Come on, Faraday, after her.
Holy herring, Mike, I think we're locked in.
You think we're locked in? You know darn well we're locked in.
In just a moment, we'll return to the adventures of Michael Shayne. Ladies and gentlemen, June probably seems like an odd month to talk to you about winter driving. But many motorists are driving around right now with engines still filled with sludge from last winter. You see, cold weather means heavier moisture condensation inside your car's engine. And that means water gets into the crankcase where, with some oils, it forms thick, black, ropey sludge. Now, just draining the oil doesn't get rid of this sludge, because sludge is sticky and adheres to pistons, valves, crankshafts, and other parts. But your Union Oil Minuteman has a quick solution to this problem. He has a special solvent action flushing oil known as Cleanse Oil, which is guaranteed to cut sludge. After draining the old, dirty oil, the Minuteman pours in a generous amount of Cleanse Oil. When the engine is started, the Cleanse Oil is pumped automatically to every working part. Cleanse Oil is harmless to your engine, but its special solvent action cuts sludge instantly. Then, when the Cleanse Oil is drained, the sludge flushes out with it, leaving your engine clean as a whistle. And with a fresh supply of Triton Motor Oil, the low-carbon paraffin-based oil, you can be sure it will remain clean for a long time. So for smoother, more economical summer driving, just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil Engine Flushing Service. Thank you. Mike, Phyllis, and Inspector Faraday find themselves locked in the basement of a strange house, thanks to an equally strange woman.
Oh, this is no ordinary door. There's no dip to it.
Well, maybe if both of you
There's
heaved
an
at
easier
it.
way. We'll shoot the lock off. Stand back, Phil.
Gladly.
Ah, that did it.
You gotta find that woman.
Save your legs, Inspector. Just listen.
Yeah. But who in the blazes was that woman?
Some gal who has a key to his house. And I don't mean the cleaning woman.
Say, what's the matter with me? My brains are smoke-dried and kippered.
Huh?
His ex-wife.
Swell. If we can't find Mr. Ratner, his ex-wife will do. Where does she live, Inspector?
Headquarters can tell us that. They're, What's her name? Vera Miller. That was her maiden name. She may be using it again.
Okay, Inspector. So let's find Vanishing Vera and see what she can tell us.
Yes? Who is it?
This the resident of Vera Miller?
It is.
May we talk to her, please?
I don't know. Who are you?
I'm Inspector Faraday, Police Department.
Oh. Well, come on in. Please excuse my manner. I thought it might be about something else. My name's William Miller.
Oh? A relative of Vera's?
Her brother. She's in the parlor here with a caller. Vera?
Yes?
These people want to see you. Inspector Faraday and...
Mike Shayne and Phyllis Knight.
And this is Mr. Johnson.
Curran Anvil Johnson. I'm right glad to know y'all.
Don't get up, please.
Miss Miller, I believe you were once married to Mr. Victor Ratner.
Is there something wrong?
We'd like very much to talk to him if we can locate him. Do you know where he is?
Well, no, I'm afraid I don't.
Mm-hmm. May we ask why you locked us in his basement a few minutes ago?
His
Well,
basement?
there's some mistake. Mr. Johnson and I just got back from the movie.
Honey.
Just skip it. The lady says she went to a movie, so she went to a movie.
Sir, I don't like your attitude toward Miss Miller.
What do you people want of Ratner? Wasn't he pardoned and released?
The Coy approach. I see. We want to talk to him about Judge Stanton.
The one who was killed?
Marvelous. The news flashes you can get at the movies nowadays.
We heard it on the radio. Victor wouldn't do such a thing. I know he's innocent. They let him out of prison because they were wrong about his fingerprints. They're wrong again.
Well, I never trusted him. I wrote him while he was in prison that if he ever came near Vera again, I'd...
Stop it! I can't stand it!
Vera, honey, now wait a minute. I want to talk to you.
Honey.
On my way.
Mr. Miller, you seem pretty burned up about Ratner. Perhaps you had a business deal with him once, huh?
I wish they'd left him in prison for the rest of his natural life. Vera was a fool to marry him. And now she's heading for more trouble with this Texan.
Oh, what's wrong with him?
Why, she's known him only 2 months. His soft talk, a ranch in Texas.
Mike.
Yeah?
Mike, I overheard Mr. Johnson ask her what she meant about going to the movies. He just got here ahead of us. She said she'd explain later, and then he asked what she wanted down in Ratner's basement.
Y'all don't mind. I'll tell the story myself. I just wanted to know if Vera had seen Mr. Ratner since he was sprung from prison. I think a fiancé is entitled to know these things.
Not to mention her brother.
Inspector.
Yeah, Mike.
If you've asked all your questions, I think we can leave this family love fest.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike.
It's been a pleasure to meet all of you.
One final word, Mr. Miller. Miss Miller. It's a prison offense to shield a criminal or aid in his escape. You might think that over. Good night.
You know, kids, I don't believe a thing we heard here.
All right, it's the hammiest performance I've seen since Uncle Tom's Cabin.
Still, there's a grain of truth in every lie. Bill Miller is awful anxious about Ratner and Sister Vera.
And what was she doing in that basement?
Well, what was she?
That's what we're going to find out, Angel. Remember those loose bricks in the basement? Well, I'm afraid we're going to find more than money.
How are we coming, Mike?
Just a few more bricks. Then we can pull up these planks.
Why are there planks underneath the bricks?
For support, Phil. Otherwise, the floor would cave into the hole.
There. Okay, Faraday. Up with the boards now. Pull it. Oh.
See anything yet?
Mm-hmm. Something. Maybe I can reach down and pull it up.
Mike.
A man's leg. Here, let me grab hold. That's it. Pull. Lay him down here.
Well, this is the end of the trail, Mike. It's Ratner.
2, 3, 4 bullet holes. Wow, thorough job.
But Judge Stanton was murdered only an hour and a half ago. Rentner couldn't have killed him.
Not unless he committed suicide and buried himself under the bricks.
I wonder how long he's been dead.
There's a newspaper here in his coat pocket. Maybe that'll tell us something. Wow. The bullet went right through it. Evening paper. The date is night before last.
He wouldn't carry an old newspaper in his pocket, Mike. That means he was killed the day he got out of prison.
Ratner wasn't murdered for nothing. There must be some tie-up with Judge Stanton.
There is. Ratner's fingerprints. It wasn't any ghost that left that calling card on the judge's glass door tonight.
We know that, Mike, but that's all we do know.
Faraday, you said those fingerprints were found at 4 different burglaries.
Yes.
Okay, we've got to recheck every one of them. Now, where's the nearest?
Let's see. We're on 27th Avenue. There's one on... Uh-oh.
Huh?
A.J. Bremner.
Where's he?
Oh, you'll razz the whiskers off me, Mike. He's on 26th Avenue, right behind us. In fact, the two backyards join.
Inspector Faraday, will you please open that clam-like face of yours and tell us these things?
I know, Mike, but I got so wound up on Judge Stanton, I clean forgot the robberies.
Backdoor neighbors, eh?
But he won't tell you anything, Mike. He's as sore as a goat to the department. Keeps ringing up every day to ask if we found the stuff he had stolen.
Sounds like he's keeping tabs for a reason.
All right, Inspector. Call headquarters and have a man bring out all your exhibits. We'll meet him at A.J. Bremner's. Please, Mr. Bremner.
I've paid taxes in this city for 25 years, and what do I get for it? My house is robbed, and the police do nothing. Nothing. Isn't that right, Margaret?
Yes, dear.
Now, look, Mr. Bremner, I'm not a policeman. I'm a private detective. If I can help you get your stuff back,
I've had enough talk. I want results. Don't we, Margaret?
Yes, dear.
We just want to look at that smashed window, Mr. Bremner, to see the glass.
I've replaced it. We weren't going to freeze, were we, Margaret?
Yes, dear. No, dear.
What did you do with the old glass?
I don't know.
I think I threw it in the trash can in the backyard.
Then let's go to the backyard.
Well, I suppose I'll have to show you. Back door's this way.
Come on, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
This way you put the glass, Margaret?
Yes, dear.
All right. Now, if we can pick out the glass.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll hold the flashlight.
All right.
By the way, how many years was that fellow Ratner sentenced to?
15 years.
And I think he'd be willing to sell that house of his.
You interested in buying?
Well, it's a good rental property.
Here you are, Inspector. All the glass I could find.
All right. Now the pieces you brought with you, Sergeant. Now, let's put them all together on the pavement here.
Beats me what you people are up to.
There's something wrong, Mike. They won't all fit.
Well, that's no great surprise. Here, Inspector. Here, feel these two pieces of glass.
What about them?
Oh, one of them is your exhibit piece with Ratner's fingerprints, Inspector. But this other glass is at least 1/8 of an inch thicker than the glass with the fingerprints.
I'm beginning to smell a rat.
Yes. These fingerprints were faked and planted here and at all the other houses.
And the man who did it killed Judge Stanton.
Which is still a king-size mystery.
Mr. Bremner, can we get to Ratner's house through your backyard?
Yes. There's a gate behind the garage. Say, if you fellas don't mind, I'd like to go along and watch you work this out. Wouldn't you, Margaret?
Yes, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not at this stage. We'll give you an invitation a little later on, I promise you.
Mike, that sounds ominous.
No, don't twist my words, Angel. The killer has made his first mistake. Now we'll trick him into his last one.
We'll return to Mike and Phil in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know that your selection of motor oil determines the amount of carbon formed in your engine? Yes, that's right. You see, nearly all carbon is caused by the lubricating oil, and not the gasoline, as so many people think. But some oils stand up better than others, resist oxidation better, and hence form less carbon. And by means of laboratory tests, motor oils may be measured as to the amount of carbon they will form. Now, you'll be interested to know, therefore, that Triton Motor Oil, in a competitive test with the 7 leading motor oils sold here in the West, contained 38% fewer carbon-forming elements than the next best oil, 86% less than the average. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to being a 100% pure paraffin-based lubricant, Triton Motor Oil very definitely gives you maximum protection against carbon. That means better mileage, fewer repair bills for your car. That's because Triton Motor Oil is made by an exclusive propane solvent refining process, a process so valuable that it's been patented by Union Oil Company. Remember, when you buy Triton Motor Oil for your car, you are buying less carbon. You can buy Triton Motor Oil at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Just look for the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are once more in the basement tomb of Victor Ratner, spread out on a tool bench are the dead man's cameras and photographic accessories.
As you can see, Inspector, he's got 2 candid cameras here, as modern as he could buy 2 years ago.
Yeah, darn expensive.
Now, all his equipment fits these cameras except one item. this stack of old-style glass film plates.
That's right, Mike. They're way too big.
But maybe Ratner kept them for a purpose. Honey, take this plate and blow some dust across it.
Okay.
Now, here, Inspector.
Yeah?
You take another and do the same.
Okay.
That's it. Now, what do you see?
Fingerprints. A whole set of them.
As neat and clean as the files at headquarters.
Yes, Inspector, yes. This is where Ratner's fingerprints have been coming from. Neatly stacked away down here, then planted in the smashed glass at every one of those robberies.
Well,
I'll bet you this is what Ratner had in mind. He was arrested because his fingerprints were found on a safe. So, he built himself an alibi. He knew the state would probably release him if the same fingerprints turned up while he was in prison.
Well, then he must have had help, Mike. Somebody to rob houses and scatter this glass for him.
Aha, check. And the same person killed Judge Stanton tonight. He planted these fingerprints so we'd go looking for Ratner.
And never find him because he was already dead and buried.
Mike, what are you staring at?
The body. Nobody knows Ratner is dead except us and the killer. Now, this may be a little ghoulish, but here. See this ring of Ratner's?
Yeah.
It's big and flashy and an odd design.
Oh, don't put it on your finger. Oh, Mike.
Now, we'll gather our suspects together. We'll meet at Judge Stanton's house. We'll have an innocent little talk. Doesn't matter what we say, so long as we keep the secret of Ratner's death.
I get it. The killer will see you wearing his ring.
Right. And what do you think will pass through his mind, knowing he left Ratner buried under a layer of bricks and 2-inch planks?
Sorry we had to call all you people together at this hour of the night, but it seemed necessary.
Oh, why bring us to Judge Stanton's house? If Ratner killed him, that's not our concern.
It happened to suit our convenience, Mr. Miller.
Excuse me for asking, sir, but what am I doing here? Mr. and Mrs. Bremner and I just seem to be what you might call excess baggage.
Well, I don't mind. It's all very interesting, especially if I get my stolen property back. Isn't that right, Margaret?
Yes, dear.
Miss Miller, would you tell us when you last went up to the penitentiary to see your ex-husband?
Oh, then you know.
Just answer the question, please. Your brother would learn about it anyway.
Well, it must have been 2 months ago.
Did he give you anything or ask you to do something for him?
No.
And you, Mr. Miller, when did you last visit him in prison?
Are you trying to be funny? I'd never go near him.
Then it ought to please you to know that Ratner never should have been pardoned. He did embezzle that money.
I don't believe it. They made a mistake.
No, Miss Miller. Victor Ratner's fingerprints were fakes. They were planted at those house robberies.
You're just trying to trick us.
Please, honey, you mustn't rile yourself up.
There'll be no further cause for it, Mr. Johnson. We've told her she refuses to cooperate. That's all we can do.
Yep, that's all for tonight. You folks can go home now.
You mean all this for nothing?
Yeah, the officer at the door will let you out.
Okay, Faraday, Phyllis, out the back way. We've got to race the murderer to that basement.
Well, I hope this is the last time we have to climb down into this basement. I can feel the moss sprouting on my north side.
Well, we'd better hide behind the staircase.
Phil, turn off your flashlight.
Okay.
I hope this worked, Mike. Nobody said a word about that ring you were wearing.
They wouldn't, but I flashed it enough.
You scratched your nose like you had the 7-year itch.
He's got to come back. He's got to see if that body has been disturbed.
You taking any bets on who shows up?
I'll put my money on Vera and her brother. She locked us in this basement, remember? And Brother Bill, there's something awful fishy about him.
Well, I'll risk $1 on Mr. Bremner, and yes, dear. He's too curious for me.
I think you'll both lose your bets if I...
Shh, the front door. Jeepers, if they turn on the lights.
There they go now. Mike, your gun. I'm ready. Put up your hands.
Huh? Oh, you...
Mike, look out! Oh. My hand. The next time it may not be your hand, Mr. Johnson.
I don't know what this means.
Don't you? You're the only one who knew Ratner was dead and where he was buried.
Well, this is all wrong.
No, Mr. Johnson, no. You are all wrong. And there's just one way to put it right. And you know what it is.
thought you kids had gone home.
Oh, no, not until we hear Johnson's confession.
He just dictated it. He admits he was Ratner's cellmate up at the penitentiary, released 2 months ago. Ratner got him to do the robberies and worked the fingerprint deal with him.
Well, what about Judge Stanton?
It was revenge, Mike. Stanton was the judge who sent him up. Johnson had big plans for this fingerprint racket, so he double-crossed Ratner.
I'll say. Even tried to marry his ex-wife.
Oh, I doubt it, honey. Probably just playing around with Vera to learn where that money was hidden.
That's just what he said, Mike, but the girl was innocent.
So, Mike, the inspector and I bet on everybody but Johnson. You said we'd lose. How'd you know?
Well, I got to thinking over that first talk we had with him. Our cattleman from Texas wouldn't use a jailbird's word for getting out of prison. He didn't say Ratner was pardoned. He said he was sprung. Of course, that wasn't proof, but it made me suspicious.
I see. Well, I guess that winds up the case.
Yeah, thanks a million for helping me out, kid. Sorry it ruined the evening.
Oh, that's all right, Inspector. There's always another night for fun.
Well, what's the matter with this one, Angel? Hmm?
You know, I knew I shouldn't have said that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 7th War Loan will soon be over. We believe that you know the urgent reasons for buying extra war bonds, for making that extra effort to show how well we know here in the West that the war is still going on. This message is not an effort to sell you on buying extra war bonds. We don't believe there's an American alive who needs selling on the subject of war bonds. But we do want to remind you that the time to do your part in this renewed offensive is growing short. So if you've not already subscribed to the intensified war on Japan by buying bonds for the 7th War Loan Drive, please do so soon. Thank you. Tune in again next week at 8 for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
All right, I'm coming. Wait until I put my head on, can't you? You? Well, this is an unexpected displeasure.
I gotta talk to you, Saint, quick. Let me in.
All right, Blanco. But I'm surprised at you. 4 o'clock in the morning is no time for a man in your profession to pay social calls.
Like I say, I gotta talk, and you gotta listen.
I'm listening.
They got a job going to be pulled tomorrow. Today, I mean. It's a big deal, Saint. Big deal.
Oh, I'm glad. I'd hate to think you'd retired from crime, Blanco. It would throw so many deserving policemen out of work.
It's a dirty deal. Filthy.
Sounds like something right up your alley.
Not this kind of thing, Saint. This is one line I draw. And it's a straight line, you hear?
Yes, I hear.
Before I know what the score is, before I know who they're going to use it on, I rig it. The best job of its kind I ever do. It's going to work. And he ain't going to leave a trace.
Yeah, I should never have had that spumoni right after a lobster dinner. Blanco, do you think if I get up and take some bicarb, you and the rest of this dream will go away?
Listen to me. I can't go to the cops. You're the only one. You gotta stop it, Saint. You gotta.
I gotta?
Yeah, you gotta. And you only got till noon.
Blanco, at the rate you're painting this picture, it's going to be at least noon before I know what it's all about.
It's about murder.
Oh, well, let's get down to personalities. Who is going to be murdered by whom? Why and how? Let's have the name of the potential victim as an appetizer, huh? We'll get down to the main course later.
That calls for a kind of complicated answer.
It was kind of a complicated question. But do your best. Neatness counts.
You remember Frank Kane?
Of the Chicago Canes? Of course. Who could ever forget the inventor of the game of encase your friends in a barrel of cement and dump them in the river?
Yeah, you'll remember.
Yeah, I also remember that when the federal men were just about to catch up with him in Central America a few years ago, he was discourteous enough to die a natural death.
Yeah. Somebody died in Central America 3 years ago.
Not Frank Kane?
There are places where a buck here and a buck there can get any moniker you want on a death certificate. And Kane had plenty of bucks. Getting the corpse to plant in that same moniker is easy.
So Frank Kane's still alive?
Yeah, he's alive. But that ain't all. He used to... Wait. You hear something?
What sort of something?
Someone move in the hall.
Pour yourself some brandy and try and get your nerves back into waltz time, eh, Blanco? Now, look, what about Frank Kane?
You sure you didn't hear something? Where are the lights? Oh, turn off the...
Down, get down. Blanco.
So late to worry about me. The girl... Don't let them kill her.
Who, Blanco? Who?
She on way to party. The God Saint. The God. Don't let it. So...
Well, it's good to see you again, Mr. Templar. And here I've been thinking you'd given up after I was drinking.
I just about have. And it's a pity because I like this bar of yours, Morgan. Why don't you make an honest saloon out of it and open up during legal hours?
My customers would never stand for it.
No?
My customers all learned to drink during Prohibition. In speakeasies. The way they look at it, a drink just doesn't have any kick in it if it's legal.
Yeah, and this is the part of the lost generation that's still lost, eh?
Would you like a table?
Just some information.
Yes?
About a year ago, when I was one of your regular patrons, a lady used to frequent this place.
A lady in this place?
Her name was Violet, and so was the color of her hair. She used to sit at a table around the bend there and make tender speeches to a bottle of scotch. Do you remember Violet?
Indeed I do.
Where can I find her?
At a table around the bend there, making tender speeches to a bottle of scotch.
I should have known. There was a love that was fated to last. Thanks, Morgan.
You're welcome, Mr. Templar.
Hello, Violet.
Go away.
Oh, now that's no way to treat an old friend.
Oh, friend, you're no old friend. Don't have friends. Go away.
You mean you've forgotten me?
What's your name?
It's an old Scotch name, 8 years old.
Sit down, friend.
Thank you. Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir?
The usual for the lady doubled, hmm?
Coming right up, sir.
Sit down again, friend.
Thanks.
No.
Look, speaking of friends, whatever became of Louis Blanco?
Blanco?
Mm-hmm.
You friend of Blanco?
A former friend.
What do you want him for? You cop?
No. I have some money for him.
Money? You owe money? What for?
Well, he did a job for me.
job? Or about?
I'd like to pay him before he gets the wrong idea. Where does he hang out?
You don't know?
What?
About the job he got, the garage.
What garage?
Central Garage, 55th Street.
Oh, yes, of course.
You lost her? Ah, my old friend.
Violet, tell me something.
You know I like you.
Yeah, I like you, Violet. But tell me, why does a fellow like Blanco hang around a garage?
You don't know?
No.
You're no friend of Blanco. You're a cop. You're pumping me for him. Let's have a drink.
Yeah, let's. How's Frank these days?
Frank?
If you know Blanco, you certainly must know Frank. Blanco used to work for him in the old days. Frank Kane, remember?
Why do you torture me like this? You know Frank's dead.
You sure?
Sure. I ought to know whether or not I'm a widow. Why do you think I drink like this? Why do you think...
Oh, look,
Go away, go away.
Wake up. Hey, come on, wake up.
Oh, guess I fell asleep. Gets kind of lonesome here in this garage all night.
I'm sorry I woke you.
That's okay, mister. You bringing a car in?
No.
Taking one out?
I just want to talk.
You woke me up just to talk to me?
Hey, you said you were lonesome. What do you know about a man named Blanco?
Blanco. Customer?
I thought perhaps you worked here.
Nobody by that name here, mister.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. There's 4 of us working here. Me, Ed Williams, Pulaski, and that new guy, Stevens. We take turns working nights. Tonight was my turn.
The new man, Stevens, what does he look like?
Look, pal, why don't you give a guy a break?
Huh?
So he did time once. Is that any reason for you cops to come checking up on him every time you got nothing else to do?
What does he look like?
You don't get any help from me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I believe in helping the law, but not when it starts hounding a guy.
Well, I'll give it to you straight, friend. There was a murder committed tonight.
The chances are the guy you're asking about had nothing to do with it.
If Stevens and Blanco are the same man, he had a lot to do with it.
What, you think he killed somebody?
He's the corpse.
He's dead?
What did he look like?
About medium height, dark hair, dark eyes, sort of dark complexion.
He's dead. That's Blanco.
Gee. Well, who did it?
That's what you're going to help me find out.
Me?
Mm-hmm. What did Blanco do around here?
Same as we all do.
Sleep?
We're mechanics, mister. Last night was the guy's night on. It was supposed to be my turn, but he asked me to swap with him.
Last night, eh?
Yeah, so I swapped. It made no difference to me. He made out like it was important.
What did he work on while he was here last night?
How should I know?
Don't you keep records?
Well, sure.
Well, then that's how you should know.
All right, come on in the office.
All right. This is your record file, huh?
Yeah.
Yep, here's the report. Yesterday's date. Mechanic, Stevens, lube job, Andrews.
Oh, yeah, that's that Hudson Hornet out there. Belongs to a real classy chick.
Here's another report. Engine tune-up. Maddox.
Maddox. Oh, yeah, that's a foreign job. The chauffeur-driven bus over there, but, that's funny.
Oh, why?
Well, I tuned the engine on that heap only 3 days ago, and I did a good job. Why should they want it done again?
Let's go take a look. Maybe we can find out.
Yeah.
Yes? Oh, my name is Templar. I'd like to see Miss Maddox, please.
Miss Maddox?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Virginia Maddox?
Yes, please.
Well, forgive me for being inquisitive, sir, but it isn't quite 8 o'clock yet. A little early for a social call. Are you acquainted with Miss Maddox?
We went to school together.
You did?
Who is it, Carson?
There's a gentleman calling on Miss Maddox.
What's that? Calling on Miss... You wish to see Miss Maddox?
Yes, but I didn't realize I'd create this much of a sensation. I Just remember to include I'd like to see Miss Maddox in my repertoire of startling things to say.
Well, I'm Mrs. Anders. I'm in charge of this household. Do you know Miss Maddox?
The gentleman went to school with Miss Maddox.
He went to school with her?
That's what he said.
You know, there's something about all this that reminds me of the time a friend of mine tried to negotiate a federal loan.
Oh, show the gentleman into the library, Carson. I'll go call Miss Maddox.
If you'll just be seated, Mr. Templar.
Oh, thanks.
No, I didn't catch his name, but it's someone who went to school with you.
I know. I'll bet it's Fatso. Why, you're not Fatso.
I suppose I should say thank you, but certainly you're not Miss Maddox.
Why, of course I am.
Now, don't tell me she's changed that much since your school days.
I'm afraid I'm the one who's changed. As a matter of fact, I feel myself changing slightly this very moment.
Oh, well, when you find the right Virginia Maddox, you can both have a laugh over this.
Yes, a good long laugh.
Yeah, I think the time to laugh is right now. And you can all join in. You see, this is the Virginia Maddox I'm looking for.
I beg your pardon?
There's a foreign car in a Sotto-Fascini at the central garage registered to a Virginia Maddox at this address.
Why, of course, it's mine.
Yours?
Oh, it's mine, all right. Although, naturally, I don't drive it. You see, I'm only 8.
And if you lived in California, you'd have been driving it for years.
I'm afraid I don't understand what you're trying to say.
I'm not saying, Mrs. Anders. I'm asking. Did you ever hear of a man named Blanco?
Blanco? No, I don't believe I ever have.
I haven't. Have you, Carson?
No, Miss Virginia, I don't... Wait a minute. When I took the Asada down to the garage the other day, there's a new mechanic there. I think his name is Blanco.
Now, that's interesting.
You're a detective. That's what you are. A detective.
No, Virginia. Besides, if I were a detective, I'd know the answer to something Carson just said without having to ask.
And what does that mean?
Suppose you tell me.
What?
How you knew that the new mechanic's name was Blanco when even the men who worked with him thought it was Stephen.
Well, maybe it was another man. I mean...
I'll tell you what I mean, Carson. You're the first real link, the first hopeful sign that I'm heading in the right direction.
Look here, what is this all about?
Virginia, didn't I just hear your doll cry?
Oh, Mr. Templar, I haven't played with dolls since I was a child.
Oh, yes, of course. I should have known.
You don't have to make an excuse, Mr. Templar. I know you want me to leave the room. You want to talk grown-up talk.
Virginia, you're the most fascinating woman I've met in years. But there are a few questions I want Carson to answer. And...
Mister, whatever your name is, I'll give you just 3 seconds to put up your hands.
Very well, if you insist.
And now, sir, I should like to know what you mean by forcing your way into this house.
But, Uncle Roger, can't you see? He's a detective, just like in the comic book.
Exactly. Fire that gun, sir, and I'll bleed ink all over this handsome carpet.
He forced his way in on the pretense of seeing Virginia, Mr. Pierce. But it appears that it was really Carson he wanted to see.
You know this man, Carson?
No, Mr. Pierce. I never saw him before. His name is Templar.
Templar? Simon Templar?
And I'm certainly not Fatso, am I, Virginia?
No.
Oh, so you're the saint. I'm very glad to meet you.
Then, may I put my hands down?
Of course. But what is the reason for this rather strange and unsaintly visit, Mr. Templar?
Virginia, why don't you go try on your party dress, huh? The one you're going to wear this afternoon?
Oh, I've already tried it. But how did you know I was going to Janice Fuller's party this afternoon?
We comic book detectives know everything. Is Carson going to drive you in the car?
Well, of course. The only way to get to Janice's house is by car. Unless you feel like walking all the way up the mountain.
Mountain? Yes, it would have to be a mountain, wouldn't it? Mountain road with a great many curves.
I'm still waiting for your explanation, Templar.
The child.
Leave the room, Virginia.
No, I want to
Virginia?
stay. Oh, very well. But you know I'll find out everything anyway. Carson will tell me. Won't you, Carson?
If I can, dear.
Goodbye, Mr. Templar.
Goodbye, Virginia. I've enjoyed meeting you.
Now, Mr. Templar, what did you want to see us about?
About murder, Mr. Pierce. One that was committed a few hours back and another one that I hope to prevent. It's scheduled to take place in a few hours from now.
What?
Mr. Templar, please explain.
A few hours ago, I was paid a call by a hoodlum named Blanco. This led to a brief but informative conversation with a lady barfly named Violet, which in turn led to an interesting half hour with a limousine named Isata. And so, here I am.
I'm afraid I don't...
I'm afraid I don't understand either. All that's clear to me as of now is that there's been a murder, and there's a good chance there's going to be another one.
Murder? Who was murdered, Mr. Templar?
The aforementioned hoodlum, Blanco. But shed no tears. He'll be missed only by the manufacturers of small arms ammunition who, I'm afraid, are going to notice a rather remarkable drop in their sales.
What?
It's the car that I'm here about, Mr. Pierce. The Isata that spends its spare time at the central garage. The registration slip says that it lives here.
Yes, that's our car. It is the central garage we use, Carson, is it not?
Yes, sir.
I understand the car is owned by that charming child, although she informs me she doesn't actually drive it.
Yes, the car is hers.
Mr. Pierce, I hope you won't think I have an ulterior motive. I'm a little old for Virginia, but she's loaded?
She's extremely wealthy. You see, Mr. Templar, shortly before Virginia's father died in South America, he drew up a will giving the child his entire fortune. I was designated her guardian until she comes of age.
Oh, then you're not really her uncle.
I'm an uncle in name only.
Oh, I see. Tell me something. Where in South America did the child's father die?
In Honduras.
That's Central America.
Oh, is it? Why, I do believe it is. Why do you ask, Mr. Templar?
I wasn't really asking. I was shooting in the dark. What's that? When I return to this house in an hour or two, Mr. Pierce, we must all have another delightful talk. It will be a different kind of talk, perhaps, but nonetheless delightful.
But what in heaven's name...
Later, Mr. Pierce, later. Right now I have a date with a lady with violet hair who thinks I'm a bottle of scotch.
Yes, who is it?
Package.
Package. I didn't order any. Package from what? What is this?
Hello, Violet. I'd like to have a talk with you.
A talk? Say, look here, I don't know who you are, but...
If you let me in, I'll...
No,
Come on.
What do you mean by forcing your way in here?
Argument, while always stimulating, takes time, and I don't have much time.
What's this all about?
Blanco's dead.
Blanco? What's that to me, Copper?
I'm not the police. My name is Simon Templar.
The same?
And you're Violet Kane, Frank Kane's wife.
Widow.
Yeah, that's another argument we're not going to have time for.
You're nuts. If Frank were alive, I'd know it. Drink?
No.
There, that's better. All right, we can talk now. What's Blanco's murder got to do with me?
You're next on the list. Hey, you dropped your glass.
What do you mean by that crack? There's nobody... I don't feel so good.
May I help you?
No, What? Who'd want to kill me?
Somebody who's related to you. I'm not sure who.
Related to me? But I've only got one... Well, I don't feel so good.
What is it?
Oh, it burns.
Violet, come on now, let me...
No, listen to me. Picture on the table. Only relative.
Hello there, Morgan.
Oh. Why, it's Mr. Templar.
What brings you out in the cream of the day? I'd imagine a man who runs an after-hours saloon would naturally indulge in after-hours sleep.
As a matter of fact, I was just about to go home, on my way to pick up my car.
Not by any chance at the central garage?
Oh, yes. How'd you know?
Deduction.
That's incredible.
Not too incredible. It's easy enough to deduce that a man would keep his car in a garage that he happens to be the owner of.
Oh, so you know that, too. There isn't very much you miss, is there, Mr. Templar?
Murder has a way of sharpening one's senses.
Murder?
Man named Blanco. Shall we go into the garage?
Right behind you. You said his name was Blanco?
Yeah. And just now, Violet Kane.
Violet dead?
But how?
Someone evidently thought her whiskey would have a bigger kick with a pinch of poison in the bottle. It did.
It's ghastly.
Terrible.
But who did this thing?
You did.
Me? I realize it's rather early in the day for a man to be at his best, but don't you think that joke is in bad taste?
If it were a joke, it would be. Ah, the Asata. Beautiful automobile that child owns, isn't it? Look at those lines. So sleek, so graceful. Get in, Morgan.
Get in?
It's a perfect morning for a drive. I don't think anyone would mind if we took her out. You see, I'm rather friendly with the owner. She likes me. To her, I'm a character straight out of her favorite comic book. Get in, Morgan.
No, thanks.
Why not? We'll take her climbing. I'd like to see what she'll do on a mountain road. Road with a couple of hairpin curves. Come on.
No, some other time, Saint.
Won't be another time. Or didn't you see the beautiful job Blanco did on the tie rod?
No.
Sawed through until it's hanging together by the proverbial hair. One sharp turn, like the turns you'd find on a mountain road, the steering system collapses. And there's an accident. Yeah. Yeah, Blanco did an excellent job until he learned who the victim was to be. It was too much for even his stomach.
Oh, you're dreaming. Why would anybody want to wreck an expensive bus like this?
A little girl who is going to a party on top of a mountain this afternoon has too much money, Morgan. If she should happen to fall off that mountain in this car, some happy next of kin would have a very happy fortune.
Well, that lets me out, Saint. I'm nobody's next of kin.
There was a picture Violet pointed out to me before she died. A snapshot taken at a wedding. And do you know who the bride and groom were?
Okay, we've talked long enough, Saint. Frank Kane left a lot of money when he died. I'm too close to it.
That's another mistake you made, Morgan.
Huh?
It's me, Frank Kane.
Kane? Say, what are you pulling your Carson, the chauffeur?
Carson's only his nom de plastic surgery. It's Kane with a new name and a new face.
Yeah, but with the same old trigger eye.
Kane, are you...
Yeah, but never mind me. Don't let him get away.
You took care of that. You're the one who didn't let him get away, Kane. A man loses all inclination to run when there's a bullet in his kneecap. You keep until the police come.
Good. Saint, Virginia, little girl. See,
look, don't try to talk now.
Gotta tell you. See that she...
Don't worry, Kane. Your daughter will be safe. I'm going to make sure of that right now.
It's beyond belief, Mr. Templar.
What sort of fiend could even dream of harming that child?
It was a team of fiends, Mr. Pierce. And one of the fiends has just given up his membership in the inhuman race.
There were two of them?
Yes, Miss Anders, two of them. Morgan and someone else. Someone who would be Virginia's only surviving relative once Violet Kane, the child's mother, had been erased from the picture. The only surviving relative and inheritor of the child's fortune.
But we know of no relatives, do we, Roger?
There was only Frank Kane, her father. But legally, at least, he was dead.
Now he's dead in fact as well. But there is another relative. I'm amazed that you don't know.
Who?
Violet pointed to a wedding picture as she was dying. It was your wedding picture, Miss Sanders. You were the bride. Morgan was the groom.
Yes. I was married to Morgan once. But surely that doesn't mean that I...
Look here, Templar, this is preposterous.
It would be even more preposterous if Violet hadn't had a sentimental nature.
What do you mean?
The snapshot. She wrote the names of each member of the wedding party on the snapshot.
The names?
Mm-hmm. She had your name written. Rose, isn't it? What makes the photograph really interesting is the man standing next to the groom. It was you, Mr. Pierce.
Of course it was me. Is it a crime to attend a wedding or have one's name written on a picture?
No, but in this case it solves a crime. Because, Mr. Pierce, under your picture, Violet affectionately wrote, "My dear brother, Roger."
Why, you...
Don't bother. I'm sure I've been called it before. Come on, brother. We're going visiting. There's a new district attorney downtown who's dying to make himself a reputation. Virginia, I've brought you a present.
Oh, Mr. Templar, you shouldn't have. But I'm so glad you did.
But go on, open it.
Oh, it's the most beautiful doll I ever saw.
You did tell me once that you hadn't played with dolls since you were a child, but...
Mr. Templar, I'll tell you a secret.
What, Virginia?
I just said that to be sophisticated.
Something tells me that a certain young man named Fatso is going to be trimmed right down to your size.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast you heard Maggie Morley as Violet and Anne Whitfield as Little Virginia. Edmund McDonald played Blanco, Jack Moyles, Carson. Ted Von Eltz was Roger, Irene Tedrow, Mrs. Anders. Morgan was played by Barney Phillips, and the Garage Man by Jerry Hausner. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This adventure of the Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. And all you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. This is Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Every Sunday on NBC, meet 2 delightful and often confusing families, the Blandings and the Harrises. Mr. and Mrs. Blanding stars Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as the proud but bewildered owners of the famous Dream House. And the Phil Harris Alice Faye show features the hilarious Harrises and their friends in typical amazing Harris situations. Hear them later today. Fred Allen, Edwin, and B. Lilly join the big show today on NBC.
Violence. True stories of why crimes are committed. Presented in the hope that these factual cases will help you, the citizens, to understand the forces that motivate crime and to aid in its prevention. This is the story of violence.
Practically every modern law enforcement agency today employs the services of a consultant whose job it is to discover the true motives behind the prisoner's act against society. One of these consultants is Dr. Richard Morley. This is his report on the case of Arthur Bowman, who committed murder.
May 5th. The district attorney presented to me details of the murder and subsequent confession by the prisoner, Arthur Bowman. It was a particularly brutal crime, strangulation and beating. The accused man was highly emotional during police questioning. He freely admitted to the crime but denied a motive. Bowman had no previous record, and neighbors testified to his excellent character. I had my first interview with the murderer that afternoon in the prison. Hello, Mr. Bowman. I'm Dr. Morley. I've come here to help you find out why this happened.
I don't know. I've told them.
That's all right. Cigarette?
No.
You sure? It's all right if you want to.
Thanks.
I'd like to ask you one or two things.
I don't know.
How old are you, Mr. Bowman?
44.
I understand you have a couple of children.
Yes.
Boys?
Boy, a girl. Look, I don't want to answer any more questions. Why don't you go away?
Tell me about them.
I love them. Sure I do. They're good kids. What's going to happen to them? I must have been crazy. I must...
What about your wife? Were you happy before this happened?
I don't know. I don't... Listen, you're a doctor. I know why you're here. Will you help me? Please.
We'll see.
So that you can put me in an electric chair. That's why you're here, isn't it?
No. That's not the reason.
I'd tell you why, if I could.
I know. Tell me, Mr. Bowman, what about when you were a kid? Big family?
4. I was the oldest. Jack was the baby and the 2 girls.
Mm-hmm. Did you have fun?
I guess so, sometimes. My mother was pretty strict. I had to help her take care of the others. It was rough on my mother. She had the baby when I was 10. You know how it is.
Yes.
I didn't want it to be that way with my kids. I wanted them to have fun. I guess she couldn't understand the way I felt.
Your wife, May?
Yeah, May. Like the time I wanted to take them all on a boat ride up the river for a day. I planned it for a surprise on Sunday. I told her about it Saturday night after the kids
Get another dishcloth, Arthur. That one's getting wet.
Sure. May,
What?
I got an idea. We doing anything tomorrow?
No.
Good. What do you say if we take the kids up the river tomorrow? You know, a picnic. They'd have a fine time on the boat. The Henrys are going.
Oh, fine. That's just fine. I suppose you made the date just like that. You didn't ask me, of course. You don't stop to think that I got the kids every day, day in and day out.
No, I didn't say...
You don't think maybe I'd like to go out on Sunday? Do something that I want to do.
I thought you'd like it.
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't that be nice? You and Doug Henry go off and talk about fishing. I'm stuck with the kids and Nancy. That'd be fun for me,
I
wouldn't it?
wouldn't go with Doug.
I'll bet you wouldn't. Like the last time we went bowling. What time was it you got in?
Do we have to go through that again?
That's just the way you are. Just nothing but selfish. You're not thinking of me or the kids. It's just you. Well, I'm tired, too. You can think of me for once.
I think of you.
Oh, get out of my kitchen. I'm sick of it.
Did you go on the boat?
Yeah, we went. Guess she wanted to show me what a great sacrifice she was making.
What about this fellow, Henry? Doug, you said? A friend?
Yeah. Doug's all right. We go bowling together every week. We used to.
You said something about coming home late one night.
Yeah. We got through bowling early, and Doug wanted a beer. I don't drink much. I guess I never liked it. But I said, okay, we could talk.
Everything all right, sir?
Oh, everything's great, honey, great. Another beer for me and my friend.
No more for me,
Don't listen to him, honey. He thinks he's getting old. 2 beers.
Sure, right away.
Artie, I saw you. Nice-looking kid, huh?
Doug, do you have any fun at home?
Huh?
You know what I mean. How do you get along with Nancy?
Boy, she gets along with me. That's the way it is in my house. She gets along with me or else.
But do you have any fun?
Sure we do. I'm Tom Rover, the fun-loving Rover boy.
I guess it would be nice.
Huh?
Oh, I don't know. That beer's kind of strong, you know, and I'm not used to it.
Makes a man of you. A couple of more and you don't feel any pain, you know what I mean?
That's it. Oh. Shh. Hey. Oh. Hello, May.
Do you know what time it is?
No.
It's after 1. Nearly 2. Where have you been?
With Doug. Gee, I didn't realize it was so late. You've been waiting up?
You're drunk.
No, I had a couple of beers with Doug, that's all.
Doug?
Sure, we got through bowling early.
Did you?
Oh, May, I'm sorry. Listen.
No, you listen. I'm fed up. Coming home in the middle of the night, drunk. Disgusting. I'm ashamed for the neighbors. The kids.
Oh, May, don't. I'm just sorry. I didn't do anything.
Get away from me.
But I only want to kiss you.
Kiss? You? I wish you were...
What? You wish I was what?
Keep your voice down.
Maybe I wish sometimes, too. Huh? Maybe I do.
Stop it. You'll wake up the kids.
Well, let them wake up. Do them good. Dirty little spoiled brats. Let them wake... May, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. May, please, I'm sorry. May...
That was the conclusion of the first questioning of Arthur Bowman. There was no doubt that he was aware of the magnitude of his crime. He'd shown a marked hostility to his wife in his statements. There'd been no attempt to hide that, or his feeling of guilt concerning the night when he'd arrived home from his bowling party with Douglas Henry. On May 7th, Bowman spoke of his job, his employer, and the employer's secretary. His position with the company was minor, and he felt a great frustration in that fact. Other younger men came into the business and were promoted. He was not. Here, Bowman returned to his feeling of remorse over his wife and children. He wanted to talk about the puppy, which was brought into the home 2 weeks before the murder.
She brought it for the kids. They all made a big fuss about it. I never liked dogs much. One night I came home, I was
Hey, look at Pinky. He tied it under his chin.
That's my fishing hat. Give me that.
He didn't do anything, Paul. Why did you hit him? He didn't do anything. Come on, Pinky. It's all right. Come on.
What's the matter? Oh, Arthur.
Look what that dog did to my hat. Look.
You've had it ever since I can remember. Now you can get a new one. It was filthy anyway.
Daddy hit Pinky, Mama. He's under the couch and he won't come out.
We've got to get rid of that dog. I won't have my things destroyed. We've got to get rid of it.
You're acting like a child. Hitting a baby puppy.
It's all right, Pinky. It's all right. Let me hold him. He's mine.
All right, children. Take him in the kitchen. It's time for his supper.
Come on.
You better get washed up, Arthur. As soon as the puppy's fed, we'll eat.
Do you know why you didn't like the dog, Mr. Bowman?
Oh, I don't know. My mother had one when I was a kid. It was a big dog. I remember it bit me, and I was scared of it, but she kept it anyway.
Did you get rid of him? I mean, your children's puppy.
Well, I wanted to, but they wouldn't let me. Always babying it. It made me sick. Then one morning, I was on my way to work. I was a couple of minutes late. Mr. Heston, he's my boss, like I told you. He's always giving me a funny look when I'm late. Well, the car was parked in the driveway. I hadn't put it away the night.
Arthur!
Yes?
Have you seen Pinky?
No.
We got out of the backyard. See if he's in the garage.
I haven't got time. I'm late. Tell Terry to.
All right, but look under the car, though, before you drive out. He might be there.
Okay. Well, I hope there isn't much traffic. I'm going to be late. Oh, I forgot to look. I didn't look. I did it. I killed it.
Heart disease is one of America's first causes of disability and death. Your gifts have greatly helped our scientists and doctors in gaining new knowledge about this disease. Let's keep on helping them until every heart in America is protected. Please mail a generous gift to Heart, care of your local post office. And now, back to violence.
The motive behind Arthur Bowman's act of murder was becoming increasingly evident. The effect upon him by the domineering and strict mother was aggravated in later life by his unhappy and frustrated wife. The killing of the dog functioned only as a detonator. The total explosion was yet to come. On May the 9th, we held our fourth interview.
I've been thinking about what we were talking of last time. The dog.
Yes.
Well, why didn't I look under the car when May told me to? I was late, but I didn't want to run over it. I never do a thing like that.
Do you think it's possible that you did want to get rid of it, and not looking was an easy way? Your excuse?
No, no. I didn't even know it was there under the car.
You didn't look. It might have been. What happened at home after the dog was run over?
Well, they wouldn't talk to me. May, the kids, they thought it was my fault. I felt like I did when I was a kid. And one day I hit the baby, and my mother made a big fuss about it. She didn't talk to me for a week.
Did you feel that May was behaving the way your mother did?
I guess so.
Did you resent it?
Well, I was sorry about the dog, but it was only a dog. They didn't have any right to treat me like that.
Did you feel that they'd given to the dog the affection that you wanted?
Sure, that's what they did. Man comes home tired from work, and all he hears is what the dog did. Nobody cared what I did.
You were telling me a little about your job the other day, Mr. Bowman. Now, your employer's name is Heston, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been there for 9 years.
You said you were in the accounting department?
Yeah. I should have been the head of it a long time ago, but it's all politics.
Was Mr. Heston unfair to you?
Oh, I don't know. He didn't like me much, always making cracks. Like the time I was getting ready to quit for the day a couple of weeks ago.
Was that before the dog was run over?
No, after 7 or 8 days.
All through, Arthur?
Just about.
Boss wants to see you before you go.
Oh?
Take it easy, Arthur. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes? Oh. Hello, Arthur. Say, I wonder if you'd like to take on some extra work. Shouldn't take you more than a week or so. You can do it at home.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Heston. Couldn't one of the other boys...
Well, yes, they could. But I thought it might be a good thing for you. It's an important account. We want it done right. You're our best man, you know, Arthur.
I guess I could try it, Mr. Heston, if you think it's all right. I mean, if it's that important, maybe the chief ought to handle it.
Oh. You know, Arthur, the trouble with you is you're afraid of yourself. You ought to do something about that.
Well, sure, Mr. Heston, if you think
No,
that
it's all right. I'll give it to the chief. See you in the morning, Arthur. Thanks for dropping in.
Can I have some more potatoes, Ma?
Ellen, pass your brother the potatoes.
He'll get fat if he eats too many, won't he? Oh, you shut up.
Don't say shut up to your sister, Terry.
May,
Yes?
boss wanted me to do some extra work this week.
Oh?
Know what I told him? I said no, Mr. Heston. That's what I said. Can you imagine? Now he's trying to get me to do everybody else's job as well. Not good enough for promotion. but
Maybe
good
it'd have
enough.
been smart to take it.
For what? I know Heston. He's waiting for me to make a mistake so he can ease me out. Well, I'm smart. I'm not making any mistakes.
Oh, you're smart. All right. Get your hand out of the butter, Terry. Oh, yes, you're so smart. Everybody's wrong, and you're right. Don't stay on the right side of the boss. You tell him how smart you are. You know everything.
You think I should have done it?
All I know is you've had the same job for 9 years. 4 raises. I noticed Doug Henry's the head of his department at the store.
You're siding with Heston, too, huh? Everything I do stinks. Everything anybody else does.
Don't you use that language in front of the children.
Shut up, shut up! You and that dog. Fight like...
Arthur Bowman's pressures were reaching a highly dangerous stage. Had there been an outlet, a release from his frustrations and fears, had he been able to voice these thoughts, a murder might never have taken place. But the boiling point had been reached. Having killed once, it was only a question of time before he lost complete control of his hostile feelings. On the 10th of May, he began to tell me about the day which ended in death.
I guess I didn't eat much for breakfast that morning.
What were you thinking about when you left home to go to work?
I don't know.
Well, what was your attitude toward your wife, then? I mean, did you want to make up?
No. No, I didn't.
Had your children annoyed you that morning? Or the night before?
They were siding with her. It was like with the dog, only maybe worse. I had a lot of work to do that afternoon. Must have been about 5 when Mr. Heston came out of his office.
Arthur. Would you take a look at this for a minute?
Well, sure, Mr. Heston.
There seems to be a discrepancy in the figures to the Southern Metals April accounts. You took care of these, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, they've been checked twice now, their boys and the chief. I'm afraid you made a slip.
I'm sorry, Mr. Heston.
No, it's all right. Just be more careful, will you? We can't fool around with $50,000 that belongs to someone else, you know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Heston. It won't happen again.
Sure. It's okay.
You all right, Arthur?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Don't let it get you. You're entitled to one mistake.
Oh, yes.
That reminds me, could you do me a favor?
Oh, I guess so.
My car's in the garage. Won't be ready until tomorrow. Would you drop me off on your way home? Unless you're...
Oh, no, that's okay. Sure, be glad to.
Thanks. Penny for your thoughts, Arthur.
They're not worth it, really.
You're not unhappy about Mr. Heston calling you down this afternoon, are you?
No.
He likes you. He does. Trouble with you, Arthur, is you don't let people like you, you know?
I guess so.
Listen, I want to talk to you. I've been meaning to for quite a while. There's a bar on the next block. I usually stop by for a drink on the way. I'll let you buy me a martini. How's that?
Well...
Come on, I won't tell your wife. You're safe with me.
All right. I don't drink, though. Well, maybe a beer.
Oh, I would have bet it was a beer. You can park in the back over there. Here's to you, Arthur. Don't you ever drink anything except beer?
No, I don't drink much.
I can see that. This is my second. You're still nursing your first.
I'm sorry.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Stop being sorry. That's the first thing. Why are you always sorry?
I don't know.
I'll tell you something. You know what Mr. Heston thinks about you?
No.
Well, I'm going to tell you, and it's for your own good.
Sure, I understand.
He thinks you're wishy-washy. He thinks you've got what it takes, but you're wishy-washy.
I don't...
You know Heston. He's a nice guy, but he wants a man to say what he thinks. Well, you've been sitting behind that adding machine for 9 years. You could have been head of department by now, even Heston's assistant, but you're wishy-washy.
I guess that's the way I am.
There you go again. You don't even fight. Don't you ever fight? I'm telling you this for your own good, Arthur.
I know.
What does your wife say?
Well, she says the same thing, I suppose.
There you are. Don't you ever get mad? Don't you want to hit somebody, make them listen to you?
No, I don't get mad.
That's the trouble. You're a good-looking man, Arthur. You're not so old. You could do big things. But you've got to stop being wishy-washy.
If I hadn't got married when I did, I was very young then, you know. Maybe I'd be different. Maybe that's it.
Don't you love your wife?
I don't know. I think so. I don't know.
You ought to go out on a binge. That's what you need. And I'm the girl who can take care of it. Call the waiter, Arthur. A nice, loud voice now. You call him.
Yeah, sure. Waiter.
I'm 33, Arthur. Next month I'll be 34. You don't see me worrying, do you?
No, you're all right, Ellen.
Yeah. Listen, my drinking alone. What's the matter with you? That's still your first.
I'll have another in a while.
Now, like that puppy dog you were telling me about. You should have told him it's too bad. I did it. We'll get another. Forget it. You shouldn't brood.
I know. You're right.
I guess it's tough. And you got a wife like May.
But you don't know her, Eileen. You might think differently.
Yeah, I'll bet. Nag, nag, nag. No wonder. I feel sorry for you. Oh, well, I guess we better be going, huh? What's the time?
11.
Hey, we better. You're gonna get it. Come on. You turn right at the block after next. That's my street, Arthur.
Yes.
You mad because of the way I talk tonight?
No.
It's for your own good. I hate to see you sitting in the office like you do, a nice-looking fellow like you.
It's all right.
Listen, you can come up for a nightcap if you want. I haven't got any beer, but I'll be glad
I'd like to, Eileen, but...
Well, then, if you'd like to, come on up.
Well...
It's on the right, beyond the empty lot there.
All right.
You know, if I was a man, next time your wife made any kind of a crack, stand up for yourself. Tell her what you think. Oh, this is it, Arthur. Home, sweet home. You coming up?
I don't think I'd better. Thanks, anyway.
Arthur. Arthur. Oh, you kill me. You really do. You're even afraid of me. You're afraid of yourself. You're afraid of your wife. I know what's the matter with you.
It's late, Eileen.
You're
I'd
wishy-washy. That's what you are.
Please don't say that anymore.
Just a little thing like having a nightcap in a girl's apartment and you act like a scared kid. Oh, boy, what a husband you'd make.
Please don't say anymore.
Maybe I'm wrong about your wife. Maybe she's the one I should feel sorry for.
Shut up.
She's got to put up with you every day.
Shut up. Stop it.
Arthur, you're wishy-washy. That's what you are, wishy-washy.
Stop it. Stop it.
Well, you are. You're afraid of me and you're afraid of...
I'll kill you.
What did you do after that?
I knew she was dead. I just opened the door. She fell out on the sidewalk. I went home.
Do you know that it was wrong to kill her?
Yes. Yes, I know.
How did you feel toward your wife then?
I was sorry, I guess. I mean, the trouble it's going to mean. But why, Doctor? Why did I kill? Why did I kill Eileen? Why?
Why did Arthur Bowman kill a comparative stranger? It might have been any woman, any stranger. It happened to be Eileen. She had treated him as had all the others in his life who had dominated and frustrated him. And although his semi-conscious resentment was directed toward his wife, he could no more kill her than he could have killed his own mother. His repressed angers had reached the point of explosion. Had he, throughout his life, been able to voice these emotions, he would not have resorted to violence.
Arthur Bowman was brought to trial in August. More than 24 witnesses, including his employer, John Heston, appeared in his behalf. The defense based their case on the fact that the defendant was not conscious of the wrongful nature of the act at the time he committed the crime. In a moment, we will tell you the outcome of this case.
Science is now undertaking one of the most intensive research programs in history as it battles the menace of cancer. To continue this vital research, we must all join the cancer crusade of the American Cancer Society. Strike back at cancer. Give generously to your unit of the American Cancer Society. Now for the outcome of the trial of Arthur Bowman.
The attempt on the part of the defense to prove Bowman legally insane was unsuccessful, and the jury found him guilty. He was convicted of murder.
Violence. The story of a true crime is written by Anthony Ellis. Harry Bartell is Dr. Richard Morley. Supporting Mr. Bartell were Ted Osborne as Arthur Bowman, Jeanette Nolan as May, and Virginia Gregg as Eileen. Featured in the cast were Lou Merrill, Bill Boucher, Richard Beals, Janine Ann Roos, and John Stevenson and David Light. Violence is directed by Norman MacDonald. The special music is composed and conducted by Marlon Skiles. Clarence Cassell speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
So you think you're smart, eh? You're nobody's fool? Brother, you can be taken.
CBS presents Bunco Squad. The Bunco artist, the swindler, the con man. He comes in 1,000 disguises. He has 1,000,000 tricks. He can make a sucker out of you. Be on your guard. For the protection of you, the American public, we open once again tonight the files of Bunco Squad. Authentic cases drawn from the police records of the nation. You will be guided through a case of Bunco step by step, as it actually happened, as it could happen to you. Now, here is your host and guide, the noted authority on Bunco schemes, Captain Frank Trumbull.
Good evening. We call the confidence man a bunco artist because in his evil way, that's exactly what he is. The slickest, cleverest, most dangerous artist in the underworld. Perhaps you haven't thought that bunco schemes can be dangerous. Well then, listen.
It's just me, Wilbur. I swear that Miss Blanchard is helpless as a baby sometimes. Wilbur! Wilbur, where are you? My land, you're never around. Wilbur! Wilbur!
What you just heard is part of an actual case taken from the police files of St. Louis, involving one of the most dangerous and vicious bunco schemes ever to come to my attention. Here is the case of the Bookworm. The unfortunate victim in the case of the Bookworm is a man by the name of Wilbur King. Mr. King is a retired heating contractor who had managed to save up a sufficient nest egg to live modestly with his wife, Jane, in a comfortable home just off Delmar Avenue. The Kings are honest, good, church-going folks. Actually, that's where the whole thing started. One Sunday morning in a church overlooking Forest Park. During the services, Mrs. King had noticed a strange couple staring at her and at her husband. And when the service concluded, she was surprised to find herself greeted most cordially by a woman she didn't know, had never seen before.
Why, Helen, imagine running into you here.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you have us mixed up with someone else.
Well, oh, dear Charles, they're not the Pearsons at all.
I was afraid you were mistaken, my dear.
Oh, and after the way we stared at these poor people, too.
Yes, please forgive us, folks.
Oh, a natural mistake.
You see, we're new in St. Louis. We don't know a soul.
I guess it was partly wishful thinking on my part. I am sorry.
Not at all. I know how it is in a strange town.
Now, come now, dear. These folks aren't interested. Oh, perhaps you could tell us where we might catch a bus to the Radcliffe Hotel on Kings Highway.
Why, that's right on our way home. We'd be glad to drop you off.
Oh, I wouldn't think of putting you to all that trouble.
Nonsense. No trouble at all.
Well, it's very kind of you. Oh, I'm Charles Hollister. This is my wife, Irene.
How do you do? My name is King, and this is Mrs. King.
I'm so glad to know you.
Delighted to meet you. Yes, indeed. Most delighted.
That meeting, accidental as it may have seemed, was part of a carefully laid plan. Try to put yourself in the King's place. They were friendly people, anxious to meet any new fellow churchgoers, so naturally they offered them a lift. But even if they hadn't, it wouldn't have mattered. The Hollisters would have pursued the accidental meeting in another manner. Once the contact was accomplished, Hollister made himself as charming as possible. By the time they'd reached the Radcliffe Hotel, he'd persuaded the Kings to have Sunday dinner with him. And the next night, he invited them to be his guests at the Municipal Opera. And all the while, in casual, matter-of-fact conversation, Charles told Wilbur King about himself and his work. That he was a writer visiting St. Louis to do some scientific research at Washington University. And the Kings were most impressed with their newfound friends. But when the Hollisters were alone in their hotel room...
A swell pitch this is going to be. That old biddy nearly yacked my arm off. You know what she does for fun? She puts up preserves.
Well, then, baby, you're going to put up preserves and like it. Because there's a big pot of jam at the end of this rainbow. 15 grand worth.
50, honest, Chum?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we only cased him for about 8. How'd you find out?
Oh, charm, baby. It'll guide you to everything but give me the key to a safety deposit box.
Oh, darling, that's wonderful. I could kiss you for that.
What's stopping you?
Nothing. You lovely hunk of man.
Mm.
Say, maybe we can shove this pitch along a little faster, huh?
Oh, don't get impatient, Cookie. It never pays to rush a mark.
Okay, honey. You're the brains.
Now, get busy and finish copying that book I got from the library.
All right, you great, big, famous author, you.
During the next 2 weeks, Hollister played Wilbur King like a trout. It was flattering to be wined and dined by a younger, brilliant man, and an author at that. And when the game was finally set to land, Charles was ready with the gaff. He set the scene by inviting the Kings to a mysterious dinner celebration at the Chase Room.
Oh, happy days. Oh, Mrs. King, let me fill your glass.
Oh, no, please.
That's a beautiful watch you have there, Hollister. I've been admiring it.
A beautiful watch you have, Wilbur. Here, it's yours.
Oh, no, I couldn't dream.
Nonsense, Mr. King. You take it. Charles can afford it now.
Say, what is this mystery? I swear you've got me eaten up with curiosity.
Yes, what's happened? Haven't found a gold mine, have you?
Oh, you're not far wrong. Here, read this wire.
The Board of Education excited about your manuscript. Wanted for high schools throughout the state. Hey, Hollister, that's wonderful.
Isn't it?
Read the rest of it.
Advance order confirmed at 40,000 copies. Wire me, Hotel Senator, immediately if you can deliver by October. Joseph Sterling. Who's Sterling?
Oh, he's my literary agent in Jefferson City.
Oh, I'm so happy for both of you.
40,000 copies. Think of it, Jane.
A toast. To the book, everybody.
To the book.
Say, Wilbur, I've been wondering if I could ask you to do me a favor on this thing.
Of course, Charles. Anything. What is it?
Well, as I was saying to Irene last night, wasn't I, honey?
Mm-hmm.
This is a tremendous break, of course, but it also means I'll have to interrupt my present work to get this book printed. Irene came up with a wonderful idea. Why not ask you to help out? You have the time, the brains, the organizational ability.
I'd be glad to do anything I could, but isn't that the publisher's job?
Oh, Wilbur, you don't think I'd go to a regular publisher? Accept a piddling royalty with a firm order for 40,000 books in my pocket? Oh, not on your life. I intend to publish this myself. I have a printer in Jefferson City all set to go. The way I figure, it'll cost around $30,000. I'll gross $150,000 on the order. A net profit of $120,000.
That's a lot of money.
Isn't it, though?
And it'll mean a lot of work. Every student in the state will have to use a copy of my book. And that's only the beginning. There are 47 other states. Of course, Wilbur, I wouldn't expect you to take on the selling and distributing job for nothing.
But it's out of my line.
Oh, Wilbur, nonsense. Since when is a $60,000 profit out of anybody's line?
$60,000?
Surely. Look, you come in with me and share in the initial printing cost. And as soon as the books are ready, you take over complete supervision of sales and delivery from then on. And I'll cut you in for 50% of the profit, including the order I've already got.
Wilbur, what an opportunity.
Oh, no. It's an opportunity for me, Mrs. King. You see, I'm a writer and a scientist. I've got no head for business, and I'm not interested in it. It'd be a godsend to have a businessman like Wilbur to handle things. A partner I can trust.
Now the enticing bait was out, and Hollister felt sure that Wilbur King would snap at it. Well, wouldn't you? A chance to make $60,000 on a $15,000 investment, and at absolutely no risk. What would you do? If you're like Mr. King, you'd probably ask for time to think it over. And you might not want to trust your own judgment completely. You might, as Mr. and Mrs. King did, seek advice from your lawyer.
Black lead gas common, a Monsanto stock, brown shoe. Wilbur, do you realize you're selling everything you own?
Sure, John, we realize it, but it's only for a short time.
60 days, Mr. Hollister said.
I don't know. I don't like this.
But it's such an opportunity, and the Hollisters are such nice people.
You said yourself that Hollister was perfectly right to handle this himself instead of through a publisher.
I know.
Well, he's leaving for Jefferson City to pay the printer in a day or two, and I've got to put up half the money if I want to share in the profits.
Well, it's just that I hate to see you take a chance with practically all the money you've got.
What kind of chance?
Why, Mr. Hollister is known and respected by every big scientist and educator you can name. You should see the letters he has from them.
Stationery can be obtained and letters can be forged.
Forged? Why, you suspicious old codger.
Well, that's what lawyers are paid for, Wilbur. To be suspicious old codgers.
But what about the telegram from Mr. Sterling saying that the Board of Education had agreed to take 40,000 copies of the book?
Say, I've got that wire right here in my pocket. I forgot to return it to Charles.
May I see it, please?
Sure.
Sterling, eh? Excuse me a moment. Miss Kennedy, put through a person-to-person call to Mr. Joseph Sterling at the Hotel Senator in Jefferson City. Buzz me when you've got him. Thank you. Just an extra precaution, Wilbur. I'm sure your friend, Mr. Hollister, would appreciate that you're the type of man who makes a thorough investigation of a deal before he puts up his life savings.
But Charles and Irene are such wonderful people. I'm sure why they wouldn't even suggest that
Of course they wouldn't. This is just plain foolishness, John. I've been a pretty fair judge of men in my time, and I
know, Wilbur, but a man can always be wrong. We'll see. Hello? Mr. Sterling? Mr. Joseph Sterling? Mr. Sterling, this is Judge Rowan in St. Louis. I represent Mr. and Mrs. Wilbur King in connection with a partnership that they're forming with a Mr. Charles Hollister. Yes? Yes. I understand that you are Mr. Hollister's literary agent. I see. Oh, really? Well, about the order from the Board of Education. Yes? Yes, 40,000 copies of the book. I see. Mm-hmm. Yes, I see. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sterling. Goodbye.
Well, what did he say?
He says it's the greatest book of its kind he's ever handled. He says the 40,000 order is only the beginning. He expects every school system in the country to take it.
Oh. Well, what do you say now?
I knew it. What an opportunity. The Hollisters are such wonderful people.
Yes, the Hollisters were very wonderful people. And smart, too. Smart enough to have their accomplice, Mr. Sterling, waiting in Jefferson City just on the chance that the Kings might call him. Naturally, he confirmed the order. And so John Rowan, the lawyer, had to admit that the deal sounded okay. And Wilbur King sold out his securities, his only bulwark against old age, and handed Charles Hollister a check for $15,000. The next day, the Hollisters left for Jefferson City to sign the contract with the printer, they said. The BUNCO scheme had worked.
Any mail, Wilbur?
Just a circular.
I'm going across the street to Miss Blanchard's for a few minutes, dear. Why, what's the matter?
Well, nothing. Only we haven't heard a word from Charles and Irene for over 2 weeks.
Yes, that is strange, isn't it? Well, I'll be back in 10 minutes. I do hope nothing's wrong. They're such nice people.
Yes. Such nice people. Operator, get me the Hotel Senator in Jefferson City. That's right, Charles Hollister. But I know he went there. Are you sure? Never registered? Thank you. Boatman's Bank? Chief Teller, please. He cashed the check the same day? Yes, I understand the check was in order. Of course you had to honor it. Operator, I want to put in another call to Jefferson City. The purchasing agents of the Board of Education.
It's just me, Wilbur. I swear that Miss Blanchard is helpless as a baby sometimes. Wilbur, Wilbur, where are you, my land? You're never around. Wilbur! Wilbur!
We'll return to Captain Trumbull and tonight's Bunco Squad story in just a moment. To politely paraphrase history, George burns while Gracie fiddles, and the result is, of course, the laugh riot heard every Wednesday evening over many of these same CBS stations. George and Gracie are two of America's best purveyors of nonsense, and two neighbors everyone enjoys visiting. You can never tell what Gracie has up her sleeve, but you can always bet it'll get George into trouble. Be sure not to miss the Burns and Allen Show this Wednesday and every Wednesday at that spot on your dial marked CBS. Now, here's Captain Trumbull again to continue tonight's Bunco Squad story, The Bookworm.
In a game as carefully constructed as a fine watch, Charles Hollister had, as the bunco artist would say, roped his mark, told him the tale, given him the convincer, and had taken off a nice touch of $15,000. As a result, Wilbur King was in emergency hospital at death's door and attempted suicide. The next day, Mrs. King went down to police headquarters and told her story.
No.
Do you recognize any of the pictures, Mrs. King?
No. I've stared at these pictures until they're all beginning to look alike. Lieutenant Scott, I didn't want to come here. I should be at the hospital.
Mr. King is in competent hands. You can help him best by helping us catch these suspects.
I still can't believe it. They were such nice people.
They're always nice people, Mrs. King. When you've gone over all the pictures, will you come into Detective LeBec's office and make out a crime report, please?
Yes, Lieutenant, I will.
I'll wait for you there. No luck yet, Lee. She's still looking.
She'll sign a complaint?
Oh, yes. She's upset, but she'll come through.
Here's all we've got to go on, Skipper. It's not much.
Oh, this the book? Authentic-looking job, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see what you can do with it.
Will do. And this watch.
Beautiful. Well, what's the connection?
Oh, King admired it, and Hollister took it off his wrist and handed it over.
Oh.
You know these con men when they're building up a mark.
Lend me your knife, will you, Lee?
Sure. Here.
Oh. Serial number. Jot this down. 5231418. Gruen.
I'll run a make on it. Say, did you see the piece in the Globe this morning about King shooting himself?
Yeah. And if Hollister sees it, he'll take off for the moon.
Maybe he won't see it.
Fat chance. Anybody as smart as that bird is watching the papers, all right.
Lieutenant Scott had his con man figured correctly. After paying off their Confederate, Joe Sterling, for his assist in answering the telephone in Jefferson City, Charles and Irene Hollister were taking it easy between jobs at the Hotel Southern in Memphis.
Dolly. Charles.
Oh, don't bother me. Can't you see I'm reading?
Oh, that silly St. Louis paper. What's so interesting in St. Louis you have to read the paper every day?
Just careful, sweetie. You never know when a sucker might get panicky and run to the coppers. Doesn't cost much. What the...
What's the matter? They haul a copper already?
Oh, worse than that. That jerk King shot himself.
Oh, no, let me see that.
Here.
Wilbur King, 54, cause given his despondency when a team of confidence workers bilked him out of his life savings. Why, that's stupid.
Condition very critical. You know what that means? If he dies, that's technical murder.
Chuck, they can't tie it to us, can they? We were careful.
Shut up and let me think. Tried to cover everything. There's nothing in the book.
You didn't write any checks.
Oh, what do you take me for? No, I didn't do anything they can Wait a minute.
What is it?
My wristwatch. I gave it to King, remember?
It wasn't engraved, was it?
It might as well have been. It's got a serial number, and I used my right name when I bought it.
Oh, no.
In Toledo, remember?
I might have known, you stupid fool. You would pull a bonehead play like that. Now you've got it.
Now, don't you crack up on me. That's all I need.
But they'll trace that watch.
It may take days. And if I have anything to say about it, they'll never trace it. Come on, now, start packing. We've got a long drive ahead of us. Okay, here we are. Everything clear?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, Chuck, I don't like this.
And I love it, I suppose,
I
huh?
know, but
Look, you just keep this car running. I'll be out as soon as I can. I've got to get the sales record from that jewelry store before the cops trace that watch.
Be careful, Chuck, please.
Yeah. October, November. December. Where's December? Oh!
Chuck, quick! Hurry!
Oh, you numbskull, get this thing going.
I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh.
Come on, step on it. Yeah. Keep going, we can make it. Take the next corner, fast.
We made it.
Yeah, don't stop. Keep this thing moving.
Yeah. Did you get the record?
No, the alarm went off before I could find it.
You'll never get it now. The cops will blanket this place in no time.
Yeah, I know. Head for St. Louis.
St. Louis? Why?
I gotta get that watch back. Our only chance is that Mrs. King hasn't told the cops about it. Now, step on it.
When things were going his way, Hollister was a smooth, affable conman. But now, in trouble, over his depth, cornered, the veneer came off to reveal him for what he was, a desperate, dangerous criminal, ready to stop at nothing. Meantime, in St. Louis, Bunco Squad was making headway. Detectives Scott and LeBeck were beginning to fit parts of the puzzle into place.
Hello, Lee. What's new on the King case?
Well, this for one thing. I got it at the public library.
A book, huh? Science Progresses by James Widmark. Published 1941.
Mm-hmm. And guess what?
Yeah, I know. The manuscript Hollister showed Mr. King is an exact copy, word for word.
Right. No wonder King thought it looked okay.
Well, that locks up the intent to defraud angle.
Yeah. Oh, say, here's something else. I got a report from the manufacturer on the watch Hollister gave King. It was sold by Levine and Wise in Toledo.
Levine and Wise?
Yeah. Why? What's up?
I just saw a teletype. Levine and Wise were knocked over last night.
Uh-oh.
That isn't all. Nothing was taken.
What?
But all the sales records were disturbed. This is a break, Lee. Hollister must have broken into the jewelry store trying to get the sales slip on that watch. That means he bought it in his own name.
Yeah.
And suppose he didn't get the sales slip.
Well, we can check that.
If he didn't, he might come back and try to get the watch on the chance that Mrs. King forgot to tell us about it. Lee, get that watch out of property, will you?
Sure. What have you got in mind?
I think it might be a good idea to give it back to Mrs. King.
I'm scared.
Oh, stop it. You're getting me jittery, too. 7 years without a hitch, and then this has to happen.
Well, suppose something goes wrong.
For Pete's sake, lay off. Look, we cased the house for 2 days, haven't we?
Yeah.
Not a cop in sight. She goes to the hospital, she comes home. It's all clear, I tell you.
I'd feel better if you ditched that gun.
I said I wouldn't use it, didn't I? Okay. Here we go.
Chuck, remember, no gun.
Oh, brace up, Cookie. We won't need a gun. We can con her out of that watch blindfolded. Okay, honey. We're on. And don't forget to keep her occupied while I look for that watch.
Irene, Mr. Hollister.
Darling, I'll bet you thought we'd never get back.
We sure missed you, folks.
I'll say.
Say, where's Wilbur, the old son of a gun? Wait till he sees what I've got for him.
Why, it's a check.
Oh, and what a check. First return, $64,000. Oh, didn't Wilbur get my wire?
Wire? Why, no.
Can you beat that? Well, half of this is Wilbur's.
What? Darling, what's the matter?
Wilbur's in the hospital. What? He shot himself.
Oh, no. Oh, you poor dear.
He thought you'd swindled him.
Swindled? He thought that?
Yes.
Oh, but that's terrible. Because he didn't hear from us? Oh, then it's all our fault. Oh, my dear.
Oh, no. Please don't feel that way. Oh. Why, where did Mr. Hollister go?
Mrs. King, don't go in there.
Why, Mr. Hollister?
I thought I told you to keep
What
her
do you
occupied.
expect with all the noise you were making?
All right, can the chatter and let's blow. Fast.
You got the watch?
Yeah. Come on.
Then you are thieves.
Oh, shut up.
What'll we do with the old lady? Chuck, we can't leave her loose now.
In the closet.
Yep.
Come on, Grandma. In you go.
No, please. No,
Here.
no.
One peep out of you, you'll get this gun across your head. Get in there now.
No, help, please, let me out.
Let's slow down now.
Yeah.
Don't want anybody to see us running.
You sure she'll be all right, Chuck?
Stop worrying about her. Somebody will find her. Get in the car.
It's all right, Mrs. King. You're safe now.
They were just here. They took the watch.
We know all about it, Mrs. King. We've been staked out here for several days. I saw every move they made through the window just now. You were in no danger.
You were outside? Then why didn't you stop them?
We let them go on purpose. Lieutenant Scott is trailing them right now, right to wherever they've hidden your money. I hope.
Flight 12 for New Orleans, Galveston, and Mexico City.
That's us,
now
Chuck.
loading
Hurry.
at gate
Not
6.
until we get that little package.
Got the locker key?
What a question. Let's see. Number 587, 56. Uh-huh.
Oh, Chuck, hurry. Will you?
Relax, beautiful, relax. Plenty of time.
That's right, Hollister.
What?
Plenty of time. About 10 years apiece, I'd say.
Oh!
Why, don't you...
So you want it this way.
Chuck!
All right. Get up. Hold out those hands.
Yeah.
And I'll just take that package out of the locker, if you
Now,
don't
look.
mind.
Look, you've got nothing on us. I want an attorney. I know my rights.
Oh, brother, if only one of you would think up a different line. Just once.
So there you have the case of the bookworm. It was taken from the files of Bunco Squad through the courtesy of St. Louis Chief of Police Jeremiah O'Connell. And now we have a message for you from Chief O'Connell himself.
Thank you, Captain Trumbull, for the opportunity to expose one of the most vicious swindles ever attempted in St. Louis. Thanks to Bunco Squad, nearly all of Mr. and Mrs. King's money was recovered. And I might add, Mr. King recovered, too. The Hollisters were convicted of grand theft bunco, burglary, and assault with a deadly weapon. Both are now serving a 2 to 14-year sentence in the penitentiary at Jefferson City.
Thank you, Chief O'Connell. It has recently come to my attention that the bookworm bunco is again being tried. This time in Cleveland, Minneapolis, and Oklahoma City. We trust that tonight's dramatic presentation of this case will serve to warn the citizens of those communities. Next week, we open the files of the police force in Albuquerque, New Mexico, for another unusual and dangerous bunco game. Be sure to join us then for the story of the vanishing freight cars. Until then, this is Captain Trumbull saying good night and leaving you with this warning. The bunco artist is clever. The bunco artist is vicious. The bunco artist is dangerous. So,
be on your guard. The elements of tonight's case were true. Only the names were changed for the protection of innocent persons. Chief O'Donnell was represented in proxy by his permission. Next week, Captain Trumbull again opens the files of Bunco Squad for another authentic case drawn from the police records of the nation. Join us then, won't you? And meantime, be on your guard. Bunco Squad, produced and directed by Ralph Rose, is written by Larry Goldman and Troy Leonard. Original music was composed and conducted by Del Castillo. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Of the three safecrackers who were schooled in their trade by a master criminal, and how alert detectives practically read their minds from what they knew of a man who had been dead 10 years.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Police Commissioner and Chief of Detectives, New York City, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the three safecrackers.
Chief Sullivan, I know the case you're going to tell our Gangbusters listeners about tonight will furnish unusual proof of the work of one of the country's most colorful teams of detectives, New York City's Safe and Loft Squad.
It will, Don Gardner. If you and your listeners will bear two facts in mind. First, in burglary cases, it's extremely difficult for the police to get evidence for conviction. And second, the surest way is to know what's going to happen before it does happen.
Before it happens?
Yes, Don. I'll show you one way it was done. This case began on a bleak, overcast day last January at the huge Calvary Cemetery on Long Island. A lone man kneeled at one of the graves, unmindful of the young priest a few feet away.
It's been a long time, Pete, but I haven't gone back on you. I want to be all you were, if you don't mind, more. I always looked up to you, Pete, and I still respect you. I've got the same kind of ideas you had. Oh. Well, hello, Father.
Can I assist you in your prayers, my son?
No, thanks, Father. It's not what you'd call prayers. Besides, I was just leaving. Bye, Father.
Goodbye, my son.
Thanks anyway. Next time, maybe.
Well. Hello, Father. Oh, Captain Hanson. Are you policemen always hiding in the trees? Not always, Father. Sometimes we come out in the open. And are you here on business? No. I came out to visit the grave of an old friend. But, maybe it'll develop into business, Father. You mean that Marner I just spoke with? Yes. Strange seeing him here. I thought he was in Sing Sing. Oh? And what makes you think that man should be in Sing Sing? Because, Father, I sent him there. Uh-huh. Well, if he's been released, no doubt he'll lead a good life. I wouldn't count on it, Father. You won't torment this man now because he came to the cemetery. No, of course not. I'm just going to see at whose grave Freddie Russo came so far to pray. Business? Just curiosity. Curiosity seems to be the main fault of policemen. Also, Father, the main virtue. Your man Russo is going out the gate.
Now, that's all right, Father. If I want him, I can find him again.
Yes, I suppose you can. But here's the grave of his friend. Is your curiosity satisfied?
No, Father. Now, I'm more curious.
More curious? At the sight of this grave of a man 10 years dead? Why, Captain.
This is the grave of Big Pete Schneider, Father.
Indeed.
He died in Sing Sing. He was one of the most troublesome safecrackers I can remember.
And, he's still troublesome, Captain?
Yes, very troublesome. Big Pete Schneider had a twisted pride in his trade. He enjoyed passing his skill on to others. One of his pupils was Fred Russo. And if Fred Russo came to the grave of his master for inspiration, he must be up to something.
I see. Well, give my best to the boys at headquarters.
I will, Father. And goodbye.
Vera. Vera.
The dinner's on the kitchen table. Go eat it.
What's the matter? Can't you get your nose out of that magazine and give me dinner?
You get here on time and I'll eat with you. If you come late, you help yourself. Where you been?
Busy.
You didn't go to work today.
I don't want you spying on me, Vera.
Who has to spy on you? I can tell by the look on your push you didn't go to work.
Okay, I was out in Long Island seeing an old friend.
Now listen to me, Fred. You stay out of trouble.
Will you lay off?
You'll be heading back up to Sing Sing. It's all right for you. They give you 3 meals a day up there. But what am I supposed to do? Go out scrubbing floors or something?
I told you to lay off.
Now that you're out, you ought to have sense enough to stay out. Big dreams you got. Always big dreams. You got a good job. You're making good money. Play it straight. You might like it.
What do you care where the dough comes from, as long as it's dough?
Come on, I'll give you something.
Wait a minute.
What?
I was out to see Big Pete.
Oh, so that's where.
Yeah.
Well, he's been dead for 10 years. Let him stay dead. He never did you any good. He never did anybody any good, not even himself.
He left a lot behind, Vera.
Trouble, that's all. Just trouble.
No ideas. They're right up here. Big Pete pounded them into my head one by one. Up there was an operator.
Yeah, and what did it get him? A Sing Sing funeral. And that's the same thing it'll get you.
It's going to get me $1 million.
All right, Fred, all right. I'm sick of arguing with you. If you want to go back, go ahead. I don't care.
I'm not going back any place. I'm lining up a couple of guys. I'm going to teach them what Big Pete taught me.
Just leave me out of it. That's
okay. Just ask me for something when the dough starts rolling.
I won't ask you for nothing. Yeah, I will ask you for something. Go get yourself killed. Then I can blow my head off and forget about you. That's what I asked you for. Come on in the kitchen.
Oh, baby.
I wish I could feed your brain instead of your belly.
Safe and loft squad, Captain Hansen.
Detective Clark, Captain.
Well?
The parole commission records show that Frederick Russo was released from Sing Sing October 1st after serving 11 years and 4 months.
Is he still reporting to the parole officer?
Yes, Captain. Once a month. He's been regular.
He would be. What's his address?
450 East 21st.
Yeah, East 21st. All right, Clark, come on back to the office.
Okay.
Sergeant Ryan.
Yes, Captain.
Come in here a minute.
Sure thing, Captain.
Clark got an address on Russo.
Oh, good.
Yeah, from the parole commission. Sit down. I don't know, Sergeant. Russo might be going square. But what was he doing out visiting Big Pete's grave? Maybe looking to knock the knobs off some more safes. And if that's so, he can't do it alone. Now, I want you to find out who he's got and what they're up to.
Yes, sir.
You've got yourself, Clark, Sanders, Burns, and Garnett. I want somebody on Russo every minute until we find out what's going through his mind. You got it?
We won't let him out of our sight, Captain.
Wait till Clark comes in, Sergeant, and then get going.
Okay.
And remember one thing. I want them caught in the act. No other way.
Come on, Fred, take me home, will you?
Will you sit still, Vera? I told you I gotta meet somebody.
Anybody you gotta meet in this joint ain't worth meeting. Now let's get out of here.
Go ahead, Vera. Go home if you want. I'm gonna stick here.
You gotta get up early tomorrow.
Early for what? If you're so worried, I'll put you in a... Oh, there they are.
Look, Fred, don't get into nothing, will you?
Go on home. I gotta see these guys.
Listen to me, will you?
So long. I'll see you later. Excuse me. What? Oh, yeah, it's okay. Hello, guys.
Hiya, Russo. Sit down.
Well?
I'll buy you a deal, Russo.
Okay.
But you still got to sell Laviola here.
What's the matter with him?
Nothing, except I'm for sticking to my own knitting. You've been shooting off what an easy touch these safe jobs are. Well, that's something new to me. The way I hear, a safe job is the hardest trick to turn.
You just listen to me and we'll do all right.
What's the matter? I'm not doing all right now?
Wake up, will you, Laviola? What you call all right is buttons.
Okay, so it's buttons. But all them buttons are mine. They don't get cut 3 ways.
What are you worrying about a 3-way split for? This is big dough. More than you ever heard of.
Tell me, Russo, what makes you such an expert?
Did you ever hear of Big Pete Schneider?
Yeah, I heard of him. What are you, his first cousin?
Will you listen, Laviola? This is a good pitch.
Okay, Russo. What about Big Pete?
He was my professor in college. Everything he knew, I know. And I'll teach you what Big Pete taught me.
Tell me, did he teach you how to stay clear of the safe and love squad?
Yeah, that was the first lesson. Case the job good. Take nothing but cash. And they can't lay a hand on you.
Yeah, unless they catch you red hot right on the job.
Well, who's looking to be jumped up in the act? That's an accident.
Yeah. Have you got anything lined up?
It's only Barrett.
I'm going home, Fred. You coming?
You stop talking about it and go ahead. I'll see you later.
Now, listen here. Oh, good night.
Yeah, nice dish there, Russo.
Talks too much.
You ever know when it didn't?
Let's get back to business, will you?
Yeah, what do you got lined up?
A loaded store, plus a couple of factories in the garment district.
And what do you count on taking out?
Plenty.
Well, what's plenty?
What are you worrying about, Laviola? If Russo says there'll be plenty, that's okay. It's okay for me, anyways.
All right, Russo. I'm in.
Good. Glad to have you. Let's have a drink on it, huh? Waiter. Waiter. Over here, huh?
Russo sat there with the girl for a while, Captain.
Yeah?
Then these other two came in and took a booth, Joe Pelletieri and Frank Laviola.
Mm-hmm.
Russo left the booth and joined them. They're still talking.
Okay, Sergeant. This looks like the mob. When they leave, one of you get with each of them. And stay with them.
So, Don, even as the criminals were organizing, New York detectives of the Safe and Loft Squad were aware of their activities and laid their plans to capture them in the act. But unexpected developments upset the best-laid plans.
Now back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, how detectives of the New York City Police Department's Safe and Loft Squad had under surveillance a gang of criminals they knew were planning a series of large safe burglaries.
That's right, Don. And the assigned detectives, working in teams, trailed their suspects around the clock. Days went by, however, and the criminals failed to make a move. Then one night, Sergeant Ryan and Detective Clark followed Russo and one of his Confederates, Joe, into a Bowery dive and watched them as they stood at the bar.
What do you say, Clark? Shall we get up close to him?
They're liable to make us, Sergeant.
Come on. It's worth a chance if we can overhear him.
Okay.
You get around on that side of him.
Right.
You guys gotta listen to me, Joe. I know what I'm doing.
Room in here, fella.
What? Yeah, plenty.
We have a glass of beer.
You can't blame him, Russo. He's getting the edge. So am I. You've been waiting long enough.
Okay, we're ready to go.
When?
In a couple of days.
Oh, that's more like it.
First, we need a few things.
For instance, what?
Well, there's stuff on this list here.
Hey, that's a lot of hardware.
We gotta get it.
Where's that beer?
We split the list up. Buy the stuff in hardware stores. One item in each store. Now, let's go find Laviola.
I think I know where he is.
Drop some change in the bar, will you?
Yeah.
Come on. Now, we get this stuff together. Now, the three of us go out and take a look.
Did you catch what they said, Sergeant?
Yeah, keep hot on them, Clark. I'm going to call Captain Hanson.
Hello?
Captain?
Yes?
Sergeant Ryan. I didn't wake you.
No, I just got in. What's up?
Clark and I caught part of a conversation between Russo and Joe. It's any day now.
Oh? What makes you so sure?
They're going out to buy burglar tools tomorrow. They're going to visit hardware stores.
Okay. Stay with them, Sergeant. I want enough evidence against those guys so they'll never get out. I want every storekeeper where they make a purchase to be able to identify whatever they bought without question.
Well, you want to buy that one?
I don't know.
Electric grills don't grow on trees, not yet. That and the other one you looked at are all I got.
Maybe it'll be okay.
It should be. It's guaranteed for all kinds of heavy duty.
You got plenty of bits?
Yeah, plenty. Make up your mind about the drill. I got to answer the phone.
Yeah.
Phone, customers, phone all around this place all day long. Larry's Hardware. Hello.
Don't say anything, Larry. Sergeant Ryan, Safe and Loft Squad.
Oh, hello.
That guy in your store looking at the electric drill. Sell it to him.
Yeah, but...
Sell it to him, Larry, even if you got to cut the price.
Okay, if you say so, but, well, this business I don't understand.
Just be sure you can identify it later.
Okay.
And the guy, too. Make a note of the serial numbers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But now I understand.
Okay, Larry. Be around to see you later.
Come in, Sergeant.
Well, Captain, looks like tonight's the night. They got enough burglar tools to crack Fort Knox.
And you can trace them?
Right back to the stores where they bought them.
Good work. And what do you make it for tonight?
Well, they got two places all cased out.
Mm-hmm.
A clothing store at 26th on Broadway.
Yeah.
And the Loft Building on West 27th.
Which one do you think they'll try first?
It's a toss-up, Captain.
Well, I'd lay my money on the clothing store. They probably figure they'll have less trouble with the safe and maybe get more cash.
Okay.
But keep the other place covered.
It will be.
I told you, Ryan, I want them hands down. And that's the way we're going to get them. The two of us are going to plant ourselves inside that clothing store and wait for them. We're giving the district attorney an open and shut case on this one.
Well, looks pretty good from where I'm sitting.
Now, let's not be too sure, Sergeant. This is a funny business. Anything can happen to queer the works.
Fred.
Yeah? What do you want?
Come in the kitchen a minute, will you? Oh, these things.
Yeah? What do you want, Vera?
Open up this jar for me, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, where are you going all dressed up?
Out?
Out? Supper's almost ready.
That's too bad. I'm eating with the boys. Here's your jar.
I don't want you around those boys, Fred. They're nothing but trouble.
Who's living my life, me or you?
Well, you're not doing very well at it.
Look, baby, tonight's the big night. I'll eat with you tomorrow night.
You're not leaving this house.
So long.
I said you're not leaving.
Hey,
You're not leaving.
put down that knife.
I'll kill you. I swear I will.
Cut it out now.
You're staying here.
You're looking for trouble, Vera.
I've had nothing but trouble since I first laid eyes on you.
Now, wait a minute, baby. Fun's fun. Put that knife down.
I'm going to put an end to my trouble right now.
Vera.
Right now.
You dirty little...
Go with me, Fred.
You're trying to kill me, huh?
Fred. Just... Fred. See?
I told you to lay off. Serves you right. So long.
What time is it, Captain?
11:15.
You think they're coming?
Who knows?
Certainly hope they don't try the Loft Building first, Captain. I want to be in on the collar.
Don't worry, Sergeant. Oh. Yeah, they're working on the back door.
Yeah.
Come on. Quiet now.
I wonder if the men outside spotted them.
I'm sure they did. We'll wait till they get inside and start working on the safe. Then we'll nab them.
Right.
Come on. A little closer.
Careful. Work at it, guys. Work at it. We're trying.
This is the first time I wanted burglars to get into a building.
Quiet.
This door won't budge, Russo.
Got to. Give it all you got. Come on, get it. All right, again. Okay, hold it. What now? Oh, leave it lay. Let's get out of here.
Hey, but boss...
We can't crash the door. Let's go. Get the stuff together.
What do you say, Captain? Shall I give the signal to grab him?
No, let them go. I want more than an attempt charge against these guys. We'll get them on their next one.
Now back to Gangbusters.
Russo, Big Pete Schneider would sure be ashamed of you now.
I would expect a burglar-proof door.
Anybody but Russo.
Lay off, will you, Laviola?
Big Pete must be turning
That's
over.
enough. Take a right here, Joe.
Yeah, Russo.
We still got the Loft Building. We clean it out. We get $50,000.
Yeah. If they got no burglar-proof doors.
Let me worry about that. Just do like I tell you.
Captain. Hello, Clark. They broke in the side door, Captain. Looks like they're on the third floor now. Did they post any lookouts? No, sir. We've got the whole block covered. Too bad you didn't get them down at the clothing store. It doesn't make any difference, one place or the other. Any orders, Captain? Stick here and cover for us. They'll probably come out the way they went in. We'll get them as they walk out the door. Yes, sir. I'll be with Sergeant Ryan and the others.
So done, the safe and loft squad detectives had the 27th Street loft building surrounded, and they were waiting for the criminals to emerge by way of the door they had entered. Meanwhile, unaware of the carefully laid trap of the safe and loft squad detectives, the three burglars had completed their job and were about to leave the building.
Come on. Pick up that stuff.
Yeah, so yeah.
Get it all. I don't want nothing laying around to give the cops a break.
Yeah, I guess that's all of it. I'll carry the tin box.
You mind the tools, Laviola. I'll take care of the box. Get that Jimmy there.
Where?
There.
Oh, I see it.
All right, come on. Drop it in the bag.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get out downstairs.
See, Laviola, didn't I tell you, huh? Didn't I tell you?
Oh, tell me again when we're home in bed.
Okay. Hold it here. Now, we'll get on the freight elevator and go out the way we came in.
I don't like that elevator this time of night.
What's the matter? We came up in it, didn't we?
I don't like it, that's all. Why can't we walk down? It's only 3 floors.
Because the fire doors and the stairs might be bugged, that's why. I don't want to hit any burglar alarms after we got this far. Get on that elevator.
Why do you have to argue so much, Laviola? Nothing's ever right for you.
Oh, shut up.
All right, Joe. Take it down.
Yeah. Here we go. Hey, Russo. What do you say we put the stuff away and go out and celebrate, huh?
Yeah, you guys celebrate if you want. I gotta go look in on Vera.
Yeah, what's the matter? Ain't she feeling good?
Got a pain in the jaw.
There we are, straight floor.
Wait a minute.
What now?
Look, we can play it a lot safer.
What do you mean?
Joe, take the elevator to the top.
Well, crying out loud,
we'll
why?
go up to the roof, over to the next building, and come down that way.
Yeah, but Russo, that means breaking through another couple of doors.
I don't want anybody to run into us coming out of here. That's a lesson from Big Pete.
Don't be a dope. We're here on the ground floor. The street's 10 yards away. We walk right out. There's nothing to it.
Take her up to the top, Joe.
That silly boy.
You heard what I said?
Well, do it without me. I'm going out the way I came in. That's safe enough.
Yeah, Russo, there ain't no sense to it. Somebody could see us coming out of there, too.
Okay. Open up. We'll go out this way.
Sure. All clear.
Let's go.
Hey, grab some of this stuff, will you?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Now right out the door and walk away like you own the joint. No rushing, no running. Now, you got it?
Yeah.
Good. Hold it here. I'll take a look in the alley. Okay. Nice and dark. And all clear. Let's go.
Wait you.
Head for the car.
Russo.
Hey,
Cops, get him up.
Yeah, okay.
Not me. So long. Get him. Oh. I got him, Captain. No, you don't, Cop.
Let's shoot.
All right, just keep him up.
Who squealed?
Nobody had to squeal, Russo. We've been right on top of you for 2 weeks. We could have nailed you any time, but we waited until we had you good. Now let's get moving.
So done. That was how one gang of burglars fared at the hands of the New York City Police Department's Safe and Loft Squad. They're all back in the penitentiary.
It was a real illustration of fine detective work, Chief Sullivan.
Yes, and I think the men of the New York City Safe and Loft Squad deserve congratulations for their mighty good job.
They certainly do, Chief Sullivan. And gangbusters, thanks to you for telling us this factual case history.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
to gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Saul S. Sherrison, Assistant United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, to narrate tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the kidnapped paymaster.
Mr. Sherrison, before you begin, I think the Gangbusters audience would like to know that you brought to the studio a man who played a very important part in tonight's case.
That's right, Don Gardner. He's right over there, and we'll hear from him later. Right now, I think we ought to get on with the report.
All right, Mr. Sherrison. The main events in this case occurred right here in New York City. Isn't that right?
In the section of New York City known as the Bronx. Almost a year ago, Don, on a Saturday afternoon, the stores in the Fordham Road district were crowded with shoppers. At one particular shoe store, a young woman customer was trying to get fitted, while her companion sat next to her. The trouble clerk was on his way with still another pair of shoes to show his hard-to-please customer.
Just look what he's bringing over this time.
For crying out loud, Terry, you're going to buy a pair of shoes, or aren't you?
If I see something that's chic, yeah.
Here, madam, is a style that's very smart.
Pumps, I asked you for. Do these look like pumps?
Well, as I told you, madam, pumps have gone out. They're not wearing pumps this year.
If the lady wants pumps, get her pumps.
Yeah, get me pumps.
I'll take one more look. Excuse me, please. I'll be right back.
How do you like the nerve of him, huh?
You're not exactly the easiest one in the world to please.
If I want pumps, Mac, I want pumps. That's the price you've got to pay for keeping me slaving away in that shop.
Look, Terry, I don't want to hear no more about it. You stay on the job there until the time is right.
And when's the time going to be right? Meanwhile, I'm breaking my back running a drill press at $40 a week. Who needs it?
You'll keep running that drill press until I'm set. I need another guy or two.
Who are you looking for, Dillinger?
Shut up.
Ain't 4 months long enough to find somebody?
I wish you'd get your shoes and get out of here.
Well, let me take my time, Mac. I'm the one that's got to wear 'em, and I... Oh. Well, how do you like that?
What?
Here comes that Charlie McCarthy of yours.
Bud? Where?
He's coming. He'd find you in Times Square on New Year's Eve.
Hiya, Terry. Mac. I said you went shopping.
You've come to carry the bundles?
What do you want, Bud? I had to see you, boss. I'm in a little jam.
A cop or a dame?
Lay off, will you, Terry? What kind of a jam?
Where's that monkey with the pumps?
I need about $300 quick. $300? Well, $280 to be exact.
Must be a dame.
For crying out loud, why? I owe it to a guy. Stall him. You can give him to him after we pull off the big deal. Heck, I gotta pay him off tonight. If I don't pay him, I'll get my head beat in. Who's got this dough coming anyway? Johnny J. Johnny J? Yeah. Don't you have no more sense than to borrow dough from a rotten loan shark? I needed it.
The horses out at Belmont were hungry.
So what? How much did you borrow? 2 bills. What's the 80 for? That's interest. Interest? Only 5% a week. Hey, you idiot. Where do you have to meet that cigar-smoking chiseler? Oh, at some bar. Tonight. Okay, he'll be met by the two of us.
Where's that guy with my pumps?
You don't need any shoes. Let's get out of here.
Hey, wait a minute.
Come on, let's get out of this joint before I run you out in your bare feet.
Okay, but why get sore at me? I didn't borrow no dough from Johnny J.
Let's go. I said let's go.
I'm coming. Don't rush me.
Hello, Johnny. I was up at the bar. Told you this booth.
Sit down. Got a match?
Yeah, someplace. Yeah.
Thanks. Well, give me my dough, I'll buy you a drink.
Look, Johnny, I haven't got it. That's what I want.
You want to get paid, you rotten welcher.
Wait a minute, Johnny.
Wait, nothing. Told you what had happened. Ever see a guy get his face burnt with a lit cigar?
He'll get your dough.
I bet on tonight.
There's a guy here.
Does he got the dough?
Yeah. He's got it.
Oh, why didn't you say so? Let's go get him.
We don't have to. Here he comes. Hello, Johnny. How long's it been?
This the guy?
That's him. Sit down, Mac.
Where you come taking care of the kids' troubles, McIntyre?
I look after my boys. Okay, Bud, scram.
Hey, wait a minute. If I don't get my dough, I want his hide.
Get out of here, Bud. Go on. Yeah, so long. I'll be
Hey, wait a minute. Come here.
Sit still, Johnny. He only listens to me.
You got a lot of nerve, Mac.
One more thing, Johnny. You can stay, but that cigar's got to go.
Oh, yeah? Give me a match.
I said put the cigar away or I'll shove it down your throat.
Well, as long as you ain't got no match.
How much did the kid take from you?
Comes to 280.
I didn't ask what it comes to. What did he take?
Took 200, but I'm entitled to my interest.
Here's your 200.
And now, look, Mac, I'm in business. I got to...
You've got to nothing. You don't want the 200, give it back.
20, 40.
It's all there, Johnny. Put it in your pocket.
Yeah, I guess it is. What do you have to drink?
Nothing. I'll see you again sometime.
Hey, Mac.
What?
Don't get the wrong idea about me. I'm still as tough as I used to be.
Be as tough as you like?
I'm a 3-time loser, Mac. Once more, they put me away for good. I don't want that. But remember, I can only be pushed so far.
Johnny, have you got any idea why I laid out 2 bills to get this bud out of soak?
Didn't think it was out of the goodness of your heart.
He's got a trick, Johnny. He can take the door lock right off a car without leaving a scratch.
So, what do you want me to give him, a medal?
We take it to a guy, and an hour later, we got a key that fits the ignition and the door.
Sweet. Awful sweet.
But it takes too many cars to build up a nice score. I want it quicker. And I'm going to get it quicker.
Uh-huh.
Johnny, I got a deal in the works that I'll have to have a bushel basket to carry away the dough.
Yeah, they'll throw the book at me this time, Mac. Told you I was a 3-time loser. I'm not interested in anything, except staying out in the street.
This'll be as soft as frozen custard.
Worth it?
Can you count up to 100,000?
I tried hard enough.
Want to hear about it?
Can't put me back in for listening.
This is a big foundry over in Jersey. I planted my girl in there. The payroll runs 50 to 100 grand every week. They pay off in cash.
Payroll's got guards, Mac. Bigger they are, the more guards they got.
Look, I've had my girl in that shop for 4 months. I know that place inside and out. Thursday nights, the payroll lays in a safe with nobody around but an old creepy watchman.
What about the safe? I don't think that'd be so creepy.
That's where the gimmick comes in. The paymaster lives right here in the Bronx. We grab him at his house, take him back to Jersey. He opens up the safe. That's all there is to it.
It's gonna take a lot of doing.
For a lot of dough, I can stand a lot of doing.
Okay, Mac, figure me in it.
Didn't you ask me for a match before?
Yeah, I did.
Here. Go ahead. Light up that big black cigar. I love them.
Thanks.
Hey, waiter, another round of drinks here. Make it snappy.
So, Don, the criminal David McIntyre had completed his organization, which he intended to use in robbing the payroll. He had everything worked out nicely, except a few details, like a set of stolen tires and an unexpected doorbell. It was such clues as these that set the Federal Bureau of Investigation on the right trail. Then, in the meantime, the Federal Bureau of Investigation was looking into the interstate car thefts in which McIntyre and young Bud Aldridge were previously involved. These cars were being stolen in Bronx and Westchester counties, New York, then taken to Connecticut and New Jersey, where the accessories were stripped and sold. Special Agents Haynes and Martin were at the New York field office discussing the case.
Well, Haynes, looks like those car thieves are going to be harder to catch than ever now. They just quit. At least while they were operating, we had a chance to get them with the goods.
I don't know. I don't think they pulled out of it permanently, Martin. Maybe they got something else to do for a few days. Maybe they took a vacation.
And they've sure been doing well enough to take a vacation. You'd think after all this time we'd at least be able to get a line on them.
We'll get our line on them. All we have to do is keep checking those junk shops and second-hand parts places. We'll find where they're selling the stuff. That's all the line we need.
Well, I'd better get going.
Jersey City?
Yeah. I'm going to do a little hunting. Maybe I can turn up something over there.
He's going to pull into that parking space down the block, Mac.
Okay, double park right here. Keep your lights on.
Yeah, Mac, sure.
All set, Johnny?
You kidding? Let's go.
When you see his car pull out, Bud, get right behind us and stay there.
I know.
Come on, right with you. On the sidewalk, let's go.
Good break. Nobody's out tonight.
Let's do it fast and quiet.
Never seen a faster guy.
Here he comes, on your toes, huh?
Stop here. Pardon me, mister.
Yes?
Got a match?
Yes, I think so.
Those cigars of his keep going out. He runs himself and everybody else out of matches.
Oh, some cigars are like that.
Keep your hands at your sides and don't move.
Hey.
Now, walk back to your car.
Listen, here you...
Walk, he said.
Okay, but be careful with that gun.
Reach in your pocket and give me the keys to your car.
All right. Well, what do you want from me? I don't carry much money.
Give me the car keys.
Yeah. Here they are.
Here you are, pal. Open up.
Get in, Siegel.
Where are you taking me?
What do you think? Get in.
Oh, please.
Go on, get in. In back.
Okay, in back.
Climb it back with him, pal.
Right.
I don't understand all this. What do you want from me?
Explain it to him, pal.
You're going back to your office. You're going to open that safe and you're going to hand over tomorrow's payroll. Just like that.
But I don't know the combination.
Now tell me what you know.
But I don't, honest.
Kid's right behind us, boss.
Good.
I told you I don't know the combination.
Listen, friend. See this cigar? You know how hot it gets when it's lit? I don't know how many thousands of degrees hot.
Please let me out.
Anyway, it gets awful hot. You open that safe or you get the end of this cigar right in your eye.
Let me out. I want to get out, please.
Got him up.
I can't open the safe.
Shut up.
I can't.
Okay, wise guy. Stay shut.
Don't knock him out, not yet. I want him sitting up when we cross the bridge.
Okay.
No sense getting those cops at the toll gate suspicious. Keep him up and keep him quiet. We'll give him a treatment later if we have to.
So, Don, the two criminals and their victim, Mr. Julius Siegel, drove toward the George Washington toll bridge, across the Hudson River in Siegel's car, with the third criminal, Bud Aldridge, following in their own car. Within a few minutes, they were on the approaches to the bridge and nearing the toll gate.
All right, Siegel, sit up straight.
I will, but don't hit me again.
Now, we're going to stop at that toll gate. We're going to pay the guy, and you're going to keep your mouth shut. You got it?
Don't worry, I won't say anything.
Better not if you don't want the cigar. Remember.
On your toes, pal, the toll gate. Here, 50 cents, right?
50 cents. Hey, the motor died.
I know it. She won't kick over.
I will.
What's the matter, mister? You got trouble?
Yeah, officer. She won't kick over.
Maybe you're out of gas.
No, there's plenty of gas, officer. It'll be all right.
You'll have to get it out of here. Those cars want to get through.
I'll give it another try.
She's catching. Feed it gas. Let's go. I would have figured one like that.
Well, there's a trick to starting it sometimes.
Who asked you?
Take it easy with her. She's got to open that safe.
Okay, I'm only playing.
The kid's still behind me?
Yeah, he's following us. Don't worry, go ahead. Get to the plan. I want to see what a payroll looks like.
Special Agent Haynes.
This is Martin. I'm glad I caught you at the office.
Yes, I had to finish up something. What's up, Martin?
I found a fence over here in Jersey City, Haynes. I think he's the one who's been buying the accessories of those stolen Bronx and Westchester cars.
Huh? What does he have to say?
Nothing, that's the point. We found 2 radios and 3 sets of tires. He says he bought them in good faith. Says he doesn't know the fellows who sold them.
Well, what's the name of this fence?
Denver. Joe Denver. He's got a long record for receiving, never a conviction.
All right. How about bring him into New York? I'd like to talk to him.
Right. We'll be there in an hour. Oh, and say, Haynes, will you call up my wife? Tell her I won't be home tonight.
But I'm telling you, I don't know the combination.
Did you hear him, boss? He says he don't know the combination.
I heard him.
We know different. We know you open that safe every morning and close it every night.
That's not true. Honest, it isn't.
Oh, it ain't true, huh? Hey, boss, give me a match.
Why don't you carry your own matches? I'm driving. Catch.
Thanks.
Make it snappy. The plant's in the next block.
What are you going to do?
Hey, I'm going to light my cigar, that's all. Just light my cigar. Good cigar, ain't it?
I wouldn't know.
Told you how hot they get. Now you going to open that safe? You wouldn't like it in the eye, would you?
Okay.
I'll open the safe. Now you're acting smart. What do you care? It's not your dough, wise guy.
Okay, hold on. We're turning in.
There's a kid right behind us.
Good.
Now sit up, Siegel. Do like we tell you, you won't get hurt. Bad.
All right. I'll do anything.
Come on, let's go.
Okay, Siegel. Move. Go on. Get out.
All right, I'm going.
There's the kid.
All right, Siegel. Walk right up to the office door, just like you worked here.
Which he does.
Get going.
You were goners on the bridge.
Get up and do your job.
All right, I'm a bit excited.
Here's your keys, Siegel. We'll open up the front door.
But what? Move.
Go on, move. You're going to open up that front door to the office and walk right to the safe, understand?
But if I open the door, the burglar alarm will ring.
What's this, another store like the combination?
No, I'm telling the truth. The burglar alarm will ring.
You're lying, Siegel. There's no alarm on that door, I know.
Listen, you think we ought to take the chance?
There's no alarm on that door. He just wants to wise up the watchman. Let me tell you something, Siegel. I know this place inside and out. I know how we'll handle that watchman once we're inside. Now, open up the door.
But look.
The cigar.
Okay.
Quick now.
Holy, the joint's buck. He was right. Get him in the car, fast. Come on, get to the car. Get to the car.
All right, I'm going. You're going to let me out here? Are you, please?
Yes, Siegel, we're going to let you out.
See what he's got on him. You ought to get something out of this job.
Hold still there, you.
All right. I don't have much.
Here's his wallet.
What's in it?
$5, $6. Yeah. All this trouble for $6. $6.
Okay, he's out. Take your gun and shoot him once through the head.
Shoot him? I was looking for the chair.
How can they tag us for it if he's dead?
I'll tell you how. There's some people with big mouths, that's how.
Who are you talking about?
Not you. Who can tell about the kid or even the dame?
Yeah, who can tell? All right, just work him over good. I want a head start in the cops.
I'll work him over good. Don't worry. Ever see a guy get pistol whipped? Gun's good for more than one thing. Dirty rotten. He won't wake up for a week. Burglar alarm. Combination.
I just sent Joe Denver back to the detention cell, Haynes. We'll file charges in the morning, huh?
First thing. You know, Martin, I've never seen it fail. When these guys think you got something on them, they'll sing their heads off looking for a break. What a business.
Well, it's not such a bad business. Joe Denver sings, we clear up a string of auto thefts.
Not so fast. We still got to pick up McIntyre and this young sidekick of his.
Well, the information says they're probably still living at that address in the Bronx and running with this Johnny J. They oughtn't to be so hard to trace from there.
We'll see about that. Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello, Special Agent Haynes.
Haynes, this Crawford over at the Richfield, New Jersey police.
Oh, yes, Crawford. How are you?
We've got the victim of a robbery up here.
Oh?
They held him up in front of his home in the Bronx and brought him over here to Jersey to open up the safe.
That's kidnapping.
Yeah, they carried him over the state line. That makes it your beef, doesn't it?
It sure does. The Lindbergh law. What have you got to go on, Crawford?
Well, the victim, Siegel, got the license number of their car, but that's not going to be much help. It was stolen last week in Westchester County.
Westchester, wow.
Tie in with anything?
It could. We're working on a Westchester case right now. Stolen cars. Where is this victim?
He's still here at our station. Doctor says you can go home after he rests up a bit.
Well, keep him there a while. We'll be right over.
Okay, I'll be looking for you. So long.
What is it, Haynes?
Come on, Martin. We're going over to Jersey. I'll tell you all about it on the way.
I'm ready.
Oh, you don't happen to have a picture of McIntyre on you, do you?
Yes, I do.
Good. Let's go.
$6 lousy bucks. I spent 4 months slaving at that drill press for $6 rotten bucks.
I'm sick of hearing about it, Terry. If you found out about that burglar alarm, everything had been fine. So just shut that big yap of yours.
What am I supposed to know about burglar alarms? And watch out what you're calling a big yap.
Oh, Bud.
Oh, kid brains himself.
Come on in, Bud. Gotta pick up them
cars, and then we better be moving, Mac. It's a long drive.
I see the small-time stuff's good enough for you now. If you asked me, it was always good enough.
You're looking for a crack in the head, Terry.
Yeah, from who?
Let's go, bud. Sure, I've been ready an hour.
If you think I'm going back to work on that drill press, you've got another thing coming.
Who's asking you to go back? Do what you like.
$6. $6 lousy bucks.
Come here, Terry.
Why?
Come here, I said. I want to kiss you goodbye.
No, stop it.
Now get your guts packed and get out of here. Come on, buddy. Cheer up, will you, Mac? Let me alone, will you? All right, so we got a bad break. Things didn't work out right. Now we know we should stick to this hot car racket. Listen, bud, I'll tell you what to stick to. Just watch where you drive, and you got a red light. I see it. We got a good thing. There's a million dames like Terry, a million. For crying in a sewer. Shut up. All right, Hey, look at that car. That crazy driver's gonna clip us. That driver's the guy around. Hey, Mac. What? Maybe it's cops. Cops? What cops? Well, let's give them a piece of our mind. All right, if you say so. What's the matter? Don't you guys know how to drive?
All right, get him up, you two.
Huh?
FBI.
Not me, you know it.
You better just keeping your hands up.
What's the idea? We ain't done nothing.
We've got a warrant charging you with kidnapping.
Kidnapping?
Yes, you should always stop to think at a state line. Come on. Your friend Johnny J's been keeping a cell warm for you. He wants company.
Okay, I'm going. You don't have to push.
That, Don, was how the arrest was made. David McIntyre and Johnny J were sentenced to 20 years each, and Bud Aldridge was given 6 years. They are now serving their terms at various federal penitentiaries for abducting Mr. Julius Siegel and carrying him across a state line.
Well, Mr. Siegel certainly had a rough time of it.
You know, Don, that for every crime there must be a victim as well as a criminal. And I brought Mr. Siegel to the studio tonight.
Well, so I see, Mr. Sherrison.
He had an experience that any one of us may be called on to face any day.
Well, we're glad to have you on Gangbusters, Mr. Siegel.
I'm glad to be here, Don, but I must say that in all my years of listening to Gangbusters, I never dreamed that one day I'd be a part of your program.
And a very important part, too. I suppose that all of us think of crimes like kidnapping in terms of someone else. It must have been some sensation when you realized that this time you were the victim.
Well, Don, from the first I knew those boys meant business. But it wasn't until they were ready to leave me later on that I started saying my final prayers.
Well, just what happened?
Well, when they got ready to go, one yelled to the other, "Kill him and dump him." But then he came back to me and said, "We decided not to kill you. We're going to knock you out."
And that's when they really gave you a going over?
That's right, Don. But to tell you the truth, the beating wasn't nearly as bad as the mental torture. At first, I thought it was just another stick-up. But when my face hit the floor of the car, well, it seemed as though a million things flashed through my mind.
Well, just what kind of things do you mean?
Well, maybe these thugs had gotten to my wife and children. Also, even if they hadn't, I thought I'd never live to see them again. And then there was that one voice that kept yelling, "If he opens his mouth, kill him." I can still hear it to this day.
Well, that certainly must have been a grueling experience.
Believe me, Don, it was. All I can say is, it's great to be alive.
Well, thank you, Mr. Julius Siegel, and you, Mr. Saul S. Sherrison, for coming here tonight and being our guests on Gangbusters. Leading roles were played by Ken Lynch and Joe Julian. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. For once, Mike Shayne, San Francisco's favorite detective, is in his office high up in the Rust Building attending to business. Phyllis Knight, his easy-on-the-eyes assistant, is taking notes as their latest clients, inventor William Belsey and Miss Hess, try to explain the unexplainable.
Now, let me get this straight, Miss Hess. You have been visiting your aunt in New York?
Yes, for 6 months. I wired Daddy that I would arrive Wednesday, but I managed to get an earlier train and arrived Monday.
And the house was all in order when you came home Monday at 10 in the morning?
Yes, that's right. I expected Daddy for dinner, but Well, he didn't come home.
You didn't call his office and tell him you had arrived earlier than expected?
Oh, no. Daddy hated people in the family calling him at the office.
And you weren't particularly worried when he didn't come home at all that night?
Not particularly. Daddy often stayed at the club.
But you didn't call the club, hmm?
No.
So Monday night he didn't come home, all day Tuesday he didn't come home?
Nor Tuesday night, nor all day Wednesday.
So it was only because Mr. Belsey called you Wednesday night and said your father had an appointment with him and that your father hadn't showed up. It was for that reason only that you started to worry.
No, I wouldn't say that. I worried more and more as the time passed, but you must remember Daddy didn't expect me till Wednesday night.
And his appointment wasn't with me exactly. I was going to be there, naturally, but the appointment was with Mr. Hackert and Mr. Carter.
As I understand it, you had an invention which Mr. Hess was going to finance?
Actually, he did finance it. He advanced me the money I asked for. But I saw that my estimate was wrong, so I laid the cards on the table and gave Mr. Hess the chance to withdraw.
And instead of withdrawing from the venture, he invited Carter and Hackert in on it, hmm?
That's right. And I wanted them to think it over before they accepted the deal. It's pretty much of a gamble, you know.
And although Miss Hess maintains that her father hasn't been home since Monday, you saw him at lunchtime on Wednesday.
Oh, just for a second. We just happened to be lunching at the same cafe.
You reminded him of the evening's appointment?
He reminded me.
So today you both decided to ask me to investigate.
Well, the idea was Mr. Belsey's. He insisted that we do something, so I called the police, but Mr. Belsey said that wasn't enough, and so we came to you.
When did you notify the police?
About 11 this morning.
I'll get it. Mike Shayne, private detective.
Hello, Phyllis.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
Is Miss Hess still in your office?
Why, yes, but how on
Let me
earth...
talk to her, Phil.
Sure, Inspector. It's for you, Miss Hess.
For me?
Yes, Inspector. Here, you talk to him.
Hello?
Miss Hess? Can you come over to Oakland right away?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
It's important, Miss Hess. It's about your father.
You mean you found him?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Afraid? Then something's happened to him?
Yes.
Oh, serious?
Very serious, Miss Hess. Your father is dead.
Dead? You say Daddy's dead?
Yes, Miss Hess, your father was murdered.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, Inspector.
Hello.
Thanks for bringing the young lady along. We won't keep you alone, Miss Hess. Just a matter of identification. Of course, from the cards and his wallet and other bits of information, we're certain.
I understand.
All right, Sergeant. Yes, sir. Is that your father, Miss Hess?
Yes, Inspector. That's Daddy. Have you any idea as to who murdered him?
No, not so far. We'll want to question you later, of course, to find out, well, whether or not he had any enemies.
I'm ready to answer questions now. I'm not the hysterical type, Inspector.
So I gather.
Inspector.
Yes?
There's something different about Father. And not because...
Not because he's dead and been in the water?
No. I don't know what it is. Just different.
I see. Has the inspector asked about the possibility of your father's enemies?
He had none that I know of.
How much do you know about Mr. Belsey and the other partners in this deal, Miss Hess? Mr. Carter and Mr. Hackert?
Well, I don't know Mr. Belsey at all. I never spoke to him before he called up Wednesday night because Daddy hadn't kept his appointment.
You've known the others how long?
Ever since I was going to high school.
What do you know about them?
Well, nothing except that they seem nice. Mr. Shayne. Inspector.
Yes?
I know what it is that's different.
Oh?
Yes?
Daddy's coat, his overcoat, his umbrella, and his glasses are missing.
Well, under the circumstances, glasses and the umbrella being missing is not surprising. Of course, he might not have been wearing his overcoat.
Daddy always wore his overcoat. It was one of his distinguishing habits. He never went out without an overcoat.
Do you know how many coats he had?
Well, yes, he had 3, unless he bought one while I was away.
Do you mind if we go to your house right now? We might find something there in the nature of a clue.
No, I have no objection.
Okay. Inspector?
Yes?
You take Miss Hess.
Right.
Phyllis and I will take Belsey, and I think the sergeant ought to gather Carter and Hackett, too, don't you?
The sergeant already called headquarters and asked them to locate them for us.
Good. Then we'll all meet at your place on Pacific Heights. You say, Mr. Belsey, that everything was harmonious at the meeting between you, the murdered man, Hackett, and Carter on Monday night?
Well, certainly. There was no reason for anything else. The meeting was held at Hackert's house. We were all agreed. I had the invention, they had the money, and they were willing to start right away. I just wanted them to think it over and take their time.
What happened after the meeting?
Why, nothing. It was cold, and I drove Mr. Hess over the Bay Bridge. He refused to let me drive him home, so I let him out at the Key System Depot, and he caught a taxi.
You say it was cold?
Yes, it was.
Tell me, was he wearing his overcoat?
Why, no.
Was he wearing his overcoat Wednesday when you saw him at lunch?
Yes, he was.
Mike, I guess this is the house, the one with the white porch. There's the inspector's car in front.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there you are. Miss Hess is checking the closet for her father's overcoats. I said I'd show you into the living room. In this way. Hackett and Carter are on their way out, Mike.
Good.
Car just drove up outside. 2 men getting out.
Oh, that's them.
Inspector, Daddy's dark blue overcoat's missing. And so is his favorite umbrella, the one with the handle carved in the shape of an elephant.
Did you say umbrella, miss?
Yes, Sergeant.
With the handle shaped like an elephant?
That's right.
What is it, Sergeant?
Well, the headquarters just phoned. They found the umbrella and the overcoat with a pair of eyeglasses in the pocket.
Where'd they find them, Sergeant?
Washed up at the yacht club jetty in Sausalito.
What? At Sausalito? Well, that's 10 miles from where we found the body. That's funny.
It's more than funny, Inspector. It's the first clue yet. The murderer's first mistake.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and his adventures. Friends, your automobile engine gets dirty inside as well as out. As your engine operates, bits of carbon, particles of dirt, drops of water and gasoline are constantly accumulating in the crankcase. As these accumulations build up, they form a sludge which gums up valves, sticks to piston rings, and otherwise interferes with the smooth, easy operation of your engine. That's why Union Oil Company recommends flushing out your engine from time to time with Cleanse Oil, the special solvent action cleansing oil. Cleanse Oil is harmless to your motor, but it penetrates quickly to every working part, cutting sludge away swiftly and cleanly. Then, when the Cleanse Oil is drained out, the sludge flushes out with it, leaving your engine clean. And with a fresh supply of pure paraffin-based Triton motor oil, you're all set for hundreds of miles of clean, economical engine operation. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask the Minuteman for Union Oil engine flushing service. Thank you. The murdered Mr. Hess's overcoat, umbrella, and glasses have been found. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are in the inspector's office at headquarters. The sergeant enters.
Here you are, sir. Coat, umbrella, and glasses. Oh, the glasses aren't broken.
Thanks, Sergeant.
Let me see them, Inspector. Wow.
What?
Pretty strong lenses.
Yeah, if he needed glasses like these, he couldn't go very far without them.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking. This is the umbrella, Hey, you got a magnifying glass, Inspector?
Sure. Did you find something, Mike?
Question, maybe. Tell me, Sergeant, which pocket did you find the glasses in?
It's in the report, right-hand pocket.
I see. Inspector?
Yes, Mike?
Would you mind calling Miss Hess? Find out if her father was left-handed or not.
He was left-handed, Mike. She told me that when we were driving out to her home. I was asking about his habits and so on.
Aha, I thought so. Here. You see the finger marks on the umbrella handle?
Mm-hmm.
They're on the left side of the handle. The thumbprint is on the right.
And the glasses were in the right-hand pocket of the overcoat.
Yes?
Report from Harbor Master says that prevailing currents would never wash umbrella and coat that distance. The Harbor Master says there's a strong eddy and they were probably thrown in the water only a few yards away at most.
Thanks.
It doesn't tell us much. Only that the murderer threw the coat and umbrella into the bay about 10 miles from where the crime was committed. It only goes to substantiate murder. We already know that.
Maybe we better have in Hackett and Carter.
Okay, Inspector.
Yes, Inspector?
Send in Hackett.
Yes, sir.
Any ideas, Mike?
Yeah. Same as you had.
Added together, they don't make much, do they? Sit down, Mr. Hackett.
Thanks.
Tell us,
What do you know about this business?
I don't know anything about it.
You were in on the business discussions?
Certainly, but I hardly think they had anything to do with the murder.
Well, we have to start somewhere, you know.
Well, then why don't you start with some of the men that Hess quarreled with?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I happen to be one man with whom he never argued.
You're suggesting Mr. Carter?
You're supposed to be the detective.
But you're doing the hinting.
And Carter wasn't the only one who hated Hess.
Well, if Carter hated Hess, why did Hess invite Carter into the deal?
Hess didn't know that Carter hated him.
Well, you're not suggesting that Carter had anything to gain in this venture. That is, by Hess's death.
I'm not suggesting anything. It does seem to me, though, that many people had plenty of reason for killing Hess. Some men hated him. They could have killed him out of anger or revenge. Why look for some financial gain as a motive?
We're not.
As far as we can see, no one gained anything by Hess's death.
Except his daughter, who will inherit a pretty penny.
Again, are you suggesting that Miss Hess didn't get all the money she needed from her father?
She got all she needed, but not a cent more. Hess was tight. A nickel had to reproduce itself in 12 months or else.
And you can't help us any more than that?
No.
I see. Well, ask Mr. Carter to step in on your way out. Thanks.
Oh, there's an unpleasant character.
Yes, but unnecessarily so.
He pretty well removes any doubts as to what we might think about money being the motive for murder.
Oh, I'm not buying that, Inspector. In its entirety, anyway.
Well, but nobody has anything to gain by Hess's death.
Sit down, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
Tell us, what do you know about this business?
I'm afraid I don't know anything about it.
You were in on the business discussions?
Oh, yes, but I doubt if they had anything to do with the murder.
Well, we have to start somewhere, you know.
Yes, I realize that, and I'd start if I had any ideas.
Mr. Carter, did you ever quarrel with Hess?
Quarrel with him? No, I've often disagreed with him, but I wouldn't call it quarreling.
Would you say he had many enemies?
Good land, no. He was very businesslike, very brusque. Not at all approachable, if you know what I mean.
A man of opinions?
Oh, definitely. But he respected other men's opinions, too.
And the Monday night meeting was held at Mr. Hackert's house, hmm?
Yes, Hackert's was the most centrally located. Besides, neither Hess nor I like to conduct business at home, and Hackert doesn't mind.
You get along all right with Hackert?
Certainly, I understand him. His bark is worse than his bite.
Oh.
He's really a very nice fellow.
The last you saw of Hess was at Hackert's house, huh?
Yes.
You made no future appointments with him?
No, except the one for Wednesday night. Oh, wait.
Yes?
Come to think of it, I did say as I was helping him on with his coat that I might see him Tuesday at the club.
But you didn't?
No, because I didn't go to the club. I was detained on business over in Oakland.
I see. And you can't tell us anything more?
I'm sorry, no.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Carter. We'll call on you if we need you.
Well?
Not much help.
I disagree.
What?
What?
He was a great help.
I can't see a suspect in the whole bunch.
No, nor can I. All we have is a murdered man.
You want me to prove that the murderer is one of the four?
Yes, but you can't.
One of them lied.
Which, Mike?
That I don't know, honey. If I did, we'd have the murderer. But that doesn't alter the fact that one of them lied.
Well, it is true that Hackert's description of Hess's character is very different from Carter's, but I'd hardly call that lying.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. Inspector.
Yes, Mike?
Ask the sergeant if Carter and Hackert have left the building yet.
Yes, Inspector?
Have Carter and Hackert left yet?
No, sir. They're standing talking to Miss Hess and Belzy.
Good. Tell them we've got a lead and that Mr. Shayne would like to see Miss Hess at her home alone in about 30 minutes.
Did you get that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
And see that they all hear it.
Yes, sir. Right away.
What's the idea, Mike?
The murderer has left plenty clues.
Oh, I don't know what they are, then.
The coat and the umbrella being found so far from the murder.
Yeah.
The eyeglasses in the right-hand pocket of the coat.
Mm-hmm.
A deliberate falsehood. One says Hess was wearing his coat. Another says he was not. One says Hess was argumentative. Another says he was not.
So what? They're clues, but they don't lead us to anywhere.
Right, Inspector, right. So we trapped the killer.
Go on. I'm waiting.
The killer's clever, Inspector. Very, very clever. He's covered his tracks beautifully, yet...
Yeah. Mike?
Yet, like every other killer, he made mistakes. We have found some of these mistakes, but we don't know who made them. So we're pretending that we found a lead. The killer will worry.
And try to find out what we know, thereby making another mistake. One that will point the finger at him, huh?
Right, Angel, right. Now we'll go to the Hess place in my car. I'll drive, and you two keep out of sight. In the back, lie down on the floor. I've got to have the killer believe that I'm meeting Miss Hess alone and that there are no witnesses.
Look, Mike, I don't like that.
Why not?
Well, you're practically inviting the killer to take a pot shot at you, using yourself as bait.
Mike Shayne, I didn't catch on at first. Well, you're not going to do any such thing.
Yes, I am. I'm going to catch the killer, and you can help or not. Now, come on. Out the back way. I'll drive my car into the police garage, and that way no one will see you two getting into it.
Mr. Shayne. Oh, I can hardly wait. What have you found?
Are you all alone?
Yes, except for the maid.
No phone calls?
No, not a thing. I just got here a few moments ago.
No one followed you?
Not that I know of.
Now, I'm going to look around the driveway here for a minute. Will you please go to the back door and let the inspector and Phyllis in the back way?
Yes, of course.
How about it? No soap, eh, Mike?
Apparently it didn't work.
Well, I'm just as glad. I can't see any profit in catching a murderer and losing my boss.
You expected the killer to follow you. Maybe shoot you because you said that you had found the lead.
Well, that was the idea, Miss Hess. But it didn't work.
Hello?
Inspector there?
Yes. It's for you, Inspector.
Yes?
Just got a report from the surgeon.
Yes, Sergeant.
The surgeon says Hess was killed Monday night or Tuesday morning. The body's been in the water at least that long.
We'll return to Mike and Phyllis in just a moment. Friends, just about everyone who drives a car knows that carbon is one of the prime evils of motoring. But what many people don't know is that the choice of a lubricating oil has a direct influence on the amount of carbon formed in their engine. Yes, that's right. Your selection of a lubricating oil determines the amount of carbon formed in your motor. That's because nearly all carbon comes from the lubricating oil and not from the gasoline, as so many people think. But lubricating oils differ widely in the amount of carbon they will form. For example, in a recent laboratory test made with the 7 leading motor oils sold here in the West, Triton motor oil contained 38% fewer carbon-forming elements than the next best oil, 86% less than the average. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to being a 100% pure paraffin-based lubricant, Triton motor oil gives you definite protection against carbon. That's because Triton motor oil is made by an exclusive propane solvent refining process, a process so valuable that it's been patented by Union Oil Company. You can buy Triton at all Union Oil Minuteman stations, wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Remember, Triton cuts down carbon. Mike's attempt at tricking the murderer into disclosing himself has failed. Now, Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are walking into a well-known cafe on Geary Street.
Well, we'll soon find out whether or not that nice inventor, Belsey, was telling the truth.
My guess is that we will.
Really?
Why do you say that, Inspector? If Belsey had killed Hess on Monday night, he wouldn't try to establish an alibi for himself by saying that he saw Hess in this cafe on Wednesday.
Why not?
You can't tell me that he's so dumb that he thinks we wouldn't check on it.
Well, we hadn't tried to check on it so far, and the only reason we are checking is because the autopsy surgeon says the body's been in the water since Monday.
We would have checked before the case was closed.
Perhaps, Inspector, perhaps. But supposing the body hadn't been found for weeks, then the autopsy surgeon couldn't have told the approximate time of death with such closeness.
Oh, that's true.
And the murderer probably figured on it being some time before the body was discovered. In fact, he came darn close to a perfect crime.
What do you mean, darn close? It is a perfect crime so far.
It won't be.
What?
Oh, I know. I laid one trap and it caught no fish, but we'll get him, Inspector.
Well, look, kids, here's the door. Now, who goes first, or do we discuss traps, fish, and Mike's failure standing on the sidewalk?
I'll lead, Phil.
There's the manager.
Yeah, I see him.
You wish a table for 3, sir?
No, thanks. I'm from headquarters, and I want to ask a question.
Headquarters? Yes, sir.
Can you recall seeing a gentleman in here last Wednesday? He'd be wearing a dark blue overcoat, carrying an umbrella.
It's got a carved handle, carved like an elephant.
Yeah.
So, you do know about him?
Yeah, I even remember his name. It was Hess.
Why do you remember these details?
The gentleman was much disturbed.
Oh.
He don't want nothing we have on the menu. He used to get mad with the waiter.
But, how did you learn his name?
Well, while the waiter was getting his order.
Yes?
A young man come up to me and he said, did I hear Mr. Hess's voice a moment ago?
I see.
I said, I don't know. Who is this Mr. Hess? The young man said, he's always carry umbrella and he's wear glasses.
He did?
And I said, oh, yes, sure. He's in the third booth, but he's in a plenty bad mood. And the young man laughed and walked out of the booth. That's all I know.
Well, thanks a lot. Well, that about fixes an alibi for Mr. Belsey.
Yes, despite the autopsy surgeon's statement that Hess was killed Monday. No jury's going to convict a man who can produce witnesses who saw them both on Wednesday. Hey, wait a minute.
What, Mike?
No, don't rush him, Inspector. That's Mike's thinking look, and it produces results.
Honey, I believe I got it. Quick, back to headquarters and have all the suspects brought in. Any results, Inspector?
Yes, Mike. The boys examined the umbrella and found 2 different sets of fingerprints.
So the umbrella had been handled by someone else besides Hess?
Oh, that's not conclusive by any means.
Why not?
A waiter or anybody could hand a man's umbrella to him, honey.
They're working on the coat now.
What about the eyeglasses?
I was holding that one back, Mike. There are 2 sets of fingerprints on the glasses, too.
And the 2 sets on the glasses are the same as the 2 sets on the umbrella handle?
Yes, Mike.
Then we've got the murderer.
I think so. We have to do this in such a way that the inspector can obtain a conviction. Remember what I said about the jury.
Yeah.
Yes? Send them in.
Now remember, at the appropriate moment, I'll spring my story and you 2 watch like hawks.
All right,
Sit down, all of you, please. I'm going to ask all of you for your fingerprints. It's a messy business, but nothing to it.
Why? Have you found something?
Yes, we have, Mr. Hackett.
Daddy's murderer.
Yes, Miss Hess. Now, folks, I'll bring you up to date. Mr. Hess was murdered Monday night.
Oh, wait a minute. I saw him Wednesday.
You're going to stick to that?
Well, certainly I'm going to stick to it.
Mr. Belsey, I'll give you one more chance to get yourself out of the jam you're putting yourself in by continuing to lie about seeing Mr. Hess on Wednesday.
But I tell you, I did.
I'll explain. It's a matter of ordinary police routine to look for the person who last saw the murdered man alive.
Well, yes, I know that.
The autopsy surgeon says Mr. Hess was murdered Monday. You're insisting on putting the rope around your own neck if you continue to claim that you saw him Wednesday.
But I did see him Wednesday, and the people in the cafe can prove it.
All right, Belsey. You asked for it. Miss Hess, gentlemen, here's how the murder was committed. Mr. Hess was hit over the head Monday night and his body thrown into the bay not far from the Key System depot. The murderer kept Hess' coat, umbrella, and glasses.
Go on.
You catch on quickly, Mr. Carter. The murderer then waited till Wednesday, and wearing Mr. Hess' coat, eyeglasses, and carrying Mr. Hess' umbrella, he made a point of making himself known at the cafe. He then put the eyeglasses in the coat pocket. The right coat pocket, which was a mistake because Mr. Hess was left-handed. But he put the glasses in the right-hand pocket, and laying the coat and the umbrella on the chair, he then made himself known to the manager as himself, looking for Mr. Hess, whose voice he claimed to have heard.
Clever. Very clever.
Diabolical is the word, Mr. Hackett.
The murderer then carried the overcoat on his arm, hiding the umbrella, and later that night threw them into a different part of the bay.
But there are a few things that even soaking in the bay won't remove. Fingerprints. Right-hand fingerprints on the umbrella handle. Fingerprints on the eyeglasses. And, oh, yes, hairs on the inside of a coat collar.
Yes, Inspector?
Bring in the coat, Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector.
Actually, gentlemen, all we need is the confession. We have the evidence. The hairs on the collar, other than those of Hess, are the hairs of the murderer. And I know who the murderer is.
Here's the coat. The hairs are on the report card. Thanks, Sergeant. Well, is somebody going to confess, or do we have to take all your fingerprints and specimens of your hair?
Very well. I think we'll start with Mr. Belsey. That way we won't have to go any further.
Oh, you're crazy. You can't hang this on me.
Okay, Sergeant, okay, going to be stubborn. But take good care of him, won't you? You'll find he's the killer, all right.
You know, I've been racking my brains all the way home, Mike, hoping I wouldn't have to ask this question.
Well, what is it, Angel?
Well, all the evidence, if you can call it evidence, could have applied to any one of the suspects.
Yes, Angel.
Was it a good guess? Or were you dead sure that it was Belzy?
I was dead sure it was Belzy. Oh, I admit I guessed about his method of operation in the cafe, but it was close enough.
Well, I still don't know what single thing it was that pinned it on Belzy. But that is from your standpoint.
It wasn't a single thing, honey. It was two things.
All right then, Clam Shane, give.
Well, in the first place, Carter said that he had helped Hess on with his coat at Hackett's house on Monday night.
Yeah, that's why Carter was so excited in the inspector's office. He remembered that.
Correct. And Belsley lied about it. He said it was a cold night and that Hess didn't have his coat.
Ah, yes. And the second point?
Well, the second is obvious, my dear. Hess had advanced the money to Belzy. Now, if Belzy didn't go on with the invention, then Belzy was several thousand to the good.
Oh.
I doubt if Belzy's invention ever existed. The whole thing was a clever confidence trick with murder thrown in.
Well, I hope it teaches you a lesson, Mike Shane.
Why, Angel? Why me?
Oh, just the trouble hairs on a coat collar can get you into. They don't have to be blonde, either.
This is John Lang reminding you that June 30th is the deadline for the purchase of your federal auto use stamp. To help you safeguard this valuable tax stamp, your Union Oil Minuteman has on hand a supply of handsome decal protectors. These decals fit right over the stamp on your windshield. They form a neat, clean shield against traffic film and keep the stamp from peeling off. To get your stamp cover, just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask the Minuteman for a free tax stamp protector. He'll be glad to serve you. Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written and produced by David Taylor and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Tonight, Police Blotter, starring Bill Zuckert as Sergeant Brad Peters.
Name? Harry Dennis. Address? 543 Larson Street. Charge? Suspicion of murder.
The heritage that you and I share as Americans has been given to us by many great men. One of these was Patrick Henry. He was a very lazy youngster, preferring to hunt or fish rather than go to school. But as he grew older, he developed an interest in law. This, together with a marvelous gift for oratory, led to his becoming a famous lawyer, and later helped him serve several terms as governor of Virginia. In 1775, with the American Revolution at a critical stage, Patrick Henry made his famous speech, ending with the immortal words, "I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death." Patrick Henry's words have rung through the ages. They are part of your American heritage.
Police Blotter, authentic dramas of police work and the constant battle that goes on night and day against crime. Homicide by Hurricane on Police Blotter.
I'm Brad Peters, Sergeant, Homicide. Been inside a police station. Phone rings. It might be anything from disturbing the peace to murder. Whatever or whoever it is, rich or poor, innocent or guilty, sooner or later I get to know them all. 9 a.m. Call came in from Jonas Airport on the bay side of the precinct. Small field for private planes. A man named Costa, working on experimental plane, was found dead in the wind tunnel.
I've been waiting for you. Where you been?
Just getting out here, Mr.
Dennis, Harry Dennis. I told Ben to stay away from that wind tunnel. Told him a dozen times if I told him once. But he had his own ideas.
That it up ahead in that hangar?
Yeah.
You're the one called the police?
Yeah, that's right. I got here at 8 this morning, same as usual. I waited for Ben, and he didn't show up. I began to wonder. Finally, I looked in the wind tunnel.
Why that?
Because that's where I left him last night. Costa and I are working on an experimental plane, a flying platform kind of gadget.
Uh-huh.
We were making wind tunnel tests. But last night at midnight, I had it. I told Ben the project was a flop, and why throw good money after bad?
You were partners?
Up until last night.
How did the argument end?
What? What argument?
Dissolving a partnership usually means an argument.
Not with Ben and me. We've been friends for years. I just threw in the sponge, that's all. Look, why do you guys always figure there had to be an argument?
It's just force of habit, Mr. Dennis. Never mind, let's see the body. I saw it, but there wasn't much to see. It was all chewed up. That's a tough way to die, huh?
Yeah, poor Ben. You see how a wind tunnel is, Sergeant? The air is sucked in through that opening at the far end.
Uh-huh.
These two giant propellers up here build up the airspeed. Over here, this is where we set up the airplane model. It's suspended on this platform. Wires are used to test stability, turbulence factors, and so on.
How did Costa get in here?
With that door. The same one we just used now. Only he couldn't have used it while the wind tunnel was in action.
The door locks?
Automatically, once power is on. That's what I don't understand.
What?
How it started. It can only be turned on from outside. Ben must have been in here working on the model. Then something went haywire with the wind tunnel controls. It started up, and there he was, caught in a wind stream of over 250, 300 miles per hour.
You sure the controls went haywire?
What else?
Well, I'll have the controls checked, Mr. Dennis. Maybe they're okay. In which case...
What are you getting at?
Murder. All anybody has to do is push that button. The controls were checked. They worked perfectly. At 10:30, the medical examiner reported on cause of death. Body battered by sledgehammer wind inside the tunnel. I went through the dead man's clothes, checked the possessions. I found a remnant of a typewritten letter. Few words. Must have money by Thursday next, or will file for... And that was all. I spent the next half hour questioning personnel at the airfoil.
Me? You're taking me in? What for, Sergeant?
Suspicion of murder, Mr. Dennis.
Oh, you're off your rocker. Why me?
You were the last one to see Costa alive.
Who says so?
Guard on duty last night at the field entrance.
Look, that's nothing. This field isn't well guarded. Sure, there's a fence, but the fence is broken in a dozen places. Anybody could have walked in.
And there's another reason. You said you didn't argue with Costa.
So?
You were heard arguing. Loud voices, threats.
I can explain all that.
You'll get your chance. Dennis was taken in, booked on suspicion of murder. 12:15 p.m., I went over to Costa's apartment, the 800 block Shoreham Street. Furniture was being moved out. I found a woman supervising. Dark hair, good-looking, well-dressed.
Who am I? Helen Costa, that's who I am.
Mrs. Ben Costa?
Not for any longer than I can help. And why shouldn't I take this furniture out? I paid for it, not Ben. He put every penny into that stupid invention. I'm sick of it, do you understand? I told him over and over I couldn't go on this way.
You're divorcing him?
I told him that last night.
Last night? Where was this?
Well, it was at the... It was right here, Sergeant, here in this apartment.
Uh-huh. What time was that?
Oh, 6:30.
You certain of that?
No, I'm not certain. I was upset. I told him either he gave me back all the money I had poured into that invention or I'd file for divorce.
You put your own money into it?
Every cent I had.
Mrs. Costa, do you own a typewriter?
A typewriter?
Yeah.
Well, no.
How did you tell your husband? In writing?
No, I just told him, that's all. I spoke to him.
If you're contemplating divorce, you have a lawyer, haven't you?
Yes.
All right, what's his name?
William Jefferson.
William Jefferson. His address?
250 Court Avenue. Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Hello. Yes, this is Helen. What? What? Oh, no. No. No, excuse me, I can't talk now. Sergeant, why didn't you tell me?
About your husband?
That's why you're here, isn't it? Why didn't you tell me?
Who did tell you, Mrs. Costa?
That was my lawyer, Bill Jefferson. Dead. And all the while I was having the furniture moved out. All the time.
Nobody can blame you if you didn't know.
Well, yes, but it's so ghoulish. Oh, it was Dennis. Dennis, it must have been.
His partner?
Fine partner. He never put any money into it. All he was doing was fastening on to Ben like a leech. He always got paid. Even when Ben was starving, Dennis got paid. Is there anything else you want, Sergeant?
Not right now, Mrs. Costa.
I'd better have this furniture moved back. Oh, it's awful. That's what it is. It's just awful.
She was crying. It could have been grief. On the other hand, it could have been guilt. I got one of the neighbors to stay with her. I went over to Court Avenue, called on Attorney Jefferson.
Yes, Sergeant. Mrs. Costa was going to file for divorce. Now, naturally, it's not necessary.
You knew Ben Costa yourself, Mr. Jefferson?
I met him once or twice.
Are you his lawyer?
Well, not recently. Wouldn't have been ethical to handle his wife's divorce and represent him at the same time, but I was representing him until about a month ago.
Why did you stop?
Money, Sergeant. He was delinquent in his bill.
Uh-huh. How much he owe you?
Over $5,000.
Uh-huh.
Most of that was for filing the patent on his invention. I had to do a patent search, draw up the usual legal documents. Very complicated.
You've seen his invention?
Yes, several times.
What do you think of it?
Well, I'm a lawyer, not an aeronautical expert, but I'd say it was worthless. Never got off the ground.
We talked a while longer. I got no further information. I went back to the office, put in a call at the government patent office in Washington. Yeah, that's right. Peters, homicide. We're investigating the murder of a man named Ben Costa. Yeah. I'd like information on a patent filed in his name in the aeronautical field. Uh-huh. Well, the other name on it may be Harry Dennis. Yeah. Well, get back to me as soon as you can, will you? Thanks. 3:30 p.m. Got the information from the patent office. Only two names on the patent. Ben Costa, Harry Dennis. I held further conversation with Dennis in my office.
Now, you know you can't hold me. I didn't have anything to do with it.
What happens to that invention with Costa dead?
The invention isn't any good. It's worthless.
Well, as surviving partner, do you get it?
Look, that happens to be my business.
How much money was invested in that invention?
All told?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I should say $60,000, $70,000.
What was your share?
That's my business, too.
You ever see this?
Must have money by Thursday next, or we'll file for... Where's the rest of it?
That's all.
It's not familiar to me. Whose is it?
We found it in the wind tunnel.
Must have been Ben's. I don't get it. What money?
I thought you might know. Did Costa borrow any money?
Not that I know of. He had some, I had some, and his wife. Say, this could be about a divorce. She was pretty mad about Ben using up all her money.
That's all you can tell me?
Yes, except that you've got no right to keep me here. I talked to my lawyer. He says you can't...
We can. For 24 hours. Now, one more question.
You can ask. I may not answer.
Who was Costa's lawyer for the past month?
Bill Jefferson.
Jefferson says no.
Oh, that's right, sure. A man named Hazel. John Hazel.
I thanked Dennis, then checked the phone book for Hazelton. Lawyer. The address, 2850 Mandrake. I went over there at once. Excuse me, miss.
Yes. Oh, yes, Sergeant.
I'd like to see Mr. Hazelton.
Well, he's very busy right now. Doesn't want to be disturbed, but if it's important...
It could be.
What's it about?
Murder.
Oh.
That got her. She disappeared at once. While I waited, I checked the typewriter. I found a sample in the basket. Put it in my pocket. 5 minutes later, I was talking to Hazelton.
Yes, I heard about it. Terrible tragedy, terrible. Anything I can do at all, just call on me, Sergeant.
I am.
Not that I can give you much help. I've only known Costa a month.
And Dennis?
Same. Not very well in either case.
This invention, were affairs in a tangle?
Tangle? Sergeant, you've heard of the Gordian knot.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, this was worse. Well, just 2 days ago, I learned that Costa had borrowed $20,000 and was being threatened with a lawsuit.
$20,000?
Well, that's the figure he gave me.
Who did he borrow it from?
I don't know.
You're his lawyer and you don't know?
Well, I know that sounds odd, but it's not really. You see, he told me that on the phone 2 days ago, very much upset. Said he'd drop in and discuss it with me.
Mm-hmm. Well?
He died before he could. So all I know is there's someone around whom Costa owed $20,000. And there's one other point.
About the debt?
Yes, I shouldn't violate a client's confidence, but since Costa is dead, he kited the figure, Sergeant.
Kited the figure?
Well, that's what he told me. The original note was for $2,000.
He changed it to 20?
Yes.
That's criminal offense?
Yes, so I told him. He said he was desperate for money. He said his invention was close to becoming practical. He'd been testing out the bugs. He had blueprints of an improved model.
An improved model?
Well, that's what he said. Of course, I have no way of knowing whether that was true or not.
Where did Costa have his office?
Office?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the only office he had, as far as I know, was out at the airport.
I asked some further questions, but that was all he knew. I went back to the office, gave the lab the original typewritten sentence, gave them the sample from Hazelton's office, and I arranged for searches for other samples. From the other lawyer, Jefferson, from Dennis, from Mrs. Costa. She had denied having a typewriter, but in a murder case, a lot of people deny a lot of things. At 6 p.m., Dennis was sprung by his lawyer. Okay, Mr. Dennis, you're out on bail. Just don't leave town.
I have no intention of leaving town.
Any more thoughts?
About Ben?
Yeah.
I don't know why I should help you out.
Me, Mr. Dennis? Yourself. You're the suspect.
But I tell you... Okay. I guess you were just doing your job. Okay. Ben and I did have a quarrel.
Last night?
Yes, every day for the past week. Sergeant, did you know what that darn fool had done?
I'm listening.
He stole $18,000.
18?
He had taken a personal loan for $2,000. He hiked the value to $20,000. He told me all about it. He was worried sick. The lender had threatened criminal action.
You were involved?
I'm his partner. In a partnership, each is responsible.
Who gave him the loan, Dennis?
I don't know.
Your own partner, and you don't know?
I told you no.
Well, if it was a personal loan...
Personal? It wasn't. He forged my name to it, too. Now, if there's nothing else...
Yeah, there is one more thing.
Yeah?
I hear that invention was close to success.
What? Where'd you hear that?
Is that true?
Don't you think I'd know if it was? It's not true, Sergeant. It can't be true. Unless...
Yep.
Ben worked there a lot, alone.
Without you?
Yeah. Many nights I knocked off at 5 or 6. He kept going. I never thought of that. A man who would alter a check and forge another signature, he might be completely unscrupulous.
Would that flying platform be worth anything?
Worth anything? Sergeant, if it worked, it would be worth millions. Millions!
The newspapers carried it in the late editions. Inventor murdered, on brink of great triumph. I checked the lab at 8:30. I was still working on the typewriter search. And then a call came in at 9 p.m. Peters, homicide. Right. How long ago? Check. The call was from plainclothesman Walker. He had Mrs. Coster under surveillance. She had gone to Jarvis Airport. I went out there, walked across the airport, till I came to the hangar that housed the wind tunnel. I entered through the big steel door. I could just feel that echo. And just then, the door beside me opened. I saw it was a man. I didn't recognize him. But a flashlight went on across the hangar from me. And then there were two figures. A man and a woman. I started to tiptoe across.
Mrs. Coster! Mrs. Coster!
There was nothing. There was no answer. And then something came flying through the air. And it hit the hangar wall instead of me.
Now, look, you're wasting your time. There's been one murder already. You can't get away with another. Mrs. Coster? Mrs. Coster?
And then I heard it. I couldn't tell where it was. Hangar had echoes. Might have come from any direction. But somebody was dragging her. And I listened. And there was a door somewhere. Not an outside door. It sounded different. And then the same door again, closing. What other door was there? Front door on the hangar? The back door? What other? And another sound. And I listened. It was a hum. It started low. It seemed to vibrate through the hangar. The wind tunnel. And then I used the flashlight. Wide open this time. Narrow beam, but strong. And I ran toward the wind tunnel. And beside the door leading into it, I saw the starting button. Just as I got there...
Hey, one side! Drop that light! Look, you fool, whoever you are! I'll never know.
He was big. He was bigger than I was, and he was frightened. He was desperate. He was tough to handle. But I finally handled him. My head was swimming, and all I had was a match. First one went out, but the second one held. And I found the switch, and I cut it off. And I went into the wind tunnel. And that was like stepping into a hurricane. The wind sucked at me, and I fought it. Mrs. Coster! Mrs. Coster! All right, take it easy. Just keep talking. Keep talking. All right, okay, easy.
Get me out.
All right, easy now, easy.
The wind.
I know.
Get me out.
Look, stop it. Take it easy.
He took me
Now listen, it's dying down now. It's all right, Mrs. Coster. I helped her out of the wind tunnel. Her clothes were torn. She certainly needed another permanent. I found the hangar lights, switched them on. I sat her down, slipped handcuffs on the man I had knocked out. Okay, Mrs. Coster. It's William Jefferson, huh?
Yes,
He killed your husband?
yes. He came here last night. Ben owed him money. A lot of money.
$20,000?
You knew about that?
Yeah, we knew. Another couple of hours, we'll have the proof.
Well, he was angry at Ben. Very angry.
Only because of the money?
Well, yes.
Nothing else, huh?
No, of course not. What else could there be?
She's lying, Sergeant. Why are you lying, Helen?
So you're conscious, Jefferson, huh?
She came to me for a divorce. We were going to get married, Helen and me. That's funny.
Funny?
I'm a lawyer. I didn't want to wait for a divorce. I figured it'd be easier with Ben out of the way. An accident.
Accident?
Okay, no accident. I came here late last night. I sneaked through a break in the fence. I put him in the wind tunnel.
And you did the same to me.
I cut it out, Mrs. Coster.
You know why he wanted to kill me, too, don't you? Don't you, Sergeant?
Yeah, I can guess.
You don't have to guess, Sergeant. I got panicky, that's why. Helen knew what I'd done. I told her. Then I got panicky. She was the only witness. I told her to meet me here. I picked up that story in the newspapers as an excuse. That Coster had blueprints around, a new flying platform, a successful one worth millions.
You tried to kill me.
Yes, I didn't want to, but I had to. I had to keep your mouth shut. No, Sergeant, these handcuffs.
What about them?
Well, you don't need them now. I'm finished. I know that. Can't you take them off?
Sure. When you're sitting pretty behind bars. Name?
William Jefferson.
Address?
1304 Elmwood Place.
Charge? Murder. Remarks. Mrs. Costa turned state's evidence. The laboratory found the piece of letter had been typed on Jefferson's machine. Jefferson, indicted and tried, found guilty. Executed for murder, first degree. Signed, Sergeant Brad Peters, homicide.
You have just heard Police Blotter, starring Bill Zuckert as Sergeant Brad Peters. The cast included Joseph Boland, Elaine Rost, and Carl Frank. Tonight's drama, Homicide by Hurricane, was written by Sheldon Stark and directed by William Marshall.
Police Blotter has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The police reporter brings you another true murder mystery. On February 3rd, 1929, the city of Dusseldorf in Germany was shocked to read in the daily papers of the murder of an old woman. She was walking down a dark street late at night when a man leapt out of the shadows and stabbed her 6 times, then ran off into the night. This was the start of a reign of terror which was to grip this sober, industrious city for over 6 months. Just 1 week after this first murder, a man walked into the office of the police commissioner, February 10th, 1929. Come in. Are you Herr Momberg, the police commissioner? Yes, I am. What is it?
I'm the man who found little Rosa Orlinger this morning.
You mean that 8-year-old child who's been stabbed to death?
Yes, Herr Momberg.
Sit down and tell me about it.
Well, I was on my way to work 2 hours ago when I found the child's body. I took one look and ran to the police. You know, Herr Momberg, this is the funny country in
May 12, 1929.
X-ray, read about it. Young couple attacked by vampire bees. Read about it. Young couple attacked. X-ray, read about it. X-ray.
May 15, 1929.
Calling all cars, calling all cars. The body of Emma Gross was discovered this morning in her room in Crane & Plotz. She had been stabbed 18 times. Her assailant is unknown, is believed to be the same one who has been perpetrating similar crimes. Calling all cars, calling all cars.
May 20, 1929.
Hello. Hello, give me the city room, quick. Hello, city room. Get out an extra. The vampire fiend has struck again. 2 children were found stabbed to death on the outskirts of the north side of the city. Their names, Gertrude Hamacher, age 6, Louise Lenson, age 13. The police have one important clue. 1, the man's footprints.
June 10, 1929. A 5-year-old youngster and 20-year-old Maria Hann disappeared while visiting the city zoo. 2 days later, Commissioner Momberg's office received a letter.
You really think this so-called vampire fiend sent this letter?
Well, to tell you the truth, Commissioner, I don't.
Read that part to me again.
All right. If you don't think I killed Gertrude Alberman and Maria Hahn, look at this map and go to the spots marked. You'll find the bodies.
Let me see. He's marked 2 places in the empty fields east of the city. Send some men out with shovels immediately. We've got to do something. It's imperative.
You extreme. Police find bodies of 2 missing girls. You extreme. Read about it. Extreme. Read about it.
In spite of every precaution the police could take, these attacks continued. Murder followed murder, and attack followed attack. About 6 months later, a young girl of about 20 was ushered into Momberg's office.
Herr Momberg, this is the young lady you sent for.
Your name is Maria Butlis?
Yes, sir.
Sit down. You wrote this letter?
Let me see. Yes, sir. I wrote it to some friends of mine. How did you come to get it?
It was wrongly addressed, and the dead letter office turned it over to us. In this letter, you say a man attempted to choke you in one of the city parks. Is that true?
Yes, sir. I'd come to the city late in the afternoon and was on my way to the YWCA to get a room for the night. While walking through the Hofgarten, a man accosted me. I was terribly frightened, and then an older man came along and drove the first man away. He was very nice to me and suggested that he walk with me to show me the way.
You went with this man?
Yes, sir. But instead of taking me to the YWCA, he took me to his own house and told me that his landlady would give me a room. But when I saw the house, I refused to go in. He then said it was quite a walk, but if I insisted on going to the YWCA, why, he'd take me there. When we came to the Gassenberg Park, he tried to choke me. I screamed, and he ran away.
Would you recognize this man if you saw him again?
Oh, yes, sir. He was slim, of medium height, wore a blue suit, and had blonde hair. His eyes were blue, and his face was rather full.
Do you think you could find this house where he took you?
Yes, sir. It was in Lampa Street.
Well, we are going to try to find that house now.
Oh, please, Herr Commissioner, if this has to be done, I'd rather go alone.
Alone? Why?
Well, if you came with me, it would only confuse me.
Well, can I trust you to come back?
Of course you can, sir. This must be important for you to want the information.
It is important. Oh, well, have it your own way. But as soon as you find the house, you come to me at once.
Yes, sir. If you wait for me here, I don't think I'll be very long.
Hello, Momberg speaking. Is that girl Maria Butlis come back yet? She's what? Just a minute. Come in. Oh, never mind. She just came in. Sit down, Fraulein Butlis. Well, have you learned anything?
Yes, I found the man, and I found the house where he's living.
Good. Momberg speaking. Have a squad car brought to the front of the building immediately. We're going to make an important arrest.
But Herr Momberg was in for another disappointment. The flat in Lampa Street was empty. 2 pieces of evidence were discovered, an old pair of shoes and a dark suit. The police soon found that it was these shoes which had made the footprints near the bodies of Gertrude Hammaker and Louise Lenson. However, the suspect's wife was found working in the restaurant. She was brought to Commissioner Momberg's office for questioning.
Frau Curtin, we want you to prepare yourself for a shock.
What is it, Herr Momberg?
We have enough evidence to charge your husband with all the atrocious murders which have taken place during the past summer.
You mean my husband is the man the newspapers call the vampire fiend?
Yes.
Oh, that's not true. My husband is a kind, gentle man. He wouldn't kill anyone.
I appreciate your position, but we have absolute proof. Your husband is the man.
How did you find out?
Then you do know?
Yes. He told me an hour ago. He came to the restaurant and said he'd seen the police go into the house where we used to live. Oh, he's a good man here, Commissioner. He must have been insane to do such terrible things.
Do you know where he is now?
No. He has a furnished room somewhere, but I don't know where it is. He's gone into hiding.
Is there any way that you can communicate with him?
Oh, must I tell?
It's your duty.
But what of my duty to him? I'm his wife. Think of the position you placed me in.
I'm sorry, Frau Curtin. All I can think of are your husband's many victims and their grieving families. I can only think of the safety of the people of Düsseldorf.
Oh, I can't betray him. I can't.
You must. Don't you realize that these murders will continue if you don't? Can't you see your own responsibility? How will you feel when you pick up your paper and read that someone has been ruthlessly murdered in the streets and know that you could have prevented it? If you don't tell me, Frau Curtin, you'll be as responsible for any further deaths as if you yourself had struck down the victims.
No, not that.
Yes, Frau Curtin. From now on, you'll be as guilty as your husband.
All right. I'll tell you. I'll tell. I'm to meet him this afternoon at Roker's Platz.
I myself will accompany you there.
If he sees me with you, he won't come.
I'll remain in the background. You'll have to give me a signal of some sort, though. What'll it be?
Well, when I see my husband, I'll go to him and kiss him. That will be the signal.
So be it, Frau Curtin. But make sure you don't forget.
That afternoon, Commissioner Momberg and his men were spread in a cordon around Rochers Platz. In front of the impressive church which faces the historic old square, Mrs. Curtin met her husband.
Oh, Peter.
You came after all.
Oh, I couldn't stay away.
Even now when you know the truth, why don't you give me up to the police and collect the reward?
Oh, how can you say that?
I must go away and never see you again.
Then kiss me.
What? Here on the street?
Why not if I'm never to see you again?
Well, it will attract attention.
Just as you say, then.
Oh, very well.
Goodbye, Peter. And...
Peter Curtin, I'm the police commissioner. You're under arrest.
So at last, eh? Huh. How did you find me?
We followed your wife. When she kissed you, we knew we had our man.
That was a Judas kiss. Oh, a kiss of betrayal. Come
on, Curtin. Don't make a scene. You're well surrounded.
Oh, I'll come. I'm glad it's over.
The police car is just around the corner.
Must I come with you?
I won't have her in the same car with me.
One of my men will take you home, Frau Curtin. Come on, you.
Well, your merry chase is over.
I'd hardly call it merry. No funny business, Curtin.
Oh, don't worry about me. I've been arrested before. I know how to act.
Well, here's the car. Get in. So you've been arrested before, Curtin?
Yes, but not in such style as this. When I was a boy of 12, I was marched through the streets handcuffed. I swore then I'd someday have my revenge for that humiliation. Well, I've had it.
You don't deny your guilt?
Why should I? I'm proud of it. Ever since I was arrested before with that jeering, scoffing crowd at my heels, I've hated people. I've longed to dynamite buildings and trains and kill a lot of people at once. I couldn't do that, so I killed them one and two at a time. That way I could hear them beg for mercy and cry with fear. It was worth it. Every bit of it.
How could you kill these people in cold blood?
How? Huh. When I was a boy, I was apprenticed to my uncle, the dog catcher. We killed 50 dogs a day. That's where I got used to killing. People are no different from dogs.
And what will you say, Peter Curtin, when the state kills you?
What can I say? I'll put my head on the block and hope the knife doesn't hurt too much.
And less than 4 months later, that is exactly what Peter Curtin did.
You've just been listening to another true murder mystery brought to you by the Police Reporter. This is a radio release production. Again, we bring you the Police Reporter with the store of odd happenings taken from the police records of the world. These stories are true and dramatized for your entertainment. You will now hear the voice of the Police Reporter bringing you another true murder mystery.
In Paris, 17 years ago, on a lovely spring morning, Roger Voron, a young man of no particular abode, is sprawled indolently on one of the benches that line the Bois de Boulogne. An old lady, in passing, tries to hold the youth in conversation.
It's a grand day, isn't it?
Yes, for some people, maybe.
Aren't you glad spring is here?
I've nothing to be glad about.
Oh, are you unhappy
Yes,
then?
I am.
Won't you tell me why? Perhaps I can help.
I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon, and I haven't slept in a bed for 4 nights.
Why, you poor boy.
I don't need sympathy. What I need is food or money to buy food.
Would you be offended if I took you to my home and gave you something to eat?
Where do you live?
Just across the street. I have rooms on the 4th floor of that building over there.
Well, perhaps I'm not showing the proper spirit. Maybe you'll find me surly and resentful. But I can't help it when the rest of the world is gay and happy while I'm like this. I'm grateful to you. But I deserve better than a bench to sleep on and scraps of food flung at me by strangers. But I suppose I should be grateful even for that. Yes, I suppose I should.
5 minutes later, in the old lady's apartment.
Sit here in the kitchen with me, and we can talk while I prepare your food.
Thank you. Do you live here? Alone?
Yes, I'm a widow. My husband died 12 years ago.
Then you must have some kind of an income.
Enough to keep me.
You're lucky.
Oh, I think so. That's why I try to help those who aren't so fortunate. Would an omelet and coffee be satisfactory?
Very. Now, you must have a lot of friends.
No, not one.
Aren't you lonely?
Not particularly. I have my books, my cat, and the whole of Paris to amuse me. After my husband died, I couldn't afford to keep up with my old friends, and I was too old to make new ones. So I packed all my treasures in that chest you're sitting on and moved in here. And here I am, contented.
So I've been sitting on a small fortune and didn't know it.
Oh, hardly that. The chest contains things of a sentimental value. Their value in money would be small.
Aren't you afraid someone might rob you?
Who would want the few paltry francs I have?
Someone as desperate as I am. Someone you might bring up here and feed just as you've brought me. Someone like me to whom a few francs is a fortune.
Oh, I'm not afraid.
But you should be.
Why did you lock that door?
Just making sure I won't be disturbed.
Disturbed?
Yes. I don't want anyone coming in here during the next half hour.
What are you thinking of, young man?
I'm sick of being poor. I'm going to rob you.
Oh, you couldn't do that.
Couldn't I? Watch me. Where's the key to this chest?
I won't tell you. I'll save you from being a thief in spite of yourself.
Where's the key to that chest?
I'll not tell you. Help! Help!
Shut your trap.
I'm being robbed! Help!
Keep quiet, you fool!
Oh, put that knife down! Put that knife down! Help! Help! Help!
5 days later, the police broke into the old woman's rooms and found her body. The only clue to the identity of her assailant were a few bloody fingerprints, the fingerprints of a man unknown to the police and, consequently, almost impossible to trace. 2 years pass, and the murder of the unknown woman is still unsolved. Roger Voron is in prison, awaiting deportation to l'Île de Ré, a vermin-infested penal colony which French criminals dread more than Devil's Island. we find Voron sitting with his cellmate, an old offender named Beber.
What are you so gloomy about, Beber?
In another 2 weeks, they'll have enough poor devils like us, and we'll be on our way, Voron. You for 10 years, and me for life.
L'Elderay can't be any worse than this prison. So why be gloomy about it?
Oh, can't it? I've been there, I know. There isn't a worse place on the face of the earth than that hole. I'll tell you what it'll be. All day long, every day you'll slave in a blazing sun, and at night they'll throw food at you that a Paris street mongrel wouldn't eat.
It'll be food anyway.
Then you'll sit around and talk about Paris until your heart's broken. Then you'll go to bed. But for an hour you won't sleep because of the heat and the insects. But even they can't keep your tired body awake any longer than that, and you'll drop off.
I've slept in prison before.
Yeah, then at sunrise they'll wake you up and throw more garbage at you. And it'll start all over again. And the only time the monotony is broken are the days when they tie you to a post and whip you. And you think it can't be worse than this? Ha! Don't make me laugh.
Well, it can't last forever.
It will for me. I'm going for life.
Why don't you commit suicide?
I haven't the nerve.
You're a brave man, aren't you? You can kill others, but you haven't the nerve to do it when it comes to yourself.
Well, at least I have the nerve to kill others, which is more than a petty burglar like you can say.
Oh, yeah? Well, I did kill someone once, but I was never caught for it.
Who was it?
An old woman. She took me to her house to feed me, and I killed her and robbed her.
And the police never found out who did it?
That was over 2 years ago, and I never was caught.
You expect me to believe a story like that, eh?
Well, it's true.
It's just the silly bragging of a small thief.
Oh, is it? Well, I can prove it. Her name was Messetier, and she had rooms on the 4th floor of a house just off the Bois de Boulogne.
Well, how was she dressed?
She had on a brown dress, and she was cooking some food for me. When I made up my mind to rob her, I told her my intention. She began to scream. That got me scared, and I grabbed a kitchen knife off the table and stabbed her. She died almost instantly.
You're not lying to me?
I'm not. I swear I'm not. But why is this so important to you?
I'm going to use it to save myself from going to L'Île de Ré.
You're going to tell on me and hope for mercy?
No. I'm going to confess to it and go to the guillotine.
You'd rather die than go to the penal colony?
Yeah, much rather. Better an actual death than a living one. While it seems hard to believe that a man would confess to a murder which would surely cost him his life, that is exactly what Beber did. We find him next in the office of the warden, where he is being questioned.
So, Beber, she resisted your attempts to rob her, and you killed the old woman.
Yes, sir.
What was she preparing for your meal?
Oh, some meat and potatoes.
And when she screamed, you stabbed her with a kitchen knife?
Yes, sir.
It's a very good story, Beber.
It's a true story, sir.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
It's strange that the Paris police know nothing about it.
You mean that there was never a murder committed?
That's just what I mean, Beber.
Well, he lied to me then. That petty stealing rat, he
Who?
lied. That Roger Voron. He let me think that if I told you this story, I could cheat L'Île de Ré. Now I've got to go away.
Quiet, Beber. Hello? Hello? Bring me Roger Voron to the prison and governor's office immediately.
You're having him brought up here, eh?
Yes. I'd like to talk with him.
So would I. I'll tell him a thing or two.
You'll keep your mouth shut while he's here. Beber, thanks to you, we of the police have solved a very baffling case.
What case?
The one that we were just speaking of.
Then the old lady was killed.
Yes, but you didn't do it.
How do you know I didn't?
Your fingerprints don't tally with those of the killer. Besides, the old lady wasn't cooking meat and potatoes. It was an omelet.
Then you tricked me into giving away Voron, eh?
I'm sorry, Beber. It was the only way. Come in.
Here's Roger Voron.
Bring him in.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Voron.
Yes, sir.
You'll excuse me a moment while I look in the files for your fingerprint card. You two men may talk.
I've nothing to say to him.
What's the matter, Beber? What did the prison governor send for me for?
You'll find out soon enough.
Is it important?
To you, yes.
Well, then, here we are. Now let's look these over. This is your fingerprint card, Voron?
Yes, sir.
Beber has just come to me with a confession of murder. The murder of an old woman who was stabbed to death just off the Bois de Boulogne.
Yes, sir, but how does this concern me?
Beber didn't do it. but I have a feeling that you did.
I, Governor? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you? Then how did your fingerprints get on the knife with which he was killed? Look, you can see for yourself.
I didn't do it. I wasn't in Paris at the time.
What time?
Why, when the murder was committed.
Oh, don't waste your breath, Varon. Barbera has told me all about it.
You low, sneaking police spy, you. You come into my cell and beg and plead with me to save you from l'Île de Ré, and then you tell the prison governor everything.
Well, why didn't you tell me the old woman was cooking an omelet?
Well, what difference does that make?
All the difference in the world, Varon. We knew what the old lady was cooking, and we knew that the murderer knew. But Barbera didn't know.
And an omelet will cost me my head?
Yes, Varon. An omelet.
An omelet.
4 months later, Roger Varon was executed in the same prison where he had made his first confession. Once more, the police had won.
You have just heard another true murder mystery brought to you by the police reporter. Listen in to the dramatization of our next unusual happening taken from police records. The police reporter brings you another true story of crime and its detection.
On January 1st, 1911, the New York Tribune carried a story which began with the following headlines. Die with the old year. Maryland couple takes cyanide of potassium on eve of marriage. Chatted merrily together before death. He had bought wedding ring. Now this case would have gone down in history as a double suicide if the coroner had not been puzzled about several features of the case. So, he called for an investigation.
Mrs. Elauser, as you know, we are investigating the strange death of your daughter, Gracie Lauser, and her fiancé, Charles Edward Twigg.
Yes, Dr. Ford.
I'd like you to tell this jury just what happened on that day.
Well, a little after 11 in the morning, Charles telephoned that he was in town and that he would come over to the house at about 2 o'clock. When Grace heard this, she went up to her room and started primping. At almost exactly 2 o'clock, the front doorbell rang. Oh, come in, Charles.
Hello, Mrs. Elasa. Where's Grace? Isn't she at home?
Of course. She'll be here directly. Grace?
Yes, Mother?
It's Charles.
I'm coming.
She's been upstairs primping ever since you telephoned.
Hello, darling.
Well, it's about time you came to see me.
Did you miss me?
Of course I did. Once a week isn't enough for a fellow to call on his best girl.
Well, I've got to sort of get things straightened around for a honeymoon. You don't want any business on my mind when we go off on our trip.
Why don't you two go into the parlor and I'll bring you some fruit cake and a glass of wine.
Thanks, Mrs. Elauser.
Still calling me Mrs. Elauser, eh?
Oh, I'll be calling you Mother as soon as we get back from our trip.
Well, you could be a little more familiar, even if I am going to be your mother-in-law. I'll be back in a minute.
Come on in the parlor, Charles.
Okay.
Oh, it's chilly in here, isn't it?
I light the gas fire.
Do you realize it's less than a week before we'll be married?
Do I? I don't ever forget it. A week can seem like an awful long time, can't it?
Yes. And this time next Thursday, we'll be on our honeymoon.
I've already bought the tickets.
Have you? Where are we going?
Just where you said, Florida. Will you like that?
I'll love it. Just think, Charles. A honeymoon away from the cold and the snow. Being down there where there's sunshine and palms. It's just too romantic for anything.
A honeymoon should be romantic, darling.
And we will be happy, won't we?
Of course we will. How can we help it? Gracie, I bought it.
Bought what?
What we were looking at in Townsend's window.
The wedding ring? The white one with all the little diamonds in it?
That's it.
Oh, let me see it.
Sure. I hope it fits. There she is.
Oh, it's beautiful. It looks even better than it did in the window. Let me try it on.
They say it's bad luck.
Oh, you and your superstitions. What could happen to it?
Nothing, I guess.
Oh, sure.
What's the matter?
It doesn't fit.
Oh, I'll tend to that. Townsend said if it was too small, he'd make it fit.
Well, did you two think I was never coming?
Oh, we forgot all about the wine and cake.
Charles?
Thank you, Mrs. Elasa.
Gracie?
Thanks, Mother. Did you bring any for yourself?
Oh, I haven't time to sit around and eat cake and drink wine.
No, Mother, you haven't anything to do.
It seems sort of sinful to drink wine in the afternoon.
You're too old-fashioned, Mrs. Elosser.
Oh, I know, but I can't help it. Oh, but don't let me keep you two from enjoying yourselves. Oh, Gracie, what's that you have there?
My wedding ring. Want to see it?
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, your father never gave me such a fancy ring. But we managed to make our marriage last in spite of it.
And I hope Gracie and I are as happy as you two have been.
Well, I don't often talk about it, but I can't wish you any better luck than we've had. Gracie'll make you a good wife, I know.
Better than I deserve, I reckon.
Oh, I don't know. You're not a bad boy. Oh, well, here I am talking, and I know you two want to be alone.
Well, let's make it a toast.
You propose it.
All right. Here's to our future together.
May it be long and prosperous.
That's good. Say, we forgot the one about all our troubles being little ones.
Oh, you.
Excuse me.
Are you sleepy?
Sorta.
One little glass of wine and you want to go to sleep.
Must be the heat from that stove.
No excuses. That's a nice way to act when you come over to see me.
Oh, you're just as bad as I am.
Must be catching. Grace? Yes, Mother, come in. What is it?
Well, the dressmaker wants to know when you can come over for a fitting.
Oh, tell her I'll be there at 4:30.
I'll tell her, darling. Let you know when it's time to go over.
And then what happened, Mrs. Elosser?
I didn't go near the room again until nearly 4:30. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. So I went into the room. They were still sitting on the sofa, like they were asleep. I crossed the room to wake Gracie and saw something was wrong. When I touched them, I knew they were dead. Then I ran into the street and screamed for help.
And you found nothing in the room which could have contained poison?
No. No glasses, no bottles, nothing.
Thank you, Mrs. Elosser. That'll be all. Now I'd like to call Harlan Norris. Are you here, Harlan?
Yes, sir.
Harlan, can you tell me the same story that you told your mother this morning?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Mrs. Elosser?
Yes, sir. We live right down the street from the Lazaruses.
Have you ever been in their house?
No, sir.
Now, Harlan, you tell us just what you saw on that afternoon.
Well, Mama sent me down the store to get a bar of soap, and I was on my way back. Just as I came to the Lazaruses' house, Mrs. Elosser came running out screaming for help.
Yes, we know. Mrs. Elosser told us that. But then what happened?
When she got to the sidewalk, she sort of looked around, kind of dazed-like, and went back in the house.
What did you do then?
I thought there might be something wrong, so I sneaked up to the window and peeked in.
And what did you see, Harlan?
I saw a man and a woman sitting on the sofa and not moving.
Who were they?
Didn't know the man. The woman was Grace Elosser.
Then what happened?
Mrs. Elosser came into the room.
What did she do?
Went over to the man, took a glass out of his hand, and then she took a glass out of Grace Elosser's hand.
Is that all?
No, sir. She picked a little green bottle off the floor and took the 2 glasses and the bottle out of the room.
Would you know the glasses again if you saw them?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Well, see if you can pick out the glasses from these here on my table.
There's 2 green glasses like these.
Thank you, Harlan. That's all. The glasses that Harlan picked were the only 2 glasses on my table that were taken from the Elosser home.
The child is lying. Nothing like that ever happened.
It seems very significant that this child who has never been in your home should be able to pick out your glasses so easily.
Oh, I don't care what you think. The boy is mistaken. These are ordinary glasses that can be bought in any store in Cumberland.
Quiet, quiet.
Oh, I don't know what you're driving at, but I won't have any 12-year-old boy accuse me of lying.
Inasmuch as this investigation has taken such an unusual turn, I move that it be adjourned until a week from today, so that we may sift the evidence we have heard. This court is dismissed until that date.
About 3 days later, the coroner called on Mrs. Elosser at her home.
Mrs. Elosser, this whole thing is such a strange muddle, I thought I'd come over and talk to you privately about it.
Well, if you've come over to get me to confess to murdering my own daughter and Charlie Twigg, you're insane.
Oh, that isn't the reason I've come at all.
Don't you think I hear what people are saying? Don't you think I know what's going on? Everyone, everywhere, looks at me as though I were a murderer. And what you said at the inquest started it all.
Well, that's what I've come over to clear up.
Do you think I killed those 2 young people?
Well, I admit I thought it might be a possibility. But since I had a little private talk with Harlan Norris this afternoon, I've changed my mind. You had a quarrel with his mother, didn't you?
Yes, some years ago.
He admitted that part of the story wasn't true, that he'd been coached in it by his mother. This, of course, throws the boy out as a witness. I'm sure now that you had nothing whatever to do with it, but I'd like to prove it.
How do you expect to prove it by me? I've told you everything. I don't know anymore.
Well, I've given this thing a lot of thought, and if you don't mind, I'd like to try an experiment.
What kind of an experiment?
An experiment that will prove just how these two young people met their deaths. Would you object to that, Mrs. Elosser?
Well, of course not. I'm more interested in proving it than you are.
Well, then we'll go into the room where you found them.
Well, it's just across the hall.
And then we'll prove it one way or another right now.
This is the room.
Wait till I bring my basket.
What have you got in there?
2 cats. Black cats.
2 black cats?
Yes. I'd like to leave them in the room under the same conditions that your daughter and her fiancé were found that afternoon, and for the same length of time.
Oh, I see.
Now, where did you find their bodies?
On that sofa.
Come on, kittens. You'll have to lie on that sofa in the interest of science. Now, Mrs. Elosser, were the windows open or closed?
Closed.
And the doors?
They were closed, too.
Is there anything else that's different from what it is now?
Yes, the gas grate was going.
Well, I'll light it then. Now, is that all?
Oh, I think so.
Well, then we'll go out of here. How long was it before you found them?
Almost 3 hours.
Then we'll sit down and wait for 3 hours. 1 hour. 2 hours.
3 hours passed.
Well, I guess the 3 hours are up. Do you want to come in with me?
Certainly.
Well, then leave the door open, and I'll go in and open the window. Don't come in until I get the window open.
Is it all right now?
Yes, come on in. And take a look at those cats.
Why, they're dead. The cats are dead. They look as if they died in their sleep. What killed them?
The same thing that killed your daughter and Charles Twigg. Carbon monoxide gas.
Where did it come from?
The gas stove. And next week at the investigation, the jury will bring in a verdict of death by accident.
And so one of the most baffling mysteries that ever monopolized the breakfast conversation in Cumberland, Maryland, was solved.
You have just heard another true mystery brought to you by the police reporter. The police reporter brings you another true murder mystery. This time a story of the Redcoats, the Royal Northwest Mounted Police. It's really necessary to go back 2 years before the story proper and tell you something that occurred at that time.
A Canadian mounted policeman named Nicholson came into his headquarters at Ponoka, Northwest Territory, with a fur hat he'd picked up on the trail. This hat was different from others of its kind because it had a hole in the side, a neat round hole with blood smeared over parts of it. As the owner couldn't be located and no one was reported missing, it was carefully packed away in the basement at headquarters. Now, 2 years later, Nicholson rides up to a lonely cabin to place its owner under arrest.
Anyone at home? Hello, Caney.
Hello, Mountie.
I'm glad you're home.
Why?
I'm here to put you and your 2 friends under arrest for horse stealing. Where are they?
They beat it.
What do you mean, beat it? They live here, don't they?
Well, they've been staying with me, if you call that living here.
Where'd they go?
How should I know? Made a break for the States, I guess. Took my gear with them and left me flat.
Well, get your things on. You're going back to the post with me.
I ain't got nothing to be afraid of. If I stole that horse, where is he? You don't see him around, do you?
Well, the prosecution claims that you sold him.
Ah, it's just spite work, and I'll prove it when we get to town.
Well, that's up to you, Caney. I'm just sent out here to serve this warrant.
Come on in the house. I got something you ought to see.
Wait till I tie up my horse. Come on, lady.
I'd have come into the post and told you about it, but I ain't got no transportation.
Well, what is it that's so important?
Something right in your line. Come on in.
Well, what is it you want me to see?
Take a look in the ash box of that stove over there.
Just full of ashes,
that's
all.
What you think. Dig around in the bottom and you'll get an eyeful.
Hey, you mind if I dump them on the floor?
No, go ahead.
Hey, what's this?
What's it look like?
Why, they're bones. The bones of a man's hand.
That's it. Now hunt a little more careful, Mountie.
Well, here's a skull.
Don't expect to find anything like that, did you?
No. There's a hole in it. A bullet hole.
Interesting, ain't it?
Hey, what do you know about this, Koenig?
Not much, but I'll tell you what I do know. A couple of days before, the two guys left. They said they was going hunting. That afternoon, I heard a lot of shooting, and after dinner, they went out again. They come in late at night with a lot of big bundles and had 'em in the storeroom. All night, they kept the fire going, and the next day, they was gone.
When did you first find these things?
The morning after the two guys left.
What do you think happened?
I think they met somebody on the trail and killed them and robbed them.
You got any idea who it was?
Nope, but maybe you can find out. They left a lot of junk in the storeroom.
If I only knew who this guy was.
Well, why don't you look in there? Maybe you'll find some of his things.
That's not a bad idea. I'll mosey around while you're getting dressed.
Say, listen, Mountie, I didn't steal that horse.
Well, that's up to you to prove, Koenig. Say, it's dark in that storeroom. You got a lantern?
Here, take my flashlight.
Thanks. Hey, where is this stuff?
Over in the far corner.
Oh, there's just a bundle of clothes in here.
Well, maybe you can find some kind of identification in them.
Hey, there's something in the pocket of this coat.
Well, stay in there and examine it for a while.
Hey, what are you doing?
Open up that door, Curtis. You open it. I ain't got time. So long, Mountie. I hope you freeze to death. Kenny, get me out of here. I'll be back in a week, Mountie. I'll get you for this. You can't get away with this, Kenny. So long, Mountie. Open this door, Kenny. Open this door. I'll be seeing you.
After much pushing and straining, Trooper Nicholson managed to open the door and get back to headquarters. He arrived there with the bones and skull, but without his man or his horse. Koenig had disappeared, and Trooper Nicholson was sharply reprimanded by his superior. A few days later, he and a fellow trooper were in the cellar of the post, cleaning up. They were sorting mementos of unsolved cases.
Hey, Nicholson, you found this fur cap, didn't you?
Yeah. Never did find out who it belonged to, though. Well, it's a funny thing, wasn't it?
What's funny about it?
That hole.
A hole's a hole where I come from.
Yes, but that hole's a bullet hole. And those stains are some man's blood.
Oh, forget about it. Let's put all your relics together. The fur cap, the skull, and the...
Yeah. Put the fur cap on the skull.
Not a bad idea. It'll keep the poor devil's bald head warm. Say, it fits.
What?
The hat fits the skull.
It does? Let me take a look at it. There's something funny about this. Take a look at that.
What?
The hole.
Well, what about it?
The hole in the hat matches the hole in the skull.
Well, what does that prove?
Plenty. Pretty nearly proves that this was a man who was wearing the hat.
I'm beginning to see the significance of those holes in the hat and the skull. They were both caused by the same bullet.
I found the hat 2 years ago and the skull last month. This skull must have been in that stove for almost 2 years.
Well?
What I have to find out now is who's been living in that shack for the last 2 years. Who could have tried burning this skull?
When you find that out, you'll have a good idea who the murderer is. But you still won't know who the dead man is.
Well, he's somebody. Somebody's going to miss him. And when they do, the case is in the bag.
3 weeks later at the post, and the troopers are still puzzled.
Well, how are you doing, Nicholson?
Not so good. There's only one fact I've dug up in the last 3 weeks. That shack has never been lived in by anyone except Koenig for the past 3 years, and he hasn't lived in it more than 2 months in all that time.
Doesn't look so good for him, does it?
Oh, he knew more than he was telling, I guess.
Well, where is he? We haven't seen hide nor hair of him since he locked you in his shack and made his getaway.
I'd like to talk to him right now for about a half an hour.
All you have to do is to find him.
Ah, he'll turn up. They always do. Come in. Oh, hello, Higby.
Oh, Nicholson.
What's on your mind?
There's something kind of puzzling me.
Well, is there any way that I can help you?
Maybe. I don't know. I've been tax collector for this district for over 15 years, and I ain't had nothing happen like this before.
What is it?
Oh, one of my neighbors named Joe Hindle left about 2 years ago to take possession of a farm he'd inherited in Bemidji, Minnesota. I ain't heard from him since.
Maybe he can't write, Higby.
Don't be funny. Joe ain't paid any of his taxes since he left, and he don't answer any of my letters. Now, that ain't like Joe, and I wish you'd find out through the chief of police at Bemidji if he's all right.
I'll be glad to do it for you, Higby.
Thanks, Nicholson. How soon do you think you'll know?
Oh, drop around about 10 days, and I'll have the information for you.
Yeah, say, what's the idea of having this skull on your desk? Trying to scare people?
Sure. What do you mean by letting him sit around without his hat on? Show the gentleman how you look in your hat, Scully. There you are. How does he look, eh?
Well, I'll be hornswoggled. Speak of the devil.
What is it, Higby?
That's Joe Hindle's hat.
Are you sure?
Positive. I was with him when he killed the critter that fur was taken from. He was a-wearing that there hat in the morning he come to say goodbye 2 years ago.
Are you sure of that, Higby?
Oh, sure and shooting.
Say, Nicholson, how would you like to go to Bemidji?
I think that would be a very interesting trip.
After much arguing, the sergeant in charge of the post gave Nicholson the authority and money to make the trip. After a long talk with the chief of police at Bemidji, they started out into the country to find Hindle at his farm.
Well, start up the motor and let's get it going out.
Find out anything from the chief?
Yeah. He says that Hindle came to take possession of the farm he'd inherited about 2 years ago. Been around here ever since, except 2 or 3 times when he's away on trips.
Well, how do we get to this place?
Oh, we'll go about 2 miles out this way, and then we take a right turn at the schoolhouse corner. Second farmhouse on the left. Guess that must be the house up there.
Say, we're in luck. He's at home. I see smoke coming from his chimney.
We'll go right on up the driveway.
Well, hang on, it's pretty rough.
Well, come on, let's go. Well, here we are.
Say, there's someone inside. I hear them coming to the door.
Hey, let's stand aside so he can't see us till he opens it.
Well, what is it?
They told us we'd find a man named Hindle living here.
My name's Hindle.
Not when I knew you, it wasn't. Not when you locked me in your storeroom 4 months ago, it wasn't.
So what are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, William Oscar Koenig?
Well, supposing I admit I'm Koenig. What of it?
We've come to put you under arrest.
And you're going to take me back to Panoka for stealing your horse?
No, we're taking you back for murdering Joseph Hindle 2 years ago.
You're crazy.
I don't think so. I got a watertight case, Koenig.
How can you try me for killing a man you don't even know is dead?
Well, if he isn't dead, where is he?
I don't know.
Then I'll tell you. All that's left of him is in the ash box of your stove at Panoka.
You'll have to prove that.
I can prove it, and without much trouble. Finding you here is the only bit of evidence I still needed to send you to the gallows.
Early in 1910, William Koenig was hanged by the neck until dead, and once more the Royal Northwest Mounted Police had gotten their man.
You have just heard the 6th story taken from police records and brought to you by the police reporter. Listen for the next. This is a radio release production. The police reporter brings you another true murder mystery.
On June 29, 1915, Vienna, Austria was still a city of lights and gaiety. In the suburbs of this lovely European capital, there lived what appeared to be a happy family. Rudolf Falk, a retired businessman, Mrs. Falk, and a brilliant young medical student, Anton Herzog. Rudolf Falk believed such young men should be encouraged, so he helped Anton over the rough spots by giving the student free board and lodging. It was a hot June night, and Mr. Falk had gone to his room while Mrs. Falk stayed downstairs to read. At about midnight, she decided to go to bed. As she passed Mr. Falk's room, she noticed the light still burning, so she stopped.
Rudolph? Rudolph, are you awake? Rudolph! Oh, you men. Oh, just as I thought. Asleep in your chair. Aren't you ashamed? Rudolph, go to bed. Oh, what's the matter? Why, Rudolph, you're sick. Oh, I'll get the doctor right away. Oh, Anton, is that you?
Yes, Frau Falk. I just came home.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
Well, what's the matter, Frau Falk? Something wrong?
Oh, it's Rudolph. I think he's had a heart attack.
We'll call Dr. Reiter. And in the meantime, I'll give him a stimulant.
Oh, hurry.
Wait till I run up to my room and get my hypodermic and some strychnine. Get the doctor right away.
Oh, I will. Quick, Anton. Do what you can.
Don't worry, Frau Falk. I think we can save him.
By the time Dr. Reiter arrived, Rudolf Falk was dead. He had rallied slightly after Herzog's injection, then collapsed and died. In Vienna, sudden or unexpected death must always be certified to by the coroner. This gentleman made his examination and pronounced it a death from heart failure. Inspector Vorst of the Vienna police had been present and watched the whole proceeding. And when the coroner left, he stayed behind.
Frau Falk, I'm Inspector Vorst from the police. There are some things here that are not quite clear to me.
If I can be of any help, don't hesitate to ask me.
Thank you. When you found Herr Falk, didn't it strike you as strange that he should be wearing his bathrobe?
Oh, yes, it did. Especially his heavy woolen one. All day he'd been complaining about the heat. You know, his heart trouble made him suffer more than ordinary people.
That's what's been running through my mind. Your husband wasn't crippled in any way, was he?
Oh, no. Why do you ask?
Look at the way that bathrobe is buttoned. Does it look right to you?
Why, no, it's buttoned the wrong way.
Exactly.
Rudolph never buttoned his clothes that way. I wonder how that could have happened.
So do I, Frau Falk.
Strange, isn't it?
Yes, it's so strange that I shall have to have his death certificate held up until this has been investigated.
Is there anything else?
Not just now. If you don't mind leaving us, I'd like to ask the doctor and young Herzog a few questions.
You mean you want me to go?
If you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. Excuse me.
Well, Herzog, what do you know about this?
You heard what I told the coroner, didn't you?
About being at a party all evening and not getting home until midnight? Yes.
Well, that's it.
You've nothing to add to that?
Nothing.
Dr. Reiter.
Yes, Inspector?
If you found a man suffering from a heart attack, what would you do?
Give him an injection of strychnine.
And that's just what I did.
Yeah, I know. You told us that. When was the last time that you saw Herr Falk alive, Doctor?
When I left here about 10 o'clock this evening.
Where did you go when you left?
I went for a walk. I got home about 10 minutes before Frau Falk telephoned.
Do you come here often?
About once each day. Besides being my patient, Herr Falk was an old and dear friend.
How was he feeling when you left this evening?
Very lively. In fact, too lively. That's why I left.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we had quite a heated argument.
About what?
Old coins. We are both ardent collectors of old coins.
And how was Herr Falk dressed when you left his house?
He'd been suffering from the heat all day, so he'd put on his pajamas.
And his bathrobe?
No, just his pajamas.
Did you button or unbutton the bathrobe when you examined him?
It wasn't necessary. As soon as I saw him, I realized he was dead.
And what did you think had caused his death?
A bad heart attack.
That's all that you have to tell me?
Why do you ask all these questions? Is there something wrong?
I feel there are a lot of things wrong. Herr Falk's death is very suspicious to me, and I'm going to continue this investigation.
And Inspector Vorst did investigate. He called an ambulance and had the body taken to Professor Hermann G. Jeserich, a scientist at the University of Vienna.
Professor Jeserich, I hate to bother you so late at night, but I feel that this is important. Herr Rudolf Falk died tonight under what I consider suspicious circumstances, and I'd like to have you make an immediate autopsy.
You think he was murdered?
I don't know. That's what I want you to find out.
Where's the body?
Outside in an ambulance.
Have it taken to my laboratory, eh?
At once, Professor.
What about the room where he died? Did you find anything there?
Nothing of any value.
You police never half look.
Oh, but there wasn't anything to be seen.
Oh, not with the naked eye, perhaps, but the microscope finds things the eyes cannot see, you know.
Well, what do you want done?
Well, have a man go over Herr Falk's room with an empty vacuum cleaner and bring me the dust he picks up.
I'll have it done right away.
Is the dead man still wearing the same clothes he had on when he was found?
I brought him exactly as his wife discovered him.
Then we can get to work.
I believe in thoroughness, Professor. But is all of this microscope business necessary?
You know I'm interested in the scientific detection of crime, and you must let me do this in my own way.
Well, that's all right with me. But I would like an immediate autopsy on Herr Falk's body.
You shall have it. I'll get to work immediately, and by noon tomorrow, I'll give you a detailed report. And while the professor worked untiringly all night examining the body and clothes of the dead man and giving a microscopic scrutiny to the dust from the room, Inspector Vorst had also been busy. Several detectives had been sent out to pick up whatever information they could about the principals involved in this puzzling case. Promptly at noon, the professor came into Inspector Vorst's office.
Well, Professor, what did you learn?
Quite a lot. There was a constriction around his heart that would have taken a month to develop naturally, and he would have been ill all the while.
Yes, but he wasn't. He's been feeling fine.
And then his condition was caused by a poison that brought it on artificially.
Did you find the poison?
No.
Well, then how do you know he's been poisoned?
By his condition.
Is there a poison that would cause such a condition?
Yes, there is. The poison of a certain African scorpion.
Oh, come now, Professor. This is getting fantastic.
And I have definite proof that there was such a scorpion in the room.
What?
Yes. There were 2 of the insect's bristles among the dust in that vacuum cleaner. And there were definite traces of scorpion poisoning on the sleeve of Herr Falk's bathrobe.
Then he was murdered.
Not necessarily, no.
Well, how could anyone be killed accidentally by a scorpion here in Vienna?
It is possible, although I don't think this particular death was accidental. There are too many things that point to murder.
Well, both young Herzog and Dr. Richter are in positions where they could obtain scorpions. The thing we must discover is which one did buy such an insect.
That's simple enough. Get the names of all the purchasers of scorpions. These little beasts can only be bought by accredited students and men of science, and even they must sign for them. There are only 2 places in the whole of Vienna that handle them. It should be a simple matter to investigate, yes.
An excellent thought, Professor. Then at least we'll know if either of our suspects has purchased such an insect during the past month. Whoever has will have to account for it. Excuse me.
What are you going to do, huh?
I'm going to get the information. Hello. Give me Grossman's office. Hello, Grossman. Vorst talking. Send men out to dealers in scorpions and get their list of purchasers for the past month. Let me know immediately if Anton Herzog or Dr. Reicher's name are on either of these lists. That's all, but work fast.
And now I suppose we sit and wait,
No, I have Exhibit A and B waiting to be questioned.
Oh, where are they?
In the next room.
Well, we'll have the doctor in first, eh?
Yes, I found a lot of interesting information about that gentleman. I'll call him. Well, Dr. Richter, will you step in here, please?
Why, certainly.
Sit down, Doctor. Well, we found that Herr Falk did not die of heart failure in the ordinary sense. His heart failure was induced by a powerful poison.
What?
Yes. So I'm compelled to investigate. Doctor, have you ever seen this tray full of coins before?
Why, I know those coins as well as my own collection. It's part of Rudolf Falk's.
Our old coin expert found them in your cabinet.
In my cabinet?
Yes. Do you know how they could have gotten there?
Why, I haven't the least idea. It's all very odd.
It isn't possible that you might have, taken them?
Why should I? If you look in Rudolf Falk's will, you will find that he left his coin collection to me. So why should I steal them?
Well, we've looked, and that's one point that's been bothering me.
Now, is there anything else?
Yes. How many pair of rubber gloves have you?
Only one. They're hard to procure since the war started.
And, where are they?
Well, they've been in my office, but they're not there now.
They might have been in your office, but you're right, they're not there now.
And why are my rubber gloves important to this case, may I ask, sir?
Because whoever buttoned Herr Falk's bathrobe wore rubber gloves, and yours seems to be missing.
Well,
might I suggest that all this evidence tends to prove that the old gentleman's death was murder? But in my mind, it also proves that the doctor isn't the guilty man. He's too intelligent to make such stupid blunders. Someone has been trying to throw suspicion on the doctor.
Yeah, perhaps. We'll see what Herzog has to say. Oh, Herzog.
Yes?
Come in here, please. Sit down.
Thanks.
So you were at a party on the night that Rudolf Falk, shall we say, died?
Yes.
And you didn't leave all evening?
No.
Well, we've discovered that this isn't true. You were gone almost the whole time between 10 and 11.
Who said that?
Your host.
He's mistaken.
He doesn't seem to think so. Herr Falk was very fond of you, wasn't he?
Yes.
So fond that he left you quite a sum in his will.
That's true. What of it?
You could use that money, couldn't you?
Are you suggesting that I killed him for money?
I'm not suggesting. I'm just trying to prove it.
Well, it's not true. You've got the wrong man. Why do you keep hounding me? Why not investigate Dr. Richter?
We have been investigating both of you. And that telephone may tell us who is guilty. Hello? Yes? Yes, Grossman? Yeah, that's all. Thanks. Anton Herzog, it becomes my duty to arrest you for the murder of Rudolph Falk.
You're making a terrible mistake, Inspector.
I don't think so. You were the one who made the mistake when you purchased an African scorpion 2 weeks ago. My evidence is now complete. I shall have no difficulty in convicting you.
When the chains of evidence had finally been welded together and Anton Herzog could no longer deny his guilt, he confessed and threw himself on the mercy of the court. The jury, however, found him guilty and he was executed. So, a master of the art of murder was caught by a master of science.
You have just heard a dramatization of a true story in a series collected from the police and newspaper records of the world and brought to you by the Police Reporter. This is a radio release production. The Police Reporter brings you another true murder mystery taken from the records of the world.
Billings, Montana, the home of Jesse Ingram and his family on North 20th Street. The time, early in the evening on the night of January 28, 1930. The family consists of Mr. and Mrs. Ingram, their daughter Mildred, age 16, and their younger daughter Serena, a deaf mute.
Ma, will you ask him?
Oh, ask him yourself.
Oh, please, Ma, go on.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm sick of fighting with him.
Why, no, he won't let me go if I ask him.
You can do a lot more with him than I can.
What's all this whispering about?
It's nothing.
Something you don't want me to hear?
No, not exactly.
Well, let's hear it then.
Well, we're having a high school party, and...
And you want to go, is that it?
Yes.
Who'll be there?
Oh, everybody in my class.
Just girls?
I said everybody in my class.
That means there'll be boys there, too. You can't go.
Oh, please, Daddy.
I said no, and that settles it. You know how I feel about you going around with boys?
Jesse, what's the harm?
Plenty harm. I want Mildred to study and amount to something. She can't do that if she's got boys on her mind.
Young people has got to have some fun.
She can have her fun with other girls. First thing you know, she'll get stuck on some no-good bum and marry him.
She's only 16.
You were only 17 when we got married, and Mildred ain't going to make the mistake we did. I got things planned for her. I don't want her living in no four-room shanty with a mess of brats like us. If our parents had watched us careful, we wouldn't be in the spot we're in.
We always got along all right.
Maybe you're satisfied with getting along all right, but I ain't. If I hadn't married so young, I might have amounted to something. Look at me. A switch tender in the Northern Pacific yards who don't earn enough to support his family. You have to work in a cannon factory so we have enough to live on.
Lots of men's wives work.
That ain't no reason why I should want you slaving for a couple of bucks a week. That ain't no reason why Mildred should make the same mistake we did. And I'm going to do my best to keep her from making it.
Then she can't go to the party?
No.
I think you're the biggest killjoy I ever saw.
When you get older, you'll thank me for my interest.
Jesse Ingram, you're a mean, narrow-minded bully. You've taken the best years of my life and robbed me of my fun, and you're not going to do the same thing with Mildred. I've stood it just as long as I'm going to. She's going to that party, or I'll know the reason why.
There's a 5-minute whistle, Ma.
Oh, I hear it. And I'm going to work. But when I draw my pay tomorrow, you and I are going downtown, Mildred, and buy you a nice party dress.
You don't dare.
Don't I? Wait and see.
I'm still running this family.
No, you're not. You've run it long enough. Now I'll take a hand. From tomorrow on, things will be different around here.
Your ma's hot-tempered, Mildred. She don't know what's good for you.
Well, I guess I'm old enough to know what's good for me and what isn't.
You do want to go to that party awful bad, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Well, can't you see I'm just looking out for your own interest when I don't let you go?
Ma says I can go, and I will.
I'm your father, and you'll do as I tell you.
Oh, I'm not going to fight with you. I'm going to bed.
Well, you think over what I've told you, and if you've got any sense at all...
On January 29, the people of Billings read the following in their morning papers. Father and daughter in mystery shooting. Police were called to the home of Jesse Ingram on North 20th Street early this morning, and there found the body of Mildred Ingram, age 16, lying on her bed with her head and body torn by 5 bullet wounds. In another room, the unconscious form of her father was lying on his bed. He, too, had been shot, the bullet entering the base of his skull. Mrs. Ingram was not at home and was later discovered at her mother's house, where she was questioned by the police.
You'll have to pull yourself together, Mrs. Ingram, and tell me what you know.
Oh, what's the use of all the questions? He killed her. I know he did.
Oh, I ain't so sure of that, Mrs. Ingram. It's pretty hard for a man to shoot himself and then hide the gun.
Well, who do you think did it?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, why do you keep questioning me? I wasn't home last night.
Where were you?
Working on the night shift at the cannon factory.
Well, why didn't you go home when you got through working?
My husband and me had a fight last night, and I didn't want to go home until I was sure he'd gone to work.
But you knew there was something wrong over at your house when I come in here, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, how'd you find that out?
From my daughter, Serena.
Didn't she tell you what it was?
No.
Why not?
She can't talk. She's a deaf mute.
Can she write?
No. But I could tell from the way she acted that something was wrong.
Well, then why didn't you go home?
I didn't think it was anything serious. My husband was on a rampage, and I didn't want to get mixed up in it again.
Well, then this child knows all about it and can't tell us. Is that right?
No, I guess so.
What makes you say that?
Well, she was the only one at the house all night.
Come on, you.
What are you doing?
I'm taking this girl over to the house with me. Hey, what's the matter with her?
She's afraid.
Well, I'm sorry, but she's the only one that knows what happened, and somehow or other I'm going to find out what she knows.
You let her alone. You want to scare her into having a fit?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Ingram, but I've got to find out what happened at that house.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. My husband killed my daughter and then tried to kill himself.
It couldn't be. Your husband couldn't have shot himself. There were no powder marks near his wound, and the gun hasn't been found.
Well, I didn't do it.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to find some way of proving that, Mrs. Ingram.
Well, you can go down to the factory. They'll tell you I never left my bench all night.
Then there's only one person left.
Who?
Your deaf daughter.
Oh, she wouldn't do a thing like that.
I'm not so sure, Mrs. Ingram. You never can tell about dummies.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Blaming such a terrible thing on a poor, unfortunate deaf mute.
Maybe so. But I'm going to keep a close watch on her till this thing is settled.
At the hospital next day, Jesse Ingram regained consciousness, and the sheriff hurried over there to get his statement.
How do you feel, Ingram?
Oh, my head aches, but I'm feeling a little better.
I come over to find out how you were hurt.
Oh, I don't know how it happened.
Well, did you shoot yourself?
No, I didn't.
Well, did you see who did it?
No.
Why not?
Whoever it was must have sneaked in and shot me while I was asleep.
Well, what happened to Mildred?
I don't know. The doctor said she died.
Well, did he tell you that she was shot 5 times?
Yes.
So how about that deaf daughter of yours? Do you think she did it?
No.
How do you know?
Why, she don't know how to handle a gun. I don't think she's ever seen one.
Well, there's one thing that puzzles me about this whole business. The bullets that were fired into your daughter weigh 128 grams, but the one taken from your head only weighs 30 grams.
Well, they must have been fired from different guns.
Oh, there's something screwy about this whole business. Why did the murderer fire 5 full-size 38 bullets into your daughter and only 1 quarter-size bullet into you? Come in. What is it, Chris?
We just found the gun.
Where was it?
Under the mattress of Ingram's bed.
How many shells fired?
5, Chief.
Well, that makes it all look different. As long as we couldn't find the gun, it was all a puzzle to me. But now it isn't. Are you still sticking to your story, Ingram?
I don't know nothing about it.
Well, maybe I can tell you then. You killed your daughter and then fixed a bullet by taking out most of the powder and cutting down the lead. You shot yourself with that bullet, shoved the gun under the mattress, and played unconscious till this morning.
That's a lie.
You'll get a chance to prove that at your trial.
But Ingram couldn't prove it to the satisfaction of a jury. He was found guilty of murder, but the evidence being circumstantial, he escaped the gallows and was sentenced to life imprisonment. After he'd served about 2.5 years, he sent for Sheriff Howard.
Well, Ingram, what was it you want to tell me?
I got something on my mind. It's been bothering me.
Well, spill it if it'll make you feel any better.
Well, you remember I told you about the fight I had with my wife just before she went to work that night?
Sure.
Well, I didn't tell you the truth about the finish.
Is that what you want to tell me now?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Well, after my wife left, I started to talk to Mildred. I said to her, I'm your father, and you'll do as I tell you.
I'm not going to fight with you. I'm going to bed.
Think over what I've told you. And if you've got any sense at all, don't you walk away from me when I'm talking to you.
But I want to be alone. Please don't bother me tonight, Father.
We've got to settle this right now. I don't want you going to bed thinking I abuse you.
Well, don't you?
You know I don't. You know you're all I've got. Haven't we been pals since you were a little shaver?
That's all over now.
You mean you're going to spoil all my plans?
I'm not going to let you spoil my life with your so-called plans. I'm going out and get a job and live the way I want to.
You can't do it, Mildred. You can't throw me over like that.
Well, I will. I've had all your bossing. I'm going to stand.
Oh, be a good girl, Mildred, and I'll let you go to the high school party.
It wouldn't be any fun now. I told you what I'm going to do, and that settles it.
Oh, don't you go away from home, Mildred. I couldn't stand it without you. Don't you know what you mean to me? You're the only thing I got. I won't let you go away. I won't let you.
You can't stop me.
Can I? Well, we'll see about that.
I'm leaving right now.
Oh, Mildred, don't act like this.
Take your hands off me.
What's the matter?
I hate you. I hate you. That's what's the matter, and I never want to see you again.
Don't go through that door. I'm telling you, Mildred, don't go through that door.
Goodbye.
And I killed her, Sheriff, and dragged her up to her bed. That's the truth, and I'm glad I told you. The rest you know, and I don't care if I never get out of here.
And today, Jesse Ingram sits in the Montana penitentiary waiting for death to release him from his memories and his conscience.
You have just heard another true murder mystery brought to you by the police reporter. We'll be back again soon with another stranger-than-fiction story. Listen for us. The police reporter brings you another true story. This is an example of a true murder mystery, how it started from almost nothing and grew to tremendous proportions.
July 6, 1922, in New York City. The scene is the Morrisania police station. The unwilling actors, Abram Becker, a Mrs. Linda, and a city detective.
But, Mr. Policeman, all I want is that he should give me the blue sweater while I loan his wife.
But I ain't got this sweater. I don't even know what she's talking about.
Hey, wait a minute. What's all this stuff about a sweater?
Last April, him and his wife was visiting by my house. When they started home, it was cold. So I'm lending Mrs. Becker my blue sweater, which I'm paying $2.69. Now I want the sweater back, and he won't give it to me.
Hey, why don't you give her back the sweater and settle the argument?
I ain't got this sweater. My wife's got it.
Well, where's your wife?
I don't know. She ran away.
Run away, Foley. Don't make me laughing. She's visiting me one night and borrows my sweater, and the next day she runs away. Oh, don't talk foolishness.
Well, then, if you're so smart, where is she?
I don't know, but I don't believe she ran away. Why should she run away with my sweater and leave her own clothes behind?
Hey, you two keep quiet for a minute and let me get at the bottom of this. When did your wife run away, Becker?
On the day after we was visiting by Mrs. Linda.
You haven't heard from her since?
Yes, 2 times. One's by a letter and one's by a telegram.
You got them with you?
He's always got them with him. When anybody asks if it's Jenny, he shows the letter and the telegram.
Well, let's see them.
Here.
Can I read them?
Go ahead, sure.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Dear Abe, I've gone away. No use trying to get along with you. It's impossible. Do not try to find me. You can't. Jenny. Telegrams from Philly, too. Both sent about the same time. Hey, why didn't you report this to the police when it happened 3 months ago?
He was afraid you might find out the truth.
What are all these digs that you keep throwing into Becker, Mrs. Linder? What's the idea?
The neighbors keep hinting that I killed my wife.
What do you say to that, Mrs. Linder?
Well, because Jenny never wrote that letter from Philadelphia.
How do you know?
You think I don't know Jenny's writing? Besides, why should she run off without her clothes?
Did she?
Yes, well, maybe she went off with somebody who was going to buy a new one.
Are you trying to make out that Jenny would run off with another man?
Why not? Why else should she run away?
Oh, don't talk such foolishness, Becker. Jenny was a big, fat woman, over 250 pounds. Who'd want to run away with her? Anyway, Jenny wasn't the kind of a woman who would leave her 2 children.
Seems to me, Becker, the best thing you can do is let the police handle this.
Oh, what's the use? You'll never find her.
We find plenty of people who run away. Maybe we can locate your wife.
She don't want to come back. Why should I try to make her?
Keep the neighbors from saying things. Might save you a lot of trouble.
How can I get in trouble?
Well, if any of your wife's relatives demanded we investigate, might look bad for you.
I'd be more than satisfied than anybody if the whole thing was cleared up.
Well, why not turn it over to us then?
Well, if you want to take a try at it, it's all right by me. What do I do?
Leave a description of your wife with the missing persons clerk in the next room.
Say, Mr. Policeman, what about my blue sweater?
Becker will either return it to you or buy you a new one.
Why should I buy her a new sweater?
Oh, run along, Becker, and file that description. I want to talk to Mrs. Linder.
Okay, but don't make her no promises for me.
Now, Mrs. Linder, tell me just why you stirred up this rumpus with Becker.
I want you should find out about Jenny. She wouldn't run away. Why, we was good friends. And if she was going to run away, she would have told me.
What do you think happened to her?
That's what I want you should find out. Personally, I think he done away with her.
You think he killed his wife?
Maybe he didn't do it. Maybe he paid some gangster to do it for him.
Do you know any of his friends?
Well, why don't you talk to that Harry Monstein? Maybe he knows something.
And you're sure that Jenny Becker didn't write that letter from Philadelphia?
Sure, I'm sure. Abe wrote that himself. I know his writing, and I know her writing. And that's his writing.
Now, you may be getting me in a jam, Mrs. Linder, but I've got a hunch that this whole thing needs a lot of investigating.
The more he questioned the neighbors, the more convinced the detective became that this case did need investigating. So he had Becker brought back for another quizzing, after which he locked him in a cell. He then had Harry Monstein picked up.
You know Abe Becker and his wife, Monstein?
Sure.
How well did they get along?
Well, Abe was always going out with other women. And when Jenny found out about it, she got mad.
And then it wasn't Jenny who was doing the running around.
Don't be funny. She wasn't that kind of a woman.
When did you first find out that Mrs. Becker was gone?
The morning after she disappeared. Abe came up to me and said, congratulate me. I just got rid of my wife.
Well, what do you think he meant by that?
I didn't know, so I asked him. And he told me she ran away.
Well, do you think she ran away?
Oh, maybe.
What do you mean by that? You got any reason to believe that she didn't run away?
Oh, Abe's a friend of mine. Why should I spill my suspicions to you?
Because withholding information from the police is a criminal offense.
But I ain't got no information. All I got is ideas.
Well, what put these ideas into your head?
Oh, a couple of things. Me and him drive dirt trucks, and we used to always dump in the same place. But since his wife disappeared, he won't tell me where he's dumping.
Nothing so suspicious about that.
Oh, maybe not to you, but to me it is. Then there's something else I could never figure out. About 4 days after Jenny left, Abe and me went to Philadelphia. And while we was there, he sent a letter and telegram to himself as coming from Jenny.
Why didn't you come tell us this before?
How could I do that? Abe's a friend of mine.
But for all of that, you didn't believe Abe when he told you his wife had run off with another man.
No.
I got a good mind of throwing the can, Monstein.
What for?
For not bringing us this information sooner.
Oh, don't do that. I'll help you all I can if you don't put me in jail.
How can you help us out now?
Put me in a cell with Abe. Maybe he'll tell me things he wouldn't tell you.
How do I know that you'll tell me just what he said?
You guys got ways of listening in, ain't you?
That's a good idea at that. If you don't double-cross us.
I won't. Honest, I won't.
All right, then. But remember, I'm going to be listening in from the next cell. And if you double-cross me, I'll put you in jail and throw the key away.
Hello, Abe.
So, what they got you in for?
I come here because I got to talk to you.
What about?
I hear the cops are looking for Jenny's body.
They're crazy.
Abe, you're in worse trouble than you know. The cops think you killed your wife.
Yeah? Well, they got to prove that.
They think you got her buried somewhere, and they're going to start digging.
Where?
I don't know. They wouldn't say.
What's that to me?
You're in for plenty trouble, Abe. Why don't you tell me the truth? Maybe I can help you.
How can you say such a thing, Harry?
Listen, Abe. I'm your friend, and you can tell me the truth.
I am telling you the truth.
Don't be a fool, Abe. The cops got a good idea where you buried the body.
I tell you, Jenny ran away from me and the children. If she's dead, she deserved it, and I don't care what happened to her.
If that's the way you feel about it,
all right with me. I only wanted to help you. The police are getting ready to dig her up. I only thought I could beat them to it and bury her someplace where they wouldn't find her. But if you don't want to tell me, it's okay. So long.
Don't go, Harry.
Well, what is it?
Don't worry about Jenny. She's 7 feet deep and all covered with lime. She'll be all buoyed up.
You'll be in awful trouble if they do find her. The cops rounded up everybody and found out a lot of things. Where is she, Abe?
Come over closer.
Uh-huh.
If the cops get too hot, you can move her someplace else.
Just tell me where she is.
You're sure nobody can hear?
Sure.
She's buried in the dumping lot, back of Ruby Norkin's shop.
Okay, Abe. In the dumping lot back of Ruby Norkin's shop. Next afternoon, Abe Becker was taken to the dumping lot back of Ruby Norkin's shop.
Listen, Abe, you're in a jam, a serious jam. Buried somewhere in this lot is the body of your wife. If you'll tell me where, it might save a lot of trouble. I might be able to make it easier for you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you were me, where would you dig?
If I was you, I'd save myself a lot of trouble and wouldn't dig at all.
Now, get this straight, Abe. We know you drove a truck and that you dumped all your junk on this lot. This is where you came to get rid of your wife's body. We know that. We know it's here. We'll dig from now on till we find it. But remember this, we will find it. And when we do, don't expect any mercy from us.
You mean if I tell you, you might make it easier for me?
That's the idea, Abe.
I'll show you then. It's over in there.
Now you're getting sensible. Okay, men, start digging over here. You might just as well spill the whole story now, Abe.
Oh, what's the use? You'll hear it sometime. It's just as good you should hear it now. Well, me and Jenny wasn't getting along. I couldn't see my way to get a divorce, so I made up my mind to get rid of her.
When did you do that?
On the night me and Jenny went to visit Mrs. Linda.
And that's why you couldn't get back the blue sweater. She was wearing it when you killed her?
Yeah, what rotten luck that was.
How'd you do it?
When I was driving home from the Lindas, I came around this way and made out something was wrong with the car and stopped. So I got out and lifted the hood and started monkeying with the carburetor.
You didn't kill her in the car, did you?
No, I kept monkeying and monkeying, and finally she got out of the car to take a look. This was just the chance I was waiting for. So I reached back and picked up a hunk of scrap iron and hit her on the head with it. She groaned and started to fall. Then I hit her 3 more times. After that, she just laid there, quiet.
And then you dug a hole and buried her. Where'd she fall?
Right over there.
Quite a distance to drag a 250-pound woman.
I found that out.
How'd you get her over?
I just pulled and pulled till I got her there.
Then you pushed her in the hole and filled it up?
No, I sat down and rested a minute. It was awful quiet. And then I heard it.
Heard what?
Her. She was still breathing. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have the nerve to hit her again, so I pushed her in.
You buried her alive?
Oh, I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to hit her no more, and I didn't have time to wait for her to die.
And she was still breathing when you buried her?
I don't know. I hope not. But your bringing me here made it all come back to me, and I had to tell somebody.
Hurry up, boss! There's a couple of footses sticking out here.
Well, dig careful.
I don't dig no more. I'm going home. Goodbye.
And so the bizarre case of Jenny Becker was solved, and her husband paid the supreme price for his folly. Abram Becker was electrocuted at Sing Sing on December 13, 1923.
You have just heard another true story brought to you by the police reporter. This is a radio release production. We bring you the 10th true murder mystery by the police reporter. Murder seems to be an international pastime, so today we dramatize for you a very odd crime that happened in Prague, Czechoslovakia.
Marie Stanovich, a typist in the office of a large chemical plant, has just finished work and is getting ready to leave, when one of the chemists, a deformed, middle-aged man named Joseph Capriva, enters.
Well, Marie, going home?
Yes, Dr. Capriva.
Do you want me to walk with you?
Why, I'm sorry, but I...
You mean there's someone else who has asked you first?
Yes. My fiancé always calls for me and takes me home.
And is that why you can't see me evenings? Does he take up all your time?
No, but he objects to my going out with other men.
Old-fashioned fellow, eh?
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, stop lying, Marie.
Dr. Capriva.
Marie, I've followed you every night for months, and you always go home alone. I've never seen you going anywhere with a young man. So your fiancé story won't go down.
Well, what of it?
When you first came to work here, you were very nice to me. But lately, you've been avoiding me.
You've been too attentive.
And are my attentions so distasteful?
It isn't that, Dr. Capriva.
You've probably misunderstood them.
Maybe that's it.
I've a good position in this plant, Marie. I'm chief of the research chemists. I could give you a nice home and take good care of you.
Are you proposing to me?
Yes. I'm in love with you, Marie. I want to marry you.
But I couldn't marry you. I don't care for you.
You could learn?
Never.
Am I so repulsive?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Capriva, but you are. Oh, I've tried to avoid this, but your persistence has brought it on yourself. I never could marry you. I never could go out with you. I'd be ashamed.
Is youth and a straight body all that counts with you, Marie? Doesn't intelligence mean anything?
All the intelligence in the world could never make me forget that you're a hunchback.
Do you have to insult me to my face?
You asked for it, Dr. Capriva. Now I hope you'll stop bothering me.
Yes, I'll stop bothering you. But you've hurt me, Marie. Hurt me deeply. And someday you'll be sorry. I'm going to make you sorry.
About a month after this meeting, Marie's health began failing. She suffered from insomnia and severe pains in her wrists and fingers. The doctors she visited could not seem to understand what was wrong with her. 3 months passed. It's late in the afternoon, and Marie is at her work, at her typewriter, taking dictation from Fyodor, the office manager.
Replying to your letter regarding sodium sulfate compound, I can only reiterate that... What's the matter, Marie? Why don't you finish the letter, What's the matter, Marie?
Oh, I can't see. I've gone blind.
What?
I can't see. Oh, when I was typing, my eyes suddenly failed. Oh, help me. Help me.
Don't lose your nerve, Marie. I'll send for a doctor.
No, don't leave me. Oh, I'm afraid in the dark. Oh, my eyes are wide open. I know they are, but everything is black. Black.
Quiet, Marie. Quiet.
Oh.
What's the trouble here?
It's Marie, Dr. Capriva. She's gone blind.
Blind?
Yes, she says she can't see.
Run, get a doctor quickly. I'll stay with her. She's fainted. Marie.
She can't talk.
Telephone for a doctor at once.
Yes, sir.
Marie. Can you hear me? Fyodor has gone for a doctor. But it won't do any good. The doctor will be too late. So you thought I was repulsive, eh? Well, I'm alive and have all my faculties while you're lying there helpless. You were young, beautiful. Now look at you. Blind, paralyzed. Who'd want to marry you now? Not even poor crippled me. Ha ha! I told you I'd make you sorry for hurting me the way you did. Well, I've done it. Marie, do you hear me? Can't you even moan? Marie, I'm speaking to you, me, Capriva. Poor, crippled Capriva, whose affections you disdained a few months ago. Wouldn't you like to trade places with me now?
I've telephoned the company doctor. He'll be here in a few moments.
He's wasting his time. Marie is dead.
The medical examiner came and described Marie's death to a number of causes, signed her death certificate, and she was laid to rest. Nothing more would have happened had not the medical examiner mentioned the strange case to a specialist friend. This man, a very fine physician, became interested and decided to investigate. He called at the office one evening about closing time.
You were with Marie Stanovich when she died?
No, I wasn't, but I was here in the office with her a few minutes before.
Tell me just what happened.
Well, she was sitting at her desk over there when she suddenly stopped typing. I asked her what was the matter, and she said she had gone blind. I wanted to get a doctor, but she didn't want me to leave her alone.
But you did leave before the end?
Yes. Our research chemist heard the commotion and came into the office. By that time, she'd lost her power of speech.
And you left her with this research chemist?
Yes, but only while I went into the outer office to telephone the doctor.
And while you were gone, she died?
Yes, sir.
I see.
It's getting dark in here. I'll turn on the light.
No, please don't. I like it better in the dark. Had Marie complained of not feeling well?
Oh, yes, occasionally. She said her wrists and fingers hurt her terribly sometimes. She thought it was rheumatism. But I've never heard of anyone dying of rheumatism the way she did. Have you?
No, of course not. But then Marie Stanovich didn't die of rheumatism.
Well, have you any idea what was wrong with her?
Yes, a very good idea. Somehow it doesn't seem quite rational. I just can't believe it possible. All those symptoms point to just one thing, and that thing...
Look, the typewriter. Marie's typewriter, look at it.
What is it?
It's glowing with fire. I'm going out of here.
Wait a minute. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Well, what is it? What's making you do that?
Radium.
Radium?
Yes. And that's what killed Marie Stanovich. Radium poisoning.
Marie's body was exhumed, and indisputable proofs were found that this was the case. The police gave Dr. Zernoff authority to bring his investigations to a definite conclusion. Was it all an accident due to carelessness, or was it a definite plot? We next find Dr. Zernoff again questioning the office manager.
You sent for this man, Capriva?
Oh, yes. He'll be here shortly.
You kept your word and told no one of this investigation?
Oh, of course, no one knows of it except we two.
Thank you.
You wish to see me?
Yes. Dr. Zernoff wishes to talk to you.
I'm at your service, sir.
I understand that you're a first-class chemist, Dr. Capriva.
I am.
He's head of our chemical research department, yes.
Would you mind drawing the blinds in this room and making it as dark as possible?
Of course.
Now, in a few seconds, our eyes will become accustomed to this darkness. Now, Dr. Capriva, I want you to look over at that typewriter. Do you see anything?
Not yet.
Then you expect to see something?
Your question led me to believe that I would.
I see. Do you see anything now?
Why, yes. The typewriter keys are glowing.
What, in your opinion, causes them to glow?
They've evidently been painted with some tincture of radium.
I see we agree on that. You can put up the blinds now.
Yes,
Dr.
Doctor.
Capriva, how do you suppose that radium got on those keys?
Someone must have put it there.
And you are the only person in this plant who has access to the radium. Perhaps you can tell us how this was done.
Are you insinuating...
No, I'm simply putting it up to you. Will you answer my question?
Yes. Someone connected with my laboratory must be responsible.
It couldn't have been an accident?
Obviously not.
Well, then, since we both agree that it wasn't an accident, that leaves only one alternative. It was a deliberate act to either kill or maim Marie Stanovich. Do you agree with me?
How could anyone disagree with such reasoning?
Dr. Capriva, you were in love with the girl, isn't that true?
Yes.
But she would have nothing to do with you?
That's true, too.
Now, you're an intelligent man. So am I. What conclusions would you draw from these facts if you were in my place?
If I were you, Dr. Zernoff, I'd arrive at the same conclusion you have.
And that is, Dr. Capriva, that you murdered Marie Stanovich.
Yes. I didn't intend to, but I did. I meant to maim her, cripple her, and in that way bring her down to my level. But I went too far and I killed her. I loved her more than anything in the world. But she refused me. She was horrified at the idea of me even presuming to expect her to care for me. I couldn't bear the idea of her belonging to anyone else.
So I murdered her. Yes, I did it. I did it. Oh, why did I do it?
Do you realize what this confession means?
Yes, I know. But it doesn't matter. I'd rather be dead. But I won't hang. You'll see. You'll see. I'll never hang.
And he didn't. Dr. Joseph Capriva committed suicide in his cell long before his case ever came up for trial.
We hope that you have been thrilled and entertained by our true murder mysteries, and will listen in again to the police reporter when he comes back to you over this same station. This is a radio release production. We bring you another true murder mystery dramatized for your entertainment by the police reporter.
On July 1st, 1927, we find Mrs. Ada LIBOFF consulting Dr. Thomas E. Dreyer. The consultation, however, is not of a professional nature. The scene is the doctor's office in Morgan City, Louisiana.
But, Tommy, we've got to take some action about my husband. I can't stand him any longer.
Why don't you get a divorce?
Oh, you know he won't agree to that. He's still crazy about me.
Maybe if you told him that we're in love with each other, he might give you up.
No, not him. He'd never give me up if he could prevent it.
Well, I don't see what we can do except go on the way we are.
Well, I won't do, Tommy. Can't you see the position it puts me in?
Well, what else is there to do?
We can get rid of him.
Are you starting on that again?
Oh, I'm just as sick of talking about it as you are listening.
Then why say anything?
Because Jimmy's getting suspicious.
Suspicious?
He's been throwing hints at me for the past 2 weeks.
Has he said anything definite?
How can he? He doesn't know anything.
Well, I've thought the whole thing over, Ada, and I don't see what I can do.
You're a doctor, aren't you? You could give me something to put in his food, couldn't you?
You mean poison?
It's as simple as anything I can think of.
It's no good, Ada. Poisoning a man isn't as easy as most people think.
You're a doctor and should know something about such things. Something that would make it look as if he died a natural death.
Listen, Ada, I do know something about poison, and that's why I'm against it. It's almost impossible to do it successfully.
Well, we've got to do something. I'm not going on like this. I can't stand him any longer. I can't.
We've got to be patient, Ada.
Oh, I've been patient long enough. You promise and promise we'll never do anything.
Oh, what can I do?
Oh, I don't know. But sometimes I don't think you want to do anything. You're getting tired of me. That's what it is. You're trying to get rid of me.
How can you say that, Ada?
Oh, I don't hear you denying it.
Oh, it's just too silly. Now, don't work yourself into a temper, darling.
Don't touch me.
Please, Ada.
Oh, I've come here this afternoon for a showdown. I won't live like this any longer. You've got to help me get rid of my husband.
But how?
What's the matter with the lake?
You mean drown him?
It's as good a way as any.
Oh, it's a silly way.
Well, then shoot him.
And after we've shot him, then what? We can't leave him lying around, you know.
We can bury him or tie some rocks to him and sink him in the lake, can't we?
And after we've done that, how do we account for his absence?
Well, you know he goes off and stays for weeks at a time. We could say I had a fight with him and that he went away and then never came back.
It might be done.
It can be done. Successfully, too. We use our heads.
What's your idea?
I just told you.
But we must have some definite plan.
Well, how does this one sound? I'll get him to take me out on the lake at night. While we're rowing around, we'll see another boat. And I'll ask him to take me over to it. Then when we get close, why, we discover that you're in the other boat. You wait your chance and shoot him. The rest should be easy.
How will you find me at the lake at night?
About every 5 minutes, shoot your gun as if you were hunting alligators. And then I'll know just where you are.
It sounds as though it might be successful.
If you had the courage of a rabbit, we could make it successful. You're afraid of your own shadow. That's what's the trouble with you.
After all, it's murder, Ada.
Oh, he'd be better off dead. He's no good to anyone, not even himself. Remember, he's the only thing that stands between us and happiness.
I am remembering, Ada, and that's why I'm considering it.
You mean you'll do it?
Let me think it over.
Oh, think. That's all I've heard. Thought it over getting rid of him for months and haven't done a thing. From now on, I'm doing the thinking. Either you'll do it or you won't.
But, Ada...
Make up your mind now.
I'll do it.
When?
Whenever you say.
Then I say tonight.
So soon?
Why not? The sooner, the better.
I suppose you're right. Tonight, then.
Yes, tonight. And tomorrow, I'll be free.
Does that make you a happy Ada?
Happier than anything has made me since I met you.
Ada, darling.
Tommy.
Now we move to the LIBOFF home, where we find Ada and her husband in conversation. The time, a few hours later.
So you're going to New Orleans again.
Yep, in the morning train.
That means you're off on another drunk.
Sure does. I've been feeling this one coming on for weeks.
Why do you have to do that, Jimmy?
I don't know. Born in me, I guess. My old man was the same way.
But you could fight the desire, resist it.
Why should I? I like to go on these benders.
Oh, you're hopeless.
I reckon I am, Ada.
Sometime you'll go off on one of your sprees and never come back.
Don't you worry about me. I can always find my way home.
Oh, it's a disgusting habit just the same.
You're right, Ada. Say, it's a grand night, ain't it?
Yes, and I'm going crazy sitting around this house.
What do you want to do?
I want to go out.
Where?
Oh, let's go rowing.
You mean out in the lake?
Why not?
No, why not about it? But it's the first time you wanted to go rowing at night for years. What's the idea?
Maybe I'm trying to keep you from going to New Orleans tomorrow.
You're a funny duck, Ada. What are you going to do while I'm gone, huh?
Usual thing, sit around and wait until you get back.
You expect me to believe that, do you?
You can believe what you want. I don't care.
I've been hearing plenty about what you're doing while I'm gone.
It's not serious enough to keep you at home.
What's all this I hear about you and Doc Dreyer, huh?
Morgan City's a small town, Jimmy, and people will gossip.
I don't like that kind of gossip, and it's got to stop. If I thought it was more than just talk, there'd be plenty trouble.
What am I supposed to do? Go from house to house and tell people to stop talking about me?
You keep away from Doc Dreyer. Stay away from him, do you hear?
Come on, Jimmy. Don't be like that.
You can't talk me out of it.
Well, you feel like fighting, don't you, Jimmy? Well, I don't. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's go rowing. Maybe I can forget about it. Say, how long are we going to row around on this old lake? I'm working up a sweat.
That'll do you good.
Somebody's shooting down there. Must be after gators, huh?
It's lovely being out here on the lake, isn't it?
It was nice, but now the moon's going down. Be dark as pitch shortly. How'll we find our way home, huh?
Oh, don't worry about it.
But, Ada, I don't want to spend the whole night on this lake.
You won't, so keep quiet.
Oh, it's awful hard to find your way around when there's no moon. Besides, I'm getting tired of rowing.
When we get down to the east end, you can rest. For a long time.
Yeah, I'll need rest. There they go shooting again. Are we going right?
Yes. I saw the flash of the gun that time. I wonder if they've gotten any alligators.
They won't thank us for spoiling their hunting.
Oh, come on. Don't be so lazy. Hello there!
Hello.
What are you doing?
Hunting alligators.
Having any luck?
Not so far.
Sounds like Doc Dreyer.
It does, doesn't it?
What's he doing out hunting gators?
Well, how should I know?
Did you know he was out there?
Oh, of course not. Row, Jimmy, row.
Seems to me you're more interested in that doctor than a married woman should be.
Now, don't go off into one of your jealous fits, Jimmy.
Well, I got good reason to be jealous.
Well, that's what you think.
I got eyes. I'm no fool.
Right here. Hello, Doctor. A lovely night, isn't it?
It doesn't seem so good for hunting alligators as it might be.
I didn't know you were a hunter, Doc.
Oh, I'm not much of a one, I'm afraid.
I reckon you're good enough at hunting certain other things, though, eh?
What do you mean?
Women, for instance. You seem to have better luck there.
What are you driving at, LaBeouf?
If you two think I believe that this is an accidental meeting, you're crazy.
Jimmy, please.
You're seeing entirely too much of my wife, and I don't like it.
You've been drinking, LaBeouf?
I'm sober as a judge, and I mean what I say. From now on, you keep away from her.
You've got me all wrong.
No, I haven't. Now I've given you warning. If you don't take it, there'll be trouble.
But I never...
What's the use of beating around the bush, Tommy? You might as well know it now as any time.
What are you talking about, Ada?
Tommy and I are in love.
Is that true, Doc?
Yes.
So that's the way the wind's blowing. I knew it all along. What are you going to do about it?
We want you to give me a divorce.
I won't do it. I won't give you up. You've made your bed and you'll lie in it.
But I don't love you anymore. I want to be free.
Well, I won't give you your freedom. Now what are you going to do?
Oh, why can't you be reasonable, Jimmy?
You can't keep Ada if she doesn't want to stay.
Well, I'm not going to give her up to you, Dreyer. You can make up your mind to that.
You'll give her up to me whether you want to or not.
You think so, do you?
Yes.
You little undersized sawbones. I'll come over in that boat and break your neck.
Let go of this boat.
Not till we settle this.
So you want a settlement, do you, LaBeouf? Well, here it is.
Put down that gun.
This'll settle it now and forever.
A few weeks later, two men were out hunting alligators on the same lake. They turned their flashlights into the water and saw a body caught in the top of a submerged tree. And so James LIBOFF's remains were recovered. It took only the sketchiest of detective work to connect Dr. Dreyer with the crime.
So you see, Doc, there's no doubt but what Jimmy LIBOFF was murdered.
Well, why send for me?
That's just what I was coming to. You're pretty sweet on his wife.
Just a moment, Sheriff.
Now, don't get on your high horse. You were, and everybody in town knows it.
Well, that still doesn't connect me up with it.
Did you ever see these 2 iron weights before, Doc?
I don't think I have.
Well, your man Beetle tells me they've been laying around your yard for years.
Oh, I guess I just never noticed them.
You saw Jim's body, Doc. Is there anything about it strike you as, odd?
No, I don't think so.
Well, there were some things that struck the coroner that way.
What, for instance?
The 2 holes that had been cut in the body. One across the breastbone and the other across the stomach.
What's odd about them?
Whoever cut those holes knew a lot about surgery in the human body. The cutting itself was done in a professional manner. The locations show that they were put there to let the natural gases out so the body would never float.
I don't see what you're getting at, Sheriff.
A doctor made those incisions.
Well?
Right back at you, Doc. Well, what about it?
Did you bring me here to confess to the murder of Jimmy LIBOFF?
It would save us a lot of trouble if you did.
Well, I'm not going to confess, and that's that.
Well, whether you confess or not, I'm going to charge you with it. And I'm going to bring you to trial, and that's that.
You'll never convict me.
You're making it awful tough for yourself, Doc.
I'm not confessing to a murder I didn't do.
No, you're acting like a half-wit, Doc. Your running around with Mrs. LIBOFF has been the talk of the town for months. Jimmy's body is found in the lake, weighted down with iron taken from your yard, and he's cut in a way that only a doctor could cut him. That's all I need to hang you. And I'll bet $100 against a square nickel that you'll be dangling from the gallows in less than a year.
On February 1st, 1930, Ada LIBOFF and Dr. Thomas Dreyer were hanged in Franklin, Louisiana. The hangman said Mrs. LIBOFF died bewailing the fact that she had to go first, and the doctor stood on the trap hysterically telling the witnesses what a good man he had been. And so, a well-planned and intelligently executed murder was solved by a county sheriff.
You have just heard another story brought to you by the police reporter. Listen for him again over this same station. This is a radio release production. The police reporter brings you a story of strange and uncommon crimes. True mysteries taken from authentic records.
This true murder mystery took place in London, England, in 1861. It is a hot July morning, and we find Mr. Clay, who owns a cork-cutting business at 18 Northumberland Street, taking things easy.
Mr. Clay! Mr. Clay!
Well, Larry, where's Mr. Wiley's corks?
Oh, I just got such a start, I forgot all about them.
You're not letting those shots up there bother you, are you, Harry?
Oh, I haven't quite got used to them yet, sir.
Oh, you know that's just Mr. Roberts having his morning target practice.
Yes, sir, that's what I thought, but not this morning it isn't.
What's the matter with you, Harry? What's the matter? What's wrong?
There's a man standing in the window of Mr. Roberts' house, and he's all bloody.
What?
Yes, sir, in the upstairs back window.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes, sir, and to me dying day I'll never forget the sight of him. It's horrible.
Oh, we'll have to look into this. Come on, Eddie. Where is he?
This way, sir. There he is up there. You see him?
Of course I see him, How could I miss him, you idiot?
Look, he's putting his leg out the window. He's going to jump.
Here, I say up there. Don't you jump, don't jump.
Well, I shan't stay up here.
Then go out through the door. What's the matter with the door?
I can't. It's locked and the key is gone.
Well, what's the matter up there? What are you doing?
Murder, that's what's the matter.
Here, don't jump from way up there. You'll break your legs.
He's jumped, sir.
I see he has. After him, Eddie, after him.
There he goes over the fence. We'll run around the other way. We may catch him as he comes out of the mews.
Come on.
There he is, sir.
Hold a bit, my man. Hold a bit. Hold on.
Don't you come near me. Don't you dare to come near me.
But you can't commit murder and run off. Not in this neighborhood, you can't.
Nor can you Northumberland Street villains kill me with impunity.
Oh, we're not going to hurt you, sir.
No, not as long as I have my wits about me.
Really, sir, you have nothing to fear from us. We want to help you.
Then hold my umbrella and these fire tongs while I straighten my cravat and brush off my clothes.
But you can't go walking around looking as you do, sir.
I've got to go to my office.
You can't go to your office, sir. You're badly wounded, don't you know?
Really? have I?
Indeed, you are, sir. You're fearfully wounded.
It's that fellow Gray upstairs there.
There's no one up there named Gray in that house. That man's name is Roberts.
Roberts? But he told me his name was Gray. That villain shall suffer for this. He'll pay for this.
What's the matter with the gentleman,
I
sir?
don't know.
Perhaps he's dead.
No, he's not. He's still breathing. He must have fainted. We'll have to get him to the hospital as quickly as possible. Come on, Addie, come on.
At the hospital, it was discovered that the wounded man's name was Major Murray, a respectable businessman, and that he was suffering from numerous bruises and 2 gunshot wounds. We now find Major Murray tucked in his hospital bed with a detective questioning him.
Now, Major Murray, would you mind telling me of your, shall we say, accident?
It was no accident, sir. It was a dastardly and malicious attack.
Just how did this happen?
Well, I was sitting in the Star and Crescent, having a bit of refreshment, when that person came over and introduced himself as Gray.
You mean Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Well, he's told us that he's never seen you until you came into his office.
Well, that's not true, sir. He made himself known to me at the tavern and asked if I were Major Murray, the director of the Railway Palace Hotel. He said that it had come to his ears that the hotel was in a serious financial trouble and offered to loan me £50,000 at a very favourable rate of interest.
And you, a perfect stranger?
I'll give you my word, sir. I've never seen the man before.
And yet this man whom you met in a public house offered to lend you £50,000? The whole thing sounds ridiculous.
It does now, sir, but it didn't then.
So then you went to this gentleman's house?
He's no gentleman. He's a bounder.
Well, then, this person's house. What happened after you got there? Do you think you can remember?
Every detail. After we got to Roberts's house, and while I was sitting behind the table writing an agreement, this scoundrel Roberts stepped behind me and shot me in the neck.
Yes, but Mr. Roberts says that you shot yourself.
Well, that's not true, sir.
Well, that remains to be proven, but go on with your story.
Well, the shot threw me to the floor. He then stood over me and shot me in the temple. I believe the second shot saved my life. It seemed to clear my head.
And then you attacked Mr. Roberts with the fire tongs, exclaiming, "I'm lost, and you're the cause of my misfortunes."
I did attack him, yes, I did, sir. But it was in self-defense, and I certainly had no time to make such an asinine remark as that.
But you do admit belaboring Mr. Roberts with the fire tongs and a large black bottle?
Oh, yes. But only after he had shot me twice.
Oh, it's a most remarkable story, Major Murray. But why did you try to run away?
Well, I thought the men who chased me were Robert's accomplices.
But the people who chased you thought you were the attacker.
Evidently. And now that you've heard it all, sir, what do you think of this outrage?
Oh, after listening to your story and that of Mr. Roberts, yours sounds like a pack of nonsense.
You mean you don't believe me, sir?
Most emphatically not. And it's fortunate for you that you didn't succeed in killing him. Come in. What is it, Goodhart?
I was sent to tell you, sir, that Mr. Roberts has just died.
Thank you, Goodhart. You can go now.
Yes, sir.
So the beggar's dead, eh? Good.
I wouldn't be so elated over it if I were you, Major Murray.
And why not?
It places you in a very serious predicament.
My predicament is serious enough as it is, sir. It will be weeks before I'm well enough to leave this infernal hospital.
And when you do leave, it will be to enter a more secure place of confinement.
What are you saying, sir?
Major Murray, it becomes my painful duty to formally charge you with the murder of George Roberts.
Things looked very black for Major Murray. Charged with murder, backed by a convincing accusation left by the dead man, his position was a desperate one. Motive, however, was lacking. But on going over Mr. Roberts' house, the detective found an envelope addressed to Mrs. Murray, M. Lodge, Tottenham. Here was the connection, so he rushed to the address on the envelope. He arrived just as a woman was leaving the house.
Pardon me. Are you Mrs. Murray?
Yes, sir.
I'm from the Metropolitan Police. I'd like to talk to you.
What is it? Has something happened?
Do you know Major Murray?
Certainly. He's my husband.
Do you know a Mr. Roberts of 16 Northumberland Street?
You mean the moneylender? Yes, I've met him.
The same. Well, your husband has just killed him over you.
But that's impossible. My husband didn't know Mr. Roberts.
Oh, come now. That won't do. Mr. Roberts is dead, and your husband is in custody for the murder.
Oh, What made him do such a terrible thing?
He found out about you and Mr. Roberts.
You mean he killed him? Because I borrowed 15 pounds from him?
Is borrowing 15 pounds the extent of your dealings with the dead man?
Yes.
Why did you borrow the money?
I needed things for the baby.
Couldn't your husband give you the money?
He did, but I spent it. We don't live together because of his people, and he only comes to see me once or twice a week.
Well, after the money was gone, you were afraid to tell your husband what you'd done with it, so you got 15 pounds from the moneylender Roberts.
How did you know?
Oh, that's how those things generally happen. Has Roberts been pressing you for the money?
Oh, no. In fact, he told me to take my time about paying him back.
And you have paid him?
Just the interest.
What sort of a man did you find Roberts?
Well, he wasn't a very nice person.
Well, why do you say that?
Oh, he was always trying to make love to me. Wanted me to run off to Scotland with him.
And so you told your husband and he went to Roberts and killed him?
No, sir. I didn't tell him. I was afraid to. He'd have been very angry.
Angry enough to kill Mr. Roberts?
No, angry with me for borrowing the money.
If your husband found out Roberts had been making advances toward you, don't you think he'd kill Roberts?
But I told you my husband didn't know Mr. Roberts.
Do you think Mr. Roberts knew your husband?
Yes, sir, but just by sight. He made it his business to find out all about Major Murray.
Why?
He said he was going to do away with him.
You mean murder him?
Yes. Oh, he made me very nervous for my husband. He said he practiced pistol shooting daily, and when the proper time came, he was going to kill him.
Mr. Roberts said that?
Yes, sir.
But for what reason?
He said Major Murray stood between him and me.
Madam, I thought seeing you would simplify the matter. But on the contrary, it's even made it more complex. Oh, now I don't know whether I'm on my head or my heels.
The poor detective had a most confusing situation to face. According to the Major, Roberts had attacked him and been killed for his trouble. A discouraged figure is sitting in an office. It is the detective.
Come in. Now, what do you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but they told me you had charge of the Murray Roberts case.
Yes, I have. Do you know anything that might help me?
I'm quite sure I do.
Well, then you're the most welcome of visitors. What is it you know?
It's been a custom of mine for years to occasionally eat a bite at the Star and Crescent, you know.
Do you know Major Murray?
Oh, only by sight, but I'm well acquainted with Mr. Roberts.
Go on.
On the day of the tragedy, I was eating luncheon with Mr. Roberts when, much to my surprise, he left the table, walked over to where Major Murray was eating, and introduced himself as Mr. Gray.
Could you hear any of the conversation that passed between them?
Oh, quite distinctly, quite. And it struck me as very odd, you know. He was very casual, you know, and casually offered to loan Major Murray £50,000 after he'd been ragging me for over an hour about a measly £100 I owed him.
And you don't think that Major Murray had ever met Roberts before?
Oh, no, I'm sure he hadn't. I came here hoping this bit of news might be helpful, you know.
Helpful? It's overwhelming. This bit of news, as you call it, has solved the Murray-Roberts case.
And it had. Strange as it seemed, every word of the Major's story was proven true. 2 doctors swore it would be impossible for a man to shoot himself as the Major had been shot. As might be expected, the Major was acquitted.
And so our police reporter bids you goodbye until he comes on the air again. Listen for more of his true stories. This is a radio release production.
The Files of Rex Saunders.
Concerning marriage. Some marriages are made in heaven, while others are unmade by a forced application of the vow, unto death do us part.
And now, the private files of Rex Saunders. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, brings you the celebrated star of stage and screen, Rex Harrison, in another exciting story taken from the private files of Rex Saunders, radio's newest man of mystery. We hope you enjoy these weekly stories of intrigue and adventure, and for another adventure in home entertainment, we suggest you try RCA Victor's fine line of radio and television products, now on display at your RCA Victor dealer. Now for our story.
In the police records, the Farrow case was listed as unsolved. At the time of the investigation, I'd been called in, but like the police, I found the facts leading me up a blind alley. The circumstances surrounding the Farrow case were of a common variety. Steve Farrow owned and operated the Alcazar, a plush gambling casino across the river, and Steve Farrow had a set philosophy on gambling and life.
I only give and take a hand from the top of the deck. And if anybody deals to me otherwise, there's going to be trouble. Trouble in spades.
Steve Farrow had a philosophy, and he had a wife, Rita. She was slim, blonde, and attractive. And it was known amongst those who know that Rita didn't play the marriage game according to Hoyle. Early one morning, 2 years ago, Rita Farrow got out of her car, started up the stairs to her house, and then 3 bullets ended Mrs. Farrow's life. Steve had an unshakable alibi. He was out of town on business. The gun that fired the shots was never found, and in the police records the notation was made, Rita Farrow murdered by person or persons unknown. The case was officially closed, but unofficially the police department, as well as Alec and I, maintained a deep concern in the affairs of Steve Farrow. We noted with interest his recent marriage to a young lady named Kitty, another slim, attractive blonde. And Kitty resembled the first Mrs. Farrow in more ways than one.
Sure you won't join me, Les?
No drinking on duty. The boss is strict about that, Mrs. Farrow.
I told you it was still Kitty to you, Les.
So you said, Mrs. Farrow.
It used to be Kitty before.
That's finished. You're his now. You're Steve.
Oh, stop it. Steve. That's all I hear from you. Steve this, Steve that.
He's been good to me, and he's done all right by you.
Les, listen to me. I made a mistake, a terrible mistake. I'm afraid. I'm scared to death.
Of what?
Steve.
What?
What happened to his first wife?
She got what was coming to her.
Then he did kill her.
I didn't say that.
I found letters.
What are you talking about? What letters?
They were in his desk in the other room. Every once in a while he takes those letters out and reads them. I've watched him do it. I forced the lock on that desk tonight. Those letters were written to her from someone named Al. He found them. That's why he killed her. I married a murderer.
You're letting your imagination run away with you.
You've got to help me.
Now get your hands off me.
Les, if I ever meant anything to
Kitty,
you...
don't.
Oh, Les, I need you so. Oh.
You better finish it, Grant.
But oh, Steve.
Hello, Kitty. Les?
Steve?
Did you keep Mrs. Farrow entertained like I told you to, Les?
I guess I'm not much on entertaining.
Well, she don't look bored. Good night at the Alcazar, Les. $75,000.
$75,000? That's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, Les, you can run along.
Okay, Steve, huh? Good night.
Night. Well, Kitty, aren't you going to kiss me?
Sure, Steve.
Kitty.
Yes?
Where are they?
What do you...
Shut up, the act. Where are they?
Steve, my wrist is...
I'll break it. The letters, what did you do with them?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Get those letters out of my desk. Now, you took them.
Steve,
Didn't you?
Yes, only stop. Oh.
I told you to stay out of that desk, didn't I, Kitty?
Yes.
What were you doing with those letters? Why did you take them?
I was curious.
You give me those letters back right now. Just remember one thing. Curiosity killed more than one cat.
Mr. Saunders, you've got to help me. My husband is planning to kill me the same way he killed his first wife.
Mrs. Farrow, when did the incident with the letter occur?
Oh, last Tuesday, when he came home from the Alcazar. Steve hasn't said a word about it to me since, but I know what he's thinking.
Last Tuesday? It's almost a week. Why did you wait until tonight to come here to see me?
Steve hasn't let me out of his sight. He didn't go to the Alcazar all week. I was afraid to phone. He was called out of town on business this afternoon, so I came right over.
Out of town on business. You remember, Rex, it was the same way the night the first Mrs. Farrow was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
That was Farrow's alibi.
According to what I heard, you were interested in getting Rita Farrow's murderer.
I still am.
Well, my husband is the man you want.
Your husband was cleared after a thorough investigation. The murder gun was never uncovered. The case is officially closed.
But what about me? Something isn't done, I'll be next. Can't the police open the case again?
Only with sufficient evidence.
What about those letters? Maybe there's something in them that will give you what you're looking for.
I'd have to see those letters. Where are they now?
They're probably in the house someplace. Steve said he won't be back until tomorrow afternoon. There's a safe in the living room. If we can just...
The window.
Mrs. Farrow, look out!
No sign of anyone on the lawn, Rex. How is she?
Mrs. Farrow's all right. She only fainted.
The bullets missed?
Yes, she's in the other room resting.
Well, now you can see it wasn't mere conjecture. She is marked for murder.
So it seems.
Now, perhaps, we have the necessary evidence to have the Farrow case reopened.
Not quite. First, we have to find the one who fired the gun through that window.
So where we start to look?
We'll begin right here in this room.
Huh?
With this wall panel. Get me a knife.
A knife? What are you going to do?
One of the slugs from that gun is embedded in this panel. We look to police ballistics for further direction. All right, Alec. Get it started.
Right. Which direction?
Home.
Did you get the report from ballistics?
I did.
Well?
The bullet was fired by a .45 Colt automatic.
Well, that should be of some help. Why are we going home?
There's nothing else we can do right now. The ballistics report showed that the bullet aimed at Mrs. Farrow was fired by a missing gun.
What?
The same missing gun, Alec, that killed the first Mrs. Farrow. Pick your place for recorded music. RCA Victor's wonderful new Victrola 45 table phonograph is so neat, so compact, you can take it from room to room. The Victrola 45 table phonograph is so convenient you can play it in the living room, move it into the bedroom, or out on the sun porch on a cool summer evening. It's versatile, and best of all, it's economical. You can buy it for a song. For wonderful music brought to you by RCA Victor's amazing distortion-free 45 system. Just load up to 14 of those handy, non-breakable 7-inch records on the big center spindle, flick a switch, and you can listen to over an hour of the music you want when you want it. Yes, the Victrola 45 table phonograph is everything you've ever wanted in recorded music. It's a remarkable way to play records, practical and economical, too. RCA Victor's exciting new Victrola 45 table phonograph. Hello?
Saunders?
Yes? Who's this?
I thought maybe you'd like to talk to me.
Perhaps I would. What do you wish to talk about?
A gun. You interested?
Depends upon the gun.
Is it 45 Colt?
I'm interested.
It's for sale.
How much?
Special to you, C-note. Cheap?
Where do I make the purchase?
Pier 47, foot of 3rd Street. I'll be open for business in a half hour. 11:15.
Pier 47, 11:15. How'll I know you?
You won't. I'll know you. And you come alone. Otherwise, I don't ring up a sale.
Alone. I'll be there. Now remember, Alec, stay down low in the seat.
Uh-huh.
I'm anxious to make this transaction. I don't want to frighten him off.
Don't turn around, mister.
I wouldn't think of it. Especially with that pressure I feel in the small of my back.
That's smart. You looking for someone?
Yes, it so happens I am. A man with an item for sale.
You got the fare?
You don't waste time.
I deal in quick turnovers. The C-note.
I usually do business face to face.
I don't in my line. Hand the 100 back.
As you say. Here.
Okay.
I believe I'm to receive something in exchange for that $100 bill.
Yeah, that's right, you are. And I got it for you, all right?
I never should have let you come over here alone. What happened?
To put it briefly, I didn't get a good buy for my money. As a matter of fact, I didn't get anything but a headache for my $100 bill.
Then what about this automatic?
What auto? Alec, where did you get that pistol?
It was lying beside you on the pavement, right here.
Well, Inspector?
It's the gun, all right, Saunders. This is the one that killed Rita Farrell. That must be the call from the firearms registry. Yeah? Is that so? Okay, Father, thanks.
Firearms registry?
Uh-huh. The gun was licensed to a Dave Cole.
Dave Cole. Address?
The Trumbull Hotel on Elm Street. And here's an interesting fact that the registry has on Cole. He's employed at Steve Farrow's Alcazar.
The desk clerk says Cole went to his room about 2 hours ago.
All right, Alec, let's go. What floor?
9th. Oh, press the button. 1097. My guess is that Farrow had Cole murder his first wife.
That seems to be a good guess.
And Cole was to do the same job on Kitty Farrow tonight.
That's the way it looks.
There's one thing I don't understand.
What's that?
Where does the man who sold you the gun fit in? Why did he want to sell it to you anyway?
Well, for the 100 he received, I imagine.
But why did he knock you out?
Well, evidently to make sure that his identity wasn't traced. Mr. Cole could make life quite unbearable for our stool pigeon friend.
When we bring Mr. Cole down to headquarters, he's going to have enough trouble to make his own life bearable.
Room 97. Here it is, Alec.
Yes.
The clerk said you didn't see Cole go out again?
That's right. He said Cole always leaves his key at the desk downstairs. Say, come to think of something.
What?
That clerk. He acted rather strangely. Maybe he phoned Cole that we were on our way up here, and then Cole left hurriedly by those rear stairs.
Maybe you're right.
The door wasn't locked.
That's what I meant by maybe you're right. Maybe Cole did leave hurriedly.
It's empty. Cole made a getaway, as I figured.
You check that closet, Alec. I'll see what's in the bathroom.
What should I look for?
Offhand, I'd say Mr. Cole, judging by these bloodstains on the floor.
What? Bloodstains? Where?
Right here in the dressing room. Oh, never mind the closet, Alec. I found him. Call Inspector Roberts at Homicide. Tell him we found Cole, drowned in his bathtub.
And those bloodstains on the floor weren't Cole's.
No. Evidently, in his struggle to get free, Cole scratched his assailant. Particles of hair and flesh were found on Cole's fingernails. Except for that, it might have passed as the killer wanted it to. A suicide.
But who could have done it?
I don't know. But we've another important factor, the time of death. The coroner places it at about midnight.
Then Cole was still alive when you met the informer at the waterfront. We don't have a likely suspect.
Hello?
Saunders, Inspector Roberts. I have that information from Carter City for you.
Yes, Inspector?
He checked out of his hotel about 10:30.
I see. Oh, thanks very much. I'll keep you posted.
Right.
Alec, it looks as if we might have a likely suspect after all.
Who?
Steve Farrow.
Farrow? But he's in Carter City. He couldn't...
Farrow checked out of his Carter City hotel at about 10:30 tonight.
What?
He could easily drive back here to town in an hour.
And Cole was murdered around 12. Farrow had plenty of time.
Yes, but we haven't, Alec. And neither has Mrs. Farrow with her husband back in town.
Mrs. Farrow still doesn't answer.
You keep trying that number, Alec. If you get her, tell her to stay at home. Tell her I'm on my way over.
Les, what's the hurry? Thought we were just going for a drive.
I like to go fast, Kitty.
Kitty? That's better than Mrs. Farrow. That's more like old times. We're still friends, Les?
Still friends.
Les?
Yeah?
I never want to go back there. Please don't take me back ever.
You're still Mrs. Farrow, no matter how many times I call you Kitty.
I want to tell you something. I wasn't going to tell you, but I've got to.
What are you driving at?
He tried to kill me tonight. I told you it was going to happen. Steve. He wants me dead.
You're crazy.
Believe me.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I do. That's why you mustn't take me back to that house.
You're sick, Kitty. You're imagining things.
No, Les, you've got to believe me. That's why I came out for this drive when you asked me. I had to tell you about it. Oh, you've got to help me get away.
I told you before, I don't want to hear talk like that. Steve Farrow's my friend.
All right. You can turn around and take me back to town.
We're not going back to town. That is, you're not.
What? What do you mean?
I'm taking you to Steve's lodge up at Crystal Lake.
What?
Steve's waiting there for you.
Steve's No, Steve's in Carter City.
He finished his business in Carter City. He called me an hour ago. Said to bring you up to the lodge. The hunting season is on. He wants you with him.
Les, you mustn't do it.
Steve said it's to be a surprise. Now, you're not supposed to know he's up there, so act surprised when you walk in.
Please, don't take me there. I'll never come back alive.
Any calls, Alec?
Nothing. No luck, eh?
Not a sign of Mrs. Farrow. I tried everywhere.
Now what do we do?
Nothing we can do but wait. Just sit and wait.
What's the matter, Kitty? You've just been sitting there all morning, not a word out of you.
Is there anything to say, Steve?
Sure. You can say I'm doing a good job cleaning this rifle. It's finished. Clean as a whistle. Well, rain's letting up. Should clear off soon. Then we'll go out hunting. Kitty.
Yes?
I was thinking about you and me, about our being up here at the lodge alone. I was thinking if either of us wanted to get rid of each other, it could be a cinch. We'll be out there in the woods this afternoon. Not a soul within miles. Boom. Shot is fired. One of us drops dead. An accident. A hunting accident. Go prove anything.
Hello?
Mr. Saunders, this is Mrs. Farrell.
Where are you? I've been trying...
Listen, there isn't much time. I'm up at Steve's lodge at Crystal Lake. Steve's here.
What?
As soon as the rain stops, he's going to take me into the woods. He's going to kill me. It's going to look like a hunting accident.
Mrs. Farrell.
He's coming back into the house.
Mrs. Farrell. Mrs. Farrell. Mrs. Farrell. This way, Alec. They turned down this path.
The rain was certainly on our side. It held Farrow off and made it possible for us... Rex.
What is it?
At the bottom of the hill in that clearing.
Mrs. Farrell.
Look, there's a man coming out of the woods behind her. He's running after her.
Back to the climax of our story in a moment. It's amazing to think a portable radio can be no larger than an average-sized book, just 6 inches and weigh only 3.5 pounds. Yes, the Personal, made by RCA Victor, is a portable radio so small and so compact you can tuck it under your arm and take it with you anywhere. And it's beautiful. RCA Victor's Personal sets a new standard in style and fashion. It's perfect as a gift, particularly this summer when so much time is spent out of doors, on weekends at the beach or in the mountains. Women will be captivated by the Personal's stunning appearance. Men will be astonished by its brilliant performance. Both will realize that the RCA Victor Personal is the outstanding portable radio of them all. Truly a gift that keeps on giving. Yes, it's a wonderful, practical buy. Buy RCA Victor's handy, lightweight, little portable, the Personal.
Mrs. Farrow.
Mr. Saunders?
I have somebody with me. Kitty.
You... Mr. Saunders, he's come to kill me. He's going to try again.
Kitty,
You've got to save me. He's going to kill me.
Mrs. Farrow.
Please, please, save me. He'll kill me. You've got to stop him, please.
You'd better wait outside, Farrow. Mrs. Farrow, he's gone now.
You must let him come back again. Promise me you won't let him. That shooting wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident.
It evidently wasn't, but your husband can't be held responsible.
But he did it.
Mrs. Farrow, the bullet the doctor extracted from your shoulder was a .45 caliber. At the scene of the shooting, I found your husband with a .32 caliber rifle, unfired.
Steve! Quick, let's close the door.
Oh, what's up, Steve?
Kitty's dead.
What?
She's dead.
You said on the phone it was only a shoulder wound.
That's what they said, Les, but something happened. Some kind of poisoning set in. They found the gun in the woods. They grabbed me for the rap. I got away from them. I came here. And you've got to help me get out of town, Les. You're my friend.
Whose gun did they find, Steve?
It was mine, but I didn't do it. They won't believe me. I haven't got a chance. No, we'll wait till dark. Then you can help me get out of town.
You're not going anyplace,
What?
Steve.
Les.
Don't move or this gun goes off. It goes off right in your face.
But you're my friend, my best friend.
You mean your best stooge. Well, now I'm through taking the orders. I ran my last errand for you. Now I'm giving the orders.
What are you going to do?
Shut up. Operator, get me the police, homicide division.
Les, look, I'll give you anything you ask.
You'll give me.
The Alcazar, everything.
Sure, everything. Everything's mine. Now I take over. Hello. I hear you're looking for Steve Farrow. Yeah, well, I got him for you. My apartment. Their name is Les Maddock. 65 Crown Street. You can come and pick him up. No, don't worry. He won't get away. I'm a good shot. Right.
So it was you.
Uh-huh.
You shot Kitty. You planted my gun up in the woods.
That's right. And you can count the first Mrs. Farrow in it, too. It didn't work with her, but now it came off.
And you expect to get away with it?
Sure.
What about my trial? They let you talk at a trial.
You're not getting that far. You're not getting any farther than this room. When the cops come, Farrow, they're going to find you on the floor with a back full of holes. You tried to make a break. I had to stop you. That's the way it's going to be.
Drop that gun, Maddox.
What?
I said drop it.
Oh, my arm!
Sorry to break up this confab, Maddox, but as long as you weren't going to wait for the arrival of the police, I thought it somewhat necessary to intercede. You can go now, Steve. I have all the information I need. Oh, and by the way, Steve.
Yes?
Your wife's waiting for you downstairs.
What? Kitty's alive?
Very much so. But I had an idea her temporary demise would inspire you to talk and act in the desired fashion.
A trick. It was all a lousy trick.
And to paraphrase your words, Maddox, it worked. It worked real good.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, brought to you today by Del Monte Tomato Products. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte Foods presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, Cairo Vendetta.
Cairo is a city of strange contrasts in many ways. The blinding heat, the noise and confusion of the day. Compare that to the cool, restful quiet of the night. But on this particular night, I was in my room up over the Tambourine, about as sound asleep as a man can get. But it couldn't stay that way. A rock clattered across the floor, and all at once I was wide awake, piling out of bed, grabbing my slippers, and on my way across the room to the shattered window.
Jordan Bay! Wake up, Jordan Bay! Wake up!
Who is that down there?
It is I, Shiva.
You make a habit of smashing people's windows, Shiva?
I could not wake you up any other way.
Well, I'm awake now. What's this all about?
I must see you. Please, Effendi. It is most important.
You can tell me from there.
No, I cannot. Come down, Jordan Bay. Come down quickly.
Oh, all right, I'll come down. This had better be good. I cut on a light, got dressed as quick as I could, and hurried down through the cafe. Shiva wasn't the usual type of boy that makes trouble around the native quarter. He sold papers not far from the Tambourine, and he and I had become good friends. So just what he was up to had me wondering. He was waiting at the door.
I had to see you, Jordan.
All right, Shiva. First we talk about that broken window.
No, there's little time. Please, we must hurry.
How do we get it clear? What are you talking about?
You must come with me.
Who says so?
This way, Jordan Bay. I will show you.
Shiva was off and running excitedly down the deserted dark street with me after him. He led me past the mosque and under the minaret tower and turned down the narrow Sharia Yuran. Not far on, he suddenly stopped, pointed to the black end of an alley, and drew away. I moved slowly back beneath the overhanging buildings. A groan came from somewhere. I stiffened until my eyes made out a heap lying near a garbage can. As I bent over, it moved. So then it was a man in native dress, badly beaten and suffering from knife wounds. I dragged him to where a thin moonbeam could play on his face. He was the last man I ever thought I'd find like this. Captain Sam Sabaya of the Cairo Police Force. It was easier to get Sam back to the Tambourine than to look around for help. So Shiva gave me a hand, and a couple of minutes later, we were back at the cafe. And after forcing a hot cup of coffee down Sam's throat, I bathed his cuts and bruises and did what I could till he came out of it.
Thank you.
All right, Sam.
Jordan.
You're okay.
Jordan, you have my gratitude.
How is it now?
All right. I can make it quite well.
Oh, no. I'm right there. I'm going to buzz the hospital and get somebody over here.
Jordan, that will not be necessary.
Think again, Sam. You've been wounded.
You will call no one. Do you understand? No one.
Hey, look, you're not thinking straight.
I am fully aware of what I am saying. Now forget this. Forget everything.
What are you driving at? Listen, Sam, what's this all about? What happened to you?
Jordan, you will keep out of this. It is none of your affair. Already you have seen too much.
Sam, I'm just trying to help you.
If you will help me, you will help me get up and permit me to go my way.
All right. Have your own way.
Yes. Now, Jordan, please, think no more of this.
Oh, sure, Sam. I'm just thinking of something you once told me.
There is no time.
An old saying of your people. He is your brother who shares your disaster.
Yes, and I am reminded of a saying from the book of your people, Jordan.
Yeah?
Only the fool comes meddling.
You sure make it clear enough.
And for my sake and yours, keep out of this. Know nothing and say nothing to anyone.
Well, if that's the way Sam wanted it, fine. It was his affair, and he could keep it that way. I'm not the kind that goes sticking his nose in other people's business, especially around CAIRO. But in spite of all that philosophy, I found myself asking the little newsboy questions.
I sell the papers tonight in the British sector, Effendi.
Why are you up this time of night?
It is a long way to my home. I live only a few doors beyond where you found him.
All right, tell me exactly what happened.
I passed the captain walking down the dark street. I knew he was your friend, that he comes often to your cafe.
Yeah, sure. Go on.
It is very strange, Effendi. Just as I heard the cock crow, there were footsteps and I turned. Two figures came out of the alley and they grabbed the captain and began beating and kicking him.
What'd they look like?
It was dark and I could not tell. Besides, I saw the flash of a stiletto. I was afraid.
Let's just say you were smart. All right, what next?
I hid in the shadows as they dragged him into the alley and threw him to the ground. I did not know what else to do, so as soon as they were gone, I came for you.
Shiva, you say you heard a cock crow?
Yes, but I cannot understand. I never heard one there before.
Doesn't make sense. Cock doesn't grow at night.
I do not know. Jordan Bay, about the window, I am most sorry.
Oh, forget it, son. You better run along home now.
As you wish, Effendi.
Oh, just one thing, Shiva. Like Sam said, keep it to yourself, right?
That is my promise, Jordan Bay. Good night.
Getting Sabaya out of my mind wasn't easy. So the next day I checked the morning and afternoon papers, but there was no mention of the affair. Even with the Moesian's call at sundown, I'd heard nothing from him. I knew he said to keep out of it, but I couldn't. So I put in a call for him at headquarters.
For whom are you calling?
Hello, Greco. Put Sabaya on, huh?
Sabaya is not here. Who is this speaking?
You know me, Greco. Rocky Jordan.
So, state your business, Mr. Jordan.
I said put Sabaya on. Where is he?
That is not my concern.
You better make it your concern before they pound on the Bulak beat again.
Mr. Jordan, it might interest you to know that there has been a change in the police department.
What are you talking about?
Sam Sabaya has turned in his badge.
He's what?
Do I not make myself clear? Sabaya is no longer with the CAIRO Police Department.
But why? Why, Sergeant Greco?
A correction, Mr. Jordan. It is now Captain Greco.
Well, that did it. From where I stood, it added up to too much trouble. Sam sure wasn't getting any help for now Captain Greco. So without waiting around any longer, I decided to look him up. He lived in a modest old white house not far up from the Nile. That's where I went first. I knocked a couple of times with no answer, so I scratched around the window. The shade was partly drawn, and I couldn't see much. I was about to try the door again.
And why does the Anglese peer in at the window?
Huh? Oh, who are you, lady?
I am the neighbor at the next house.
Well, I'm looking for Sam Sabaya. You know anything about him?
Oh, yes. Such a noble bay, so kind to his family.
Yeah, but where is
he? He's no longer here. Not for several days.
What about the rest, the family?
Oh, yes, but one wife, sir. Such a fine woman. Never have I seen such needlework.
Has she been around?
She does not live here either. Very suddenly she left with the children.
Well, the furniture's there. Somebody else moved in?
No, that is the furniture of the Sabayas. It is there, but they are gone.
Gone where?
I would be most happy to tell you, sir, but I do not know.
I thanked the lady and went back across the court and out the gate. I'd gone maybe 3 steps farther when an interesting mixture of garlic and perfume sidled up and stood in my way.
Would the senor permit me a moment?
Not if it can wait.
It is possible that you are a friend of the Sabayas.
Why are you asking?
Well, you see, senor, I am a bill collector. Unfortunately, they owe me some money, and I must collect.
Well, lots of luck.
Please. You do not like me, do you? Well, that is the fate of my profession. But one must earn money to live.
Just what do you want?
It is only that if you know of the Sabayas...
And give it up, mister. I don't know a thing.
Thank you. Thank you so kindly.
He said he was a bill collector, but I knew better. They don't send Italians to collect from native Egyptians. Anyhow, he lacked all the earmarks. His fingers were manicured, he was in continental dress, and the reek of perfume about clinched the deal. So I figured maybe I ought to do a little tailing on the guy. That wasn't hard. He turned along the almost deserted Sharia El Minya, seeming to go nowhere. Then suddenly I knew somebody was behind me. But before I could make a move, the second guy had pressed me up against the wall.
Careful, Senor Jordan, or the stiletto will be slipped gently into the nape of your neck.
Where'd you pick up my name?
It does not matter.
What does?
You were following my friend.
I got reasons.
My friend does not like to be followed. He finds it disturbing.
That all on your mind?
A matter that should not concern you. The man you should forget.
Meaning who?
Sabaya.
Yeah?
You ask too many questions about him.
You and your friend, the ones who worked Sam over?
Persist in your concerns, Senor Jordan, and the cock will crow again.
What does that mean?
You do not want to know. You will not like it.
I don't like it already.
Then I will leave you with one extra warning, Senor.
This...
Next time I will wear a shoe with a heel of metal. It breaks the toes. Arrivederci.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Let's pay a little call on the Cronins. It's along about dinner time, and Don is just coming in from the yard. Let's listen.
Aye, honey. Say, I'm as hungry as that bear people are supposed to be as hungry as. What's for dinner?
Oh, it's corned beef hash tonight, dear. See?
Mm-hmm.
I fixed it up special. Just the way you like it.
Yeah, that's for me. Corned beef hash and plenty of catsup. That catsup with a special flavor I like so much.
That's Del Monte catsup. I just wouldn't be without it. You can't beat it for flavor.
Oh, Mrs. Cronin, you're so right. Friends, it's a fact. You just can't beat Del Monte catsup for real, satisfying flavor. Just pour some over hash or meatloaf or chops. You'll find that appetizing tomato flavor makes you want to come back for more. Yes, ma'am, there'll be plenty of calls for second helpings when you use Del Monte tomato catsup. It's tangy, it's lively, it's rich. It's tomato flavor at its best. Look for Del Monte at your grocer's. You'll be surprised at its low cost. Try Del Monte catsup. Then, just like Mrs. Cronin, you'll be saying...
You just can't beat Del Monte catsup for real tomato flavor.
Now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, Cairo Vendetta.
I hadn't forgotten Sam Sabaya's warning to me to keep out of his trouble, whatever it was. But when a couple of guys, one waving a stiletto, crossed my path with a similar warning, I decided to poke around some more. Sam had been wounded by a stiletto. The 2 guys I'd mixed with were Italians, so that sent me down to the Italian sector. I figured Giuliano Bassetti, who edited the Italian-language newspaper in Cairo, might be of some help. I spotted him in a coffee shop and went over to his table.
Well, Signor Jordan. Will you join me for coffee?
I don't mind if I do, Mr. Bassetti. It's been a long time.
Yes, indeed it has. Servo, coffee for this gentleman here, please.
Si, patron, non touch the coffee.
I can use some.
What brings you to the Italian sector, my friend?
Oh, looking for new faces, you might say. I hear there are a few around.
They come and go.
With an eye out for the next edition, I guess you'd be the first to notice.
Perhaps it is as you say. Here is your coffee, Signor Jordan.
Thanks.
As it happens, there is a new element in our sector most recently.
Where they come from?
Most of them from the home country. Why certain of them come is hard to say.
Sounds like there's been trouble.
I wish I could deny it. Yes, there have been numerous incidents of violence in the sector, and deeply disturbing.
Well, makes good news, doesn't it?
Yes, true, but what is good for my paper is not always the best for my people.
Any idea what's behind all this?
Perhaps. The incidents seem to follow a pattern. Monday night, a man dies by the stiletto. Another Tuesday night in the same manner. Knifing, shootings, beatings, and always certain key figures in the community.
You said you might have some idea what's behind it. I'm listening.
The Camorra.
Let's have that again.
The Camorra. You never heard of it?
No.
A secret society once powerful in southern Italy that has since spread to Italian community throughout the world. You have heard of the Mafia?
Yeah.
The Camorra is similar, but it was thought to have died out some years ago.
Oh, sort of a rebirth, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid so. They are an evil clan, always seeking to gain their objectives by violence.
You know, Bassetti, I think I know someone who's tussling with them right now.
His name?
Not for publication.
Oh, I understand. Mr. Jordan? I pity him, whoever he is.
Well, that cleared up something. I knew what was after Sam, anyway. Step number 2 was finding Sam and forcing my help upon him, whether he wanted it or not. I called Greco. He gave me nothing. I tried the police commissioner and a lot of Sam's relatives. Nobody knew a thing. And all the time that I was checking through CAIRO to get a lead on Sam's whereabouts, what Shiva had told me about the cock that crow night rang through my mind. I couldn't fit it in, and I couldn't get that lead to Sam. Then I started thinking about Sam's wife and his family. He had covered up the big things real well, but how about some of the little items? That sent me on a new tack. I found out their laundry and called the manager and got him out of bed.
Yes, hello.
Hey, what kind of a laundry do you run, anyway?
What? Who is this?
Never mind who this is. I'm calling for Mrs. Sam Sabaya. You treat all customers like that?
I do not understand.
Don't you realize she's got 4 kids, 2 of them babies? What do you think they're going to wear?
But please,
Now, where's that laundry she told you to send on out to Giza?
Giza? Oh, now she said to send it to her cousin's country home in Mukatem.
Okay, thanks.
Wait, who is this? I wasn't to tell. Wait!
Mukatem is a suburb high above the Nile to the south of Kut. I made it there in less than an hour. And a little later, I'd found the house, off in the hills, a little way out of town. As I went in at the court, I saw a dim light from inside. So there was somebody there. I kept knocking.
He's Markai.
Miss Sabaya, I've got to talk to you.
Oh, go away, please. I've retired for the night.
But you remember me, Rocky Jordan? It's about Sam.
He's not here.
You know Sam's in trouble, Mrs. Sabaya.
Yes, I know. I know. You must not be here. My husband would not want it.
I've got to help him, whether he wants it or not. You got to believe that.
Very well. Come inside, Mr. Jordan. But only for a moment.
The children here with you?
They are here and safe. Now, what is the news of my husband?
A couple of Italians are looking for him.
That is what I feared.
Where is he?
I do not know. All I know is that he is alone. It is his wish, and his wife does not question.
It's the Camorra, isn't it, Mrs. Sabaya?
Then you know. It is the Camorra, yes. But even more than that.
I'd like to hear more about it.
I do not know if I should tell you.
Look, Mrs. Sabaya, I can figure there's a lot more to this than shows. The Camorra alone is a police problem. Why did Sam turn in his badge and quit the force?
Because it is also a personal problem. 3 years ago,
My husband sent to prison the Baron Silvera for some act of violence in Cairo.
Who's Silvera?
He was the leader of the Camorra for the Italian Somaliland. His capture at the time seemed to put an end to the movement.
Now Silvera's free with a vendetta against Sam, huh?
Yes, Mr. Jordan. Silvera is a man of vengeance. He has sworn death to my husband, and we fear some revenge against the family. That is why my husband wished us to be hidden here.
Well, that still doesn't explain why he turned in his badge. Sam's not the kind to quit when things get tough.
My husband requested a temporary release so that he might go after Silvera in his own way, unrestricted by his office.
Oh, I've got it now.
But what of my husband? Baron Silvera's vengeance knows no bounds.
Indeed, you know me well, Senora Sabaya.
Silvera!
At last. Good evening, Senor Jordan. We haven't met before. Recall?
Yeah. I see you're using a gun to collect bills now, Silvera.
Shall we say, I've come to pay a debt.
Where's your friend who likes to break toes?
Ciano? Where he always is.
But how did you find this place? My husband made certain we would not be found.
Well, what could have been easy? We had only to follow the wily Senor Jordan. He did my work for me.
Mr. Jordan.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Sabaya. Looks like I've done plenty.
And now Sabaya's family will lead him to us.
But we know nothing of him.
She's telling the truth, Silvera.
Perhaps. My plan is most simple. Already word has spread throughout Cairo. I am holding Senora Sabaya and her children hostages.
I can take it from there.
If Sabaya does not give himself up to me now, he will never see his family again.
Well, he held us there in the room, and I had plenty of time to think about what I had done. And it didn't take long for Silvera's plan to pay off. The big hand of the clock on the wall hadn't gone halfway around before the phone rang.
I will answer.
No, Senora, no. Let Jordan pick up the phone. Jordan, at the once.
Hello?
Who is this speaking?
It's Rocky, Sam.
Jordan, what are you doing there?
It doesn't make a lot of difference now.
Jordan, tell me quickly, is it true that the Camorra have my family?
Yes. Silvera's here.
Silvera? Then you have led him there. Jordan, I warned you. I begged you to keep out of this.
Yeah, I know, Sam. Leave it to me to fix everything.
You have ruined my plans. Now there's nothing for me to do but give myself into their hands.
But, Sam, there must be something.
No, Jordan. Jordan, tell Silvera that I will be there as soon as possible.
He'll be here.
No. Oh, my poor husband.
Let her and the children go, Silvera.
Indeed not. She will wait here with us.
What happens then?
Sabaya comes to me. Then I will have my vengeance in a most interesting manner at a most interesting moment.
Well, we waited. Mrs. Sabaya, the 4 kids upstairs, Silvera and me waited for Sam to come. The Baron Silvera stood at the window, gazing out onto the courtyard through which Sam had to come, wetting his lips and weighing his gun in his hand. Then we heard footsteps coming up the winding path and across the court. Finally, the door opened, and Sam was standing before us.
I have come, Silvera.
Sam, my husband.
You will not approach him.
Do as he commands, my wife. And may Allah be with you always.
Sam, I know it's my doing. I should have had more sense. I should have realized.
Be not disturbed, Jordan. He is a small man who considers not his brother's welfare.
But, Sam...
We are at peace, Jordan. Silvera, I ask only mercy for my family. Do with me what you will.
To do with you what I will is my exact intention. I've thought of nothing else these past few years. Last night I failed. Tonight I shall not. Sabaya, the time is late. Now come. I will follow you into the courtyard. You first, Sabaya.
They started, the 2 of them. Sabaya first, Silvera behind him, holding the gun. This was the moment, and somehow I knew it. The moment Silvera had waited for. Sabaya in his hands. It was my fault, and there was nothing I could do. Suddenly I heard the cock crow, crowing at night like it had once before. And I knew what it meant, and I knew it alone could save Sam. Sam, hit the floor! Sam dropped and I moved in fast. My foot slammed into the small of Silvera's back. He stumbled over Sabaya and rolled sprawling into the courtyard.
No, Ciano, no, do not shoot. Forget this thing.
Grab Silvera's gun, Sam. Ciano's running. Sam's one clean shot dropped the fleeing Ciano in his tracks. And all at once, Sam and all his family were safe. Silvera and Ciano were dead.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. It's a fact. American housewives have bought more cans of Del Monte tomato sauce than any other brand. Why? It's the flavor, the rich, spiced tomato flavor that's never been matched since Del Monte originated tomato sauce. Yes, for a whole generation, women have depended on Del Monte tomato sauce to add that taste-tempting extra flavor to low-cost meals. Here is what one of California's good cooks, Mrs. John Falkenrath of San Leandro, California, said.
I'm an experimenter. Naturally, in 39 years of cooking, I've tried many sauces. So I speak from experience, and lots of it. Del Monte sauce has the true tomato flavor, and its fine, rich color makes any dish look extra good. What's more, it's dependable. Always good, and always the same.
Thank you, Mrs. Falkenrath. Yes, you can depend on Del Monte tomato sauce, just as you depend on all Del Monte foods. It's always good and always the same, the original tomato sauce. A secret combination of field-ripened tomatoes and fine seasonings that gives extra special flavor in cooking economical everyday foods. Buy Del Monte tomato sauce next time you go shopping. Back now to Rocky Jordan.
Well, with the death of Silvera and Ciano, it looked like the rebirth of the Camorra was ended. So after the smoke had cleared away, Sam's first thoughts were for his wife and kids back in the house. Well, that was no place for me, so I left after making a date to join him later at headquarters. Finally, I was sitting across from him at his desk as he enjoyed a hot cup of coffee in his usual way.
So, Jordan, I think we need worry about the Camorra. No more.
Anyhow, not Silvera and his buddy. Your family all right, Sam?
Oh, yes. They are well and already back in Cairo. They and I wish to express our gratitude.
Well, I got you into it, Sam. If you owe your life to anything, it's the crowing of the cock.
And your ability to understand what it meant.
Well, it wasn't hard to figure that Silvera wouldn't dirty his pretty fingernails with murder. He'd have his friend planted outside to do the work.
And the crowing of the cock is the Camorra signal for the kill.
I am not in...
Oh, come in, Greco.
I hear a list of all those known to have participated in the Camorra uprising.
Oh, good, Greco. We will act at once. Jordan, if you will pardon me.
Sure, sir.
And me, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, think nothing of it, Captain Greco.
Correction, Mr. Jordan. It is once again Sergeant Greco.
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte catsup and chili sauce.
Del Monte tomato sauce and canned tomatoes.
And Del Monte tomato juice.
Remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Rocky Jordan, written by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman, stars Jack Moyles in the title role and is directed and produced by Cliff Howell with original music composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is The Gum Queen. Looking for a cool, luscious dessert? Serve your family tempting Del Monte crushed pineapple heaped on your favorite ice cream or sherbet. Oh, there's flavor. Flavor that's really super delicious. Del Monte crushed pineapple, the brand that puts flavor first. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Taxi! Taxi!
Personally, lady, the name is Louis, but...
Please hurry.
Okay, but where to?
I don't care.
You don't... I don't like to mention this, lady, but I think you mislaid your groom.
What?
Of course, a girl getting married, she's kind of excited. Maybe she forgets a little something here and there, but, lady, not your husband.
I'm not married.
Look, you're all dressed up like a bride. You come running out of that church. They was having a wedding there.
They thought they were, but... Oh, I want Jimmy.
Look, please, lady, don't cry. If I had Jimmy, I'd give him to you. Who's Jimmy?
I love him, and we were going to get married, and I went to the church, and everybody was there except...
Jimmy.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I called everywhere. I know something terrible must have happened to him.
Uh-huh. For a girl in your position, you know what I think you need?
What?
A saint. Mr. Templar, I hope you don't mind our barging in like this.
Of course not, Louis.
But you see, this here is...
I'm Carol Blair.
Uh-huh, Miss Blair. But by this time, she's supposed to have been Mrs...
Snyder.
Yeah, but she ain't on account of Mr. Snyder didn't show up at the altar. So...
Miss Blair, please sit down.
Thank you.
Here, have a handkerchief.
I don't want a handkerchief. I want Jimmy.
Well, I don't have Jimmy. I might perhaps try to find him.
Oh, Mr. Templar.
Whether I can or not is something else again. However, have you thought of the possibility that he might have changed his mind about matrimony?
Oh, no, he wouldn't have. He loves me.
Well,
Mr. Templar, there's nothing that could have kept Jimmy from marrying me. Nothing except death. Thank you for bringing me home, Mr. Templar.
You're very welcome, Carol.
I'm sorry I cried so much.
Well, I'll call you as soon as I have any news. Good night.
Yeah. Miss Blair lives in a very type mansion.
So she does. Well, let's go, Louis.
Okay. Where to?
James Snyder's apartment.
Uh-huh. You think maybe he overslept?
I doubt it.
Hey, Mr. Templar, I read a book once.
No, I wouldn't brood about it, Louis.
No, listen. In this here book, a girl's fella don't show up to marry her on account of he's dead. You know, on account of somebody killed him?
Oh, well, that would explain why he's dead, all right.
So the girl says zounds. In those days, girls used to say zounds.
That ain't what Miss Carol Blair said.
Well, I guess she didn't read the book.
Well, probably too busy clipping her coupons.
Oh. She's loaded, huh?
She is loaded.
Well, money and everything.
I wonder if that's what James Snyder thought.
Huh? Oh, yeah, Miss Blair told us he was broke, yeah. Hey, I got the solution.
Yes, Louis?
Yeah, maybe he got a job.
This here is a very fancy type hallway, Mr. Templar.
So it is. Gaudy, but not neat. 1C, 1C. Yes, here it is.
How can a guy with no dough afford to live here?
Well, we'll ask him if he answers that doorbell.
Yeah. He's in.
Hello.
Ooh. Except he's a she.
Good evening. May we come in?
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Templar. Maybe she's why Snyder didn't show up.
I think we stop here, no?
Yes, Miss...
I am Marie.
Oh, Marie. This is Louis.
Hello.
Yeah. And I'm Simon Templar.
Ah, you are the same.
I'm afraid I am. Spending the winter here?
In this apartment? For right now, I am reading the book, you see.
Book on American history. You're a student?
What do you think?
I think you graduated. Why the book, then?
Well, I'm not so long in this country, and I wish to learn about...
The American people?
American men.
Oh, they're not that different from Frenchmen.
Maybe so, but it's the little difference that counts,
Perhaps. You know, there are better ways of learning than from books. Why don't you ask Jimmy?
He is out.
He is?
Yes. He's marrying himself. Oh, it is not right what I'm saying. He's marrying a girl.
Yeah, that's more usual. You don't mind?
I do not mind.
Well, sometimes close friends of the groom do. They say things like, what on earth does he see in her?
But I am knowing what he sees in her.
Be careful.
$1 million. Is not bad.
He's fine. Well, that is, Carol is a very pretty girl, too, despite her $1 million.
Who cares?
Of course, you'll probably laugh and... are you Jimmy's sister?
Oh.
Yeah, I thought so. But if you're not his sister, you must be...
You look very pretty in red, Simon, but it is not necessary to blush. I am Jimmy's...
Whoop, Kitty, it's time for bed.
Wife.
You said wife?
Wife. Excuse me, huh? Hello? Huh? He's not here. Monsieur Templar is here. Goodbye. Was the doorman. I was saying...
You said you were Jimmy's wife.
It's true.
Well, then if he'd married Carol, it would have also been bigamy.
I am fine. The lawyers say divorce not so good. So now Jimmy marry a rich girl? Maybe Jimmy gives me a big present,
Big present, huh? There's another name for it.
Is so?
Is so. The other name is blackmail.
You are a funny man.
I haven't been trying.
Maybe you go away now, huh?
Mary, I have news for you.
What kind of news?
Jimmy didn't show up at the altar.
You make the joke once more.
No joke.
He's terrible.
Which means that Jimmy hasn't married that $1 million yet.
I think of the poor girl who waits at the altar. Almost I cry for her.
Your eyes are dry.
I said almost. Goodbye.
You want to be alone?
From you, yes. Goodbye also to you.
Oh, thanks for remembering me in time to say goodbye, Mr. Templar.
We're leaving, Louis. Except, Marie, if you happen to run into Jimmy...
Yes?
Advise him to be very careful.
So?
To date, he's left one woman at the altar, another in his apartment. He'd be safer juggling dynamite.
About Marie's character, I got nothing to say. But about her figure...
Louis.
I also got nothing to say. But, I can dream. It's dark.
Yeah, it usually is at this time of night.
I know, but it don't hurt to mention it. Back to the cab?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Hey, you Templar?
Huh? Me?
Yeah.
Who wants to know?
Who's asking you?
You are?
So figure it out.
All right. You got a pencil and paper, maybe?
Oh, wise guy.
If you don't mind my intruding, I'm Simon Templar.
Well, thanks for telling me, silly.
Hey, you can't.
I did. Now, don't move too quick. Him I gave the butt, but it's you I'm pointing the business end. Get in the car.
Not just yet. If you've hurt Louis...
You want to get shot?
Not especially. But first I'm going to look at Louis. He's unconscious. Hey, what was the idea?
Well, all I wanted was you, so let's get going, huh?
But Louis...
From what I gave him, he'll wake up, but you won't if you don't get in the car.
Oh, very well. Your name would be...
Dugan.
You already know mine. Where are we going?
That's what you're going to tell me.
I am?
Yeah. Because we're on our way to visit Jimmy Snyder.
You've told me.
Just so happens his present address slips my mind, so give, huh?
Or else?
No. Tonight we don't play. Tonight it's for keeps. Take me to Snyder. Nobody likes to die. This is where you live, huh?
Not quite yet. Hallways are so drafty.
Huh.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Snyder's in your apartment?
We'll be inside in a moment.
Hold it.
Hold what?
Shut up. Okay. Move slow, straight ahead.
You mean now you've cased the joint?
I mean, I wanted to get that light on. Now, Templar.
Yes?
I don't see Snyder.
Hey, you know, now that you mention it, I don't see him either.
Hey, you could overdo that light stuff.
You really think so?
Where is he?
I don't know. But he might be along at any moment.
Yeah?
Why not?
How'd you like a slap in the eye?
Put your gun down and try it.
Why,
Careful. Besides, would Marie approve of your language? Not to mention your tactics.
Well, she don't have to. I'm the one that gives the orders and...
Oh, thank you.
For what?
Telling me that you're the person who spoke to her over the phone a little while ago, back at Snyder's apartment. It explains how you happened to know I was there.
Forget it. Now, what I want to know is when is Snyder going to show here?
Well, of course, he may have mislaid his timetable.
Yeah?
Or perhaps even his life.
Hey, Templar.
Yes?
I'm beginning to think that Snyder maybe ain't going to show.
Well, as a beginning, it shows promise. In time, you may have lots of little thoughts all your very
You
own.
said...
I said he might be along. I offered no guarantees.
Nobody's offered a guarantee on your life.
Sheer oversight.
You could be playing me for a dope.
Oh, good heavens, no. Are you a dope?
Where's Snyder?
Well, men who have just been married usually spend the time immediately thereafter.
No. He ducked the church.
Yeah, that's interesting. But how did you know?
I know.
Something else, however, that you don't know.
What's that?
The door behind you is just being sneaked open very, very softly.
Ha.
Oh, I amuse you?
You kill me. You're so funny.
Well, you exaggerate. I'm not the one who may kill you. There's a revolver barrel poking its snout around the edge of that door. Point of it's aimed at you.
Well, I don't take my eyes off you, mister.
I don't suppose there's anything I could say that would stop that little stranger from shooting, whoever he or she is. I do dislike having my home used as a shooting gallery, though. Neighbors complain. So, Mr. Dugan, would you mind going away and being shot someplace else?
I am staying right here.
Get out of my way.
No.
Oh, you fool. I want to go after whoever shot you.
No, that's a trick. It's some kind of trick. You moving up.
Lieutenant Archer, homicide.
Hello, Lieutenant. This is Simon Templar.
Lieutenant Archer just grabbed his Nash for a quick trip to the upper Amazon.
Lieutenant Archer hasn't got a Nash.
He's doing it the hard way. Good night.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Look, stop gnashing your teeth and guess what I've got.
I wouldn't want it. I'm a married man.
His name used to be Dugan, Anthony Dugan.
I don't like him.
Someone else didn't like him harder, so now he's dead.
Where?
My apartment.
Got the killer there, too?
I'm sorry, no.
Well, get in touch with me when you do.
All right, Lieutenant.
I'll be right down, Simon.
He doesn't make a pretty corpse.
He makes a very dead one, though.
Friend of yours?
Lieutenant, neither of us really care.
Yeah, Company, Simon.
Who? Oh, Louis.
Louis, he says. That's what he said.
Louis, you're not hurt.
No. No, in my family, everybody goes around with two heads.
Well, there was nothing I could do.
Hang out with the saint and see Johns Hopkins from a bottle. Mr. Templar, where is that hooligan? I'm gonna... That's him?
Yes, Louis.
But he ain't breathing.
No, Louis. Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Louis and I have an errand. You mind our leaving?
Thanks for asking. So long.
Goodbye. Louis?
Coming. But to where?
I think perhaps it's time we visited Carol Blair.
Uh-huh. You think maybe she needs help?
Help? Or an alibi?
Looks like the mansion is all closed up for the night.
I hope not.
Maybe she's asleep, huh?
If she is. She hasn't read the right books. A woman who's just been left at the altar never sleeps.
What's the matter? They don't get sleep?
I have nothing to say to the press.
Who's he?
I don't know.
To me, he looks like an outfielder. From left field, I might add.
Louis. I beg your pardon. You, sir, would be...
Theobald A. Blair.
What does the A stand for?
Artaxerxes. You may make all the jokes after I shut the door. Good night.
We are coming in, Mr. Blair. Thank you.
Pushing type. Uncle.
Only when necessary. You're Carol's father?
Uncle, young man. Uncle. And who are you?
Simon Templar. This is Louis.
Tonight, everybody goes, Why does he have to use a question mark for me?
Your niece asked me to help her, Mr. Blair.
Carol is a young idiot.
Youth has no monopoly on idiocy.
I am almost squelched. Something that hasn't happened to me in years.
How about an offer of employment?
The last one I received was in the early 30s. Since then, no one's been vulgar enough to... That is hardly your concern, is it?
It might be. By the way, Marie sends her love.
Good heavens, sir. Not here.
I beg your pardon?
Well, we're men of the world, true, but still.
Then you knew Jimmy was married?
Would you like a spot of something?
Truth.
I'm afraid we're temporarily out of that commodity.
Dugan is dead, Mr. Blair.
Indeed? How pleasant to discover that thugs like him are mortal.
Were you the one who tested his mortality?
He was murdered, huh? No doubt whoever murdered him did so with the best of intentions. It wasn't I, however.
You haven't asked me where Jimmy is.
You haven't implied that you know.
Do you?
No.
You want to know?
Of course I do.
In order to test his mortality?
Nonsense. I wanted Jimmy to marry Carol. Wanted it very badly.
Uncle, I heard... Oh, Mr. Templar.
Yeah, and Louis. I'm keeping the franchise open.
Hello, Louis.
Hello.
I hope you weren't asleep.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Simon, have you found Jimmy?
No, I did find Marie, however.
Who was Marie?
Uncle Theobald can tell you, probably with more details than I would know.
Uncle?
She, well, that is, she used to be, friendly with Jimmy at one time.
Friendly?
Well, yes, you might say that. As a matter of fact, she carried it to the extent of marrying him.
Oh, no. Uncle, you're joking.
Now, my dear, perhaps you'd better lie down.
Uncle, I've warned you time and time again. I'm not a child.
I never thought you were.
Oh, Mr. Templar, it isn't true, is it?
That Jimmy was married? I'm afraid it is.
But it can't be. Otherwise, why would he have...
Been ready to marry you? But he was under the impression that he'd been divorced from his first wife.
Oh, and the divorce wasn't any good.
So it seems.
Then Jimmy did love me.
Jimmy would be the best one to answer that. Which reminds me, Louis and I have another errand to perform.
What errand?
But I can't tell as yet whether it would be a matter for the police or for the medical examiner.
Mr. Templar, you're excited.
Worried.
What about Marie?
That's why we're ringing her doorbell. No answer. It's locked. I don't like that. It's not much of a lock.
Don't look now, but you just ruined that lock.
It's not important. What is important is...
Ooh, Marie.
Yes. Blood on her nightgown. She's dead.
She was shot, huh?
Yes, close range. Trail of blood leads from the couch there to this overturned end table.
You mean she crawled after
Whoever shot her left her for dead at the couch. She wasn't quite dead. She fell to the floor, managed to reach the end table, knocked it over,
and started to read a magazine or something, because there's one right under her hand.
Not read.
No?
Actually, she tore a page out. That's all she was able to do.
No writing on it?
No, which means... Let's see. One side's the back cover. The other's a full-page advertisement for Hamilton watches.
Maybe she wanted to know what time it was. It's a bad joke, but I don't feel good.
She was evidently trying to tell us something with that ad. Something about her murderer.
Hey, maybe the guy who shot her was a watchmaker, huh?
Yeah, possibly that. More obviously that his name was Hamilton, but so far as we know, there's been no Hamilton connected with the case, and it would be stretching coincidence too far anyway. A ready-made clue like that, no. Well, I'll have to wait.
Are you calling the cops?
No, they can wait, too. I'm calling the Blairs.
You want to let Carol know her husband is now a widower?
I want to find out who's home.
Hello?
Carol? Simon Templar.
Simon, you found Jimmy?
Not exactly. Carol, is your uncle in?
No, he went for a walk. In the park, he was upset.
Thanks, Carol. Goodbye. Come on, Louie.
Where we going?
We're upset, too, so let's make it the park.
You know, this here just happens to be a very dark park.
No sign of Uncle Theobald.
Mr. Templar, you think there's something phony about him taking a walk this time of night?
Phony? Not necessarily. Let's call it dangerous.
No, I'm nervous. Let's not. Maybe he used to be a watchmaker.
That's possible.
Mr. Templar, you know, I just thought of something else. You kind of stopped looking for Jimmy Snyder. You think it's hopeless?
I don't know. Other things to worry about first. As for Snyder, if he's still alive...
You wouldn't bet on that, huh? Hey, look. Up ahead by the side of the road.
Yeah, Theobald.
He's waiting for the traffic lights to change. There's not many cars are driving around through the park this time of night, though.
But there is one parked down the road a bit. Come on.
Yeah. The lights change. He's starting to cross.
So's the car. Theobald! Theobald!
He ain't heard you. He's out on the roadway.
Theobald!
The car hit him.
No lights, no license plate type.
Is he dead?
No. Car just sideswiped him.
Oh.
Hey, Theobald.
Hello, there? Bad driving?
No. Murderous driving. That car tried to kill you. Theobald, we'll get an ambulance for you. You'll be all right, but... Look, I've got to know something. Do you have a place of your own besides Carol's house?
Well, yes. I keep a small room. Shabby vanity of mine. But it belongs to me.
Where is it?
19 Terrace Place. Apartment 3. Have fun and...
Oh, he's fainted. Louis, go get help for him. I'll wait till you get back, and then...
Yeah?
And then we'll remember the forgotten man.
This here ain't a very elegant dump.
Louis, I'm worried.
About who's killing everybody?
No, I think that's fairly clear.
Oh, you speak for yourself, John.
But Mary's dying action, it puzzles me. That ad for watches, it seems to point nowhere. Just adds an unnecessary complication.
To me, all complications are unnecessary. You know, Mr. Templar, maybe what you need is a secretary.
A what?
All I said was a secretary.
Louis, I love you.
What? Look, this is my busy weekend, please.
Here's apartment 3.
Oh. This is where he hangs out when he ain't being rich. Hey?
Yeah, from back there. It's this closet.
Don't look now, but that there must be Jimmy Snyder all tied up and gagged.
You're quite right, Louis.
I better untie him.
No, Louis.
Huh?
You better make a phone call.
Who to?
The police. Mr. Snyder can untie himself without too much difficulty, I suspect.
Hey, he's got a hand
I
free.
rather thought he would. I'll take that gun and...
Oh. You felt you had to do that?
Of course.
He wasn't tied up very good.
No.
All right, I'll phone the police. Yeah, but what'll I tell them?
To come and pick up Mr. James Snyder, vanishing bridegroom and murderer.
Simon, I don't understand. How could it have been Jimmy?
Well, he was married to Marie. Marie and her happy little triggerman, Dugan, were preparing to blackmail him as soon as he'd married you, Carol. Jimmy didn't care for the program, and so...
So he killed him.
Right, Louis.
Oh.
Your uncle also knew, so that meant that he, too, would have to die. But Jimmy tried to arrange it so that Theobald's death would seem to be an accident. After he had ran him down in the park, he went to Theobald's apartment and tied himself up. He knew someone would find him there shortly.
And everybody would have thought that Uncle had killed Marie and Dugan. Simon, however did you know?
Marie. She was murdered in her living room. She was wearing a nightgown at the time. It's hardly likely she would have received any ordinary visitor in that state.
Yeah, except her husband, Jimmy.
Right, Louis.
Only now look, what's the business with the watch ad?
Well, we know that Marie dying tore a page out of a magazine. Obviously because that page contained an indication of who had killed her.
Wait a minute. All that page contained was an ad for Hamilton watches.
No, you're forgetting something, Louis.
Yeah?
What was Marie doing the first time that we met her?
She was, Oh, yeah, she was reading a book.
About?
American history.
Mm-hmm. I remembered that. And then when you mentioned the word secretary...
Yeah, this I mentioned, all right.
I knew whom she'd named as her murderer.
Uh-huh. I still don't know.
Louis.
Yeah?
Look, in American history, who was Alexander Hamilton?
But Pilgrim Father.
No.
Pilgrim's son?
Louis.
What?
Alexander Hamilton was the first Secretary of the Treasury.
Uh-huh. So?
So, who's the Secretary of the Treasury today?
Oh, well, that's a guy named, wait a minute, let me look at a dollar bill. Oh, yeah.
Right.
And Jimmy Snyder was a suspect? So it goes to show people ought to read American history.
You know, Marie was awfully bright. I'm not. I feel terrible, Simon.
You needn't, Carol. You'll get over Jimmy.
Do you think so, Simon? How?
Well, Louis.
Hmm? Oh, yeah, Mr. Templer?
Please go take a cab.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the past we have received a heritage, our American heritage, and it consists of many things. It's an ideal and a way of life. It's everything America stands for, our heritage. We can repay the past only by using our heritage well today, by taking pride in the most complete expression of individual liberties, civil rights, and personal dignity. And by doing so, we'll be guaranteeing our future. For we have learned from history that unused freedom has a habit of slipping away. Of course, using our freedom makes certain demands upon us. But to the people of many countries today, these demands would constitute a gift beyond price. They mean voting in an informed way, serving on juries, taking an interest and having a voice in all the affairs of the community, the state, and the nation. All this preserves our heritage by exercising it. And by making our form of government work better at home, we strengthen democracy everywhere. We provide an example of free people governing themselves through a free government, a dynamic example of man's finest ideals at work. To every American, then, falls the task of protecting our heritage. For freedom is everybody's job. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This script of The Saint was written by Louis Vittes. In our cast, you heard Viola Vaughn as Marie and Sharon Douglas as Carol. Sheldon Leonard was Dugan, Ted Osborne, Uncle Theobald, Frank Gerstle was Lieutenant Archer. Louis is played by Larry Dotkin. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring with Errol Flynn and Michelin Prell in William Marshall's production of Bloodline. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are now on sale at all newsstands. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun every Sunday on NBC with 2 delightful and sometimes very bewildering families. The Blandings family continues to have typically suburban adventures in their famous dream house. Cary Grant and Betsy Drake star as Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. And Sunday also means a visit with the hilarious Harrises and their friends on the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast, present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Now, once more, we are about to visit Dr. Watson, the friend and chronicler of Sherlock Holmes and his amazing adventures. We find him sitting in his well-worn armchair, an eager look on his face and a humorous twinkle in his eye. Can it be that the good doctor is beginning to look forward to his weekly appearances before the microphone?
Good evening, Mr. Harris. It certainly can. And tonight I have my narrative all picked out. Have you ever noticed that red-headed people always seem to lead very eventful lives? Look at Queen Elizabeth.
Yes, and I've heard that Cleopatra was a breaktop, too, and she certainly had very few dull moments. And the stores that sell Clippercraft clothes have no dull moments either. That's because millions of men have discovered that Clippercraft gives them value beyond compare. Behind these unheard-of Clippercraft values is a triumph of American ingenuity and a really tremendous distribution idea. 924 leading stores from coast to coast have concentrated their buying power, resulting in value without precedent because of the savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. What you get is the benefit of group buying with all the friendly personal attention traditionally yours at your own local independent store. You've never seen expensive-looking suits like Clippercraft's at only $35 and $40, with a few deluxe models at $43.75. The same goes for top coats and overcoats at only $30 to $40, and sport jackets at only $24. Yes, your clothes problem is easily solved this fall. Simply compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, shall we get back to our story?
Yes, indeed. Well, tonight I have decided to tell you the story of the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League? What a curious title.
No more curious than the situation it gave rise to in Sherlock Holmes' life. One day, it was during the autumn of the year 1890, I burst in upon my friend to find him deep in conversation with a stout, florid-faced gentleman with the fiercest red hair it has ever been my privilege to observe. I was about to withdraw when Holmes pulled me abruptly into the room and closed the door behind me.
Come in, my dear Watson, come in. You couldn't possibly have come at a better time.
But, Holmes, I was afraid you were engaged.
So I am, my dear fellow. Allow me, Mr. Wilson. This is my friend and helper, Dr. Watson.
Well, how do you do, sir?
Oh, how do you do?
Sit down, Watson, sit down. I know that you share my love of the bizarre, although you've never agreed that for the strangest effects and most extraordinary combinations, we must go to life itself.
Well, you know,
Mr. Jabez Wilson here has just started a narrative which promises to be one of the most singular I've listened to for some time.
Dear me.
Now, my dear Mr. Wilson, perhaps you would have the great kindness to recommence your story.
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. As soon as I can find that newspaper clipping, now where'd I put it? I could have sworn it was in my waistcoat.
Watson, while we're waiting for Mr. Wilson to find his missing newspaper advertisement, suppose you tell me what you deduce from his appearance.
Well, really, you know. Well, let me see. I would say he was middle-aged, if you don't mind my saying. And, well, he has red hair.
Oh, obvious, Watson. Too obvious. I will come to your assistance. He has at some time done manual labor. He's a Freemason, has been in China, and has done a considerable amount of writing lately.
Well, Mr. Holmes, you fair give me the creeps. Are you one of these mind readers?
No, indeed.
Then how in the name of good fortune did you know all that about me? About the manual labor, for example. It's as true as gospel. I began as a ship's carpenter.
Your hands, my dear sir. Your right hand is quite a size larger than your left. The muscles are more developed. As for the Freemasonry, you wear a square and compass tie-pin.
Oh, I see that. But the writing, how about that?
What else can be indicated by that right cuff, so very shiny, and the left sleeve with a smooth patch near the elbow where you rest it on the desk?
Well, about China.
The fish that you've had tattooed immediately above your right wrist could only have been done in China. That trick of staining the fish's scales a delicate pink is quite peculiar to China. And when, in addition, I see a Chinese coin hanging from your watch chain, the matter becomes even more simple.
well, I never. At first I thought you'd done something clever. But now I see there's nothing to it after all.
I begin to think, Watson, that I make a mistake in explaining. Omne ignotum pro magnifico, you know.
Oh, yes, of course.
What reputation I may have will suffer shipwreck if I'm so candid. Have you found the advertisement, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I've got it now. It was in my watch pocket. This is what began it all, sir. You just read it for yourself.
Watson, suppose you do that for us.
Yes, with pleasure.
First, make a note of the paper and the date.
It's the Morning Chronicle of July the 27th, 1890. It's just 2 months ago.
Very well. Proceed with the advertisement.
It begins to the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men above the age of 21 years are eligible. That's very odd. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street. Dear me, Holmes, what on earth does this mean?
I think I promised you that this case was bizarre. Now, Mr. Wilson, if you'll continue with your story.
Well, it's just about as I was telling you, Mr. Holmes. I have a small pawnbroker's shop at Coburg Square. Of late years, the business has been pretty bad. I used to be able to keep 2 assistants, but now I only keep 1. I'd have a job to pay him, only he's willing to come for half wages so as to learn the business.
Obliging youth. What's his name?
Vincent Spaulding. And I couldn't want a smarter assistant, Mr. Holmes. Oh, I know he could easily earn twice what I'm able to give him. But, well, as I say, if he's satisfied, who am I to go putting ideas into his head?
Yeah. Your assistant seems to be as remarkable as your advertisement.
He only has one fault, Mr. Holmes. Photography. Snapping away with his camera, then diving down into the cellar like a rabbit into its hole to develop his pictures.
An amateur photographer, eh? He's still with you, I suppose.
Oh, yes, sir. An observing young fellow he is. He was the one that brought this advertisement to my notice. It was just this day 8 weeks when he rapped on my office door with this very paper in his hand. Come in.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, sir.
Oh, it's you, Vincent. Well, what's the matter? You look excited.
Oh, I wish to the Lord, Mr. Wilson, I was the red-headed man.
Why that?
Well, look here, sir. What it says in this paper. There's another vacancy in the League of the Red-Headed Men. It's worth a pretty penny to him that gets it.
The Red-Headed League? I never heard of it.
Never heard of the League of the Red-Headed Men? Oh, Mr. Wilson. And you eligible for one of the vacancies.
Huh? Oh, what are they worth?
Oh, merely a couple of $100 a year. But the work is slight and it needn't interfere much with one's regular occupation.
Yeah, a couple of £100 a year, you say? Here, let me see that paper, young man.
Oh, here you are, sir. You see, as far as I can make out, the League was started by a millionaire named Ezekiel Hopkins, a red-headed man himself. And he left his fortune in the hands of the trustees with instructions to provide easy berths to men who had red hair. And from what I hear, the work isn't difficult.
Yeah, but there must be millions of red-headed men.
No, not so many as you might think, sir. You see, it's confined to Londoners. And then again, it's no use if your hair is light red or dark red or anything but real blazing fire red. They've got to pick the reddest hair they can find.
Well, if there's a redder head of hair than mine in the length and breadth of London, I'd like to see it.
Well, I have seen a few that I consider redder.
What? Nonsense. Here, where's my hat?
What are you going to do, Mr. Wilson?
I'm going around to apply for that vacancy. If it was raining gold, no one can say that Jabez Wilson is a man to go out with a sieve.
And did you get the job, Mr. Wilson?
I did that, Mr. Holmes. There wasn't a head of hair that can touch mine for redness, if I do say it myself. There was thousands competing.
And what was the work?
Oh, purely nominal, like the paper said. And it paid £4 a week, regular as a clock. All I had to do was to sit at a desk in an office at that address there from 10 to 2 and copy out bits from the encyclopedia.
Educational as well as remunerative. And how long did this work continue?
Oh, about 8 weeks. I was pretty well through the A's. Abbott's, archery, architecture, and the like. Then suddenly it came to an end. I went to my work, 10 o'clock as usual. The door was shut and locked, and a card was nailed on the door.
What did it say?
The Red-Headed League dissolved September 27th, 1890.
But I say, Holmes, that's today.
This very morning it was, sir. Well, I lost no time trying to find the man that hired me. £4 a week's £4, you know.
You say you tried to find the man that rented the office?
Yes, sir. I inquired from the renting agent, and he gave me the man's name and said that he'd moved to a new address.
You went there, of course?
Yes, sir.
Well?
Well, when I got to that address, it was a manufactory of artificial kneecaps. And no one had ever heard of the Red-Headed League.
So then you came straight to me?
Yes, sir. I thought it best not to lose any time.
Quite right. By the way, Mr. Wilson, this assistant of yours, Mr. Vincent Spaulding, how long had he been with you when he called your attention to the Red-Headed League?
Oh, about a month.
How did he come?
In answer to an advertisement.
Was he the only applicant?
No, sir. Oh, I had a dozen.
Why did you pick him?
Because he was handy and would come cheap. At half wages, in fact.
What's he like?
Small, stout built, very quick in his ways. No hair on his face, though he's not short of 30. And he has a white splash of acid on his forehead.
I thought as much. Have you ever noticed that his ears are pierced for earrings?
What? Oh, yes. He says a gypsy did it for him when he was a lad.
Watson, what day of the week is it?
Why, Saturday, of course.
Saturday, dear me, so it is. Well, Mr. Wilson, I think I may promise you some startling developments by tonight. In the meantime, Watson, I suggest we drop around sometime this afternoon to view the attractions of Saxe-Coburg Square. Mr. Wilson's exemplary assistant in particular.
Well, here we are, Holmes. This seems to be Saxe-Coburg Square.
Shabby, genteel little backwater of a place. This, I fancy, is our friend's shop. The 4-story building with the 3 gilt balls over it. Yes, the square itself seems fairly uninteresting, eh?
Yes, very depressing.
Let's see what street backs onto it on this side. Come along, Watson.
Well, can't see what difference the next street can make to our problem, if it is a problem. Well, the whole thing sounds more like a practical joke to me.
A practical joke which costs its perpetrator £4 a week? Nonsense, Watson. No man's sense of humor resides in his pocketbook.
Well, this street seems to have more life.
It's one of the chief arteries leading to the north and west. Now, let me see. What's the order of the houses here?
Order?
Yes, it's a hobby of mine to have an exact knowledge of London. First, we have Mortimer's. Then the tobacconist, the little newspaper shop, the Coburg branch of the City and Suburban Bank, the vegetarian restaurant, and McFarlane's Carriage Works. Yes, now we can go back to the shop of our friend, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, what's the hurry, Holmes? Don't walk so fast.
I found out all I want to here.
Holmes, you act as if you were taking a memory course. Why should you want to know all the shops on that street? Is just a waste of time.
Nothing that exercises the brain is a waste of time, my dear Watson. The trouble with most of us is that our brains have become flabby from lack of proper use.
Rubbish. Well, here we are, back again. Why are you thumping on the pavement with your cane, Holmes? If you want to enter the shop, why not knock on the door?
Yes, quite so, Watson. I'm afraid my etiquette is a bit faulty lately, so just to please you, I will knock on the door.
I see. Someone's coming on the double.
Looks like our bright little assistant.
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen. Won't you step in?
Thank you. No, I only wish to ask you how to go from here to the Strand.
Third right, fourth left.
Smart fellow, that, eh, Watson?
Oh, I see no signs of a colossal intelligence.
Nevertheless, he is, in my judgment, the 4th smartest mind in London. As for daring, I'm not sure that he's not the 3rd.
I see nothing so startling about him.
The knees of his trousers, Watson. Didn't you notice?
No, what about them?
Most enlightening, my dear Watson. Most enlightening.
All this is so much balderdash. Just about had enough of it. I'm going to have myself a cup of coffee and some cake. There's an appetizing little bake shop across the way.
Very good, Watson. Suppose you meet me back here at 10 tonight. Sharp, mind you. And kindly put your army revolver in your pocket.
Oh.
This business is serious. More serious even than I expected.
I say, Holmes, it's 10 o'clock now. How long do we have to stand here in this confounded rain? I'm soaked to the skin.
Until the other member of our party turns up, Watson. Oh. Ah, here comes the cab. Yes, I think you'll be in it. Yes. Good evening, Mr. Merriweather.
Look here, Holmes. Why do you have to rout me out on a night like this? Saturday night, too. I shall miss my rubber of whist. It's the first Saturday night for 27 years I've not had my whist.
My dear Merriweather, I think you'll find that tonight you're playing for higher stakes than even you are accustomed to. And I can promise the play will be more exciting.
Oh, indeed.
But come, we must hurry.
Sir.
Oh, I beg your pardon. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
This way, gentlemen.
But where are we going? Mr. Wilson's shop is here on the square.
Stop burbling, Watson. Follow me and don't waste time.
In your message to me, Holmes, you said something about John Clay, the murderer, thief, smasher, and forger.
John Clay? Who is he?
My dear Watson, John Clay is one of our most colorful and dangerous criminals. A young man, but at the head of his profession. I'd rather have my bracelets on him than on any criminal in London.
I've heard that his grandfather was a duke, and he himself had been educated in Oxford and Eton.
Yes, he'll crack a crib in Scotland Yard one week and be raising money to build an orphanage in Cornwall the next.
We've been on his track for years, Mr. Holmes, and have never set eyes on him.
Well, I trust I may have the pleasure of introducing you tonight. Here we are. Down this narrow passageway. You better let me go first.
Look here, Holmes. I don't like the looks of this at all. This passage goes underground. Gives me the creeps. Oh, I say, I've run into something.
The wall, I fancy. I forgot to warn you. There's a turn here to the right.
Yes, I found that out. Thanks so much.
Ah, here's the door. Just a moment till I light my dark lantern. There. Now, Mr. Merriweather, if you'll unlock the door for us.
Just a moment till I find my key. Here we are.
Better let me go first, sir, in case we're too late. Yes. The coast seems clear enough. Come along, both of you.
Holmes, I don't like the look of this place. Your lantern throws such weird shadows. Smells like a vault.
It is a vault, my dear Watson. The basement of the City and Suburban Bank, to be exact, of which our friend, Mr. Merriweather, here is president.
But what are all those wooden crates doing here?
They explain why the most daring criminal in London is taking such an interest in this particular place.
Yes, Dr. Watson. These crates contain our French gold.
French gold?
Quite. You see, we had occasion some months ago to borrow 30,000 Napoleons from France.
France? Of all things.
Most of which has never been unpacked.
Rather an inducement for any thief.
Oh, really, Mr. Holmes, I think you're rather unduly excited. After all, the building is guarded by 10 burly watchmen.
Yes, I dare say you're not particularly vulnerable from above.
Or from below, Mr. Holmes. Nothing but solid earth below these flagstones. Listen to this.
Don't do that, Mr. Merriweather. You want to ruin all our plans?
But look here, I say. It did sound hollow.
Not so loud, please. Now then, I think we'd better take up our positions. You, Merriweather, behind those large boxes in the corner.
Yes.
Watson and I will hide behind this crate. I hope you appreciate the honor, my dear Watson. This crate contains no less than 2,000 golden Napoleons, neatly packed in tinfoil.
Good heavens.
Are you ready? We must put the screen over my dark lantern.
and sit here in the dark?
Certainly.
Oh, dear. And I brought a deck of cards with me. I thought we might have time for a three-handed rubber.
Not tonight, Mr. Merriweather. We're dealing with a dangerous man. And unless we can take him at a disadvantage, he may do us considerable harm. One thing more. When I flash my light, Watson, close in swiftly. And if he reaches for his gun, shoot. And shoot to kill.
Oh, dear me. I wish I'd stayed at home.
Quiet. I'm going to cover the light.
Yes, I'm here. I'm beginning to imagine all sorts of horrors sitting here in the dark like this.
Quiet, Merriweather.
Holmes, did you hear that? Look, there in the middle of the floor, a slit of light. Why, someone's raising one of the stone slabs. Look, there's a hand.
Catch his hands before he can put himself through the opening.
Righto.
Quick, Watson! Look out, he's got a knife!
Take your hands off me.
No, you don't. You...
Oh, if I can get my hand from...
Why, well done, Holmes, well done. You've knocked him out.
Good. Drag him up here. Now, Mr. Merriweather, if you'll give us some light.
Of course.
That's better.
But I say, Holmes, it's that Vincent Spaulding chap, Mr. Wilson's assistant.
Spaulding rubbish. This is John Clay, one of the most dangerous criminals in London. I've been after him for years. Help me search him, Watson.
Well, look out, Holmes. He's coming too.
Take your filthy hands off me, you scarecrow.
Yeah, now, none of that.
You may not be aware that I have royal blood in my veins. When you address me, have the goodness to say sir and please.
Oh, very well. Would you please, sir, march yourself upstairs, sir, where we can hand you over to the policemen who are anxiously awaiting your Highness's arrival? And be quick about it.
Sherlock Holmes solves his problems with simple logic. And that's the kind of thinking behind Clippercraft Clothes. This was the problem. How to make it possible for independent local stores to sell fine clothes for less money than ordinary clothes cost elsewhere. And here's the answer. 924 leading stores from coast to coast concentrated their buying power to bring you the most remarkable values you've ever seen. Now, bear in mind, you get all this at your own favorite local institution, at the store you can really trust. The result is that Clippercraft has maintained its low prices despite the fact that practically everything these days costs more. It's an understatement to say these values are sensational. Clippercraft suits are only $35 and $40, with a few special numbers at $43.75. Top coats and overcoats are only $30 to $40, and sport jackets but $24. Selling beautifully tailored, expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
The leading stores in the metropolitan area that bring you Clippercraft clothes are Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th Street, Manhattan, Abraham and Straus, Brooklyn, the Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark, New Jersey, and the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue, Jamaica. These great, courteous, and friendly stores are proud to add their names to that of Clippercraft in the label of your suit, top coat, sports jacket, and overcoat.
Better have another spot of whiskey, Watson.
Oh, thanks. Feels good to get onto dry clothes again after sitting around in that cold cellar for hours. Not so much, Holmes. Do you want to drown me?
God bless you, my dear fellow.
Thank you. I say, Holmes, when did you first begin to suspect that fellow Spaulding? I mean Clay.
When Wilson told me he was anxious to work for half price, always suspect anyone or anything that comes too cheap. There's sure to be a motive behind it.
But how did you guess what the motive was? In this case, I mean.
I suspected his fondness for photography and his trick of vanishing into the cellar. The cellar. There was the end of this tangled clue. And why was someone so anxious to have our friend Mr. Wilson kept out of his shop for several hours every day? Activities in the cellar again. By the way, that Red-Headed League hoax is one of the cleverest dodges I've come across in some time. Too clever, in fact. When I heard of it, I knew there was only one man who could have originated it. John Clay. We've had our skirmishes, but this is the first time we've come face to face.
So you went around to have a look at the shop?
At his trousers, Watson. At the knees of his trousers, to be exact.
Oh?
You saw how worn and wrinkled they were. They spoke of hours of burrowing in the cellar. But what for? By tapping on the pavement, I found that the tunnel did not stretch out to the front. Where then? We strolled round the corner, you remember, and there stood the City and Suburban Bank, abutting our friend's pawn shop.
Of course, yes.
The inference was clear.
Yes, but how did you guess that he would make his attempt tonight?
Perfectly simple, Watson. Perfectly simple. The offices of the Red-Headed League closed this morning. Mr. Wilson's absence was no longer necessary. The tunnel was completed. But it was essential that Mr. Clay should use it soon, or it might be discovered. Tonight being Saturday would be ideal, as it would give him 2 days for escape. QED. And there you are.
Your reasoning is perfect. A long chain, and yet every link rings true.
It saves me from ennui. These little problems help me to escape the commonplaces of existence. Yes, after all, l'homme c'est rien, l'œuvre c'est tout. As Flaubert once wrote to George Sand. Man is nothing. His work is everything.
A fascinating story, Dr. Watson. What a thrilling time you must have had during the days you lived with Sherlock Holmes.
Well, I can't say I was ever bored.
And now, Dr. Watson, how about a hint about next week's story?
Oh, next week's story is laid in that colorful, dangerous, and decidedly mysterious section of London known as Limehouse. It tells how Holmes, by investigating a corrupt councilman and the activities of a large tropical bird, laid bare one of the largest dope-running outfits in the history of the Port of London. I call it the affair of the politician, the lighthouse, and the trained cormorant.
The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the affair of the politician, the lighthouse, and the trained cormorant. If you wish to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clipper Craft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is portrayed by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser.
Good evening, Mr. Harris. Good evening.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good heavens, what's all that pile of envelopes you've got there?
That, Dr. Watson, believe it or not, is fan mail.
You don't say. You mean some of our listeners have really bothered to write to us about these little reminiscences of mine?
Why, they have indeed, Doctor. What's more, most of our listeners seem to have a favorite Sherlock Holmes adventure they'd like to have you tell.
You don't say. Well, you know, Mr. Harris, I always aim to please. Any suggestions for tonight's story?
Hundreds, Doctor, hundreds, literally. And offhand, I'd say the most frequent request in this week's mail is for a story called The Copper Beeches.
The Adventure of the Copper Beeches. Well, as a matter of fact, that's always been one of my favorites, Mr. Harris, probably because of the curious secret we discovered in the attic. And may I say here, I'm always happy to get fan mail. And speaking of fan mail, Mr. Harris, that's something you're interested in, too. From another angle, of course. How about it?
Quite right, Dr. Watson. Mentioning fan mail naturally brings to mind Clippercraft clothes because of their millions of fans the country over. And there's good reason for these loyal followers. You wouldn't believe, yes, even clothing experts are amazed, that clothes as fine as Clippercraft are available at prices so exceptionally low. Now, things like this don't just happen. It's the result of manufacturing ingenuity and a really great distribution idea, the unique, the famous Clippercraft plan. Now, this plan concentrates the buying power of 924 leading stores across America, makes possible these truly phenomenal values at your own local independent store. In a pleasant atmosphere where you get friendly personal attention, you can buy Clippercraft suits at only $35 and $40, and a few special numbers at $43.75. Top coats and overcoats are only $30 to $40, and sport jackets only $24. You'll always insist on them if you compare Clippercraft clothes with clothes selling for many dollars more. Well, Dr. Watson, now what about the Copper Beeches?
It was a cold, gloomy morning in early spring. We were sitting on either side of a cheery fire in our rooms in Baker Street. Holmes had been silent and moody all morning, smoking his long cherrywood pipe, which usually displaced his favorite clay when he was in a disputatious mood. Altogether, he was in no sweet temper.
Matches, where are the matches? Look at that confounded fog. What happens to all the matches in this house, I'd like to know?
Oh, my dear Holmes, why not use the tongs and a live coal if you want to relight your pipe?
I burned myself.
For heaven's sake, Holmes, stop spluttering. I say something's annoying you. Why don't you get it off your chest?
It's that latest book of yours. Sensationalism, Watson, rank sensationalism. You're always placing the emphasis on the crime. Crime is common. Logic is rare. You should stress the logic. You've degraded what should have been a course of lectures into a series of tales.
Now, really, Holmes, that's not logical. You're always complaining that crime is falling off. You say there are no first-class criminals left.
Quite. And therefore, if you depend on the crime to hold your readers, you'll soon be a back number. Criminals. They've lost all their enterprise and originality. My practice seems to be degenerating into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils and giving good advice to young ladies from boarding school.
Advice to the lovelord, eh?
Well, look at this. This note. It came in the Morning Post. The last straw, that's what it is. Here, read it.
Jimmy, let me see. Dear Mr. Holmes, I am very anxious to consult you as to whether I should or should not accept a situation which has been offered me as governess. I shall call at 10:30 tomorrow if I do not inconvenience you. Yours faithfully, Violet Hunter. But it's almost 11 now.
Exactly. She's late, just like a woman.
I say, Holmes, this must be the young lady now walking briskly up the street.
Let me see. Brisk, purposeful manner, nice, bright, intelligent face.
Yes, she's stopping at our door.
There may be something in this case after all, my dear Watson. Yes, she's not the hysterical sort that makes a fuss over nothing. Shh, here she is. Come in.
Oh, how do you do? This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Quite. And this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I trust you'll excuse my troubling you, Mr. Holmes, but I've had a very strange experience, And as I have no relations of any sort to advise me, I thought I'd best come to you.
I shall be happy to do anything I can.
I've been a governess for 5 years in the family of Colonel Spence Munro. He's been transferred to Nova Scotia, so that for the last few months I've been without a situation. But the money I had saved began to run out. I was at my wit's end.
Go on.
Yesterday, I called at a well-known employment agency run by a Miss Stoper. When I arrived, the outer office was filled with young ladies looking for situations. I was told to wait. I did so. After about half an hour, my name was called out. Well, the door to Miss Stoper's private office was ajar. Seated beside her was a prodigiously stout man with a round, smiling face and a heavy chin. His eyes were like two little slits.
Come in, my dear, come in. Mr. Rucastle, this is Mr... Oh, yes. What is your name, my dear?
Miss Hunter. Violet Hunter.
Oh, yes, Violet Hunter.
Capital. I couldn't ask for anything better. I'm sure you will do, Miss Hunter.
I hope so, Mr. Rucastle.
You're looking for a situation as governess?
Yes, sir.
What salary do you ask?
Well, I had £4 a month in my last place.
£4? Sweating. Rank sweating. How anyone could have the audacity to offer that to a lady with such attraction, such accomplishments.
My accomplishments may not be all you expect, Mr. Rucastle. A little French, a little German, music and drawing.
My dear Miss Hunter, all that's beside the question. The point is, are you or are you not a lady?
Well...
The answer is yes. A lady fitted for the rearing of a child who may someday play a considerable part in the history of this country. Your salary with me, madam, would commence at £100 a year.
100? Oh, Mr. Rucastle.
Furthermore, it's my custom to advance my young ladies half their salary beforehand.
Well, may I ask where you live, Mr. Rucastle?
Hampshire. Charming rural spot. The Copper Beeches is the name of the place, 5 miles north of Winchester. The dearest old house.
And what would be my duties?
One child, a dear little romper aged 6. Oh, if you could see him killing cockroaches with a slipper. Smack, 3 gone before you could wink.
Well, my sole duty, then, is to take care of this child.
Well, I'm sure your good sense would suggest that you obey any little commands which my wife might give.
Well, I should be happy to make myself useful.
In dress, for example. We're fatty people. Fatty but kind-hearted. If you were asked to wear a particular dress that we might give you, you wouldn't object to our little whim, eh?
Why, no.
Or to sit here or there. That wouldn't be offensive to you?
Why, no.
Or to cut your hair short before you came to us?
My hair?
Oh, yes, it's quite essential. It's a little fancy of my wife's, you see, and ladies' fancies, my dear Miss Hunter, they must be consulted.
But my hair... Oh, no, I couldn't.
No? What a pity. In that case, Miss Stoper, I'd best inspect a few more of your young ladies.
Good day, then, Miss Hunter. I'm afraid you must consider yourself struck from our list. You can hardly expect us to exert ourselves to find another such opening for you.
But, Miss Stoper...
Good day, Miss Hunter.
Just a minute, Miss Stoper. Let's not be too hard on the young lady. After all, my request was a bit sudden. Perhaps, Miss Hunter, you'd like 24 hours in which to consider the matter. And in view of the fact that you have particularly beautiful hair, I might be willing to raise the salary to £120 a year to recompense you for our little eccentricities.
Very unusual, my dear Miss Hunter. What do you make of it, Watson?
Well, perhaps the gentleman's wife's a lunatic, and he wishes to humor in her fancies in order to prevent an outbreak.
Possibly, Watson, possibly.
But the money, Mr. Holmes, the money. Oh, and I need it so.
Well, yes, the pay is good. Too good. Why should they give you £120 when they could have their pick for 40? There must be some strong reason.
But I have no choice.
Then you've made up your mind to accept?
I must. I thought if I told you the circumstances, you would understand afterwards if I wanted your help. I should feel so much stronger if I knew you were behind me.
Yes, you may carry that feeling away with you, and if at any time you should find yourself in danger...
Danger? But what danger could there be?
My dear Miss Hunter, it would cease to be a danger if we could define it. But remember, at any time, day or night, just telegraph, and I'll come to your help.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
You realize, Watson, it's been almost a week since Miss Hunter called and we haven't heard a word from her? I don't like it.
Oh, nonsense, Holmes. She seemed to be a young lady who is quite capable of taking care of herself.
Just the same, I should never have permitted an unprotected female to accept a situation like that. Data. If I only had some data. Can't make bricks without straw.
Well, at any rate, nothing very dreadful can happen out in the open country like that.
That is where you're wrong, Watson. It's my experience that the vilest alleys in London do not present a more dreadful record of sin than does the smiling and beautiful countryside.
Holmes, you give me the creeps.
The pressure of public opinion is greatest in the towns. There's no lane so vile that the scream of a tortured child or the thud of a drunkard's blow does not beget sympathy and assistance from the neighbors. But the countryside, my dear Watson, filled with its lonely houses, think of the hellish cruelty, the hidden wickedness. Had our young friend gone to live in Winchester, I should not have this fear for her safety. It's the 5 miles of country which make the danger. See what that is, Watson.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. It's a telegram for you, Holmes.
Give it to me. It's from Miss Hunter.
Well, what does she say?
Come at once. We'll meet you at the Black Swan Hotel, Winchester, at 3 this afternoon. And at my wit's end, don't fail me.
What do you suppose has happened?
Hurry, Watson. We have no time to lose. There's a train from Waterloo Station in half an hour. If only we get to her in time. Yes, there's the Black Swan opposite the station.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, that is Miss Hunter waiting for us on the steps.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, it's so kind of you to come. And you too, Dr. Watson. I can't tell you how anxious I've been.
There, Miss Hunter. Watson, you'd better handle this situation. You're better with hysterical women than I am.
Holmes, you are a cold-blooded fish. It's not hysteria, it's relief. It's all right, Miss Hunter. We're here, you know.
I'm really not as foolish as I sound. It's just that the strain of the last 2 weeks. But I'll tell you about that as we go along. There's a shortcut to the copper beeches through the woods.
Come along, then. Now, Miss Hunter, if you'll tell us what's been happening since you arrived at the Rucastle household.
Well, Copper Beeches is a large, sinister-looking house almost completely surrounded by woods. It depressed me from the moment of my arrival. I was met at the door by Mr. Rucastle and his wife.
And is she...
No, Mr. Holmes. She is not mad.
I see.
She's a small, pale-faced woman, much younger than Mr. Rucastle. In fact, I gather that she's his second wife. There was a daughter by the first marriage, a girl now over 20, but she's not living at the house. Mr. Rucastle said that she could not get along with her stepmother, so he sent her to America, to Philadelphia.
America? How extraordinary.
And does Mrs. Rucastle strike you as a difficult woman to get along with?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. She's shy and rather quiet. More than once I've surprised her in tears. At first I thought it might be worry over the disposition of her child.
What's the matter with his disposition?
Well, he's badly spoiled. He's an ungovernable temper and seems to take a great delight in torturing birds and small animals.
Pleasant little beast.
And the rest of the household?
There's only one servant. Toller is his name. A rough, uncouth man with a perpetual smell of drink about him. Why they keep him, I don't know. Except perhaps because he's the only one who can manage Carlo.
Carlo?
Carlo is a huge, underfed mastiff that's kept chained in the stables during the day. But at night they let him out. He's a terrible beast. Even Mr. Rucastle is afraid of him. But I'm sure he'd tear any trespasser to bits.
I wonder why Mr. Rucastle desires such ferocious protection.
I'm sure I don't know. Unless there is something on the top floor of the West Wing that he wants to hide.
The West Wing, eh?
Yes. The door that leads into it is opposite my room. It's kept securely locked. I have noticed Mr. Rucastle going in and out a couple of times. The windows of that wing are all shuttered, too. And locked from the inside.
Looks nasty to me, Holmes.
Watson, don't interrupt.
For the second day after my arrival, immediately after breakfast, Mr. Rucastle asked me to put on a dress which had been laid out on the bed for me.
What was it like?
It wasn't a new dress, Mr. Holmes, but the material was excellent and of a particularly brilliant shade. An electric blue.
Oh, charming colour, I thought.
I put it on and went down to the living room. Mr. Rucastle had placed a chair for me by the front window.
Sit here with your back to the window. You may read this book aloud. A French novel. I think we'll find it most amusing. After an hour or so, you may go back upstairs and change to your own clothes.
But, Mr. Rucastle, I don't understand.
Who asked you to understand? Just do as I say.
Strange.
Very strange, Miss Hunter.
I've had to sit there in the window for an hour every morning since then. As time passed, I became more and more curious. Why were they so careful to keep my face turned away from the window? Naturally, I was consumed with desire to see what was going on behind my back. Well, today I devised a means. I noticed at breakfast that Mr. Rucastle had quite a few drinks. A happy thought seized me. My hand mirror had been broken. I concealed a piece of it in my handkerchief and later in my book, feeling sure that Mr. Rucastle was too drunk to notice. By holding the book up, I was able to see everything behind me.
And what did you see?
At first, there was nothing. At the second glance, however, I saw a young man in a grey suit leaning against a railing which bordered our field. He was looking earnestly in my direction. Mr. Rucastle must have noticed my surprise, for he burst out angrily.
Really, Miss Hunter, your attention must be wandering. That's the second time you've read that passage. Furthermore, there's an impertinent fellow up the road who keeps staring at you. Is it a friend of yours?
Oh, no, Mr. Rucastle. I don't know anyone around here.
Kindly turn round and motion him to go away.
But wouldn't it be better not to notice him?
Do as I tell you. I really don't encourage you to have any followers.
Oh, very well, Mr. Rucastle. There.
Impertinent fellow. That'll be all for this morning, Miss Hunter. May go to your room.
But, Mr. Rucastle, I hope you don't think...
Go to your room, I say.
Yes, sir.
And after this, you needn't bother to wear that blue dress.
I did as I was told, Mr. Holmes. But on the way upstairs, I noticed that the door to the west wing had the key still in the lock.
Rucastle must have been drunk to forget that, eh, Holmes?
Quiet, Watson.
I'll admit my curiosity was greater than my sense of caution. I opened the door and mounted the stairs to the attic. In the hall at the top of the house, I found 3 doors. The middle one barred with the end of an old iron bedstead.
Good Lord.
It was terribly spooky up there. Once something brushed against my face. Oh, what was that? Oh, it must have been a bat. Oh, dear. Is there anyone in there? Who's there? Can I help you?
So, it was you then. I thought it must be when I saw the door open.
Oh, Mr. Rucastle, I'm so frightened.
My dear young lady, what frightened you?
Well, I was foolish enough to come into this vacant wing, but it's so lonely and eerie, and a bat swooped down into my face.
Is that all?
What else could there be?
Why do you suppose I keep that door locked?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
It's to keep people out who have no business there, you see.
Well, I'm sure if I'd known...
Well, you know now, my dear young lady. And if you ever put your foot over that threshold again, I'll throw you to the mastiff.
What a dreadful experience.
Mr. Holmes, I feel sure there's someone locked in that room. Someone who's unhappy, perhaps tortured. Oh, good heavens, it's almost 5. I promised to be back by 6. Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle are going out. Mr. Rucastle should discover where I've been.
You've acted like a brave and sensible girl, Miss Hunter.
Yes, indeed you have.
Dr. Watson and I will hang around until the Rucastles have left.
Well, that should be around 7.
Good. I don't imagine the mastiff will be let loose until they return.
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. It would be too dangerous for them to get back to the house.
Excellent. We'll hope that Toller's still drunk. At any rate, you must get us into the house. We must explore the west wing.
I'll do my best, Mr. Holmes. And now I must hurry. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Miss Hunter. Well, my dear Holmes, what do you make of it all? The blue dress and the man in front of the house.
Obviously, they've had her impersonating someone. Someone young, whose hair had been cut off during an illness. That someone is probably the person imprisoned in the West Wing.
How sinister.
That is not the most sinister part of Miss Hunter's story, Watson.
No? What is then?
The unpleasant disposition of the child.
But what has that got to do with it?
My dear Watson, as a medical man, you're always gaining light as to the tendencies of a child by a study of the parents. Heredity is a science that can be worked backwards as well. You can get a good insight into the character of the parents by studying the children. This child is cruel. Abnormally cruel. He probably inherits it from one of his parents. I only hope nothing serious happens before 7 o'clock.
Gracious, what a night. The first thunderstorm of the season. See, listen to that dog. He has an ugly temper.
Look at the copper beeches swaying in the wind. Yes, there's Miss Hunter standing in the front doorway.
She's waving to us. The coast must be clear.
Come in. Goodness, you must be soaked to the skin.
What's that pounding?
It's Toller. He was just going out to release the dog. I sent him to the wine cellar, then locked him in.
Splendid.
I managed to get Toller's keys this afternoon, too. He was quite drunk. They're duplicates of Mr. Rucastle's.
Better and better. But come along upstairs. We have no time to waste. You got your revolver handy, Watson?
Yes.
Good.
Good heavens. That lightning must have hit near here.
One of the copper beeches, no doubt.
Now, which key? Ah, this one, I fancy. That's right. Oh, there's nothing here. Come along.
Listen to that rain on the roof.
The middle door, you said. Hello in there. No answer. I don't like that. Watson, help me remove this bedstead.
Right.
That's right. It's tied at one end. Cut the rope. That's it.
The door's locked.
We must break it in then. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Hello. There's no one here.
That villain Rucastle must have made away with his prisoner.
Perhaps you're right. He's probably been carried off.
But how?
Through the skylight. It's still open. Shove that table over here.
All right. What are you going to do?
Stand on it, of course. Yes. 2 pairs of footprints. There's a ladder resting against the eaves. So that's how he did it.
But that's not possible. The ladder wasn't there when the Rucastles went away.
Then he must have come back.
A dangerous and clever man. Listen. Yes, I think I hear his footsteps on the stairs.
Oh, Mr. Holmes! It's Mr. Rucastle! He'll kill us all!
I thought I'd find you here.
Villain, what have you done with your daughter?
I'm the one that should ask that, you thieves, you robbers. I've caught you. I'll fix you. CAIRO!
He's gone for the dog. We'll be torn to shreds.
Quick, Watson. We must close the front door.
Let me out! Let me out! Mr. Rucastle has loosed the dog! He'll get him! He's getting Rucastle! Quick, or it'll be too late!
It's Toller. Here are the keys, Miss Hunter. Let him out.
All right. It's Carlo. He's got Rucastle by the throat.
Quick, Watson. Give me your revolver.
Careful you don't hit the man by mistake.
Shut up and stand back, Watson.
Oh, Mr. Holmes. Oh, thank heavens you've done it. You've killed Carlo. Oh, I thought it was too late. Oh, it's too horrible. I think I feel...
No, Miss Hunter. You're out of danger. Just you go upstairs and pack your bag. Dr. Watson and I are going to take you back to town with us on the 9 o'clock train. Now, Watson, suppose you see if there's anything you can do for that villain Rucastle. He's not worth saving, but I suppose your conscience won't rest unless you have a try at it.
And now, before Sherlock Holmes sums up for Dr. Watson, suppose we sum up for Clippercraft Clothes. Regardless of price, you'll go a long way before you find clothes as fine as Clippercraft. Low prices are just half the story. Low prices like Clippercraft suits at only $35 and $40, with a few special numbers at $43.75. Like top coats and overcoats at only $30 to $40, and sport jackets at only $24. No, it's what you get for what you spend that makes Clippercraft values remarkable. Correct styling, perfect fit, truly custom-like tailoring, and rich, long-wearing fabrics. All made possible by the unique Clippercraft plan that concentrates the buying power of 924 leading stores across the country, resulting in tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. Remember, all this is available to you in your own local independent store, where friendly attention is traditionally yours. Selling beautifully tailored, expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
The leading stores in the metropolitan area that bring you Clippercraft clothes are Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th Street, Manhattan, Abraham & Straus, Brooklyn, the Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark, New Jersey, and the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue, Jamaica. These great, courteous, and friendly stores are proud to add their names to that of Clippercraft in the label of your suit, top coat, sports jacket, and overcoat.
So you think, Watson, that Rook Castle will live?
I'm afraid so, Holmes.
Oh, I'm so glad to get away from that dreadful place.
Yes, I'm sure you are, Miss Hunter. I say, Holmes, just what did happen to the prisoner in the West Wing? And who was it?
It's all disgustingly simple, my dear Watson. It was Rook Castle's daughter, as I suspected. It seems that she'd inherited some money from her mother. And when she threatened to get married and take her money with her, her father tried to get her to sign a paper giving the money to him. He worried her until she got brain fever and had to have all her hair cut off.
Well, where did you get that information?
From Toller. In spite of everything, Miss Rucastle's young man stuck to her, and she to him. After that, Mr. Rucastle locked his daughter up and brought Miss Hunter down from London in order to impersonate her, to get rid of a persistent suitor. This young gentleman, however, was a persevering chap.
Oh, good for him.
Having greased Toller's palm very thoroughly, he learned the true state of affairs. And with the help of Toller and a long stepladder, he rescued his fiancée.
It's really quite romantic, isn't it, Holmes?
You and your romance, Watson. You're a regular old woman.
Well, I'm glad we were able to help the poor thing, but I wouldn't go back to that house again, not for twice the salary.
Oh, that reminds me, Miss Hunter. I was talking to a friend of mine about you the other day. She has a private school in Walsall. I believe she said she had an opening for you.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, you're not a cold-blooded fish at all. You're a darling.
Now, my dear, it's quite inconsequential. Really, you know.
Well, do I say...
Oh, shut up, Watson.
And what, may I ask, have you in store for us next week, Dr. Watson?
But next week, suppose I tell you the story of a curious cadaver which was found in some recently excavated Roman baths. The dead body was clothed in the tunic and toga of a Roman senator.
In the last stages of decomposition, I suppose.
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. Harris. The body had the appearance of having died not more than a few hours previous.
Makers of Clippercraft clothes and 924 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Cadaver in the Roman Toga. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. Clippercraft clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is portrayed by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. once again we find ourselves in front of Dr. Watson's crackling fire.
Just a moment, Mr. Harris, just a moment till I put on a fresh pine knot so our listeners can really hear it. Yeah, that's the ticket. Now, go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Outside, a cold white autumn mist shrouds the black tree skeletons. But inside, we sit warm and cozy and ready for another of Dr. Watson's fabulous Sherlock Holmes adventures. What's it to be tonight, sir?
Your conversation of white shrouds and skeletons brings to mind one of the most bizarre problems we ever undertook to solve. It came dash close to being our final problem, as a matter of fact.
Sounds promising, Doctor. Nothing I like better than hearing about Holmes in a tight spot.
And whenever our adversary proved to be the notorious Professor Moriarty, it was generally a very tight spot.
Professor Moriarty, wasn't he the man Holmes referred to as the Napoleon of crime?
The same. Actually, this case began when Sir George Westbrook discovered a corpse dressed in a Roman senator's toga, tunic, and sandals. Holmes always maintained he could deduce a man's entire history from his wardrobe. But this time he...
Doctor, speaking of judging people by their clothes, I thought
Bless my soul. Yes, of course. I almost forgot. Let's have a few words from our sponsor, who is also an authority on the subject of gentlemen's apparel.
May I say, Dr. Watson, that most people, like Mr. Holmes, do judge people by their appearance. That's mighty important in connection with Clippercraft clothes. Because you'd never guess Clippercraft costs so little. Such low prices for such truly fine quality are rare, to say the least. Clippercraft suits are yours for only $35 and $40, with a few special numbers at $43.75. Top coats and overcoats are only $30 to $40, and sport jackets $24. These are planned values, the result of the Clippercraft plan concentrating the buying power of 924 leading stores across the country, resulting in tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. Remember, all this is yours in your own local independent store, where friendly attention is traditionally yours. Want to convince yourself? It's as easy as a visit to your Clippercraft dealers. Just compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, to get back to the gentleman in the Roman toga.
Right, Mr. Harris. It all began on a freezing winter morning. My first view of Baker Street presented a dispiriting glimpse of icy sleet falling between the dun-colored houses. I donned my carpet slippers, my oldest trousers, and a well-worn bathrobe with the firm intent of enjoying a placid breakfast and settling myself in front of the fire for the rest of the day. I had no sooner opened our sitting-room door, however, when I caught sight of Holmes tramping about, swearing to himself and tossing a shiny golden coin into the air.
Confound it if I could only lay hands on the villain.
Morning, Holmes. What seems to be the difficulty today?
Difficulty? Moriarty is back in business. Only this morning, Mrs. Hudson received this coin. Here, have a look at it.
A handsome gold sovereign.
Flooding the town with them.
Great Scott, don't tell me Professor Moriarty, the greatest criminal in Europe, has turned philanthropist.
No such luck. That coin, Watson, is counterfeit. A brilliant job, more's the pity. Only an expert can spot it. No wonder Moriarty's been so quiet these last 2 months. It takes time to develop a coin as perfect as this.
Well, at least he hasn't had time for murder, arson, or any more of his serious crimes.
Serious? You think flooding the country with counterfeit coins isn't serious, Watson? Do you realize what this will do to the value of the pound?
By Jove, of course. Holmes, that's our doorbell.
Tell Mrs. Hudson I'm not at home.
But Holmes...
I'm not accepting any tuppenny halfpenny cases. Not while Moriarty is threatening the credit of the Empire with his fraudulent gold pieces.
Come in.
Which of you gentlemen is Sherlock Holmes?
My friend over there has the honor.
Whatever it is, I'm busy.
Oh, but this is terribly, terribly important, sir. I don't know what to do. He's dead, you see.
Dead men do not interest me.
Couldn't you inform his relatives?
Well, that's just it. I don't know who they are. I don't even know who he is. I don't even know when he died. Albert, he's my assistant, says it must have been over 1,000 years ago, but that seems quite impossible. There's not the slightest sign of decomposition.
Oh?
On the other hand, until Albert and I broke through this morning, no one had been in that room for centuries.
What room?
The Roman baths. I discovered them, you know. The bricks are undoubtedly ancient Roman. Even the cadaver was clad in a senator's toga. And genuine, I assure you. We found him there in one corner.
Now, let's get this straight. You found a fresh corpse dressed in a Roman toga in some Roman ruins that have been buried for centuries.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, what are you waiting for? Bring the gentleman a chair.
But you said you were busy.
Don't be irrelevant. This sounds interesting.
Oh, very well. Well, won't you sit here, Mr.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I forgot to introduce myself. Here. Here's my card.
Read it for me, Watson.
Sir George Westbrook, President L&WA Association.
That means London and Wessex Archaeological Association.
Of course. I remember hearing the Corporation of London had engaged you to investigate some ancient Roman remains which you discovered in the Billingsgate section.
That's right, Mr. Holmes. They're under the basement of the Coal Exchange in Lower Thames Street. Albert and I have been burrowing away down there for over a month. This morning we broke through the final bit of brickwork and emerged into a large subterranean chamber. All right, Albert. I think the opening's big enough. Yeah, give me the lantern. I'll go through first.
Yes, sir. Why, Sir George, your hand is shaking.
Is it any wonder? I'm excited, Albert. Unless I'm very much mistaken, we've unearthed some baths that were built by the early Romans. Yes, well, come along. Careful. Don't tear your clothing.
I say, sir, it is a biggish room, isn't it?
Splendid, Albert, splendid. Look at that ceiling, will you? In almost perfect condition.
Hello, what's that in the corner over there? Looks like a heap of white cloth.
No, there's a leg sticking out of it. Good Lord, it's a body.
We'd best have a look at it, sir.
Yes, but be careful. Don't touch it. Don't touch anything.
What's that white thing he's got on?
Why, it's a toga, Albert. A Roman toga.
It's sopping wet, sir. If you ask me, he's been drowned.
Drowned? Did you say drowned, Sir George?
That's right, Mr. Holmes.
No, but that's impossible. There hasn't been any water in those baths for over 1,000 years.
Interesting. Very interesting. Tell me, Sir George, what was the condition of the air in that chamber when you broke in? Stale, vitiated?
No, Mr. Holmes, it was quite fresh. That's curious now that I think of it, because there was no other entrance to the room except the one we'd come through. The doorway to the rest of the baths was filled by a great heap of bricks and rubble.
You were unable to identify the corpse?
As a matter of fact, we didn't do any further investigating. Albert was quite overcome by the sight of the body. I'm afraid he's never been very strong about such things since the time that mummy disintegrated in his arms while we were working on those pre-Hellenic excavations in Crete. I sent him home and came straight here to consult you.
You mean you left no one behind to guard the body?
No, Mr. Holmes.
What? Where's my hat? Where's my coat? Watson, don't just stand there. There's no time to lose.
I suppose I should have informed the authorities, Mr. Holmes, but the thought of all those stupid Scotland Yard inspectors trampling around in my beautiful ruins like a herd of elephants. I left a couple of dark lanterns burning. Oh, yes, here they are, in this packing case. All right, now, follow me, gentlemen.
Why do basements have to be so damp and depressing?
Careful there, careful. This is where we started to dig. It's a rather rough tunnel slanting downward. You'll have to bend over, I'm afraid.
You're sure that this earth won't cave in on us?
No, I don't think so, unless, of course, someone should give it a tremendous push of some sort. Here's where we broke through the wall. Well, you'll be interested in this, Mr. Holmes. Notice the masonry.
Yes. Yes, the bricks are undoubtedly Roman. Let's see, they measure 9.5 inches long by 4.5 inches broad and only 1 3/4 inches thick.
Not unlike those of the Roman baths at Rochester.
Except that there the tiles are a mere 1.5 inches thick and measure 16 inches by 12.
Oh, really, Holmes? Did we come here to discuss bricks or inspect a body?
Never neglect an opportunity to increase your store of knowledge, Watson.
And stuff my brain with a lot of useless tittle-tattle, not me.
Here's the hole we made in the wall, Mr. Holmes. It's not very large, I'm afraid. I'll go through first and light the way. Now, gentlemen, If you'll follow me.
I'll go next, and you can bring up the rear, Watson, with the other lantern. Now then, Watson, alley-oop.
Don't be in such a rush. Here, take the lantern. It's a tight squeeze, you know. Hello, I think I'm stuck.
If you'll pull his other arm, Sir George.
Right.
Oh, phew, glad to get out of that.
I told you should go on a diet, Watson.
Oh, just because you're satisfied to look like a walking skeleton, you're... Hello, this is a gloomy-looking spot. More like a tomb than the sort of place one thinks of as an elegant Roman bathing establishment.
Yes, it certainly is more like a tomb at present, complete with the remains of the deceased. Although how he was able to insinuate himself into this chamber...
Yes, quite. A superficial survey of the walls and ceiling certainly shows no signs of any recent entry, except by way of the hole through which we just dragged Watson. Interesting, very interesting. Yes, suppose we view the body we came to investigate.
Yes, he's over here, Mr. Holmes, against the south wall. Oh, watch your step. The flooring here is a bit uneven. Here he is, exactly as we found him, lying on his face with one arm stretched over his head.
Say, skinny old boy, wasn't he? I say, these robes or whatever it is he's wearing, they are sopping wet.
Yes, the poor fellow was undoubtedly drowned. Lungs still full of water.
Extremities icy, rigor well advanced. Well, he's been dead 6 to 8 hours, I should say. Holmes, how about it?
Not necessarily. The floor he's lying on is extremely cold, also the air.
Of course, the really fantastic part of the whole picture is the man's raiment. The tunic and the toga with a wide purple stripe. Even the thonged sandals are the authentic garments of an early Roman senator.
So I see. Whoever this person was, he was thoroughly at home among Roman customs and manners. That ring of office on his outstretched hand is undoubtedly authentic.
Oh, look here, Holmes. You don't actually believe this is a genuine Roman senator who got himself drowned in this room and managed somehow to stay in this state of preservation?
No, Watson. There are several obvious flaws to that theory. In the first place, although the costume is authentic in line, cut, and drape, the woolen fabric of this toga was woven not on an ancient hand loom, but by a modern machine. Second, the liquid in which the gentleman was drowned would have evaporated in a short time, even in very stale air. And third, this room is neither the frigidarium, which was the cold plunge, nor the caldarium, which was the warm. No, judging by the recessed benches built into the walls, this room was the suratorium, or what the Romans called the vapor bath.
But of course, Mr. Holmes. Why didn't I think of that? But, good Lord, then how was he drowned? And why?
Suppose we turn the victim over, Sir George. His identity may give us the answer to those questions.
Righto.
Easy.
By Jove, he looks even more Roman from this side. That nose, those hawk-like features, like some rapacious old Caesar on a Roman coin.
Rather accurate and appropriate description, my dear Watson. Yes, this, unless I'm very much mistaken, is Brutus Octavius Bainbridge, the world's greatest numismatologist.
You mean the coin expert?
But of course. I thought the old fellow looked familiar. Well, I've heard he often wore Roman dress when he was lounging about at home. Oh, so that part of our mystery is a perfectly normal explanation.
Don't be too disappointed, Sir George. There are several other little questions to be cleared up, the answers to which may be rather more exciting than you anticipate.
What do you mean, Holmes?
Well, for one thing, Mr. Bainbridge disappeared very suddenly from his home one night a little over 2 months ago. About a fortnight later, the British Isles began to be flooded by an extraordinarily clever counterfeit sovereign.
By Jove.
I pointed out to Scotland Yard that there might possibly be a connection between the two events.
You mean Mr. Bainbridge was a counterfeiter?
I mean, as the greatest living authority on coins and coinage, he was undoubtedly kidnapped by a band of unusually daring counterfeiters and forced to assist them in their work.
I thought you might possibly come to that conclusion, Mr. Holmes.
What? Great Scott. That voice. Where does it come from?
Over a hidden speaking tube of some sort, I imagine.
But who is it?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, that voice belongs to my arch adversary. Greetings, Professor Moriarty. So now you've taken up counterfeiting. Have I destroyed so many of your activities that you're running short of funds?
I've warned you repeatedly, Holmes, that you are getting to be a nuisance. Surely you must have realized how dangerous that can be.
But, my dear Professor, surely you must realize that danger is the breath of life to me.
This time, Holmes, you've overreached yourself.
On the contrary, Moriarty, it's you who have gone too far. Watson, get Sir George out of here. I'll keep talking to give you a chance to escape. Was it necessary to kill Bainbridge after you'd finished picking his brains?
Not necessary, my dear Holmes, but expedient. We drowned him. I wonder if Dr. Watson can guess why.
Well, dashed if I can. Why not shot or strangle? I say, what's all this about, Holmes?
Get out of here, you idiot.
Well, I leave you in danger, I should say not.
You see, Dr. Watson, drowning would serve two purposes. It would eliminate Mr. Bainbridge, and it would provide a tasty lure for Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
What do you mean?
I knew he'd never turn down an invitation involving a corpse in a toga, ostensibly drowned in an ancient Roman bath.
Watson, if you have no regard for your own safety, at least have the intelligence to get Sir George out of here.
I'm dashed if I understand what's going on here.
You will, Sir George, you will. Sorry to have to execute you, too, but I'm afraid you signed your own death warrant when you sent for Mr. Sherlock Holmes instead of Scotland Yard. I rather thought you would, you know. Ah, well, this is what comes of associating with anyone who is foolish enough to think he can outwit Professor Moriarty.
Look here, you old blunderbuss. You needn't think you can bullyrag Sherlock Holmes or me either.
No.
Great Scott, what's that?
I rather imagine one of the good professor's hirelings has blown up the entrance to Sir George's tunnel.
What? You mean we're buried alive in this sepulchre?
Just like Aida and her young man. Isn't it romantic? You might try singing yourself to death as they did. Such a waste of time, I always thought. What a pity Mr. Bainbridge won't be able to join you. You'd have made such a jolly quartet.
That's torn, eh, Holmes? Looks as though we're entombed in this blasted place until Sir George's assistant turns up tomorrow morning and finds the tunnel caved in.
Tomorrow, my dear Watson, is Sunday, and the day after a bank holiday. Better blow out one of the lanterns and save it for later.
But this is terrible, Mr. Holmes. Why, we'll be asphyxiated by the time Albert arrives on Tuesday.
I doubt it, Sir George. There's a very definite movement of air. Fresh air. Icy fresh air. If you'll wet a finger and hold it up, you'll notice what amounts to a slight breeze. No, I doubt that we shall die from any lack of oxygen. We may very well perish, however, from cold and exposure. It doesn't take long to freeze to death in this temperature.
Oh, you needn't be so confounded cheerful about it, Holmes.
Don't interrupt, Watson. As I was saying, we may very well expire unless we can discover how Mr. Bainbridge's body was brought into this room.
What good will that do?
Any passageway large enough to permit the entrance of this corpse will also serve as an exit for Sir George and myself. You, Watson, may have a bit of trouble.
Oh, you go to blazes.
But, Mr. Holmes, what passageway could there be? As you know, the architecture of the ancient Roman baths was fairly identical. There was obviously only one doorway into this bath, and that's blocked by a great fall of earth and bricks.
Quite. But aren't you forgetting, Sir George, the small, unseen, tube-like passage that invariably ran under all the rooms except the coal plunge?
Of course. The hypocaust.
Oh, what in thunder is a hypocaust?
A smallish tunnel lined with red paving squares, which ran from a furnace outside the buildings under all the principal rooms of a Roman bath. If we can discover some loose tiling in this floor, we may thank the ancient Romans for inventing what our poor, retarded civilization considers a modern improvement, namely central heating.
It's discouraging. I've dug up 24 spots.
Cheer up, Watson. At least the activities kept you from freezing to death.
Yes, it's ruined my trousers. Good thing I was wearing my old suit. I say, the light's getting dimmer. Holmes, the second lantern is about burnt out.
Keep digging, Watson. It's our only chance.
I say, Mr. Holmes, could you come over here a minute? I think I've found a sort of grating under this last batch of bricks.
Good Lord, let's see.
Yes. Yes, we found it. Watson, help me with these bricks. There. Watson, bring the lantern.
Right-o. Here they are.
Now then, let's see.
There's black down there, isn't it?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Sir George. We are now in the vapor room. The blocked-up entrance over there leads to the hot bath. That would put the cold plunge on our left. No good going in that direction. When we go down into the tunnel, we should turn right to get out.
Quite correct, Mr. Holmes.
I'll go first. Give me the lantern, Watson.
It's flickering, Holmes. It's gone out.
Very well, then. We'll have to crawl our way out in the dark.
As if I'd been crawling like a snake for hours.
Stop complaining, Watson. At least we're not sealed up in that vault.
Well, maybe not, but I can't say this is any great improvement. Oh, I don't ask to stand upright. If I could only get to my hands and knees for a moment.
There's a shallow pool of water here.
How jolly. I could use a bath, only I'd just as soon not have ice water, you know.
Save your breath. How are you getting along, Sir George?
I'll manage.
What?
Now what?
Something ran over my hand.
Probably a sewer rat.
Delightful. Maybe we could take it home for a pet.
Quiet, Watson. I think we've reached the end of the tunnel. Yes. It opens out.
You mean I can finally get up off my stomach?
Yes, give me your hand.
Oh. I think my back is permanently bent.
Hello? There are some steps here. Steps going up.
And the door at the top. It's open a slit. Yeah. There's a light. Well, there must be another entrance at ground level.
Yes. Follow me and be very quiet. You'd better have your revolver handy, Watson. This may well be the most dangerous part of the entire adventure. Easy now. Let's have a look through the crack before we open the door.
It's a large, bare-looking place. What's all that machinery?
Those are melting furnaces, presses, weighing apparatus, rolling machines. And on the far side are the acid and water baths in which Bainbridge was undoubtedly drowned. In short, you see before you a very complete mint for the coining of counterfeit money.
Mr. Holmes, who's that sinister-looking man stepping out of the shadows? There. Look, he's adjusting a jeweler's magnifying glass in one eye. Now he's hunched over a pile of golden coins. Good Lord. His head oscillates from side to side like a snake.
Enjoying the fruits of your labor, Moriarty?
You, Holmes!
You didn't expect us to return your call quite so promptly, Professor? Don't bother to reach for that acid. Watson has you covered. Better put your hands up. That's right. Now, you'll come around that table. Slowly. That's right. I have a little present for you. A pair of bracelets that...
Holmes, he's going through the window!
Shoot, Watson, shoot, confound it.
I can't.
Why not?
Well, blast it all, you asked me out of the house in such a dither this morning I forgot to slip my revolver into my overcoat pocket.
Don't look so crestfallen, Watson. I'm rather relieved we didn't get the handcuffs on the professor. Once he's safely behind bars, I'll have no opponent worthy of my talents. I should probably die of sheer boredom.
You mean sheer conceit?
That was quite a story, Dr. Watson. There's always plenty of action when Professor Moriarty's around.
How true, Mr. Harris, how true. This particular adventure had a rather pleasant epilogue.
What was that, Doctor?
Oh, well, suppose I tell you about it after we pay our respects to the gentlemen who so graciously make this program possible.
What could be fairer? You know, the thing you remember about Clippercraft clothes is not their low prices. Not until you're ready to buy again, that is. What you really live with is Clippercraft's superb styling, the perfect fit, fine tailoring, and long-wearing fabrics. No one would dream your Clippercraft suit had cost only $35 or $40, or $43.75 for a few special numbers, or that your top coat or overcoat had cost only $30 to $40, or your sport jacket $24. No, these exceptional values are made possible by the unique Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 924 leading stores across America, bringing these fine clothes to you in a pleasant atmosphere where you get friendly personal attention. Selling beautifully tailored, expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
The leading stores in the metropolitan area that bring you Clippercraft clothes are Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th Street, Manhattan, Abraham and Straus, Brooklyn, the Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark, New Jersey, and the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue, Jamaica. these great, courteous, and friendly stores are proud to add their names to that of Clippercraft in the label of your suit, top coat, sports jacket, and overcoat.
And now, Dr. Watson, about the epilogue to the adventure of the corpse in the Roman toga.
The officers of the Royal Mint tendered Holmes and myself a dinner in recognition of our invaluable services in breaking up a counterfeiting outfit which had threatened the value of British currency. Holmes received a large illuminated scroll and a sizable check.
Always acceptable, eh, Dr. Watson?
Yes, quite so. I was presented with the priceless Roman ring of office, which we had found on the dead man's finger, and a magnificent copy of Vitruvius de Architectura. On the flyleaf in Holmes' handwriting was the inscription, "One never knows what bit of useless tittle-tattle may save a man's life." The chapter on the hypocaust was underlined.
Got you that time. And now, Dr. Watson, I wonder if you'd like to give us a hint about next week's story.
Well, next week, I think I'll tell you how Holmes and I found a man shot under a smashed streetlight. All the evidence pointed in one direction, but the victim had been shot at point-blank range, and there was only one wound, but we heard 2 shots. Holmes always referred to it as the case of the well-staged murder.
Makers of Clippercraft clothes and 924 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Hunger and starvation are the enemies of civilization and democracy. It's up to every American, man, woman, and child, to save a little food every day. In that way, the people of Western Europe can be helped in their fight for decency and freedom. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the case of the well-staged murder. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. Speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is a Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is portrayed by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Well, here we are once again on the threshold of Dr. Watson's study. We find Mr. Holmes' genial biographer strutting up and down in front of his fireplace. Evening, Doctor. You look fit. The Christmas festivities don't seem to have got you down.
I am fit, Mr. Harris, very fit. Better than that, I am rather well fitted. Oh, great Scott, man, where are your eyes?
Why, Dr. Watson, don't tell me Santa Claus brought you a Clippercraft suit.
Well, why not? Just because I'm a wee bit venerable doesn't mean I'm antique. I still enjoy making a good impression, don't you know?
Well, in that suit, it'll be the girls that go when you walk down the street, Doctor. But seriously now, Doctor, suppose you tell us what tonight's story is to be about.
Well, tonight I thought I'd relate how Holmes and I spent New Year's Eve off the Scilly Isles.
The Scilly Isles? That sounds appropriate, Doctor.
The name of these particular islands is spelled Scilly. They are located roughly 100 miles southwest of Land's End, Mr. Harris.
Oh, what in the world were you doing there on New Year's Eve?
Trying to prevent a great maritime catastrophe. You remember what happened to the Titanic? You know what happened to the Lusitania? Well, the lives of those on the ocean liner Gigantic were in even greater danger when Holmes and I went over the side on New Year's Eve in the year 1912. Oh, but good heavens. There I go getting ahead of myself again. Suppose I fix us a Tom and Jerry while you tell our listeners how to start the year right in a Clippercraft clothes.
Fair enough, Dr. Watson. Millions of men, like you, will start the new year in a smart new Clippercraft suit and overcoat. Yes, today more men than ever before wear Clippercraft clothes. For we've sold more Clippercraft clothes than ever before in our entire history. There's a reason, of course. The wise old American public, with its eye for value, has pronounced Clippercraft the most remarkable clothing buys they've ever seen. The reason for these amazing values is the sensational Clippercraft plan. Concentrating the buying power of 924 of the nation's leading stores from coast to coast, it accounts for tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. That's why truly fine Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45, why Clippercraft topcoats and overcoats are only $40, and sport jackets only $26.50. Clippercraft values are downright amazing. Compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, to return to the New Year's Eve you and Sherlock Holmes celebrated on the good ship Gigantic.
Yes. Here's your Tom and Jerry, Mr. Harris.
Thank you,
Be
Doctor.
careful, don't burn yourself. Yes, it was probably the most hectic New Year's Eve I've ever experienced. Nothing is as terrifying to a seafaring man as the thought of fire aboard ship, the panic, the isolation. Oh, but that's neither here nor there. Yes, let me see. It was the last day of the year 1912. Its inception was sufficiently placid, I must say. A light snow was falling as Holmes and I seated ourselves on either side of a well-filled breakfast table. The flames of our sea-coal fire reflected themselves cheerfully in the generous coffee pot. The whole house was filled with the pleasant aroma of the stuffing Mrs. Hudson was preparing for our New Year's goose. Suddenly there came a frantic jangle at the front door bell.
No, definitely no.
No what, Holmes?
Whoever it is that's pulling our front doorbell out by the roots and whatever his problem is, I'm definitely not interested. Yes, Watson, being the world's greatest consulting detective has its disadvantages. People always manage to get into difficulties at the most inopportune moments.
Yes, you should try being a doctor, Holmes. No female since Eve has ever decided to become a mother at a convenient time.
Oh, come in, confound it.
Mr. Holmes? Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Naturally. Whatever your problem is, I warn you it'll have to wait till after the holidays.
But it can't wait, Mr. Holmes. Close to 2,000 lives are at stake. I pray to heaven you'll be able to reach them before it's too late.
Reach whom? Where? And what is this disaster you anticipate with such trepidation?
The steamship Gigantic, Mr. Holmes. She should be somewhere off the Scilly Isles by midnight. We've been reliably informed that an attempt will be made to set fire to her at that time. If successful, it'll be the greatest disaster in all maritime history.
Yes, in that case, I suppose I shall have to forego the little celebration I'd planned for this evening.
Have to? Really, Holmes, you are a cold-blooded fish.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't believe you've met my colleague, Dr. Watson. Mr.
Pembroke. Reginald Pembroke.
How do you do, sir?
I'm chairman of the board of Floyd's, the famous insurance company.
Oh, then your desire to prevent this disaster isn't entirely humanitarian.
Not entirely, but neither is it altogether mercenary. There's more at stake than the lives of the passengers on board the Gigantic. If she goes down, the financial stability of the British Empire goes with her.
Interesting, eh, Watson? Continue, Mr. Pembroke.
You may not be aware, Mr. Holmes, that during this past year there have been a terrifying number of marine catastrophes.
Holmes knows everything, Mr. Pembroke.
I'm quite cognizant of the fact that quite a few of the newest and fastest British liners have been destroyed at sea by fire, storm, and accident.
They weren't accidents, Mr. Holmes, I assure you.
Quite.
The Egyptian Star was destroyed by fire in the Persian Gulf. 800 lives lost. The Lord Nelson disappeared in a typhoon in the Indian Ocean. No survivors. The Southern Cross exploded and sank off the coast of Brazil. 1,200 casualties. The Wellington, the Lady Jane Grey, and the El Dorado all caught fire in different parts of the Pacific. Total deaths, over 2,000. The greatest disaster was last April, when the Titanic ran into an iceberg with a loss of over 1,500 souls.
The public's becoming panicky about traveling on British ships. The ships of other nationalities are taking all our trade. 3 banks and nearly 10 investment concerns who had large marine interests have gone to the wall. Even Floyd's is not too secure. But that is not the most serious aspect of the situation.
Really?
Good Lord, don't tell me there's worse to come.
Much worse, Dr. Watson. Those ships disappeared in many parts of the world. They were sunk by diverse methods. One factor, however, was the same in each disaster.
And that was?
The cargo carried by each ship was gold. English gold.
Oh.
If it ever became known how much British bullion lies at the bottom of the 7 seas, British credit would be badly crippled. As a matter of fact, the Bank of England has been forced to import a large shipment of gold from Canada.
And it's on the Gigantic. Good Lord, no wonder you're upset.
The whole economic structure of the British Empire is at stake, Mr. Holmes. Nothing must happen to the Gigantic.
What makes you think anything will?
A cable was sent shortly after the Gigantic left Queenstown. She makes a stop in Ireland on her eastbound voyage, you know. She sailed shortly before dawn this morning. The gangplanks have been drawn in, the last line have been cast off, and the great propellers have begun to churn. Suddenly the dockmaster noticed someone sliding down the ship's side on a rope.
Hi, look up there, sir. Some fool's climbed over the side. He's coming down on a rope.
Go back, you fool. Go back. He'll be killed.
He'll never make the dock. He'll fall in the water and be swept under the ship.
No, he's pushing the rope away from the ship with his feet. He's swinging out. He's going to jump.
He made it.
Someone up on the bridge has seen him. He's calling to him.
The chap picked himself up. He's shouting back.
Happy New Year to you up there. Happy New Year in hell.
Good Lord, I know the man, sir. It's Smoky Joe, the firebug. If the Gigantic don't catch fire between here and Southampton, I'm a Dutchman.
Smoky Joe. Seems to me we've heard of him before, Watson? Not merely as an expert arsonist, but a dangerous pyromaniac as well. They caught him, I hope, Mr. Pembroke.
No, Mr. Holmes. Unfortunately, he was too quick for them. He crawled down a ladder and disappeared among the pilings under the docks.
So, the Gigantic is headed for Southampton with a nice bit of Joe's handiwork aboard.
You think it's a firebomb, eh, Holmes?
Not necessarily, Watson. There are many ingenious ways of starting a fire, you know. Whoever hired Joe would prefer to have it happen well out to sea, I imagine.
Our thought exactly, Mr. Holmes. We've wirelessed Captain Brooks to make a search, of course, but on a ship the size of the Gigantic, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. You are our one hope, Mr. Holmes. If only you couldn't get on board in time.
And how do you suggest I go about that little assignment?
The chairman of the Great Western Railway has placed the Royal Train at your disposal. All other traffic will be cleared off the tracks. Now, you should reach Land's End shortly after lunch. My yacht, the Albatross, will be waiting for you in the harbor at St. Ives. It's a very speedy little craft, and with any luck, you should sight the Gigantic around 11 o'clock tonight.
Yes, 11 o'clock. What was it Smoky Joe called out? Happy New Year in hell. It won't be New Year till midnight. If we reach the Gigantic by 11, we may just possibly be in time. Six bells. It's 11 o'clock. Confound this fog. We've had to reduce our speed to half.
Oh, we'll never catch up to the Gigantic now, Holmes.
Nonsense. She's had to slow down, too. I only hope we don't miss her entirely in this fog.
I don't really care.
You don't sound very fit, Watson. What's up?
Do you have to use that unfortunate expression?
And tell me you're feeling squeamish.
It's this confounded roll. I can stand a good brisk sea, but this bobbing about in a teacup.
Pity I didn't bring the Mothersills seasick pills.
Oh, Mothersills. There's only one remedy for this sort of thing.
What's that?
Staying on shore. Jolly way to spend New Year's Eve, this is. Who do you suppose is responsible for these confounded sinkings, anyway?
Mr. Pembroke seems to feel it's a foreign plot. The Middle East European shipping industries benefit the most, of course.
Holmes, did you hear that?
By Jove, yes.
Sounds like an ocean liner, right enough.
Yes, we're signaling her.
Scott, there she is, the gigantic looming out of the fog. Looks like a mountain coming at us.
Yes, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson coming aboard. Let down a ladder.
Ladder coming over! Look out below!
Here's the ladder, Watson. Think you can manage it?
I'd climb up the Eiffel Tower on a clothesline if it would get me off this bouncing cockle shell.
Quite an impressive array of instruments you have up here on the bridge, Captain Brooks.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. On the Gigantic, we have the latest of everything. And none of it's any real use in case of fire. I'd sooner face a typhoon or a shipwreck, or a mutiny even, dod rat it, than a fire on board ship.
But surely a ship this size should be fairly fireproof.
That's what you might think, Dr. Watson. But there are three factors that make a fire on a luxury liner dangerous. First, there's all the confounded ornamental woodwork that's used in a passenger construction. Second, there's the fact that once a fire gets a firm hold, it's fed by drafts that rush through the ventilating system. And third, there is the element of panic. Nothing makes people behave more like wild beasts quicker than the cry of fire.
In case of fire, you have, of course, an alarm system.
Oh, we have the old-fashioned system of bells, and also something rather recent. The Gigantic is one of the first ships to install it. You see that glass case over there, gentlemen?
The one with a lot of tubes entering from below. Looks rather like a giant honeycomb, eh, Holmes?
Each of those tubes leads to a separate compartment of the ship. The instant a fire breaks out anywhere, smoke is immediately drawn up into the glass case. I've stationed a sailor to watch that case. Believe me, gentlemen, the first wisp of smoke, we shall know it.
Yes, undoubtedly very helpful, Captain Brooks, in the case of an ordinary conflagration. I assure you, a fire set by Smoky Joe is not ordinary. He's a master arsonist. 10 seconds after one of his fires breaks out, you're dealing with a raging inferno.
Well, confound it, they tell me the man deserted the ship at Queenstown. That is this morning. Well, that's more than 18 hours ago. If he'd set fire, it seems to me that we'd be in flames by this time.
Not necessarily. There are many methods by which a fire can be made to break out long after the pyromaniac has left the scene of his crime. You say you found no time bombs, no inflammable acids?
No, Mr. Holmes. Ever since I received word that we were in danger, I've had my men searching high and low. They found nothing, absolutely nothing. It's been a systematic search, I promise you.
Yes, but you've drawn a blank. That's what comes of using system instead of brains and initiative.
Oh? And how do you propose to locate whatever it is we can't find?
By using a little logic. I shall credit Smoky Joe with having the intelligence to place his fire-starting device in the place where it'll do the most damage. The man's no amateur, Captain. He knows his business. Then I shall investigate that place and remove his handiwork.
Holmes, you're bragging again.
Not at all, my dear Watson. I think I may promise I shall have discovered the menace inside of half an hour. I only hope Joe's little device doesn't do its nasty job before then.
Half an hour. It's now 11:30 exactly. Do you think you can solve this problem by midnight?
Yes, Captain. With any luck, I think I can promise you a placid and uneventful New Year.
Captain Brooks?
Yes, Mr. Brown. What seems to be the trouble?
The wireless engineer, sir, wishes to report that something's wrong with his apparatus. Both the sending and receiving equipment have suddenly gone out of commission.
I don't like that. What does he think is the
Pardon
matter?
me, Captain. Can you come here a minute?
Excuse me a moment, gentlemen. The wheelsman is calling me. What's the trouble, Jerry?
It's the compass, sir. It's spinning like a top. I can't figure out what's got into it. Never seen the like except once in some magnetic storm.
Great Scott, this is incredible.
Now what? It's the engine room calling, Captain.
I'll take it. Hello? Yes, Captain Brooks speaking. The blazes, you say? Well, do the best you can.
Seems to be the difficulty, Captain.
The dynamos are slowing down. They can't figure out why.
Good Lord, sir, that's why the lights are getting dim.
The blazes with the lights. Without dynamos, we've no forced draft for the furnaces. We'll never keep up enough steam pressure to drive the ship. In no time at all, we'll be drifting helplessly in the Atlantic, in the middle of the reefs that surround the Scilly Isles.
Jolly way to spend New Year's Eve, eh, Holmes?
It could be worse, you know.
How?
The ship could be on fire. That's the real menace, to which these other threats are but the prelude, I fancy.
For the love of heaven, what are we to do?
Keep calm and use whatever intelligence the Lord has endowed us with. Captain Brooks, I suggest you and as many officers as you can spare join the holiday celebration that's undoubtedly going on in order to keep discipline in case there's any disturbance.
Very good, Mr. Holmes. There's a New Year's dance going on in the large ballroom. It's on C deck.
And meanwhile, if you can spare us someone to guide Watson and myself.
Of course. And Mr. Brown here is our purser. He knows the ship as well as anyone aboard.
I'm sure he does. Very well, Mr. Brown. If you'll lead the way, I think Dr. Watson and I would like to go below.
And investigate the engines?
No, Mr. Brown, even lower than that. What we're looking for is apt to be rather close to the furnaces, I imagine.
Oh, these iron stairs that go round and round to make me dizzy. Maybe it's the heat down here.
Yes, we're getting close to the furnace room. If you listen, you can hear the men stoking.
Grim way to earn a living, eh, Holmes?
Stop a minute. Where does that lead, Mr. Brown? That small corridor with a heavy metal door at the far end.
That's the bullion room, sir, where the gold is kept.
Very interesting. Suppose we take a look, eh, Watson?
Yes, I've always wanted to see those gold bars you hear so much about.
I'm afraid that won't be possible, Dr. Watson.
Why not?
Well, as you can see, the door is locked and sealed. It was done by the port authorities before we left New York. That door won't be opened until the port authorities unseal it when we reach Southampton.
You mean that room in there wasn't opened when the captain ordered the ship searched for incendiary material?
No, Mr. Holmes. But it's quite impossible for anyone to place a firebomb or anything of the sort in there. As you can see, the seals are still intact.
Quite. These seals are intact. But are they the ones put on in New York? I doubt it. Let's have a look. Yes, interesting. Very interesting. These are not the original seals.
Oh, how can you tell, Holmes? They look intact to me.
Exactly, they are intact. But here in the crack of the door sill are bits of broken seals. But these seals are not even chipped.
By Jove, yes, of course. The original seals were hacked off and then replaced after someone had finished picking the lock and robbing the room inside.
I doubt if robbery was the motive, Watson.
Well, for what other reason would anyone want to break into a room full of gold bullion?
It all depends. What lies directly below that room, Mr. Brown?
Well, let me see. Well, nothing of any great importance, Mr. Holmes. Just the coal piles.
The coal piles? Good Lord. I think we shall have to break the seals again, Mr. Brown. Here, Watson, help me.
But the door is locked, Mr. Holmes. Even after the seals have been removed, we shall have to get the key from the captain.
No time for that. Hand me my burglar tools, Watson.
Very well.
But, good heavens, you mean you could actually pick a lock with those things?
If Holmes ever turned thief, Mr. Brown, even the Bank of England wouldn't be safe.
Yes, that should do the trick. Now, if you'll help me draw the bars, Watson.
Yes, with pleasure. Well, there you are, Holmes.
Now, let's see.
Say, it's black in there, isn't it?
Is there a light inside, Mr. Brown?
No, Mr. Holmes, I'm afraid not.
Then we shall have to prop the door open. The light from the corridor will have to do for our investigations. Come on, Watson.
Holmes, that smell. Phew. Strong and acrid. Like sulfur, only with more bite.
Seems to be coming from this large tin. Suppose I light a match.
Oh, this village, stop!
Don't be alarmed. I know better than to light a match around a tin which is leaking sulfuric acid. I only wanted to know how much you knew about Smoky Joe's incendiary device, Mr. Ludwig Brown, spelled B-R-A-U-N, if I'm not mistaken.
So you recognize me?
Yes, that dueling scar over your left eye. It's rather a giveaway, don't you know?
So you have found how we are going to set fire to the ship by having the acid drip through a hole in the floor onto the coal beneath. The first shovelful of that acid-soaked coal that goes in the furnace, and the whole of the ship will be a blazing inferno. Nothing could put out that fire.
Don't you mean that's how you were going to start the fire?
My dear Mr. Holmes, you do not think we will let a small obstacle like the famous Sherlock Holmes stand in our way?
Now, listen to me.
Don't raise your fist at me or I'll let you have it.
Never argue with a Luger pistol, Watson.
Well, that's the first sensible remark you've made, Mr. Holmes. I'm sorry to leave, but the stokers should reach the sulfuric acid-impregnated coal in about 10 minutes, I believe. So I must be going. This room will be a roaring oven once it starts. You'll be rather badly overdone, gentlemen. Goodbye, then. So sorry I cannot say auf Wiedersehen.
The door. He's bolted it. Even you can't open it now, Holmes.
Shut up, Watson, and help me look for the opening.
What opening, for heaven's sake?
The opening that leads to the tube that ends in the captain's new fire-detecting machine. It should be somewhere near the ceiling.
But, Holmes, I can't see a thing in this black hole of Calcutta.
You can feel, can't you?
Not a thing, Holmes. The wall on this side of the room, it's as smooth as an egg.
Confound it, if we could see for half a minute, it would... Hello, I've got something.
Yes?
Yes, a small grating here in the upper corner. This must be it. Now, if we can make a smudge of some sort. Watson, bring me a piece of paper.
Paper? Where would I find a piece of paper?
Then bring me anything I can burn. A bit of cloth, a piece of... Yes, by Jove, rope. Bring me a piece of the rope that's tied around one of the boxes that contain the bullion.
Very well, if I can find a box that... Oh!
Now what?
I found it. Found it. The knots are tied so tight I
Blazes with knots. Cut the rope, Watson. Use your pocket knife.
Oh, very well. There you are, Holmes. It's a short length, I'm afraid.
I only want enough for a smudge. Nothing like a bit of hempen rope to...
Holmes, for heaven's sake, you're not going to set a match to that thing in here. There'll be an explosion.
Have to take the chance, Watson. With any luck, the sulfuric acid fumes won't be too concentrated up here near the ceiling. Well, here goes. 1, 2. Now, if we can persuade the rope to smolder. Yes, there she goes.
Certainly makes plenty of smoke, eh, Holmes?
The important thing is being drawn up through the grating.
How long before they come to investigate, do you suppose?
It all depends on the mental acumen of the sailor who's watching that fire-detecting machine.
Well, let's hope he's brighter than he looks. It may be my imagination, but it seems to me I can feel the metal flooring under my feet beginning to get hot.
Most things in 1948 will cost you a great deal more than you've paid in other years. That's why it's sensational news to know that you can get Clippercraft suits in 1948 for only $40 and $45. Clippercraft top coats and overcoats for only $40 and sport jackets for only $26.50. And isn't it as good a time as any to decide to get the most for your money? You've every right to expect long wear, correct styling, good taste, comfort, and perfect fit. And you get all these to an astounding degree in Clippercraft clothes. And you get them at incredibly modest prices. It's, of course, American production genius applied to the making of fine clothes that does the trick. It's the unique Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 924 of the nation's leading independent stores from coast to coast. You get the benefit of this plan at your own locally owned store, the store you can trust. Selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suit, top coat, and overcoat. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now let's rejoin Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, locked in the smoke-filled bullion room of the gigantic.
Good Lord. How long does it take for them to get us out of here? That smoke's suffocating.
Calm yourself, Watson. It can't be more than 3 minutes since we lit this smudge. Yes, I can hear someone running down the iron staircase.
I can't hear the blasted thing. How do you...
Hello! Hello in there!
Get us out!
We're in here!
Open the door! What a relief.
How in thunder did you two get locked in here? What's all the smoke?
No time for explanations, Captain. Stop them stoking the furnaces. Flood the coal piles with water. They've been soaked with sulfuric acid.
Good Lord.
Benjar! Gates! Stop the firing! Stop the pumps in the engine room!
Well, that's that, Holmes. What do you suppose has become of that dastardly purser?
We'll let Captain Brooks take care of him, Watson. Unless I'm very much mistaken, Mr. Brown is going to wish he'd never gone to sea. Well, come along, let's go upstairs and join the festivities. I think we rate a bottle of champagne.
Well, to blazes with the champagne, I need a double brandy. 8 bells. Let's see, that would be...
Midnight, Watson.
Happy New Year, old fellow.
Happy New Year, Holmes, and many of them. But don't you think you could manage to have them not quite so hair-raising?
And have you getting fat and lethargic? You know, that would be unhealthy. Not to say boring.
Oh, so now it's for my sake we indulge in all these horrendous escapades, eh? Fine bit of logic, that is.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary. But here's the ballroom. Suppose we join the party.
Sign, my dear.
Dr. Watson, that was an exciting way to spend New Year's Eve.
It was a bit too exciting, Mr. Harris, if you ask me.
Doctor, did they catch the purser?
Oh, they did indeed. Mr. Brown and 5 of his accomplices were thrown in the brig. That was the end of the disasters in the British Maritime Service.
When did Holmes first suspect the purser was the villain of the piece?
When he came onto the bridge and threw his overcoat on a chair near to the compass, whereupon the compass went berserk. Holmes immediately suspected the coat contained a powerful magnet of some sort.
And was he right, Doctor?
My dear Mr. Harris, was Sherlock Holmes ever wrong? But come, fill your mug and let us wish our radio friends a prosperous, happy, and peaceful New Year.
Indeed we do, Doctor. And now, Dr. Watson, would you like to give us a hint about next week's story?
Next week, I think I'll tell you how Holmes and I trapped a famous jewel thief right in our own rooms in Baker Street by the use of what was then a fabulous new invention, the gramophone.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 924 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Mazarin Stone. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes for Men, wishing you a happy and prosperous New Year from all of us at Clippercraft. This is the world's largest network serving more than 450 radio stations and usual broadcasters.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program with authentic police case histories.
SAFECRACKER, who found that a flask of liquor was more risky to handle than a vial of nitroglycerin.
Gangbusters has asked Detective Lieutenant John Sinclair, Police Department, St. Louis, Missouri, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Lieutenant Sinclair, you've told me tonight's case began in a cheap hotel on Market Street near the Union Station in St. Louis, Missouri, about 2 years ago.
That's right, Don Gardner. Room 18 had been occupied for the last few days by one James Moore, notorious Boston safecracker. But Moore was no longer trusted by his associates in the East. The reason was quite evident from a glance at the empty bottles in his room. Moore was spread across the bed, fully clothed, sleeping it off. As the noonday sun flashed in under the flapping black shade, the door to his room opened. But Mr. Moore didn't move.
Okay, there he is. Come on. Okay, Moore, on your feet.
Come on. Now sit on your feet.
I'll rise, straight rise.
Get up, I said.
And none of your sludge from the bottom of the Charles River bartender. You get her right back in the eye.
Snap out of it, will you? I haven't got all day.
There's my drink.
I'll give you a drink. Here's a drink for you.
Water.
Sure, it's water. You want more of it?
Oh, now I know you. You're a tin badge of a St. Louis copper.
Keep those hands to yourself now.
I'll take more than one of you prairie pups for a policeman to haul Jim Moore in today.
Come on, you grab his other arm.
Huh? Oh, no. Not by no fluttering female policeman will I be taken through the streets like a cow being led by a milkmaid. Not by no female policeman.
Grab him, baby. Come on.
Hold it a minute, Robbie. Come with us, Moore. There's a bottle outside the car. With this much in it.
A lure. A lure into the trap of doom.
We're not cops. Can't you get it through your head?
Huh?
No.
How much you say was in that bottle?
This much.
And home, we got it by the case.
How's the weather out? Do I need my rubbers?
The weather's fine.
To what fortunate turn of nature do I owe this generosity, my boy? And, my girl?
I figured you'd like to do a little teaching.
Teaching? If I'm to teach, who's the student?
Me.
Huh?
I want to learn all about drills. And punches. And knobs and nitroglycerin.
By the case, huh?
But one bottle at a time.
Yeah, well, one bottle at a time is enough for one man at a time. Well, what are we waiting
Watch
for?
it.
Oh, easy there. It's my underpinning needs a little shoring.
Just hold on to us. We'll get you there.
That's right. Now you just slip your arm around me there, sweetheart. We'll all go out together. Stick around.
I give up. He's a rummy. Let's face it, it's no use.
I taught you plenty in 2 weeks, Robbie. So it'll take a little longer than you figured.
Will you stop that sewing machine? Him with the bottle, you with your sewing. You both drive me nuts. If you need a dress so bad, why don't you go out and buy one?
It's hard to fit in the shoulders.
Why I ever had this crazy idea, I don't know. I'm going back to being a gunman. You walk in, you put a heater on them, you get their dough. That's all there is to it. You don't have to be a mechanic.
Do what you like, Robbie. I still think it's a good idea.
Would you shut that thing off before I throw it out the window?
Oh.
Every time I look at him, I hate him more.
Why? What's he done to you?
I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at myself 30 years from now.
Why don't you try taking the bottle away from him? When he gives, you give.
That don't work either. He may be the best safecracker ever to come out of Boston, but he sure needs a lot of lubrication. All morning he's been trying to explain to me about keeping nitroglycerin at body temperature. I should keep it under my belt next to the skin. Yeah. I'll try it the way he says. Somebody will have to come pick me off the roof. With a shovel.
Robbie.
What?
You think these buttons would be nice on here or covered ones?
Oh, who cares?
What happens after you finish learning everything he knows?
He'll go along on a job with me. One job.
That won't make him happy.
Who wants to make him happy? They're going to catch the old rumhead. Right in the act.
Hey. Isn't that kind of dangerous for you?
It's the safest way I can think of. We go over to some small town across the river. We break into a store. I work with them till almost time to set her off, and then I go out after the car. Boom. The cops are there. First thing you know, Moore's in Joliet or someplace where he won't give me any more trouble.
Oh, now, that's not right, and it's not fair.
Who cares what's fair? He's off our hands. Let me get back to the professor. I'll talk to you about it later. That's got it, Peg, right here.
Okay.
Leave the lights on. More. Take the stuff and start to jimmy the back door. I'll be there in 2 minutes.
But, Robbie...
Go on, take the stuff.
Don't forget the bottle, Robbie.
Get out of here. Start on that door.
Hurry along, Robbie.
Just get that door, Jimmy, do you hear?
All right, Peg. Now you drive to the tavern and wait there. 11:45 on the dot. Phone the sheriff's office. Tell them you were passing by. Thought you saw somebody inside the clothing store.
Robbie, you're looking for trouble.
Stop worrying. I ought to be at the tavern by the time you get off the phone.
Suppose your watch stops. Suppose Moore doesn't do
We'll
it.
do it the way I said. Gotta get rid of that bottle, baby. This is the best way I can think of.
When they pick him up, he'll talk.
So they'll be looking for me in Illinois. They're looking for me anyway.
Okay, Robbie.
Look. Pack in, kid. When we hit Chicago, I line up the best crew of SAFECRACKERS ever worked the Midwest. Go on. Hello, Peg. How's this for timing?
Wonderful.
What's the sheriff's office say?
They're sending somebody to investigate.
Perfect. Well, what are you drinking?
Come on, Robbie, let's get out of here.
What's your hurry?
I just don't like sticking around, that's all.
I thought it'd be kind of fun to keep our distance and watch them haul that old lush in. This will cure him. You won't get a drink for 6 years at least.
Robbie, please, come on, let's go.
All right, baby. Not a bad idea, that. A good start. We ought to make Chicago before daybreak.
So, Don, Robert Lee Robertson, the St. Louis bandit turned safecracker, headed for Chicago to organize a gang of burglars who would lead Midwest authorities, both federal and local, on a wild chase until a vial of nitroglycerin blew the gang's hopes sky high.
Now back to Gangbusters.
You were telling us, Lieutenant Sinclair, how Robert Lee Robertson turned from banditry to safecracking, employing the technique of an old-time burglar whom he used as a tutor.
That's right, Don. And within a few weeks, the gang was striking so often and so swiftly that law enforcement officers from each of 4 states met in Chicago one day with agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and post office inspectors. As the meeting progressed, Captain George Mantell, safe and loft expert of the Chicago Police Department, was called on for his opinion.
And as it stands, gentlemen, these criminals are running from one jurisdiction to another, hitting small towns, avoiding big cities like Chicago and St. Louis.
Captain Mantell.
Yes?
Is it your opinion that Robertson is working small towns, then running back to Chicago, for instance, to lay out until his next job?
Yes, I was going to ask that. Yes, I'd say that's probably what they're doing. Now, Special Agent Wright of the FBI has a suggestion. I think it might help us as much as anything. Mr. Wright?
Well, gentlemen, what will help us most is information. Any scrap that's picked up by members of any of your departments should be forwarded here to Chicago, either to me or to Captain Mantell.
Good idea.
We'll sift every bit of information we get. We'll piece it together with what we already have. Maybe with a little teamwork among all of us, we'll be able to locate these men and get enough evidence to convict them.
Oh, Peg, come in.
Everything okay?
Couldn't be better.
Robbie?
Is it okay?
Yeah, okay, come on.
All right, Peg, get inside.
Hey, Robbie.
Come on. Where's Cardinal?
Yeah.
Has he got the new guy?
Yep.
Hey, where's that sewing I left here last night?
How should I know?
How does he look to you, Miller?
Left it right there on the table.
Will you stop worrying about your pins and needles?
I've been working a month on that blouse.
I didn't touch it.
Well, somebody
Okay,
did.
who cares?
Don't leave anything around you guys.
Miller.
Yeah?
What do you think of this new guy?
Well, Cargill says he knows his stuff.
I can find that out from Cargill. What do you think of?
He looks okay to me. Good man with the soup, they say.
Cargill, come in here. Want to talk to you.
Robbie,
Yeah, what?
now that we're back in Chicago, can't we stay here a couple of days?
No.
When are you going to spend all this money?
When I retire.
When you retire. What the devil happened to that sewing?
Hello, Robbie.
Cargill?
Come on, meet this guy, Robbie. He knows his business.
Cargill, did you see my sewing?
Will you shut up?
Oh, for...
Where's he from?
The East.
Where in the East?
I don't know. Did he tell you, Miller? Or should he tell me?
What kind of a deal is this? You bring me a knob knocker, you don't know where he's from.
He's okay. I'm telling you, he's okay.
We'll see. Miller.
Yeah, Robbie?
When I'm talking to this guy, take the car around back. Put those new Nebraska plates on it.
Right, boys. Come on, Robbie. I'll introduce you to this guy.
I can introduce myself.
Okay.
Hi, I'm the... Peg. Peg.
What, Robbie?
Come in here.
What is it? I'm looking for Hello, Moore.
So you're the big soup man from the East. You should have come back for me that night, Robbie, my boy. The safe was loaded with currency of every denomination and 2 quarts of Kentucky bourbon bottled in bond.
Well, if you'll excuse me.
Peg, come here.
What is it, Robbie?
You know this whiskey head was here.
No, I didn't.
You know he was no fish that were going to spring on me.
Have a drink, Robbie. Help yourself.
I'll give you a drink.
Robbie, oh.
Get out of here, Peg. Go on, get out.
Robbie,
Go on, get out.
All right.
Wait for me out there.
She's a sweet one, Robbie. Sweet like the morning dew before the mountain sun comes up.
Okay, never mind the poetry. One thing I want to find out from you and then walk out of here and forget you ever seen the place. I don't want no rum pots under my nose.
I'm afraid you're stuck with me, Robbie.
Now, listen here.
Hands off. Here's one bottle you won't be so quick to knock on before. Nitroglycerin. My nitroglycerin.
Put that soup on the table, Moore, and walk out of here.
You're not feeding me whiskey an ounce at a time now, Robbie. I'm doing the feeding, and I'm giving the orders. From now on, I'm a full partner in your noble aggregation.
That's what you say.
You'll say it, too, Robbie. You'll say it with words of welcome or the bottle smashes on the floor like you smashed that bottle of good red whiskey.
Is that so?
I swear it by all the oaths my father taught me. I'm in, huh, Robbie? I'm in, or I blow us both to the house to who knows where.
You're not in.
I've lived a long time, Robbie, and I've waited a long time for right now. Say yes, or hold onto your hat.
Get out of here, Moore.
The orders are coming from me. Jim Moore, master of the trade. Say yes. Say you're in, Moore. Say it.
You haven't got the nerve. Go on, blow us up. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on.
Oh, you win, Robbie. I couldn't smash the bottle, not even for a place in heaven insured.
Give me that soup, you.
Give it. Yeah. Now, Robbie, no.
All right, sit down there. Go on, sit down.
Robbie, no.
Shut up. Thanks for handing me the little idea about another use for the nitro. I'll remember it if I ever get on a spot. Only you and me are different, Moore. When I have to, I'll smash the bottle.
Pity a poor soul who was once king of them all, Robbie.
Pity you, all right. I'll put you out of your misery.
Oh, Robbie. Robbie, no.
Cargill, Miller.
Miller went out to the car.
Go in there and watch that guy. Don't let him out of your sight.
Ain't he all right?
Get in there and watch him, will you?
Okay, don't get excited.
Peg. I ought to pin your ears back for this.
For what?
You didn't call the cops that night.
I did, Robbie. I did exactly what you told me.
Don't lie to me.
Let go.
What do you think I'm running around here? What do you think I'm running? An old folks' home?
Robbie, stop.
You didn't call the cops, did you? Did you?
I couldn't. Not on the old guy. I couldn't.
When I tell you to do something, you'll do it.
All right, Robbie. All right. From now on, anything you say.
You bet your life you'll do anything I say.
Anything.
Now, Robbie. No Nebraska plates are on a car.
Okay. We'll leave in 20 minutes.
What about the new guy? We taking him along on a job?
We're taking him along, but not on the job. He gets dumped about halfway.
Robbie.
What's the matter? He seemed okay to me.
Well, you don't count.
You're not going to kill him.
You want to go along?
What do you think you are, Capone or somebody? Just a small-time hoodlum that's had a little luck.
That's enough.
Just a little luck, that's
One
all.
more peep out of you and you'll be the safe ditches more, you hear? Now find your soul and sit down in that chair and do it. Don't go out, don't call nobody, don't do nothing. You just sit there and sew. When I get back, we'll settle this thing between you and me once and for all.
FBI, Special Agent Wright.
This is Captain Mantell. We just got our hands on a bit of information about Robertson.
Oh, anything good, Captain?
Well, I can't say. But Robertson's supposed to have just gotten a set of Nebraska license plates.
Yes?
The last three numbers are 061. I put it out on the teletype, and all radio points will pick it up for broadcast. Maybe this is the break that we've been waiting for.
Look, Robbie, I don't want to get mixed up in no killing. I got nothing against the guy.
Yeah, Robbie, just tell me why. If you tell me why, it might be okay.
It's okay because I say so. Drive, Cargill, that's all. Just drive. And you, Miller, keep your mouth shut.
Let me kill the bottle before you give me the push, Robbie.
Shut up.
If you think I'm scared, you're thinking right. Gee, I wish I had more of a load on. If I had more of a load on it, it'd be like dropping off into a feather bed.
Shut up, will you? There's a spot up ahead, Cargo.
Look, Robbie,
Okay, that's enough. Be just like you, more to come back and haunt me.
You could count on it, Robbie.
All right, where'd you rather have it? In the head or in the belly?
Let me go. Let me go, Robbie.
I'm doing you a favor, Rum-Dum. Make up your mind. Where?
Robbie, it's cops.
Hey, get moving. Get moving, Cargo.
Don't worry. State Highway Patrol, Robbie.
They must have made the license plate. Go on faster. I guess you get a reprieve, huh?
Oh, for once in my life, I wish the cops well.
Go on.
Down to the floor. We're pulling away from him.
Cargo?
Yeah?
Douse the lights.
Hey.
There's a side road over the hill. Duck into it.
We can't run on a side road.
Maybe we'll lose them. If not, it's okay. There's enough of us. We'll fight it out and double back Chicago.
What about him?
He stays with us. For the time being. Go on, hit it, Cargo, hit it.
Hello, Captain. Oh, right. You heard that the state police jumped up Robertson and his crew.
Yeah, too bad they lost them.
Placed we were close. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Captain Mantell. Oh. Was that so? What's the number again? Yeah, I've got it. Okay, we'll be right out there. Patrolman located the car, parked in front of an apartment building on the south side. The motor was still warm.
Well, let's go, Captain.
We just stopped down at the desk, right, and put in a call for the riot squad. We may need them.
You got us in some mess, Robbie. Moore didn't do nothing to nobody.
Okay, so they didn't do nothing to nobody.
Now we're stuck with them here. We can't turn them out. We can't hold them. What are we going to do?
I'll figure that out after you get rid of the license plates in the car. I told you to take it around back an hour ago.
Miller said he'd attend.
I told you. Now the car sits out there an hour, nothing's done about it. Peg.
Yeah?
Will you light someplace?
Okay, Robbie.
Miller.
Keep your voice down, will you, Robbie? It's 4 a.m. The neighbors will have the cops down on us.
Miller.
Yeah, Robbie, what is it?
Bring more in here. I want to talk to you all.
Right.
Well, come on, Peg. Don't stand there.
I don't see what you're so hot under the collar about. If anybody's mad, it should be more.
You want some of the same treatment you got before?
Honest, Robbie, this whole business is going to your head. We were better off when...
Shut up, will you?
Okay.
Why don't come inside?
Well, Robbie, got yourself in a spot, haven't you? You're stuck with me like a tiger stuck with stripes.
I won't be stuck with you for long.
Hey, Robbie.
Peg, ask who it is.
Who is it?
Police officers. Open up.
We're cooked.
Open up in there.
Get the machine gun. No, wait. Wait a minute. I got a better idea. Listen here, copper. I got nitroglycerin here, see? I'll blow you and us and everybody in this building straight to Milwaukee.
Robbie, put away that soup.
Put away, I'm going to use it. You hear that, copper? You hear that? I'm going to use it.
Open the door or we'll shoot through it.
Robbie, put that soup away.
Shoot through the door and you'll hit the soup, copper. You want to live, don't you, copper? You want to live? Let me get away or I'll blow you all to pieces.
Well, get some sense, will you? They got us.
Bobby, don't do it.
Jump on, Cargill.
His arm. Let go of my arm. Give me that.
Hold on to him. On your feet. All of you, on your feet.
All right, take it easy, will you? Take it easy.
Give me that.
You want to use this stuff. I know him.
Go on. Line up against the wall there.
Okay, go on.
You too, Grandpa. Come on.
I'm as innocent as a new hatched chick.
We'll see how innocent you all are. All right, face the wall. Put your hands up high. All of you. Go on. That's it. Fine-looking bunch. Hey, Captain?
Yeah. They look a lot finer through bars. Okay, men. Start checking them down.
Take it easy.
Well, on this side.
That dawn was the end of a notorious gang of safe burglars. They are all now serving long terms in various federal penitentiaries and still face trial on at least 150 charges of burglary in 5 states.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant Sinclair, for this extraordinary case history. And congratulations to the hundreds of police officers, federal and state, who participated in the investigation leading to the arrests and convictions.
Tonight, Police Blotter, starring Bill Zuckert as Sergeant Brad Peters.
Name?
Jenny Reynolds.
Address?
1121 Dorchester.
Charge? Murder.
The heritage that you and I share as Americans has been given to us by many great men such as Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. The winter of 1804 was a hard one. Gusts of snow whirled around horses and men that made up the Lewis and Clark expedition. Doggedly they pushed westward across the plains of the newly organized Iowa Territory and through the Rocky Mountains. Day after day, Clark noted watersheds and trails, while Lewis sketched them in on the map. 2 more winters passed before they returned, but they had reached the Pacific and claimed the vast, sprawling Louisiana Territory for the United States. They had opened up a whole new country for those who would follow. Their courage helped to build your America. It's part of your American heritage.
Good evening. This is Dirk Fredericks, your host for Police Blotter, authentic dramas of police work and the constant battle that goes on night and day against crime. Tonight, Police Blotter brings to life an exciting story dealing with a phase of the theatrical world. So listen now as Murder on the 4th Floor on Police Blotter.
I'm Brad Peters, Sergeant, Homicide. You ever been inside a police station? The phone rings, might be anything from disturbing the peace to murder. Whatever or whoever it is, rich or poor, innocent or guilty, sooner or later I get to know them all. Sergeant Peters, Homicide.
Howdy, Sergeant. I got a case for you. A genuine case.
What is it?
Murder. Just plain murder. You better come up here and take a look at the body.
Where are you?
1406th Street. You take the elevator, you get off on the 4th floor, and then you go down the hall to room 48. I'll be waiting inside for you.
What's your name?
Roy Downs. Come over right away, 'cause I can't stay here long.
I'll be right over, Roy. Just stay put. Room 48, according to the printed letters on the door, was the office of Marvin Jackson, casting agent. As I approached it, the door opened.
Oh, howdy.
A 6-foot cowboy in buckskin pants, fancy embroidered blouse, and a 10-gallon hat motioned to me to come in.
Well, I'm glad to see you're kind of prompt, Sergeant.
Where's the body?
Well, this here is what they call the outer office. Now, behind that door there is a private office. You'll find him in there.
All right, come along.
Yeah. Well, what for? I seen him already.
You ain't afraid of a corpse, are you, Sergeant?
I just want your company.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll be glad to oblige. Yeah, that's the way I found him. Sitting behind his desk with his head down like he was taking a nap.
Mm-hmm. How did you know he was dead?
Well, I went over and touched him on the shoulder. When he didn't move, I shook him. Then his head fell back. He was shot through the heart.
Is that Marvin Jackson?
See nobody else. He can't say a word now, but you should have heard him when he was alive. The smoothest talker I ever met up with. What? He could talk an Indian out of his tomahawk.
Did you do any business with him?
Well, not yet, but he kept promising he'd make me another Will Rogers, you know, swinging a lariat and chewing gum and saying funny things, you know, like everybody's always talking about the weather, but nobody ever does anything about it.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, in fact, now, I give him $200 to get a feller to write me those funny things. And then he was going to book me in a show.
Well, it looks like you lost out.
Well, that's what made me come up here. I was getting tired of being put off. I made up my mind he was going to give me that booking or give me my money back.
You quarreled with him?
Well, didn't have a chance. When I walked into his private office, he was dead.
Uh-huh. I imagine you're a pretty good shot.
Oh, hey, now, don't you go planting this on me. You can search me. I don't carry a gun.
Could have tossed it out the window.
Now, that's just why I didn't walk out of here. I didn't want to be suspected. If someone saw me, they'd sure tell the police I did the smart thing.
Maybe.
Oh, now, look here.
Was anybody in this office when you came in?
It was empty.
How about his secretary?
Well, he runs this office all by himself. His show people sit in the outer office, and he calls them in one at a time.
Then there's no one to prove that he was dead before you came in, huh?
No. Hey, wait a minute. I just remembered.
What?
When I came off the elevator and walked down the hall, a girl came out of Jackson's office.
Do you know her?
No.
What did she look like? Tall or short? Fat, thin, young or old?
Oh, she was a young'un.
All right, what was she wearing?
Oh, I can't remember.
Roy, are you making this up?
No, I give you my word. I saw the girl coming out of Jackson's office. I did.
You don't remember a single thing about her?
Well, yeah. I guess I do.
What is it?
She had the prettiest legs I ever seen in New York.
I couldn't get any more out of Roy Downs. I decided to let him go. I told him not to leave town. I called the coroner. Then I searched Marvin Jackson's desk. Found a book listing his clients' names, telephone numbers. There were more than 100. It would take a year to investigate. On his desk, there was a daily calendar. On today's date, there was a notation. Juliana, theater. I went through his address book. I found only one Juliana. That was under the M's. Juliana Montaigne. But before paying her a visit, I decided to check with the elevator men in Jackson's building. No one remembered taking down a girl from the 4th floor at the approximate time of the murder. But if Roy was telling the truth, the girl could have walked down the stairs. And the description was worthless. I headed for the fashionable district where Juliana Montaigne lived.
Oh, the police?
May I come in, Miss Montaigne?
Oh, how rude of me, of course.
Thank you.
I'm not accustomed to visits from the police.
I came to see you about Marvin Jackson.
Oh, is he in trouble again? I'll call my lawyer and have him bailed out.
Well, that's not quite possible.
Don't be silly, I can afford it. Perhaps you don't remember me, Sergeant. Doesn't the name Juliana Montaigne mean anything to you? I was a star when I was 20. Musical comedy. Retired now.
Oh, yes.
Oh, we must get Marvin out. We're going to the theater this evening.
So I gathered from his desk calendar.
Such a dear boy. He knows how to cater to a woman, order the best food and the best wine, you know.
And you pick up the check, huh?
Certainly. I do so enjoy his company.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Montaigne, you won't be enjoying his company anymore. Marvin has been shot, killed.
Oh, dear. No, that's terrible, simply terrible. I was so looking forward to this evening. It was to be a sort of reunion.
Reunion?
You see, we'd quarreled. He said he needed money. He wanted me to lend it to him, and I refused.
He came to you for money to pay off someone else?
Well, I didn't care about that. I never expected to get back what I loaned him. But he had broken his last 2 appointments with me. I found there was a young girl involved.
What was her name?
Gloria.
Mm-hmm. His second name?
I don't know.
He had been dating her?
Yes. I told him frankly if he didn't give her up, he'd get no more help from me.
And he gave her up?
So he said. That's why I bought the theater tickets. We were going to celebrate.
Miss Montaigne, have you any idea to whom he owed that money?
Not at all. But if that's why he died, then I'll never forgive myself for not helping him. You will try to find poor Marvin's murderer?
Yes, that's our business.
Of course. Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, Miss Montaigne.
It's a shame to have the theater tickets go to waste. Perhaps you'd care to be my guest?
Thanks, but I'm busy tonight. Goodbye, Miss Montaigne. Juliana didn't strike me as the type who would be jealous enough to kill. I decided to check on her story about Gloria. I went back to Marvin's office. I checked his black book. I found 4 Glorias listed, and I called the numbers. One was out of town with a show. One had gone back to Indiana. Another was working in a department store. And the 4th, Gloria Clinton, was at home. So I went over. She was a dark-haired girl, about 18.
Yes?
Are you, Gloria Clinton?
That's my stage name. My real name is Gloria Beagle.
Uh-huh. What show are you in?
I'm not working now, but my agent's negotiating for a part in a new show.
Marvin Jackson, your agent?
How do you know?
Well, I found your name in his book.
You must have hundreds of names there.
When did you see Marvin last?
3 days ago. He asked me to meet him at a hotel. We went dining and dancing. We went to the Scarlet Slipper Club and we drank real champagne.
Who paid the check?
Well, he did, of course. I told him he didn't have to take me to such expensive places.
Gloria, was that your first date with him?
Well, he took me out twice before, always to some fancy place.
You sure you weren't in his office today? Answer my question, Gloria.
No, I wasn't. He told me not to bother coming up. He said as soon as he got news about the new show, he'd call me. Is anything wrong?
Well, you better get yourself another agent. Marvin Jackson is dead.
Dead? He had an accident?
He was shot.
Shot? Well, who did it?
We don't know yet. But a cowboy saw a girl come out of Jackson's office. Girl with pretty legs. That description could fit you, Gloria.
Thank you. I mean, about having pretty legs. That's when Marvin was sure he'd get me in a show, but I haven't been near his office for weeks.
Did he by any chance tell you that he owed somebody $500?
No, all we talked about was show business.
Mm-hmm. Gloria, what shows have you been in so far?
None.
You ever been on the stage?
No, sir.
Where you from, Gloria?
Alabama.
Been long in town?
About 3 months.
Did you give Marvin Jackson any money to get you a job?
Now, why should I do that? He's supposed to get me a job for free, and then I pay him 10%.
Okay, Gloria. I may get in touch with you again.
What for?
You never know. Leaving Gloria, I had the same reaction as when I left Juliana. Gloria sounded innocent enough, but many a person with a face like a cherub is a murderer. At the station house the next day, I got a call from Juliana. Said she had some important information. I went up to see her.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. I couldn't give you that information over the telephone.
Why not?
I just happen to value my life.
I don't get it.
Haven't you heard of wires being tapped?
Oh, I don't think you need worry about that. Well?
Remember my mentioning the fact that Marvin wanted me to lend him some money? $1,000?
Yeah, and you turned him down?
Yes. I know now why he needed the money.
Why?
To pay off a debt. He gambled, you know.
Who did he owe it to?
Frankie Hines, a racketeer.
Frankie Hines was a known muscle man. Smooth operator. He hired the best mouthpieces, gave us the laugh when he beat the rap. Frankie had a suite of rooms in an office building downtown. The sign on his door said Frank Hines, construction consultant. I told the girl I wanted to see him. A few minutes later, she ushered me into his private office. He was dressed to the hilt, big grin on his face.
Sergeant. Well, it's nice to have the police come in with their problems.
You might know the answer to this one, Frankie.
Always glad to cooperate.
You ever hear of a man named Marvin Jackson?
Marvin? Sure, I know Marvin. Gets me tickets for shows.
You ever play cards with him?
Sometimes. He's a scared gin rummy player.
What did he lose last time?
Oh, about 1,000. I blitzed him a couple of times.
When he couldn't pay, you blitzed him again. For good.
I don't need money that bad.
You let him have it right through the heart. Bingo.
Such language, Sergeant. I'll prove it to you. Kenny! Kenny?
Who's Kenny?
One of my boys, Kenny Reynolds.
You call me?
This is Sergeant Brad Peters. He wants some information.
About what?
Marvin Jackson. You're going to give it to him.
I don't get you, Mr. Hines.
Were you in the office here when Marvin Jackson came up to pay me some money?
Oh, sure.
Let me take over, Frankie.
Go ahead, be the DA.
Kenny, how much money did Marvin Jackson give Frankie?
$950.
There you are. I've got a witness to prove he paid the debt.
Was it a check?
He gave Frankie 9 C notes and a 50.
Anything else you want to know, Sergeant?
Yeah. Would you have any idea who would want to bump off Marvin Jackson?
Nope. You come to the wrong place.
A girl came out of his office right after it happened. Do you know any girl who was sore at him?
He was quite a chaser.
This one had very pretty legs.
Well, one sure thing couldn't be my secretary. Sorry, you won't find anything here. This is a legitimate business office with homely secretaries.
Every lead ended up at a stone wall. I'd have to check every name in Marvin Jackson's book. As I thumbed through the pages, wondering where to start, the phone rang in the station house. Sergeant Peters, homicide.
Well, howdy, Sergeant. I got another case for you.
Who are you?
Well, don't you remember? I'm Roy Downs, a cowboy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, what is it this time?
Just plain murder. You better come up here and take a look at the body.
Where are you?
Well, the address is 59 Quincy Street. I'll be waiting for you, Sergeant.
Hello, Roy.
Well, you came right fast.
How do you happen to be here?
I live here. I guess there's actors living in every room of this house. Just follow me.
Okay.
There she is.
Gloria Clinton.
You know her?
I spoke to her yesterday.
She was shot right through the heart.
You said the same thing when we looked at Marvin Jackson's body.
So I did. Come to think of it.
Did you know her?
I never had the pleasure.
But you lived in the same house?
Oh, we just never met.
Were you the first to discover the body?
No, sir. It was the girl who lived in the next apartment. She screamed so loud, we all came running out. And when I saw what happened, I told him to leave it to me. I told him you were a personal friend of mine. Well, she went into this Gloria's room to borrow some bobby pins and found her this way, dead. I figured you'd want me to question her, so I did.
Oh, yeah. You're being very helpful, Roy.
I got something else to tell you, Sergeant.
What is it?
Take a good look at Gloria's legs.
What about them?
Ain't they the prettiest legs you ever seen?
What are you driving at?
Look, I got a feeling that those were the legs I seen coming out of Marvin Jackson's office. Yes, sir. I recognize them.
It'd be a real pleasure to talk to him again. I started over to Hines' place. As I neared the office building, I saw Kenny approaching a taxi that was idling at the curb. I shouted at the top of my voice, "Hey, Kenny! Wait a minute!" He turned his head, recognized me, and jumped into the taxi. And off it went. Another cab drove up to take that spot in front of the building, and I jumped in. I told the driver to follow Kenny's cab. Chased him for more than a mile. Down one street. Up another. Then he turned a corner. By the time we reached there, Kenny's taxi was at the curb. Kenny was running into an alley. I jumped out of my chair. "Stop, Kenny, or I'll shoot!" I fired in the air, and Kenny didn't stop. I ran after him. Into the warehouse he went. And it took a few seconds to get accustomed to the darkness. "Why did you run, Kenny? I got a few questions for you about Gloria."
You'll never get me.
"Drop your gun, Kenny. I'm out of there with your hands up."
Don't make me laugh.
You've got to get closer.
Shut up!
You like to drill them through the heart, don't you?
I'll get you the same way, copper.
Like you did Marvin and Gloria? Kenny, I'm coming after you.
Come on!
I stepped behind a stack of barrels piled on top of one another. I held my gun in one hand, and with the other I toppled them. As I expected, Kenny fired. I watched for the flash of his gun, and then I pulled the trigger.
My arm! My arm!
Kenny was on the ground, holding his arm.
Doctor, I'm bleeding to death.
Oh, you won't die so easy.
Hey, where you going?
I got your gun.
Come on, doctor, do something for me. I'm bleeding to death.
Like all the punks.
Please.
You can't take it, huh? Come on your feet, Kenny boy. We'll patch you up nice and pretty for the trial. Name?
Kenny Reynolds.
The address?
1121 Dorchester.
Charge? Murder. At the trial, Kenny admitted he had given Marvin Jackson $1,000 to advance Gloria's career on the stage. When Marvin failed to get her a part, Kenny demanded his money back. Marvin laughed at the idea, so Kenny killed him. Knowing Kenny's intentions, Gloria went to Marvin's office to warn him. But she was a little too late. And Kenny feared that Gloria might report him to the police. So he killed her, too. Jury brought in a verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. Kenny paid the penalty. Signed, Sergeant Brad Peters. Homicide.
You have just heard Police Blotter, starring Bill Zuckert as Sergeant Brad Peters. The cast included Roger DeKoven, Peter Fernandez, Elaine Rost, Nancy Sheridan, and Lawson Zerby. Tonight's drama, Murder on the Fourth Floor, was written by Ed Ettinger and directed by Clark Andrews.
Police Blotter has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.